The once vibrant entertainment district lay in ruins. Buildings crumbled under the weight of chaos as powerful forces clashed, but luckily, the area housed only pirates and high-ranking elites, no ordinary citizens. Veterans of the sea, these individuals knew when to disappear, vanishing the moment danger erupted. Is this really the might of CP0, Captain, or are you holding back? Another clone, perhaps. Yunye's fists blazed through the air, launching explosive punches that battered Shao backward. Something felt off. Though Shao was powerful, Yunye sensed dissonance, an odd rhythm to his movements. He narrowed his eyes. Could this really be his full strength? Shao grunted, annoyed at Yunye's sharp perception. His techniques from the six forms martial arts flowed as he retaliated, holding his ground, albeit with difficulty. Stussy interfered occasionally, but the tide was clear. Yunye was in control. Indeed, this was only one of Zhao's bodies. His awakened devil fruit granted him the ability to split into two full-strength forms. Each was the main body with separate memories, only merging later to share knowledge. This was not his final form. Fused, he could rival an admiral, but Yunye had no intention of giving him the chance. This place belongs to me now. Happy Street and the world government's grip on the dark world end today, Yunye declared coldly. His aura surged, twin lights flaring behind him as he stepped through the air with a sonic boom, reappearing in front of Shao. His fist struck with unimaginable force. Fast, too fast, and Shao sensed the attack too late. He vanished, switching with his clone at the last second. Tisich, annoying ability, Yunye muttered. He struck again, now infusing his attacks with Thunderflame energy. And Shao, furious, retaliated with an elite six forms technique, unleashing a devastating staff spear attack. Their powers collided violently. Cracks split the ground, and shockwaves rippled across the island, shaking the foundation. Battles erupted all around. Bello Betty versus Inghu, Crow versus Gray Eagle, each unleashing their terrifying might. Above, the Crow manipulated spectral crows and black barriers, while Gray Eagle countered with a deadly twin-blade style. The skies burned with streaks of power. Crow's ability weakened enemies over time, a slow, parasitic destruction compared to Phoenix-like regeneration. The longer the fight, the more lethal he became. Gray Eagle responded by shrinking his form via life return, streamlining his body and sharpening his attacks. Meanwhile, Yunye caught an opening. He shattered one of Zhao's clones, and in the delay before another formed, he landed a brutal punch on the original. Blood flew as Shao slammed into the ground like a meteor. Yunye turned towards Stussy, her interference irritating him. "You're next." Terrified, she attempted to flee, but Yunye was faster. He broke through her defenses and caught her by the neck. "The world government won't let you go," she choked. "Good. I'll come for them myself," Yunye replied, then crushed her throat, silencing her forever. Thunder and flame erupted from Yunye's hand, blasting Zhao's position. And Shao barely evaded, using moon steps. "None of you are escaping." Yunye roared, chasing him down again. A ferocious exchange followed, ending with Yunye pummeling Shao into the ground. But Shao retaliated, sending Yunye flying with a lawn nail shooter attack. The battle raged on for hours, shaking the entire island. News spread quickly across the sea. The Revolutionary Army, CP0, and Quincy clashing drew worldwide attention. In the shadows, the kings of the Dark World trembled. Another Dark King had fallen to the Quincy. If he wasn't stopped, he'd dominate them all. Elsewhere, battles continued. Bello Betty and Crow retreated. The Revolutionary Army had no more part to play. Their deal with Yunye was complete. As CP0 fled, Yunye alone pursued them. "Only one chasing? Kill him." And Shao growled. "Time to end this." Yunye summoned his final form, Thunder God Battle Form. 6 thunder drums formed behind him. His body crackled with electric energy, hair white with coursing lightning. He was divine. Thunder spears rained from above. The 3 CP0 agents fought back, but Yunye overwhelmed them. He killed Grey Eagle and Inghu swiftly, leaving only in Shao. You're the last, Yunyi said coldly, seizing in Shao by the head. The world government won't forgive you. And Shao spat. I await them, Yunyi whispered, then crushed his skull. All CP0 agents of Happy Street were dead. Yunyi dropped his battle form and panted. He hadn't fully mastered it, but its power was undeniable. With this, even Charlotte Linlin might fall, he murmured. He vanished. Time rewinds to the moments before. While Yunyi continued his pursuit, the Revolutionary Army chose to retreat. As they made their way through the back streets, Crow suddenly halted, raising a hand to signal the group to stop. The others trusted Crow's instincts implicitly and obeyed without question. Crow, what's wrong? Bello Betty asked, her voice sharp with concern. Crow didn't respond immediately. His eyes narrowed, gaze fixed forward. From the opposite street, a man in a tattered purple kimono stepped into view. His eyes were closed, his expression serene. It was Fujitora, the blind swordsman. None of the Revolutionary Army members recognized him, but they could feel the pressure in the air. A wave of silent tension fell over the group. Crow's instincts screamed danger. The man exuded a presence just short of the Quincy's, yet still formidable. Fujitora, sensing their auras through his observation haki, offered a polite smile. Are you members of the Revolutionary Army? Who are you? Crow asked warily, his body tensed. Just a blind wanderer, Fujitora replied calmly. Bello Betty, cautious but curious, stepped forward. Why stop us then? What do you want? I've heard about your organization and find your ideals compelling. So I ask you, what does justice mean to you? And how do you see this world? Bello Betty frowned. Justice? The world? There's no simple answer. One man's justice is another's tyranny. The Navy may claim righteousness, but that doesn't erase the corruption within. The world isn't black and white, she continued. To the world government, we're villains. To suffering nations, we're hope. Fujitora absorbed her words in silence, then nodded. Thank you. That was enough. With a bow, he turned and walked away. What was that about? Bello Betty muttered, watching him disappear. He's powerful, too powerful to be unknown. The new world grows murkier by the day, Crow added. And so, the Revolutionary Army resumed their retreat. None of them realized that the blind man they had encountered would one day stand among the most powerful admirals of the Navy. Days later, Yunyi was en route to Moon Knight Island. Before leaving, he had ordered Yi Chi and the others to secure control of Happy Street. Another Dark King gone. Another territory conquered. News spread like wildfire. The Quincy had struck again, and with his usual flair, he had simultaneously opposed CP0, the Revolutionary Army, and yet another ruler of the underworld, and still emerged victorious. Reactions across the sea varied. Doflamingo shredded his newspaper, jaw clenched with unease. Morgans, ever the opportunist, chuckled gleefully. It's begun. The rise of the Quincy. Feld exhaled a deep, resigned sigh. He understood what this meant. Gibson stared at the paper with a grim expression. The message was clear. The dark world no longer belonged to its former kings. There was now only one name whispered in fear and awe, the Quincy. The balance had shifted. The underworld was consolidating into one voice. The age of multiple Dark Kings was over. From this day forward, a new era would unfold. For emperors and one king. And while the world reeled, chaos stirred elsewhere. Criminals once buried by time and confinement began to resurface. Their targets? The four emperors themselves. The age of upheaval had just begun.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The first half of the Great Voyage, on an island. This is a gray area, an area that the world government and the Navy will not control. Here, there are no countries or ordinary people living here. The island is full of criminals such as pirates, bounty hunters, and gangsters. Meanwhile, World Breaker Bundy Wald is recuperating on the island. After the battle in Advance City ended, all the escaped prisoners went their separate ways. Afterwards, the Navy arrested these escaped prisoners with an attitude of never giving up. And the one chasing him is the Quasi-Admiral of the Navy, Momoto. However, after several battles, the Navy returned without success. Wald's strength is still very strong. Although one arm was cut off by Yunyi, but because of Momo Fruit's ability, he escaped at a very fast speed. Quick, after several chases, Wald still escaped. At this time, Wald stayed on this island. It is worth mentioning that the former boss of this island was a pirate group with a bounty of more than 200 million Baileys. After being directly killed by him, he is now the boss of this island. Wald looked at the newspaper in his hand, and his eyes showed disdain. The king of the dark world? What the hell? These guys are just some bugs who can't get on the table. The reward for a king of the dark world can actually have more than 2 billion rewards. Jin, is the navy of this era so useless? Can't even deal with a bug in the dark world. A little pirate said tremblingly, Boss, the strength of this Quincy should not be underestimated. This guy has an advantage in the 2 battles with Charlotte Lingling. He is an out-and-out monster. Monster? Huh. Wald snorted coldly, seeming to be very disdainful, but he still frowned when he heard Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte Lingling. Aunt Charlotte Lingling is one of the 4 emperors in the sea. She is at the same level as Kaido with the white beard and the red hair. The younger brother explained. 4 Emperor Charlotte Lingling. I remember this name. It seems to be a member of the Rocks Pirates. Wald's eyes were cold, and he also remembered the name Charlotte Lingling. He was a crew member of the Rocks Pirates. Although he did not have any conflicts with Charlotte Lingling, the strength of the opponent should be undoubtedly strong. The Rocks Pirates. The younger brother didn't know the name of the Rocks Pirates that was buried by the world government, but said, the 4 emperors are the 4 strongest pirates recognized in the New World. Their strength, the forces are extremely strong, no one can shake their position. I really want to learn it. It's been a long time since I've fought against Whitebeard. I don't know if this guy is as strong as he was back then. Wald's eyes flashed, and then he touched his missing part. His left arm, his eyes became even colder. There is also the Navy Night Blade, the world government. You wait for me, I will let the whole world know how terrible I am. Bondi Wald. The first half of the Great Voyage. A pirate ship is sailing on the sea. On the boat, Crescent Moon Hunter Caitlina stared at the front with cold eyes, her face extremely gloomy. After the battle in the city, she had gone to sea again and formed a pirate group again. Like everyone else, she also encountered the Navy's pursuit fleet. The Quasi-Admiral Chappie led more than a dozen naval warships to hunt her down. There was more than one conflict between the 2 sides, but her strength was also extremely strong, and she repelled several naval pursuits, but she did not completely shake off Douta's pursuit, and was still being chased at this time. Boss, the Navy is catching up again. A younger brother hurried over and reported to her. Hearing that, Caitlina's face became even more gloomy, and she cursed angrily, Damn Navy, it really lingers. After cursing angrily, she ordered, everyone is ready to meet the enemy and kill this damned Navy. Yes. All the younger brothers responded loudly. Behind him, on top of the warship, the Quasi-Admiral Chafa had a cynical smile on his face, but his eyes were sharp when he looked at the pirate ship ahead. The pirate group showed a smile, and raised their right leg high, land foot storm. With a swipe sound, a haze over 100 meters in length slashed straight at the pirates. Caitlina sensed a strong crisis, her complexion changed drastically, and she hurried to the stern, looking at Lanjiao who was attacking. Her eyes showed coldness, 9 tails appeared behind her, and the tip of each tail was rising. The shining light finally gathered together, a shock wave hit the past and collided with Slash. With a bang sound, the explosion set off a terrifying huge wave, and with the collision of the 2 attacks as the point, the tsunami swept in all directions. Don't get entangled with them, just leave. Caitlina ordered loudly. Fire. The T-Dolphin also ordered to fire. In this way, the 2 sides chased and fled, far away from the sea area, an island in the New World. Red Earl Redfield was wearing a red suit and a red cloak behind his back, looking extremely coquettish. At this moment he said to a pirate in front of him with a wicked smile on his lips, where is the information I want? There was a pirate crouching in front of him. At this time, the pirate was trembling, and his words were a little awkward. My lord, there is already news, but the fruit is in the hands of a pirate group with a bounty of more than 500 million, and this pirate group is under the banner of Whitebeard. We can only detect these. Hearing this, the corners of Redfield's mouth became even more sinister. Whitebeard? I didn't expect to be involved with him. However, I haven't seen this old guy for a long time, but I can go to catch up with him. Redfield couldn't remember exactly how long it had been since he and Whitebeard had met. Whitebeard? It's just that I didn't expect that the fruit was actually in the hands of the man with the white beard. After escaping from prison, he felt that his body was old and no longer at the peak level, so he began to ask around for ways to restore youth. In the end, I learned from the voices of others that there is a fruit of the animal phantom beast that can restore youth by sucking blood. That is, the legendary bat fruit phantom beast that can restore youth. During this period of time, he has been looking for information about the vampire fruit, and in the end, Huang Tian paid off, allowing him to find some clues. It's just that he didn't expect that the fruit was actually related to the man with the white beard. Then, let's meet Whitebeard for a while. Redfield gave a sinister smile, and disappeared on the spot in a flash. The first half of the Great Voyage. The Evil King and San Juan Wolf. who are also escaped prisoners, have been avoiding the pursuit of the Navy. But compared to others, the strength of the two of them is much inferior. Fortunately, the two of them teamed up to resist the pursuit of the Navy. It was the Lieutenant General of the Navy who hunted them down. After receiving the order from the Warring States period, the Navy sent experts to arrest them. At this time, the evil government king and San Juan Wolf formed a new pirate group together with other escaped prisoners in a form of alliance. It's called the Prison Breakers Pirates. On the boat, the evil government king snorted coldly. The Navy is really tireless. It has been chasing us since we went out to sea. San Juan Wolf pursed his lips and said with some displeasure, "That's right. Their Navy is so annoying. They don't give us any rest time." Another escaped prisoner was also a little angry, but aimed at others, and those damned Barrett guys actually rejected our invitation. Otherwise we wouldn't be in this situation now. The damned guys he was talking about were of course Redfield, Barrett, Wald, and Caitlina. When they formed the Prison Breakers Pirates, they had invited them, but they were all rejected. And the reason for the refusal made them very annoyed. What does it mean that garbage is not worthy of being with them? Are they trash? Not all escaped from prison, who is more noble than whom? However, although they were angry, they didn't have the courage to trouble them. After all, where are the strengths of those people? Their pirate group is said to be a pirate group, rather it is an alliance. Here, there is no distinction between pirate captains and vice captains. Everyone has only one purpose, and that is to join forces to fight against the Navy's pursuit. The evil government king snorted coldly, "Forget it, don't care about them, they are all unruly existences, how could they form an alliance with us?" San Juan Wolf also said, "It seems that some of those people have escaped the pursuit of the Navy and entered the New World." The New World? Then let's go there too. As long as we go to the New World, we can get rid of the Navy's pursuit. They don't dare to step into the New World easily. After defeating them, we will go to the New World. Ha ha ha, New World, here we come. They were full of confidence. Not long after they escaped from prison, they were all beaten with blood, their confidence was overwhelming, and some even wanted to pull down the current 4 emperors. But just when they were complacent, the sound of shelling shattered their fantasy. "The Navy is here again, damn it," someone shouted from the observation deck. Hearing that, everyone looked in one direction, and over there, several ships of the Navy fired at them again. The evil king's face was extremely gloomy. "Let's go, teach the Navy a lesson, and then go to the New World. Show our strength to the New World." Oh, San Juan Bad Wolf waved his fist. His huge size made the whole boat shake. "San Juan Bad Wolf, stop moving? Don't you know your size?" "Ah, I'm so sorry." Fighting resumed. This is already the 10th time they have encountered the Navy at sea. Also New World. Barrett, the descendant of the devil, is also at the top of all prison escapees. Facing the pursuit of several lieutenant generals, he still has the upper hand. Soon he got rid of the Navy's pursuit and entered the New World, an unremarkable island. Barrett was sitting on a throne, holding a piece of information in his hand, which was information about the current situation in the sea. He looked at the pieces of information on it, and a crazy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 4 emperors? 1 king? Ha ha ha, the current sea is really wonderful. I just don't know who among them can stop my footsteps. But is Whitebeard still the strongest man in the world? This position should be given up. Only I, who has inherited Roger's power, can bear the title of strongest. Barrett looked at Whitebeard the reward list, sneered again and again. But at this moment, the phone bug in his hand suddenly rang. Barrett's expression changed. Who would contact him at this time? He picked up the phone bug out of curiosity. There was a change in the phone bug, and a voice rang from the other side. "Barrett, have you made up your mind? Cooperate with me? How about we bring down the 4 emperors together?" Hearing this voice, Barrett showed a smile on his face. "Festa, I really want to know, what is your bargaining chip? Can you really attract all the pirates at sea?" Festa is a notorious warmonger and the craziest and most powerful celebration organizer in the world. Festa had already contacted Barrett in some way before, and wanted to cooperate with him. But the last time the two had a brief exchange, they didn't go deep. Festa on the phone bug side bit his cigar and said with a sneer, "Naturally, can I still lie to you about this kind of thing?" Barrett said lightly, "Tell me about it." Festa said with a smile, "You should know that the crew of the Roger Pirates once recorded Ralph Drew's permanent pointer." Hearing this, Barrett seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils shrank. "Did you find that thing? I remember that Roger had already thrown it into the sea." "Ha ha ha, get excited, I spent all my time looking for this thing." Festa laughed loudly. "Cooperate with me? Barrett, compared to other 4 emperors, it's the person I want to work with. Whitebeard is not interested in chaos. I can't trust Kaido and Big Mom. The red-haired guy has just risen. Although he has strength, I can't see through him. Only you, the strong man who inherited Roger's power, is the best partner in my mind. Let's start a new era again. Overtake Roger? Start a truly chaotic era? 4 emperors? 1 king? These are just stepping stones." Festa laughed wildly, with a frenzy flashing across his face, like a fanatical activist who would not give up until he reached his goal. "Ha ha ha, surpass Roger? Festa, you really know how to judge people's hearts." Barrett's eyes flashed. "You persuaded me? Then, I agree with your request. Let's cooperate. Let's combine. The whole world is turned upside down." Barrett also laughed wildly. The madness in his eyes was even crazier than Festa's. Let me, the strongest planner in the world, and you, a monster who inherits Roger's power, open the Pirate World Expo again? Ha 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 ha. The Pirate World Expo is really a familiar term. The last time, I remember, it was opened by the Golden Lion before the Battle of Wall, and it can also be said to be the prelude to the outbreak of the Battle of Wall. That's right, the Pirate World Expo was also held by me that time. This time, I want to make the expo even more grand. I am confident that even the 4 emperors will be moved by me. This treasure is for them. It is a huge temptation. So, when are you going to start? Barrett asked. After taking a sip of the cigar, Festa said leisurely, it still takes a little time to prepare. I also found another thing. The record pointer of Ralph Drew should not be revealed until the end, and another thing is needed to attract attention. But I need time. What? Hey, let's reveal this later. After hanging up the phone, Barrett grinned, with excitement in his eyes. The Pirate World Expo is a celebration for all the pirates in the New World. Countless pirates will gather at that time, and it is an extremely lively event. After recovering to his peak, he couldn't bear it any longer, and wanted to find someone to fight. The 4 emperors and 1 king will all be his prey when the time comes. Navy Headquarters Training Camp. In a training ground. At this moment, Yunyi was face to face with Zifa, surrounded by people. They are all soldiers in the training camp. I don't know what happened today, but Zifa suddenly proposed to test Yunyi's progress. Yunya didn't refuse either, and nodded in agreement. So, there is this scene now. Who do you think is stronger, Teacher Zifa or Major General Yurin? Students from the training camp around excitedly discussed. It should be Teacher Zifa. After all, Major General Yurin is a student of Teacher Zifa. Another person said. However, there are also students who hold other opinions. If it was the time when Teacher Zifa was at his peak, I think Teacher Zifa's chances of winning would be higher, but the current Major General Yurin's strength should not be underestimated. I think Major General Yurin will win. I think so too. Major General Yurin is capable of fighting monsters like Kaido. I think Major General Yurin's strength is already at the level of a quasi-general. That's true. Although Major General Yurin is only a Major General, he is indeed very strong. There was a lot of discussion among the surrounding people, but everyone was extremely excited at this time. When will these students be able to see the battle between 2 peak powerhouses? Even if it's just a discussion, it will definitely be extremely exciting. In the arena, Zifa looked at Yunya and smiled. Are you ready, Yunya? Yunya nodded, ready. Then let me see your progress during this period of time. Shave. Zifa laughed, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards Yunyi. His fist was covered with thick-armed domineering, and he punched Blast out in the cloudy night. Come on, teacher. Yunya didn't dare to be careless. Yingxian unsheathed, also covered with armed color, and slashed out with a horizontal sword. Boom! The pitch-black fist collided with the blade, and there was a loud bang. The shock wave swept all around, but because both of them withdrew their strength, it didn't cause much movement. Otherwise, if the 2 of them were really let go of the fight, the news would definitely spread throughout the entire Navy headquarters. After one blow, the 2 retreated at the same time. Zifa grinned. Not bad. Has the high-level armed color been used so proficiently? Yunya also laughed and said, it's not because the teacher taught well. Ha ha ha, come again. Zifa was very helpful to Yunyi's words, and Yunyi's 2-color domineering can be said to be taught by Zifa. Zifa raised his right leg and swept out the terrifying Ian's foot. Lan kicked out, extremely fast. Yunya smiled, and Yinxian slashed down from top to bottom, piercing the air with one slash. Boom! The attacks collided and shattered each other. Countless shattered slashes scattered around, cutting the ground with traces. Look at this move. Crescent Moon Sky Charge. Yunya yelled. The silver-white slash moved in front of the sword, and with one swing of the sword, the sharper crescent-shaped slash came down mightily. Ha ha ha, good time. Then, let me show you the secrets of cultivating the 6 forms to the extreme. This is an attack that can mobilize the power in the body to a certain extent. Be careful, the 6 forms of secrets and 6 king guns. Zifa laughed out loud, in a very happy mood, clenched his fists with both hands facing the front. Zifa's gaze was fixed, and his fists were sent forward. The terrifying shock wave condensed a little, and then exploded. Boom! There was a deafening sound in the field, like 2 cannons clashing, and the terrifying vibration was accompanied by a shock wave, which was transmitted from their feet. Layers upon layers of the ground are surging like waves. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. The next moment they rushed towards each other at the same time. The figure is as fast as lightning, and everyone in the field can only see the after-images of the 2 fighting each other. The fist and the sword edge kept colliding, and there was a dense roar. Good, so strong. I can't see their movements at all, I can only see 2 after-images. It's too strong. Is this the peak combat power in the sea? The students who saw this scene all showed shocked expressions. They couldn't see the movements of these 2 people clearly at all. Boom! The 2 collided again, this time retreating at the same time. Zifa panted heavily, waved his hands at Yunyi, shook his head slightly and said, you really are a monster, I admit defeat. Because of the serious injury to his lungs last time, Zifa couldn't support the fight for too long at this time. After fighting for a long time, he was already sweating profusely and panting. Yunya stood up with her sword back, and said to Zifa, if the teacher is still at the peak, it will be very difficult for me. Haha, I'm old, I can't accept my old age. Zifa wasn't too disappointed. The defeat was also at the hands of his students, and it was too late for him to be proud of being able to teach a student like Yunya. Yunyi smiled and didn't answer. Zifa's strength has indeed retreated, and it is still irreversible. Even if it is his own reply, it can't heal Zifa's injury. The two stopped, and the students around were still watching in shock. Looking at the messy venue, they all swallowed. This is the first time they have seen such a battle. Too strong? But at this moment, an officer ran over, first saluted Zifa, and after calling General Ju Zifa, he came to Yunyi's side and asked Yunyi to go to the Warring States office. Yunya was a little surprised. Why did Zhangguo call him at this time? Can't figure it out, but Yunyi didn't hesitate, came to Zifa's side, talked to Zifa, and went to Zhang's office. Marshal Zhangguo. Yunya pushed Zhangguo's office away and saluted Zhangguo, who was sitting at the table. Zhangguo glanced at Yunya, and said without any nonsense, Major General Yaren, have you recovered from your injuries? In the previous battle in the City of Advancement, Yunya suffered a blow from Kaido's attack, and was seriously injured, so he applied for a period of recuperation. It has been a month since the last war. No matter how serious the injury is, with the Navy's most elite treatment, it will be completely healed, right? The Navy's combat power is seriously insufficient now, and the Warring States has a headache. Generals have their own duties, they are busy. Therefore, Yunyi's top combat power was also remembered by the Warring States period. Yes, Marshal of the Warring States period, my body is fine. Yunya nodded. In fact, Yunyi used Huidao to heal his injuries a few days after the battle. But he didn't reveal it. The situation is unstable now, and even the Quasi General has been sent out. Yunya is a lazy person, he really doesn't want to go out and fight with pirates. But a month has passed, and it would be a bit inappropriate to use the injury as an excuse. Zhangguo nodded and handed a document to Yunya. The Navy has found traces of the world destroyer Bundy Wald. I hope you will go there. Yunya was a little puzzled, and asked, Bundy Wald? Didn't the Lieutenant General and Quasi General go after them? Warring States Road, Bundy Wald, who has recovered to the peak, is still very strong. You should have fought against him. Momokuo's ability is very tricky. It is still difficult for Daotu alone to capture him. Yunya nodded. This is true. Wald's fruit ability is indeed very tricky in some respects. If it is used well, even the general will not dare to be careless. This is definitely a terrifying ability. It can enhance the attack 100 times, and it can also cooperate with others to enhance the attack of others. Moreover, Wald is also a strong man. According to the intelligence, this guy has fought against Roger and Whitebeard before. Although Roger, Whitebeard, and others were not at their peak at the time, it was by no means a weak person who could fight against them. It was only because of his life in prison later that his combat power was regressed. Now after a period of recuperation, Wald is likely to have recovered. Of course, even if he recovers now, his strength may not be as strong as that of Whitebeard and Roger, but Yunya speculates that the current Wald's strength is at least stronger than the Lieutenant General in the headquarters. Therefore, it is possible to restrain Daotu and make Daotu have nothing to do with him. Yunya said, where is he now? Zhangguo once again took a copy of the information and handed it to Yunya, saying, on a small island in the Bayardi Sea area, there is a gray area, and he has recovered that island. Now that Wald has regained the island, he also has power under his hands. Paired with his Momo fruit ability, which directly increases the artillery fire by 100 times, even the elite Navy troops can hardly withstand such a powerful attack. It was barely able to fight against the Navy. To be on the safe side, Momoto chose to stand still and seek support from the headquarters. Daotu has a calm personality and will make the most secure arrangements. Her strength is not weak, and it is enough to deal with Valder, but Valder has subdued the pirates and gangsters on the Grey Island, and her power is no longer weak. Momo fruit is very difficult to deal with in some ways. With 100 times stronger shell, even Daotu, a great swordsman, has some scruples, let alone other naval soldiers. Conflicting with Wald rashly now is likely to bring unnecessary losses to the Navy and cause a large number of casualties. The reason why she is known as the High Mountain Flower of the Navy is not only because of her strength, but also her style of being considerate to her subordinates. She will not blindly let her subordinates die. As long as the Navy comes to support and can solve Wald more easily, why not do it? Yunya nodded. Okay, I'll start now. Don't worry. Zhangguo waved his hand, looked at Yunya and said, I have another plan for you to pursue this time. If you can catch Wald, your rank may be restored. Yunyi's combat strength in the Navy is obvious to all. Although he was demoted because he killed a kabukai, it was done by the Warring States period for the world government to see. It has been a while now, and the world government should not be entangled in this matter. On the Navy side, it is also a rule to be promoted after meritorious service, or the rules set by the world government. However, the quasi-generals have come to an end, and the 3 generals are fixed if there is no accident. No one can shake their status. Even if Garp said he wanted to be a general at this time, the world government would not let him take the position. 1 radish and 1 pit. There is one more thing Zhangguo didn't say, that is, he wanted Yunya to be the new quasi-general, but the position of quasi-general is quite special. This proposal needs the nod of approval from the world government, and Zhangguo didn't know if it would be possible, so he didn't say anything. Yunya was a little surprised. He didn't expect Zhangguo to say such a thing, but he had no reason to refuse. Nodding should be, good Marshal Zhangguo. It is true that for the Navy, the higher the rank, the stronger the enemies they will encounter and the more things they need to do, but relatively, the greater the power they will get. In this world, power is also a symbol of strength. Yunya also wanted to build his own naval team, so naturally he would not refuse. If you want to overthrow the world government, you can't rely on one aspect alone, you need to work together. Now that the Quincy has completely offended the world government, it is impossible for the world government to let it go. The Nightblades that are one and the same are naturally the enemy of the world government. It won't change just because he is a navy. Zhangguo nodded, then go. Yunya responded and left. After returning to his residence, he tidied up briefly, put on the Navy Justice cloak, and set off for the port, where a warship was already waiting. Major General Nightblade. When the Navy on the warship saw Yunya, they all saluted respectfully. Yunya nodded one by one, showing a warm smile, then let's go. Yes. The warship set off quickly and headed towards the BRDC area. Are you here too? As soon as he boarded the warship, Yunya saw several familiar faces. Smoker and Tina. Since the G7 branch base became uninhabitable, he was transferred to other places to perform tasks. It happened that he stayed at the Navy headquarters during this time, and was arrested by the Warring States period. Tina's situation is similar, she was arrested after returning from the mission. Along with them are other naval elites. Major General Urin. After seeing Yunya, Smoker honestly gave a salute. He had seen Yunya fight Kaido before, so he naturally knew how strong this guy who looked younger than him was. Fear. It is worth mentioning that the current Smoker has also been promoted to the rank of colonel during this period of time. On the other side, Tina, who was tall and attractive, with red sunglasses on her face, and red lips like a fire, was also a little surprised after seeing Yunya. She is a little more familiar with Yunya, after all, they trained together in the training camp. Tina raised her beautiful eyebrows at Yunya, and said with a smile, Yo, Yunya, are you leading the team this time? Yunya looked at Smoker and smiled, not bad, are you already a colonel? Smoker, who appeared for the first time in the original book, seems to be at the colonel level, and there are still a few years before the original book begins. Ismog's natural system can be said to be an unsolvable existence in the first half, and it is still very easy to get merit. It's just because he is more thorny, and his military rank is also up and down, so that he is only a colonel when it comes to the original book. But this Yunya can be considered, after all, he was also knocked down from the rank of lieutenant general. Then Yunya looked at Tina, sized her up, and said with a smile, are you already a lieutenant colonel? Tina, you've improved a lot. And you're even prettier than before. This is indeed true. Tina, who is wearing the cloak of justice, has a heroic appearance, which makes Yunya also have to sigh. The girls in the world of pirates are really good looking. Tina's appearance and Yechi are both very eye-catching. The pirate empress, the most beautiful woman in the world, Yunya couldn't help but take a second look when she saw her. It may just be because of the bad taste of a certain author, the appearance of the beauties in pirate world is a bit unbearable when they get old. Tina rolled her pretty eyes, and said Nunu, let's talk about yourself, you real monster? But I will accept your compliment. This guy Yunya has been promoted by 2 military ranks, reaching the level of lieutenant general. Although his rank has been lowered, Yunya was once a real lieutenant general. This matter was a sensation in the sea at that time. The youngest lieutenant general in history, known as the legendary lieutenant general of the Navy Supernova? Smoker looked at the two of them and asked curiously, do you two know each other? Oh yes, I remember that Major General Yaren also trained in the training camp. Smoker also remembered that Yunya also graduated from the training camp. When seeing Yunya for the first time, he and Drake thought Yunya came through the back door, and they had provoked Yunya before. Although both of them were taught a lesson by Yunya that time. Later, at the G7 branch base, I saw Yunya fighting against Drought Jack and Kaido, and only then did I understand how terrifying Yunya's strength is. So much so that he even forgot that Yunya graduated from the training camp later than them. Tina looked at Smoker and laughed, if you're talking about seniority, you're our senior. Smoker groaned and smiled coyly, I just graduated a while earlier than you. In the final analysis, I am still a student of the same class as you, so there is no distinction between seniors. More importantly, he didn't dare to admit that Yunya was more than a little bit stronger than them. Yunya laughed and teased, the Navy is ranked according to military rank, so, Lieutenant Colonel Tina, if you see me in the future, you should call me a Major General. Tina rolled her eyes again, yes, Major General Urin. Haha. Yunya smiled. The next 3 people just chatted briefly. Through Tina, Yunya roughly knew the current situation of the students at the same time. Ain and Binze have already graduated, but unlike other people's choices, they chose to stay in the training camp as instructors. Others, such as Bellygood the Fruit of the Ball and Shiu and the Fruit of the Embroidery, all went to other sea areas to perform missions. I feel like I went my separate ways after graduation. Back in his office, Yunya sat down and focused his attention on the system panel. Host, Yunya. Achievement points, 2030. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 95. Zanpakuto, Zainyu, proficiency 75. Ice Wheel Pill, proficiency 84. Flowing Blade if Fire, 50. Fist, White Fighting, proficiency 96. UN School of Fighting, proficiency 79. Walk, Shunpo, proficiency 97. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100, the 33 of the Broken Way Kangwo Pendant, proficiency 100, the 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100, the Broken Way 90 of the Way Black Coffin, proficiency 50, 99 of Breaking the Way 5 Dragons Turning Off, proficiency 59, 30 of the Way of Binding Mouth Flashing 3 times, proficiency 81, 8 of the Way of Binding 11, Duan Kong, proficiency 63, Huideo Deadwood Rejuvenation, proficiency 69. Special category, Instant Coaxing, proficiency 92, Skeletal Clone, 0/1, Virtual Flash, proficiency 60. After killing 4 CP0s in a row, Yunya also got an achievement. The title of Executioner. From this title, Yunya got 1000 achievement points and unlocked and lit a broken path. That is the 90 Black Coffin of Breaking the Way. Yunya still likes this Breaking Way very much. There is no other reason, the force is high enough. This is one of the favorite breakouts of a certain boss in the world of the God of Death. And the power is also very terrifying. The gravity rush that can suppress everything is enough to crush the enemies trapped inside. And it's not just that, staying inside, you will be cut by various black sharp blades, and accompanied by spiritual attacks that can affect the mind. But this is in the world of pirates, and I don't know what changes will happen, and Yunya can't say for sure. After getting this skill, Yunya also used it once, but he didn't use it on people, but only through the perception of knowledge. This move is very strong. The power should not be worse than the 5 dragons turning off or the false flash, but the specific lethality needs to be tested with an enemy. Some time passed. The warship headed by Yunyi also arrived at the Bayardi Sea area and joined Daotu and others. The two warships leaned together. Yunya jumped down and landed on another warship. I saw a graceful woman. She has a slender figure, a pair of long legs that are particularly eye-catching, a pretty face, gorgeous red lips, and a beauty mole on her mouth that gives her a mature charm. At this time, he was wearing a navy justice cloak and a golden pila pinned to his waist, looking equally heroic. The sword power of the great swordsman exuding from his body is also frightening, and he will not underestimate this beautiful woman. This person is none other than the Quasi-Admiral Momoto in the Navy, Lieutenant General Daotu. Yunya gave a military salute to Daotu. Oh, it's Major General Yaran. Daotu was also slightly surprised after seeing Yunya. She also did not expect that the Warring States period would actually send Yunya over. Although the two are not very familiar with each other, they have met a few times at high-level meetings. Through understanding, Yunyi also knew the identity of Daotu Zaiwan, a member of a well-known family in the Navy. In a sense, their family should be regarded as an aristocrat in the Navy. Unlike Garp, Warring States, and others, she rose step by step, and her status was already very high at the beginning. However, she didn't take advantage of their family's status. She was able to become a quasi-general because she relied on her own strength to win it. The two chatted for a while, and went straight to the topic. How's the situation now? Yunya looked at Daotu and asked. Momoto pondered for a moment before saying, now that Valder wants to go to sea again, even the pirate ship has been built, the goal should be the new world like everyone else, and they will not stay in the first half for too long. Do you know their specific situation? Yunya was not surprised when he looked at it. After all, Wald was one of the strong men of that era. Naturally, it is impossible to stay in the first half of the year. The new world is where they can show their strength. Yunya even guessed that his target might be a certain 4 emperors in the new world. Daotu briefly described the situation here. Wald is the only one who is threatening, let alone rotten fish and shrimp, but that's all. At least for Yunya, it does not pose a threat. The real threat is the hundreds of times stronger artillery shells. One shot is enough to smash a warship. After knowing all the information, Yunya immediately said, then let's not waste time, let's go directly, and catch them all. Okay. Peach Rabbit nodded. The two ordered at the same time that the warship set off towards the island. Boom boom boom. Above the sea, naval warships began to bombard. Shells bombarded the island in front of them one by one. The impact of the explosion rolled down, knocking down countless buildings. Naturally, the pirates and other people above were also killed and injured countless times under the bombardment of artillery fire. A younger brother ran to the place where Wald was resting, and said anxiously, Boss, the Navy and the others are calling again. Wald stood up suddenly when he heard the words, What? Go and have a look. Wald strode out with a serious expression, his face extremely gloomy. Over there, the port has been plowed by artillery fire, and his men have suffered numerous casualties. Looking from here, there are several warships coming slowly from a distance in the distance, their muzzles are facing them, and shells are bombarding them. Wald's face was extremely indifferent, and he was not surprised to see the Navy attack again, but ordered with a calm face, bring out the built cannon. Yes. A younger brother ran down, and after a while, a huge fort was pushed out from behind. This fort is more than 10 times larger than other artillery shells, and the artillery shells are also specially made, which is also extremely huge. This is Wald's masterpiece during this time, and he is confident that this blow can even sink a small island. It is also the source of his confidence, even if he is a strong man at the peak of the sea, he will not fare well after being shot by him. Wald ordered his men to turn the muzzle and aim at the position of the warship ahead. Is this the fort that my lord asked all the craftsmen to make together? How huge it is. Such bombardment may destroy a warship with one blow. Idiot, if I use my lord's ability to increase, I think this blow can sink an island. Countless pirates looked excitedly at the launched turret, their faces full of excitement. Navy, let me show you how powerful this move is. Momo fired 100 times. Over there, Wald laughed ferociously, with only one hand left on the gun barrel. The fuse ignited, and soon burned to the end. Just when the turret was about to fire, the ferocious smile on Wald's face became more and more obvious, and an inexplicable force was transmitted from his hand. Under the action of Momo Fruit's ability, the moment the shell was fired, its speed, the size has suddenly increased by 100 times. A huge shell smashed towards the position of the Navy in front. With a bang, the shell cut through the air, broke through the sound barrier, and came to the front of the warship in the blink of an eye. What is certain is that if no one blocks the shell, then, this blow is enough to sink all the warships directly. Seeing the onslaught of shelling, the expressions of many of the Navy present changed, revealing expressions of shock. Quick, get out of the way. Why is there such an exaggerated bombardment? If we don't dodge, we will die. Looking at the incoming shells, many naval soldiers were in a panic. When did they see such shelling? At this time, Tao Tutu on the warship also had a dark face. Just as he was about to make a move, Yunya took a step forward and said, "Let me come, and by the way, test the new ability I developed during this time." New ability. Tao Tutu was taken aback for a moment. What does this mean? If I remember correctly, Major General Yuren seems to be a phantom beast. Could it be that he has developed a new move? Yunya ignored the change of Daotu's expression. He stood in front of the warship, staring directly at the huge mountain-like artillery shells. His face was calm, and a faint voice said from his mouth, "Sen Luo, everything is ashes, flowing like fire." With a sound of buzz, under the fluctuation of a strange force, the silver fiber in Yunyi's hand slowly unsheathed, and a golden flame slowly burned on the edge of his sword. The next moment, everyone on the warship felt a burst of high temperature, which made their mouths dry, and some even had their hair curled due to the high temperature. Everyone hastily backed away at this moment. They felt that if they continued to stay where they were, they might be burned by the high temperature. After Yunya completely pulled out the silver fiber, the high temperature became even more terrifying, as if it was going to set the sails on the warship on fire. What ability is this? Flames. Isn't Major General Yuren's ability ice like General Aokiji? Why is it flame? The Navy who saw this scene started talking. Flame, is this the new ability Major General Yeblade mentioned? The Phantom Beast's death form. Mamoto, who was on the side, was powerful and did not back down, but he was also secretly surprised when he felt the high temperature emanating from the Yunyi sword. What kind of ability is the death form of Phantom Beasts? Seeing the shells getting closer and closer, Yunya chuckled lightly. Then, let's burn you completely. I saw Yunya gently wave the silver fiber in his hand, and with a swipe sound, a red golden flame burst out from Yunya's sword edge. The monstrous golden flame rose against the storm, and suddenly turned into a curtain of fire in the next moment, sweeping forward like a wave. The surrounding temperature rose again, and the sea water seemed to be evaporated, and water vapor rose up. There was only a soft sound of, as the fire curtain passed, everything seemed to be burned to ashes, the air became distorted due to the high temperature, and even the air was burned. Quietly, the moment the huge shell came into contact with the fire curtain, it disappeared as if it had been erased by something. Then, with a buzz sound, the fire curtain released by Yunya exploded in the air and dissipated like a star. As if nothing had happened? This. What kind of attack is this? Destroy that shell directly. No, it's not destroying, but burning directly. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Especially some weak navies and pirates were shocked and inexplicable at this time. What did they see? Was that huge cannonball burned without a sound? Not even a little dross left? At this time, Tao Tutu also showed a shocked expression on his face. In fact, relying on her strength, she can also deal with the incoming shell, but she can't do it to the extent that Yunya can, and burn the attack with a single gesture? What a terrifying power this is! Then Lieutenant General Daotu, I'll go there first. I can't fully control this ability, the weak ones should stay on the warship, I'm afraid I will hurt you by mistake. After leaving a sentence, Yunya stepped on Shunpo directly rushed over. Looking at Yunyi's back, Daotu came back to his senses, took a deep breath and said to everyone behind him, "Stop the bombardment, we will leave the rest to us." After finishing speaking, her vigorous figure also jumped, stepped on the air twice, and rushed towards the island in the same way. People below the lieutenant colonel are on standby. Smoker also blinked, and rushed out on moon steps. He is still very confident in his own strength. Although he can't compare with monsters like Yunyi Daotu, he can still deal with some pirates. Me too. Seeing this, Tina also rushed out without hesitation. At the same time, there are also a few navies who are confident in their own strength, and they also rushed over on moon steps. Even if they can't deal with Valder, they can still deal with other pirates. Over there, everyone hadn't recovered from the shock. The shock that the golden flame just gave them was too strong, so much so that I haven't recovered yet. But when he saw someone rushing over from the warship, his face changed suddenly. Someone shouted, "Enemy attack, they are coming. Everyone get ready." Hearing the cheers of their companions, many people came back to their senses, and their expressions also changed. What ability is that? At this time, Wald also showed a look of astonishment on his face, thinking to himself, could it be that the red dog is coming? No, the red dog is not a flame of this color. Who is it? But the next moment, he saw Yunya and the others rushing forward. After seeing Yunya, his pupils shrank suddenly. Is it this guy? But isn't this guy's ability ice? How come? Wald also saw the golden flame on Yunya's sword edge, which was exactly the same as the flame just now. From this, he judged that the person who burned the cannonball just now was Yunya. This guy chopped off his left arm. Even if Yunya turns into ashes, he will never forget this damn guy. This guy is really lingering. Wald's eyes flashed with fear, but he will not sit still and point the cannon forward again. With a sound of boom, the cannonball of the same size as before was fired, and blasted towards Yunya. Don't you have a long memory? This trick is useless to me. Yunya's eyes were burning like torches, and there seemed to be a golden light flashing in his eyes. He swung his sword again, and the golden flame appeared again, sweeping across the shells in front of him. The same screen as before appeared. The moment the cannonball touched the golden flame, it was like butter meeting the flame, and the next moment it was melted and completely burned. It can't do any harm to Yunya at all. This time it's my turn. Yunya smiled coldly. Endless flames gathered on the silver fiber, making the blade of the silver fiber start to turn red, and the endless extreme flames gathered to one point. Extreme flame slash. It's the same as ice ultimate slash, but one is ice and the other is fire. It's all about condensing the attribute power to one point, and then chopping it out through the crescent sky rush. Yunya swung his sword, and a brilliant golden slash shot out from Yunya's sword edge. The difference from just now is that there is no monstrous fire curtain sweeping across the sky, no high temperature raging. This slash seems to be an ordinary slash. But if you look closely, everything that this slash passes seems to be reduced to nothingness, not even the air can escape. The experienced people present felt their scalps go numb when they felt Yunya's blow. There is even a feeling of panic in my heart. This blow is really too terrifying. From their perception, the heat contained in this blow is simply unimaginable. Damn it. Similarly, Wald was also aware of the horror of Yunya's blow, and his sense of knowledge jumped crazily. Run away, stay away from this attack. Mamabai doubled speed. It seemed that some great horror came, causing Wald's face to change drastically. The next moment, he ran desperately and stayed away from here as much as possible. 100 times the speed is already the fastest speed he can display, allowing his figure to directly break through the sound barrier, and appear 1,000 meters away in the next moment. Looking back, Yunya's slash had just landed. But the next moment, his pupils shrank like needlepoints again, as if he saw something incredible. I saw the position where Yunya's slash fell, and there was a chi sound, and all the things in front of the slash disappeared as if they were erased by something. Pirates, buildings, steel, strata, everything that the slash has passed, nothing can stop this slash, everything has turned into nothingness. In the end, the slash broke through the stratum and rushed directly under the island. Streaks of golden light burst out from the ground, as if something was brewing below. The golden light became more intense, and streams of flames broke through the stratum and rushed out. The sound of buzzing continued, and the flames were like a tornado. Under the rotation, the high temperature invaded the whole venue, and everything around was burned out. Everything, under the burning of such a flame, will be reduced to nothingness. When the flames dissipated, a gigantic pothole appeared in the field. The wall of the hole was scorched black, and the terrifying residual heat melted the rocks into magma. If you look closely, there are still fine fragments of flames burning everything. Together with those magmas, they were burned little by little. With one blow, a huge hole with a diameter of 1,000 meters suddenly appeared. This is the power of flowing blade Ruohuo. After the initial solution, there is a high temperature of 6,000 degrees on the surface of the sun. The temperature alone is enough for anyone to stand at the peak of the sea. And Yunya's blow was not just that, it was Yunya's extreme condensing and compression of the blazing flame, and the temperature of the extremely compressed flame would undergo a qualitative change. Monster? He's a monster. Hurry, run. How can we resist such a person? Fortunately, they hid in the distance, and the pirates who were not affected saw this scene, and all of them were scared out of their wits. How dare they stay here at this time? One by one, they fled back in a panic. How could they resist such a monster? This kind of attack. Daotu stepped on the moon steps and floated in the air, looking at Yunyi, biting her red lips. Her eyes were full of horror. This was the first time she saw Yunya fighting, but the first time shocked her, a quasi-general, to the extreme. This kind of power is not inferior to the other three. Daotu took a deep breath and said to himself. Smoker, Tina, and the navy who also rushed over also had the same expression, that is horror. Is this flame the new ability of Major General Urin? Ice and fire. What kind of devil fruit is this? It is indeed a phantom beast that is rarer than the natural ones. Similarly, all the navies who watched this scene from a distance also stood in place. Yunyi didn't have much expression on the big commotion he caused. He had already experimented before, and there was no surprise. At this time, he was floating in the air with his sword, looked down at Wald, and said lightly, "The next thing is you, Valder." The knowledgeable color stirred again, and there was a warning sign, telling Wald to run away from the guy in front of him. However, after all, Wald was once a man of great power in the sea. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he took a deep breath, and said in a cold voice, "Let the horse come here. Even if you die, I will bite off a piece of meat from you." Wald knew that he couldn't escape now. Surrounded by warships, Yunyi and Daotu on the island, on his own, today must be a bad day. But even if he dies, he still has to impress the navy. He is a world destroyer. Bundy Wald is not weak. He used to be able to compete with Roger, Whitebeard, and others? Come on, let me see the strength of your navy. Momo slashed 100 times. Wald was like a beast that was cornered. With a terrifying aura on his body, he pulled out his waist and swung a sword comparable to a great swordsman. The slash? Then let you end the curtain completely? Bondi Wald. Yunya snorted coldly, swung the sword in his hand, and a golden flame burst out, burning everything up. With a bang, two terrifying attacks collided. However, Wald's attack was only in a stalemate for a moment, before being burned bit by bit. Can you burn even a slash? Terrible flames? But it's not enough to kill me. Wald roared, and instead of retreating, he charged directly towards the fire curtain, his fists covered by armed colors. Ferocious one punch blasted out. Momo punches 100 times. Boom! The fist force produced by this punch swayed Yunyi's flame away, but he also came into contact with this flame. Even if the fist was covered with armed colors, Wald's arm also showed scorched marks at this moment. At the same time, it was bombarded by Yunya's blow and flew upside down, hitting the ground hard. Something. Yunya rushed out stepping on moon steps, and once again a sword swayed out golden flames, sweeping towards the place where Wald fell. Ha ha ha, it's not enough. It's not enough. Wald was completely mad. Regardless of his injuries, he jumped out and bombarded Yunya with all his might. Fiery hell. Yunya swung his sword down again, and pillars of fire erupted from all directions like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the sky, scorching heat and high temperature covering the entire venue, scorching the earth, and scorching the ground. Boom boom boom, the battle between the two broke out, and the ground was rumbling. This battle didn't last long, only 10 minutes. If Yunyi didn't want to test the power of flowing blade Ruo Huo more, the battle between the two would have ended even faster. However, within these 10 minutes, the entire island was riddled with holes. Yunya stood with his sword back, without any injuries on his body, and he didn't even drop the navy cloak behind him. This battle is not enough for the current Yunyi to use his full strength. At this time, Wald was lying on the ground covered in scorched black. His breath was almost gone, he was dying, and there were many burns on his body. The worst thing was his arm, which had been completely charred at this time, as if the moisture inside had been roasted and evaporated. Exhausted? At this point, the battle is over. The world destroyer, Bondi Wald, is defeated. On the sea, several warships were sailing, heading for the headquarters of the navy. This is naturally the completion of the task, and Yunyi, Daotu, and others who are rushing back to the navy headquarters. On the warship, Tina looked at Yunyi. Everything just now was still vivid in her memory, and she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. You monster's strength is really getting more and more terrifying. That kind of flame that can destroy everything, even thinking about it now makes her feel shocked. Yunya smiled and waved his hands. It's not bad, it's average. Then your general is different from ours. Tina took a puff of a thin cigarette, exhaled the white smoke, and curled her lips. Compared to Barrett and Redfield, Valder's ability is more difficult, and none of the other abilities are at the top level of the sea. Even without me, Lieutenant General Daotu should be able to solve him by himself. Yunya spread his hands, explained a sentence. In the previous battle, Yunyi had discovered it. Among Valder's various abilities, the fruit ability has been developed to the degree of awakening, reaching the top level. Others, such as two-color domineering and physical abilities, have not reached the top. Compared with Barrett and Redfield, they are much inferior, and they are not at the same level. After all, she is a quasi-general, and Lieutenant General Daotu is also very strong. She is my idol, Tina said with a smile. Momoto is not only popular among men in the Navy, but also among women. Many women in the Navy regard Momoto as an idol. Then you have to work hard, your talent is not weak, and if you work hard, you still have a chance to become a strong man like Lieutenant General Daotu. Yunya encouraged with a smile. Wen Tina was stunned for a moment, then glared at Yunyi. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? As long as I can become a lieutenant general in the future, I will be satisfied. Lieutenant Colonel Tina, you can't do this. You have to have the courage and confidence to climb the peak, so that you can go higher and further. Yunya pretended to criticize, posing as an officer. Tina rolled her eyes high, ignored this sarcastic guy, and paused before saying, so, do you have any plans for the future? Yunya looked at Tina curiously, a little puzzled. What plan? Tina said, I was in the training camp before, and it seems that Teacher Zifa said that he proposed to Marshal Warring States that you become a new quasi-general. Haven't you heard the news? Yunya stroked his chin and said, Teacher Zifa didn't tell me about this kind of thing, but the quasi-general should need the nod of the world government before he can take office. I was demoted once because of Chi Wohei's matter. Should not be approved. And it's just a name, whether it's there or not, it doesn't mean much to me. Yunya has been in the Navy for so long, so he naturally knows all about the military ranks in the Navy. In the Navy, the Admiral has the right to promote a soldier to the rank of Lieutenant General without reporting to the world government. However, the power of the Marshal to the Lieutenant General has already come to an end, and the above needs the approval of the world government. I am now a thorn in the eyes of the world government, and the world government will not allow a person who does not listen to control to become a general or a general. In this regard, Yunya did not have much hope. Unless there is an accident among those three. However, it's a little harder. The current three generals are all of the natural department, and there are no people who can defeat them in the sea, but it is a bit difficult to kill them. After all, what the three generals are aiming at is the combat power of the four emperors. It is already very difficult to defeat the world's top fighters, let alone kill them. Tina nodded, but said with a pity, you should have reached the level of a general now, right? It's a pity. Yunya shook his head. What a pity. Isn't Lieutenant General Karp also a top-notch fighter? Isn't he a lieutenant general? A lieutenant general can also cultivate his own direct descendants, so Yunya doesn't feel it's a pity. And it's not that Yunya's military rank has come to an end, there is a large naval conscription in the original book. Didn't the future Fujitora and Green Bull also be found from the conscription? Therefore, if Yunya wants to become a general, there is still a chance in the future. Also, Tina nodded in relief when she thought of Garp. Even a naval hero like Garp is just a lieutenant general, isn't he famous in the sea? Although Garp deliberately didn't become a general. But many pirates would be frightened when they heard Garp's name, and the next moment they heard the name, they wanted to run away. The current Yunya is similar. Who in the sea dares to underestimate Yaren? Even if his rank is not high? After all, this is a world that depends on strength. As long as you are strong enough, even if you are just a small navy, others dare not underestimate you. After a period of sailing, they returned to the navy headquarters again. Similarly, Yunya returned to the rank of lieutenant general because of his meritorious service in capturing Wald. This time there will be no promotion ceremony, and the Warring States period will simply notify. Yunya became idle again. But this side is idle, and the new world has started to turbulent again. An island in the new world. Redfield arrived alone. He came to find the legendary devil fruit, the devil fruit named bat fruit vampire form. After a round of battle, he also succeeded as he wished. After eating the fruit and experimenting, he sucked the blood of many people, which also restored his body to its peak. Back to the top powerhouse who can compete with Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion, 3 big pirates alone. Oh, are you here? Whitebeard. Standing on the coast, Redfield looked at the Moby Dick approaching ahead, with a wicked smile on his lips. This island is Whitebeard's territory. With Whitebeard's personality, his own territory was attacked. Naturally, he would not sit idly by and rushed over immediately. On the Moby Dick, a tall body with a white beard stood at the bow of the ship, holding the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki in his hand, squinting his eyes and looking forward. His eyes were extremely cold. Who on earth has the guts to attack his white-bearded man? Father, look over there. Marco looked in one direction, and said to the Whitebeard with a dark face. The Whitebeard looked over, and also saw the man in a red suit, with a rain fan with a bat handle, and a red cloak behind his back. Goo la la la, with this appearance, you are still alive. Whitebeard was also a little surprised when he saw Redfield. This guy looked familiar. Redfield, you didn't do anything to my people, did you? Whitebeard's eyes showed a domineering look, and a terrifying domineering aura swept across the 4 directions, pressing down on the figure in front of him. You are still so domineering? Newgate. Ladefield looked at the Whitebeard, and there was also a monstrous domineering arrogance in his body. Boom! 2 terrifying domineering auras competed against each other. Thousands of thunders rose from the void, and the sky changed color at this moment, from a clear sky to a dark cloud cover. Strips of lightning flashed in disorder. Goo la la la, if you attack my people, don't blame me for attacking your old friend. Whitebeard took a step forward, with terrifying power surging from the edge of Kong Yunki in his hand. Yin a white light appeared, and then, with a wanton smile on his face, Whitebeard slashed directly at Redfield. Let me see, have you improved or regressed over the years? Redfield also laughed, and the slender rain fan in his hand went to meet him. Boom! The weapons of the two collided in the air, and at the moment of the collision, a terrifying shock wave centered on the two of them and spread out in all directions. The clouds suddenly split and tumbling non-stop. The sea seemed to have a storm of more than 10 levels. Whitebeard grinned ferociously, and so did Redfield. Boom! The two looked at each other, exerted strength in their hands, and stalemate together, and the domineering color raged wildly in the audience. Boom! 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 The battle is about to break out, and both of them are the top powerhouses in the sea. When they collide, the whole island is normal, the sea water is rolled back, and the sky is overturned. At this moment, everyone on the Moby Dick stared blankly at this scene. They also didn't expect that someone could fight their father to such an extent without losing the wind. Who's that person? So strong, can't even Daddy suppress him. Countless people were amazed, they didn't have much impression of Redfield. And Marco, who was also watching this scene, seemed to have thought of something. His face changed slightly. That guy is Red Earl Redfield? Didn't expect him to be alive. After all, he was the one with white beard the longest, and he also recognized Redfield's identity. There is also a look of surprise on his face. Redfield. Jaws was equally surprised. He was no stranger to this name at all. The other captains also showed surprised expressions. To them, this name is like thunder. This was an existence that was once as famous as their father. Would you like to help? Seiki from the 4th team looked at Marco and asked. Marco shook his head. Father can solve it. Let's not intervene rashly. They are still very confident in their father's strength. That's the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. The fight continues over there? You old guy, your strength is not as good as before. Are you old? Redfield laughed loudly, and the umbrella in his hand was regarded as a sword by him, and he swung a blood-red terrifying slash with the sword, and killed Whitebeard. Humph. After so many years, why do you still look like this? Whitebeard snorted coldly, His fists were covered with armed domineering, and at the same time union white light emerged, and he punched out. Crack! The space seemed to be cracked by the shock, and then an extremely terrifying shock wave completely disintegrated the incoming slash, and blasted towards Redfield unabated. Devil fruit is a kind of magical thing. Redfield didn't explain, a sword surged from his body, and the black umbrella in his hand slashed and slashed towards it. Boom! Under this blow, Redfield took several steps back, each step trampled the ground and shook it. At the same time, a shock force acted on his umbrella, causing him to almost fly out of his hand. Old guy, your Zhenjian fruit is still so difficult. Redfield sighed with emotion. Although Whitebeard's attack was not as powerful as before, he became more and more comfortable using the Zhenjian fruit. The vibrating force seemed to penetrate through the umbrella in his hand to invade his body and cause damage. Bloodbats bite. Redfield waved the cloak behind him, and bloodthirsty bats rushed towards Whitebeard like a barrage of bullets. Every time the blood bat opens its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. Have you eaten a devil fruit? But you are still 100 years too early to win against me? Air shock. Whitebeard showed a domineering smile, and punched again. The terrifying concussion force directly engulfed all the blood bats that came. All blood bats were directly shattered in this attack. Boom boom boom. The two sides fought all day and night. Almost half of the island was directly destroyed, the ground was pitted, and sword marks were crisscrossed. No buildings or trees could withstand the shockwave of the two people's battle. There is even an area that is directly separated from the main island, changing from one island to two. Both sides were wounded at this time, and they were panting, with blood spilling from their mouths. Hehe, it seems that I still can't take you down, Newgate. Due to excessive consumption, Redfield's face appeared old again, and he looked at the Whitebeard, but he did not attack again. You old fellow, you have really recovered to your peak? However, even if you are injured, I will kill you here. Whitebeard's eyes were cold and stern, and he did not intend to stop because Redfield lost his fighting spirit. Hearing this, Redfield naturally knew the reason why Whitebeard refused to let it go, and curled his lips slightly. Don't worry, I didn't kill those little guys, I can recover after lying down for a while. I don't want to tear you apart because of this. Shameless. Redfield knew Whitebeard's character, and if he really killed his people, Whitebeard would not let it go. Only one of the two can survive today. So when he snatched the vampire fruit before, he didn't kill him. Those people can recover after lying down for a while at most. Hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes fluctuated, and his fighting spirit subsided a bit, but he still looked at Redfield unkindly. What's the purpose of your coming here? It can't be to meet me bar. For a devil fruit. Redfield laughed evilly. For this devil fruit, even if I want to go to war with you, I will not hesitate. Whitebeard frowned. Is this why you came to provoke me? Redfield sneered. Provocation? Devil fruits are the secret treasures of the sea, and they don't belong to anyone. I didn't kill them. I already gave you face, Whitebeard. Gulala, then you are also the one who moved me? Come on. I will beat you to the ground today. Whitebeard laughed loudly when he heard this. His fighting spirit boiled again, and he punched Ryder across the air. Field blasted past. Afraid you won't succeed. Redfield was not afraid, and swung the great swordsman's slash again. Boom boom boom. The two fought again, and it stopped completely after half a day. The two looked at each other, and then laughed at the same time. The laughter was extremely carefree. Forget it, I'll let you go today because you didn't kill me. Whitebeard stared at Redfield for a long time, then shouted behind him, little ones, the party is on. Behind, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to prepare. Redfield put away his sword and stood, looked at Whitebeard and said, I will pay you accordingly, I don't want to owe you a favor. In fact, after knowing that Redfield did not kill his own people, most of Whitebeard's anger has subsided. Later, he was just upset with Redfield and the two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Whitebeard just wanted to say hello to his old friend. That's right, the way the strong greet each other is different from other people. On the Moby Dick, the two sat opposite each other. The wine glass was bumped, and then the wine drank in a gulp, gulp. After drinking a large bowl of wine, Redfield sighed with emotion. Even the red-haired kid on Roger's boat has climbed up. It seems that we old guys will retire soon. The reason why he was so emotional was that he had noticed it when he was fighting with Whitebeard before, and that Whitebeard at this time had regressed a lot compared to when he was at his peak. Although he is still strong, he no longer has the dominance he had when he was young. Although Redfield's body has returned to its peak through the ability of the vampire fruit, it is impossible to be the same as before. The ability of the vampire fruit is not omnipotent, and he will still be beaten back to his original form when his physical strength is exhausted. Just like now, his appearance has returned to an old state due to excessive consumption, and he needs to absorb other people's blood again to restore his youth. The white-bearded Damajindeo sat on the chair, took a sip of wine, wiped his mouth and said, Roger, Golden Lion, Carp, Warring States, Zifa, many people have already retreated. There are fewer and fewer people, but the sea is like this. In every era, a group of strong people will emerge to defeat the older generation. The torrent of the era will not stop because of you, me, or other people. Whitebeard's mentality is still very good. He has no intention of fighting for hegemony. If he wants to, he must be the next One Piece after Roger. Even Kaido and Big Mom can't stop him. This is the confidence of the strongest man in the world. Hehe, it seems that you didn't spend this time in vain, but Roger, that guy in the era of the Great Pirate, really did something earth-shattering. Redfield took a sip of his wine and said lightly, when he was captured, Roger hadn't conquered the New World yet, so he didn't see the opening of the era of great pirates. However, he knew the whole leopard at a glance. Through the current situation on the sea, he also roughly knew how chaotic the sea must have been at that time. Whitebeard didn't stay on this topic for too long. It's a commonplace topic, he said. Then what are your plans now? Redfield's eyes flashed, and he said with an evil smile, since that guy Roger can start an era, then I'll try to start one too. That guy should be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces now, right? After I come out, what? Maybe not to cause trouble for that guy? I have been thinking about this matter all these years. The guy he was talking about was naturally the former admiral who defeated and captured him. It's empty? Now it's not the same as before. You want to start a new era? Gulala, it's not that easy. Do you also want to find what Roger left behind? Whitebeard took a sip of his wine and looked at Riderfield. Redfield said, One Piece? What did Roger that guy leave behind that made the world government so afraid? Gulala, do you want to know? I can tell you. Whitebeard laughed. Did that guy tell you this too? Redfield looked at Whitebeard, but at the end he snorted coldly, I will take what I want myself. The two of them drank and chatted. They were all old friends, and their conversations were all things from the past. After drinking for 3 rounds, Redfield got up and wanted to leave, but when he was about to leave, he looked in one direction intentionally or unintentionally. Newgate, not everyone can be recruited on board. Some people have big ambitions. I don't want to see you die at the hands of my own people one day. That's not the style of your Whitebeard. It's enough to drag Garp or Sengoku into the water? Ha ha ha. It's not your turn to take care of my affairs? Get out of here. Whitebeard snorted coldly, not paying attention to Redfield's words. Hearing this, Ladefield gave an evil laugh and didn't say anything else. The blood-red bat wings on his back shot up into the sky and disappeared, and the face of a fat man with missing teeth suddenly changed with a silly smile, but he quickly returned to the original state, and no one noticed, and then laughed a few times. Ha ha ha, the banquet is here. Come, Captain Seki, drink one. Brother Titch, come on, let's go. Ha ha ha, if you can't do it, just admit defeat. I'm very good at drinking. Satch put his arm around Titch's shoulder, as if he was a good brother. And on the other side of the New World, a ship disguised as a merchant ship sailed on the sea. On the boat, Festa held a treasure map in his hand and looked at it. The excitement on his face was beyond words. Ahead, there is a calm sea, flat and flat, without any ups and downs. My lord, is there really a treasure here? A younger brother looked at the surrounding scene and asked in disbelief. Festa said firmly, it's definitely here. I found this treasure map from the bottom of the sea. Another person asked curiously, Boss, what is it that made you spend so much time? Hearing this, Festa laughed loudly, as if showing off, saying, the treasure left by the legendary captain of the John Pirates. What? The treasure of the John Pirates? Does that thing really exist? Is this impossible? I always thought it was a legend. Some younger brothers exclaimed when they heard Festa's words. That's natural. Festa's face flashed with excitement, and he thought to himself, when Captain John broke out in the Valley of the Gods battle, he looted most of the man's treasures. Once, after the outbreak of the Valley of Gods War, when Lox died, the Lox Pirates also announced their disintegration. The captains of the Lox Pirates fought for Lox's hidden treasure. Among them, John searched for the most things, almost looting most of Lox's treasures and hiding them. And shortly after this incident, John died due to some kind of accident, and the treasures he left behind were completely missing. The only clue is the treasure map he left behind. Countless people are flocking to this treasure. On the sea, it is only inferior to Roger's One Piece. And Festa was very lucky. When he was searching for the record pointer of Lovedrew dropped by Roger, he happened to find a clue, and come after it. But my lord, there is nothing here. A younger brother looked around, a little confused. It's almost all the sea here, and I don't even see a shadow of the island? If it was an island in the sea, then this place would have been discovered a long time ago. Festa said lightly, taking a sip of his cigar. My lord, do you mean at the bottom of the sea? A younger brother guessed. Festa snapped his fingers. That's right. That island should have been hidden by the strong, and it's likely to be in the bottom of the sea near here. Festa waved his hand. Little ones, let me go to the sea to find it. If I find it, I will reward you a lot. There must be a brave man under a lot of money, and more than half of the people on the boat jumped into the sea to look for it. After nearly a month of searching in the nearby waters, a younger brother discovered something unusual from the bottom of the sea. The little boy looked at a bulge on the bottom of the sea and couldn't help diving down curiously. This person is not weak. He is a pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million. His eyes moved, and he punched the protrusion. The huge force rolled the sea current, causing the seabed water to surge, and the protrusion, the raised silt, was swept away, revealing a corner of the building. When the current calmed down, he stared wide-eyed, and then hurriedly swam towards the sea surface. Jumping out of the sea, he swam towards Festa's position and yelled at Festa, Boss, there is a discovery here. Have you found it? Good, good. Festa couldn't hide the excitement on his face, and hurriedly drove the boat here. He is not capable, so he jumped into the sea and dived over. After seeing a corner of the building exposed on the bottom of the sea, it looks like a skull with a skull eye. After seeing this scene, the excitement on Festa's face became more obvious, and he secretly said, Skull Island, it looks right. And the timing is right. This skeleton island on the bottom of the sea will not stay in place forever. It will drift everywhere in the new world with the currents of the bottom of the sea. If you miss the time, you may not find anything here. It is precisely because of this that Captain John's treasure has not been found by others. It is hidden on the bottom of the sea, and it will drift to a specific location every once in a while. Without the slightest clue, if you want to find Captain John's treasure, you are undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. In the original book, it is very likely that Festa did not find Captain John's treasure because he missed the time. Quick, find a way to float this island. Festa returned to the boat and ordered his men to find a way to bring up the island from the bottom of the sea. If not soon, this island will drift away again due to the current. At that time, he will have no way to relocate. Festa's people spent countless methods and took a long time, and finally detonated a submarine volcano on the seabed, and with the help of the eruption of the submarine volcano, the island surfaced. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I finally found Captain John's treasure. Seeing the skeleton island on the sea, Festa couldn't bear the excitement in his heart any longer, and laughed out loud. After some searching, he also found a large amount of treasure on the island, and, the goal of his operation this time? Looking at the stone tablet engraved with densely packed ancient characters lying quietly among a large pile of gold and silver treasures, Festa's hands were trembling with excitement. He looked at the stone tablet and his pupils were slightly absent-minded. The fourth piece of red history text? Sure enough, when Lox was defeated, this thing was taken away by Captain John along with the endless treasures. Ha ha ha, now, we have the Bailey that will cost the celebration, and the bargaining chips to attract those big pirates, and the final trump card, the record pointer that belongs to Ralph Drew. With these chips, this time, I will start an era that is even more grand than the era of great pirates opened by Roger. The future era belongs to me. It is me, the greatest celebration master in the world, who will start a new era. Festa laughed out loud, his tone full of madness. At this time, the new world is changing. The legendary pirate, Red Earl Redfield reappeared and fought a big battle with Whitebeard on an island, although no one knows the specific result of the battle. However, the reappearance of the name Red Earl has already made some older pirates gasp. Later, although no one knew of Redfield since that time, his appearance also made the new world turbulent again. On the other hand, the Prison Breakers pirate group composed of several prison breakers such as the Evil Government King and San Juan Wolf also plunged into the new world. The appearance of these people also surprised countless people. These people are considered to have lost. The pirates appeared again. Soon, they naturally thought of the big battle that broke out in the Advanced City before. They, like Kaido, were criminals who escaped from the Advanced City. Before, many people were guessing who would escape from the prison, but they never thought of it. Those who escaped from the prison are all strong men who once had a great reputation in the sea. Moreover, as soon as this group of guys who are not afraid of death appeared in the new world, they found trouble with the four emperors. Their goal was Red Hair. The Prison Breakers pirates and the Red Hair pirates, in a certain sea area, broke out a great war that shocked the new world. Although the Prison Breakers pirates were defeated in the end, they were not defeated by the Red Hair pirates. The regiment was annihilated and fled. But after this battle, their strength is also known by countless people in the new world, which is enough to shake the power of the four emperors. Almost immediately afterward, the Crescent Moon pirates of the Crescent Moon hunter Caitlina also appeared in the new world. After successively killing several pirates with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions, the captain of the Crescent Moon pirates even threatened to fight with the 7 pirates. Hancock, one of the Wuhai's empresses, snatches the title of the most beautiful woman in the world. But these are just small things, and the more important things are the news that came out recently. Someone wants to open the Pirate World Expo that has not been opened for a long time. It caused countless pirates to look sideways, and even the 4 emperors paid attention to it. According to gossip, there is a legendary treasure on the World Expo this time. Some say it's Captain John's hidden treasure. Some people also said that something related to Roger appeared in this World Expo. Even things hidden by the world government will be revealed at this World Expo. Countless people have countless theories. The most exaggerated, even the news that Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto will appear were revealed by unknown people. Because of this sudden news, the new world is also full of uproar. Naturally, this news was quickly passed on to the 4 emperors. Whitebeard territory of the 4 emperors, on the Moby Dick. Marco walked over from the other side with a newspaper and a record pointer, and when he came to Whitebeard, he smiled with interest and said, "Father, read this news quickly." Whitebeard sat on the throne, holding a jug in his hand, and looked at Marco after taking a sip of wine. Oh, did something big happen to the sea? Marco. He was naturally aware of the recent turmoil in the sea, and those guys who escaped from prison finally couldn't stand their loneliness and started to act. The new world is in turmoil because of these people. Marco explained, it seems that someone wants to open the Pirate World Expo again. The newspaper has passed it out, and it also comes with a record pointer, which should be the record pointer leading to that island. After obtaining a large amount of treasure and the red historical text, Festa also worked intensively, produced a large number of permanent pointers to Skull Island, and spread the news of the World Expo throughout the entire world through the channel of Morgans. The sea? Now the world is well informed, and they all know the news. Pirate World Expo? I haven't heard of this name for a long time, I really miss it. Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Gulala, do you know who held it? I want to hold the World Expo. There is nothing attractive about it. Every World Expo must have enough attractive things, otherwise it would be impossible to attract all the pirates in the New World. It was held by Festa, the world's #1 sermonator. It seems that there are rumors that this time it is related to Roger. Marco opened the newspaper and said, Roger? That's really interesting. Whitebeard took a sip of his wine and didn't pay much attention. It is not uncommon in the sea that no one uses the name of Roger to bluff and deceive. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Marco saw that Whitebeard didn't care, and he continued, and there are more than just Roger's things. It seems that there are rumors that there will be a red history text in this World Expo, but this information is not read from newspapers. It was delivered from the dark, and there are photos. With that said, Marco took out a photo. This is a red stone tablet piled up among many treasures, but only one corner is exposed, and the rest are hidden by the treasures. It was taken by Festa at that time. After all, it is a real red historical text. Anyone with a little vision can recognize it. This is indeed the real red historical text. Bring me to have a look. Whitebeard also showed a little interest, took the photo from Marco, looked at it carefully, and finally focused his eyes. Seeing Whitebeard's expression, Marco asked, Father, is this the real red history text? Whitebeard pondered for a moment before he said uncertainly, the above are indeed ancient characters. Whitebeard is also well informed, so he is naturally no stranger to ancient characters. Although he can't understand what is written on it, the font is indeed ancient characters. Marco was very surprised. Could it be true? Well, this time the World Expo may be lively. Whitebeard put the photo aside, take out the historical text as a bargaining chip. It seems that Festa's ambition is not small. Is there any conspiracy? Father, Marco, what are you talking about? Jaws walked over curiously. Marco briefly described the matter. Jaws was equally astonished. The red history text? World Expo? Who on earth has such a skill? They actually found the history text. Marco continued, if it is true, then, it is estimated that the other 3 emperors are likely to be interested in this matter. Kaido and Big Mom each have a red history text in their hands. The red history text is related to the position of the final island of Ralph Drew. These 4 emperors are bound to win the throne of One Piece, so naturally it is impossible to let it go. Chances are it will be kicked into action for this very reason. Jaws looked at Whitebeard. Father, should we go and have a look? If it's really a red history text, then it's very interesting. It's okay to go and have a look. The Whitebeard Gulala laughed, but there was a gleam in his eyes. He also wanted to see what the World Expo had this time. At the same time, the 100 Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates also got the news successively. Among the Cake Islands, Charlotte Lingling held a newspaper in her hand, and her eyes were bright. World Expo? The red history text? Well, interesting. Who is so capable? I'm going to take a good look at it. Mom, do you want to act? Perospero on the side looked at Charlotte Lingling. The Big Mom pirates haven't made any big moves recently, and they haven't made any moves. The main reason is that no one dares to provoke them easily. Charlotte Lingling laughed loudly, take all the highest combat power. If the news is true, I think Kaido will not let it go. There will definitely be people from other forces. I haven't seen this for a long time. I don't know if my strength has improved after I got out of prison. Also on the side were the 3 generals. At this time, they were also holding newspapers in their hands, and they all showed surprised expressions. If the news is true, there will definitely be even more terrifying turmoil in the New World, the country of harmony, the territory of beasts. Kaido is also holding a newspaper in his hand, and his face is full of excitement. Oh, I smell the arrival of the top war. Pirate Expo, red history text. This war, our beasts the pirates cannot be absent. The 3 plagues are also present. Yen Calamity Jin held the record pointer and said calmly, Skull Island? Is there such an island in the New World? It seems to be an island formed by the eruption of a submarine volcano. Drought Jack thought for a while before saying, there's going to be another war. Quinn lacked interest, as if he didn't have much interest in fighting. Stop talking nonsense, let everyone get ready, let's go to that Skull Island. I am Kaido of Beasts, are you afraid that others will fail? Kaido took a sip of wine and said domineeringly, I want to see, the news is it true, if it is false, then don't blame me. Redhead territory. At this time they are having a banquet. However, they also often hold banquets, and it is not uncommon for every newcomer to hold a banquet. At this time, the red hair looked at the newspaper in his hand, and couldn't help muttering, is there Captain Roger's treasure and Captain John's treasure? Even the red history text has appeared, which is quite curious. As a former member of Roger's pirates, Red Hair doesn't remember that her captain left behind other treasures besides One Piece. As for the red history text, I don't know if it is true, but this matter also aroused his curiosity. The red history text is now in the world, and the matter is not small. Moreover, the name Captain John appeared, but he remembered that his former little friend had been looking for this person's treasure all the time. I don't know if Bucky will show up. This guy seems to think that Captain John's treasure is in the East China Sea. The red-haired murmured to himself. Boss, do you want to go over and take a look? This is the text of the red history. If it is true, Kaido and Big Mom will definitely not let it go. A fat man bit a big bone in his mouth, vaguely said. The red hair slapped his thigh suddenly. Go, of course. I'm very curious about Captain Roger's treasure. Dark World, Moon Knight Island. At this time, Yunya was sitting on the throne with a golden sword, listening to Yachi's report. Is there a Pirate World Expo? Didn't expect it to be held at this time? Barrett? Yunya lazily leaned on the throne, pondering in his heart, and, the fourth red history text, why did this thing appear at this time? If you remember correctly, there have been 3 red historical texts in the original pirate work. Kaido and Big Mom each have one, and the other one is on the giant elephant. So, Yunya thought about it, and felt very surprised. I didn't expect to hear the news of the 4th red history text at this time. My lord, there is a lot of noise in the New World because of this incident, and many pirates are heading towards the newly appeared Skull Island. Yakiwi reported. My lord, should we act? The red text of history is about the secret of the final island. Those big pirates should not miss this opportunity. Hawkins, who also stood aside, also spoke. After the previous battle ended, Hawkins also joined Yunyi's forces as he wished, become Yunyi's capable subordinate. Moreover, the current Hawkins has also learned the two-color domineering, and his strength is much stronger than when the original book first appeared. This is because Hawkins has been in contact with the top powerhouses in the sea early, and his vision is naturally longer than before. Coupled with his good talent, he is already a powerful master in Wang Su's palace at this time. It is worth mentioning that the current Dark World is almost headed by Yunya. Although Yunya didn't bother to find other Dark World kings, but one of these people counted as one, and they were all soft on Yunya. The current situation is that there are 4 emperors of the sea, plus a king of the Dark World. These 5 people can be said to be the most powerful forces in the New World, but among them, Yunyi has the smallest sphere of influence. After all, the Dark World is too scattered. Although the Quincy is the leader now, they are all scattered to many positions. There's a sense of self-government. Another reason is that the kings of the Dark World have their own forces to operate, and they cannot be aggregated together. This relationship is more like an alliance than a whole. It's just that Yunyi is in a dominant position in this alliance. Yunya thought for a moment, and then said, it's okay to join in the fun. You can come with me to see when the time comes, the Pirate World Expo, this celebration of pirates, there should be many interesting things happening. Yes, my lord. Both of them agreed. Other well-informed forces also knew the news one after another. Shishibukai, Revolutionary Army, Redfield, Prison Breakers Pirates, Crescent Moon Pirates, etc. also got the news one after another. They are equally interested in the Pirate Expo. They also started to act one after another. Even in the direction of the 4 seas, there are forces who know the news. A certain sea area in the East China Sea. What? Captain John's treasure has appeared? Where is it? New World? How is this possible? Isn't it here in the East China Sea? A funny figure with a red nose suddenly became startled, his face full of unbelievable. This person is none other than the former Roger Pirates crew member with domineering luck, and the current captain of the Clown Pirates, Bucky the Clown. The little brother in front of him wiped his sweat, and said cautiously, yes, Captain, this news has come here from the New World. It seems to be called the Pirate World Expo. I heard that there will be one piece at the expo this time. Roger's treasure, and that red history text. Ah, Captain Roger? Pirate World Expo? Red history text. The expression on Bucky the Clown became even more shocked. What did he hear? As someone who has been on Roger's ship, he naturally knows what the red history text represents. What's the situation? Is the New World so lively now? The clown Bucky was shocked. The current him is not the future Kaiwahei, the future 4 emperors Thousand Liangde Ahua, just a famous pirate captain in the East China Sea. Although the other younger brothers were also surprised, they didn't know what their captain was surprised at. They hadn't reached that level yet. Boss, what are you surprised about? Even if something happens in the New World, it has nothing to do with us, right? The current deputy captain, Makai, is riding a lion with its head full of food, looking weakly at his own captain. He also didn't understand what his captain was surprised about. Why doesn't it have anything to do with us? Hurry up, let's go to the New World. How can other people get Captain John's things? And Captain Roger's treasures too? Hearing Machi's words, the clown Bucky suddenly screamed, stand up. How can you be willing to let others get the treasure that you want so much? Not even the 4 emperors. This. The other younger brothers all looked at each other in dismay. What joke is this captain of his family playing? Heading to a new world? Going to die? The clown Bucky was extremely anxious at this time. He didn't pay attention to the expression on his little brother's face, and directly ordered, little ones, set off and go to the new world. Yes. Due to the coercion of their own captain, no matter how unwilling these younger brothers are, they can only obey their own captain's orders. A pirate group flying a clown-patterned flag set off, aiming at the new world. The same is the East China Sea, 10,000 meters high. There are dozens of islands floating here. This is the lair of the Golden Lion, where the flying pirates are located. At this time, a younger brother rushed to the Golden Lion and reported respectfully, Captain, I brought you all the newspapers during this time. Oh, come and take a look. The man with blonde hair and a ship's rudder stuck on top of his head showed a smile, brought a large pile of newspapers, and looked through them one by one. Huh? Someone actually escaped from the city again? Beast Kaido? Oh, it's that little brat who can't be killed. Really capable. What is this? That old guy Redfield actually escaped from prison? He even had a fight with Whitebeard? What happened? Ha, that old guy Whitebeard is still alive. Roger's treasure? Captain John? Read history text. Why have so many things happened during this period? The new world has been so lively recently. Gihahahaha. How can I miss my golden lion in such a lively time? Little ones, take our test product and set off towards the new world. I want everyone in the new world and the world government to know that my revenge plan is about to start. Let the whole world know once again the prestige of my golden lion. This is the holy land of Marijoya. The 5 old stars are all present. Is this news true? The read history text. One of the 5 old stars frowned and said. Another person said, the news from CP has a high probability to be true. I remember that this historical text was lost after Locks died. Why is it still found? I don't know. The read history text is not allowed to be obtained by pirates. This time it must be obtained. Let the Navy dispatch it. This historical text must be in our hands. Let CP0 also act to ensure nothing goes wrong. Roger, that damn bastard, actually caused us such a big mess after he died. Several 5 old stars are suffering from headaches. The changes in the new world have far exceeded their control. It seems that I can't suppress it anymore. One person said again, if the matter is not resolved perfectly this time, we may have to wake up Lord Im. When it comes to Im, the 5 of them are slightly silent. Another person said, if the situation is out of control, this is the only way to go. Several people were silent again. If possible, they did not want to wake up Master Im. As the ultimate whole card of the world government, Im needs to pay a huge price every time he wakes up. This price, even if their world government has a deep foundation, they can't afford it. But if the situation is really out of their control, they can only wake up Im. The first half of the Great Voyage. Navy Headquarters. The Navy has planted eyeliners in many forces. Naturally, this news was known at the first time. In addition, the order of the 5 old stars has reached the hands of the warring states. To this end, the warring states period also opened a high-level meeting. Over the meeting, several senior officials were present. On the main seat, warring states had a very unsightly face, and said without any nonsense, now there is a situation in the new world, and the red history text has appeared. Hearing the red history text, all the Navy present were shocked. The flying squirrel even looked directly at warring states, and asked, the red history text? I remember that thing is the coordinate history text of the final island. Ralph drew, right. All eyes were on warring states. Even Garp, who has always been joking and out of tune, looked over. What the meaning of the red history text represents, they, the Navy, naturally know. Yo, it's really scary. Is it actually the text of the coordinate history? Now the new world is going to be in chaos. Huang Yuan leaned on the chair, with the corner of his mouth twitched, showing a frightened look. Aokiji also had a serious expression and did not speak. Yunyi had already known about it through the channel of the Quincy Master, and there was no surprise on his face. After all, the Navy headquarters was in the first half, and the news of the new world was already raging, but the Navy headquarters only received the notification here. It's not that the Navy's news is not well informed, but that the Navy's eyeliner needs to know the accuracy of the news before reporting it to the headquarters. It would be bad if there was an oolong. That's why the news from the Navy headquarters is a bit behind. Lieutenant General He on the side spoke slowly. This matter is not a trivial matter. It is estimated that those in the new world will take action. The few people she mentioned are naturally the 4 emperors of the new world. When the red history text appears, all pirates in the new world will be moved by the news, and the 4 emperors are no exception. Seeing that the meeting became noisy because of the red history text, Jean Guo waved his hand and said, the world government has made up its mind, and the red history text must be brought back. Is the Navy involved too? Huang Yuan curled his lips and muttered to himself. He had a premonition that war was coming again. It's so annoying. Recently, he hasn't had much leisure time. Even the rest time has to be eaten by the warring states, and he has been running around on the sea. The salary is so little, he feels that being a general loses money. He couldn't help but look at Carp. Carp's life was what he dreamed of. Warring States Road, this is unavoidable. The red history text is not a trivial matter. The world government will not allow pirates to get it, especially pirates at the level of the 4 emperors. Garp stopped eating senbei at this time, and said, looks like there's going to be a big move this time. Carp still knows about the Warring States period, and when the meeting starts at this time, the Navy must make a big move. Aokiji raised his head slightly, looked at Sengoku, and suggested, then, this time I will go to the new world. Green pheasant? That's fine. Jean Guo nodded, then looked at Huang Yuan and said, however, only one general is not enough. Huang Yuan, you should go with him too. Alas, do I want it to? Huang Yuan felt that he had been wronged so much that he sat upright without opening his mouth, and would be called by name. What an idiot! In addition, the lieutenant general should follow along. Yaren, Peach Rabbit, Tea Pork, Flying Squirrel, Huashaishan. You guys also go together. Jean Guo finally looked in the direction of the lieutenant general and called his names directly. Unfortunately, Yunyi was also arrested. Akainu was not in the headquarters at this time, so the Warring States period did not let Akainu go to the New World. Another reason is that the naval headquarters also needs to be guarded by generals, and it is impossible for all high-level combat forces to go to perform tasks. In this way, the strength of the Navy will be very empty. If someone calls at this time, their Navy will suffer heavy losses. In the end, the Warring States period decided to keep a general. Originally, he wanted Aokiji to stay and let Akainu pass. But since Aokiji proposed to go to the New World, he followed the trend. Good. Several lieutenant generals who were named nodded, and had no objection to the decision of the warring states period. But at this time, Garp suddenly laughed and suggested, in that case, I'll go there too. I heard that Redfield is also in the New World. I haven't beaten him for a long time, and my hands are a little itchy. What is this guy up to? Didn't you just come back from the East China Sea? Zhang Guo narrowed his eyes and looked at Garp, and finally nodded. Since Lieutenant General Garp wants to go together, let's go together. Hey. Garp chuckled, with a malicious smile on his face. He was pissed off by his grandson in Donghai. Although he was beaten up, he was his grandson after all, so he couldn't enjoy the beating, so he couldn't relieve his anger at all. Now someone in the New World can vent his anger on him. His hands are itching right now, and he wants to find someone to vent his anger on. With such a lively place, how could he miss it? Naturally, I want to play with the past. Cough cough, go to the mission. Discussed this matter for some time. After the meeting is over, warships will depart from the port. It takes time to go to the New World, and it takes time to start early. This matter is no small matter for the Navy and the world government. The world government does not allow such things as read history texts to exist in the world. It's just that they couldn't find the slightest trace. Now that there is news that the red history text appears, it is impossible for the world government to ignore it. Since this kind of thing can't be destroyed, then, the pirates can't get it either. So, this time, the Navy has made a real move. Even the combat power of the general level is dispatched. General Aokiji, General Yellow Monkey, and various powerful lieutenant generals were all transferred. They led the warships and set off towards the New World in mighty strength. The whole world started to work because of this news. Countless powerful pirates are moving in one direction. Advance to the place called Skull Island. New World, Skull Island. After a period of renovation, it is quite different from before. At this time, Festa divided the island into many areas for people to play. Bars, casinos, and various entertainment venues were built. Festa got a lot of treasure from Captain John, and Bailey didn't worry about spending money at all, and directly built a dilapidated island into a venue comparable to the entertainment empire run by Gilder Tetzalo. In a sense, Tetzalo is also a person from the Dark World, but he is different from other kings in nature, and all the forces are on the golden ship Gulen Tetzalo. It is said to be a Dark World, but it is actually more like a pirate group. He is not the same as other Dark World kings. That's why Yunya didn't attack him. At this time, the Skull Island was already overcrowded. Countless pirates have gone to Skull Island in advance, and various black transactions are also carried out on the island. But at this time, because those big figures have not yet arrived, the celebration cannot be regarded as the real beginning. In a room on the island, Festa was talking with Barrett at this time. Barrett said, "Do you have a way to kill all the pirates who come here?" Festa said confidently, "In addition to building the island, I used the rest of Bailey to buy explosives. Even the 4 emperors will never survive with so many explosives. Dynamite." Barrett was a little surprised. He didn't expect Festa to have such a backhand, but he narrowed his eyes and said, "Is it buried under the island?" Although Barrett is confident, he doesn't think he can defeat all the 4 emperors who came here by himself. What level are the 4 emperors? Even if he has confidence in himself, he will never feel that he can easily beat those 4 emperors, so he must have a backup. He also chatted with Festa before, but he didn't expect Festa's backhand to be the explosives buried under the island. Festa took a sip of his cigar, looked coldly and said, "That's right, it's in the central area of the island. Then you can use your fruit ability to trap them all, and then I will detonate the explosives. Everyone is going to die." Barrett grinned ferociously, "Is this your backhand?" Festa also sneered, "Naturally, if you want to cause chaos in the sea, you must let those emperors die. By then, the order of the new world will collapse, and no one will be able to stop you." "Ha ha ha, that's fine, as long as no one blocks my way, One Piece will be mine sooner or later." Barrett laughed loudly, his eyes shining brightly. He is looking forward to the World Expo more and more. Time goes by. The time has finally come to the opening day of the World Expo. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fireworks exploded in the sky, and the gorgeous fireworks scattered like stars. The celebration of the World Expo has officially begun. Welcome to this World Expo. Here, you don't have to worry about the Navy, don't worry about the world government. Here is a celebration for our pirates. Here, you can eat and drink to your heart's content, without any scruples. Pirates, be free. Here is the new world, the carnival of pirates all over the world. Enjoy it to the fullest. At the very center of Skull Island, a fancy-dressed host was holding a microphone and yelling vigorously. His passionate voice directed towards the entire island through the phone bug in his hand. The host showed an excited smile and paced back and forth on the stage. In front of him were countless pirates who were equally excited. He glanced back and forth, took a deep breath, and raised his voice again. "Then, let's not talk nonsense. I know that you are all here for one purpose, and that is Roger's treasure, and the legendary treasure, the Red History Text. What does the Red History Text represent? I think everyone here is familiar with it." Ula. Countless cheers came from all around, as if responding to the host's words. "Look, everyone." The host roared, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, he let out a big laugh, turned around and pointed to the skull-shaped place on the island behind, and said loudly, "What you want is right there? Go find it? Anyone who wants it, go find it? No matter who you are, as long as you have the strength here, then the treasure belongs to you." Then, the World Expo officially begins. As soon as the host's voice fell, countless pirates who were already ready to go rushed up excitedly. In the middle of the island, which is where the huge skull is, a large area has been emptied, and here is the stage. Countless pirates rushed over and headed towards the skull. The fight begins. Countless pirates began to fight for one goal. It's the Supernova Storm King pirates. Their captain is a strong man with a reward of 300 million. Has he already stepped into the new world? There is also the Liada pirates. Didn't this guy challenge Hawkeye before? It seems he failed, but his survival proves his strength. On the surrounding stands, countless spectators recognized some of the pirates who were famous in the new world, and they exclaimed again and again. And on the other side, a certain table in an open-air bar. Several people from Wangsu Palace have also arrived. At this moment, he was sitting in a corner, watching a huge broadcast screen. No one knows that right here, the king of the dark world, the Quincy master whose strength is comparable to that of the 4 emperors, has arrived, and she Shiren is sitting here, eating snacks leisurely. Yechi is sitting gracefully. She is wearing a decent cheongsam, which outlines her bumpy figure vividly. At this time, she is wearing red sunglasses and her red lips are charming, attracting the attention of many people around her. She took a sip of red wine and said to Yunya, "My lord, why don't you go over?" Yunya was also wearing sunglasses, eating snacks leisurely, just glanced at the screen, ignored it, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, those big people haven't appeared yet, this is just a joke. When the real big shot arrives, the play will be over. Before the fight starts, let's eat some food first. This snack is good, it can be introduced to Moon Knight Island." Hawkins was divination with a tarot card in front of him. He paused for a moment, then looked at Yunya, "My lord, this time, the probability of this island being destroyed is 100%. At this time, the 3 of them came to Wangsu Palace, and it can also be said that they are the strongest fighting force in Wangsu Palace. Naturally, if those people fight, it's no wonder they don't sink." Yunya was not surprised, and continued to eat by himself. While eating, Yunya's eyes suddenly looked in one direction, and the corner of his mouth suddenly opened. "Oh, there's a big guy here." Over there, a middle-aged man wearing red clothes and a red cloak behind his back was also sitting in the same place, drinking an unknown red liquid leisurely. As if sensing something, the man suddenly turned his head to look at Yunya. After seeing Yunya, he couldn't help but raise his brows. His sense of knowledge is also very special, and he can vaguely perceive the faint sense of threat that this person brings to him. This person is none other than Redfield. Who is this person? Redfield narrowed his eyes, didn't let go of his knowledge, just watched quietly, guessing in his heart. He also had nothing to do, so he came to join in the fun. He is also very interested in the Pirate World Expo, Roger's treasure, and the red history text. It's just that he didn't expect that not long after arriving, he encountered a person who made him a little afraid. With this kind of strength, you shouldn't be unknown in the sea. Who would it be? Redfield had no plans to go to the past, and looked away, but he became curious in his heart. The current world has already made him a little incomprehensible, and a random person will give him such a feeling. This person is definitely not an ordinary person in the sea. Except for the 4 emperors, after all, he has a little impression of all the 4 emperors. So, is it Akaiwohei or the Quincy master of that dark world? Hey, it's really interesting. This is the age. Redfield took a sip of the red liquid in the wine glass, his eyes flickered. Seeing Redfield look away, Yunya didn't intend to go there, but showed a faint smile on his face. Is he even here? It seems that the red history text is really attractive. Yechi also looked over, but she didn't know Redfield, so she asked curiously, "My lord, who is he?" If the guess is correct, that person should be the legendary pirate, the Red Earl, Redfield. Yunya said lightly after drinking a sip of red wine. Although this appearance is different from what I have seen before as Yaren, it is younger. But Yunya recognized it at a glance. The Red Earl. Both Yechi and Hawkins were taken aback. The Red Earl's name was also very resounding in the New World during this period of time. After all, he used to be as famous as Whitebeard, Roger, Golden Lion, and others. In addition, the news of his battle with Whitebeard was also spread by other people, and they were also very surprised when they heard Yunya say that the man was the Red Earl. Hawkins said in a deep voice, "The Red Earl, I remember he should be about the same age as Whitebeard, right? Then, why does he look so young?" Yunya said, "It should be the ability of the devil fruit. In the sea, there are still many abilities that can rejuvenate people." Hearing this explanation, both of them nodded. The devil fruit ability is too perverted, and any ability will not make people feel strange. Even immortality is possible, let alone rejuvenation. "My lord, has the Red Earl's strength returned to its peak now?" Yechi asked curiously. Yunya shook his head slightly, and said firmly, "It is impossible for the Red Earl to return to his heyday. No matter what ability it is, it has its drawbacks. If you use the Devil Fruit ability to make yourself younger, then it must be with a time limit, the staying power will never be too long." Yunya knew what fruit Redfield ate, but he guessed that even if it was a phantom beast vampire fruit, it was absolutely impossible for Redfield to return to the peak. There must be some kind of limitation. And this limitation is that there is no staying power when you were young? But even so, Redfield at this time is definitely at the level of the 4 emperors. Being able to fight against Whitebeard is an ironclad proof. However, we can't underestimate him. At this time, he is definitely at the level of the 4 emperors. He must have at least 3 or more peak levels of strength. Yunya said with a smile. Hiss, more than 3 peak strengths. After hearing Yunya's words, the two were surprised again. Regarding the division of power at the peak level, they also heard Yunya mention it. Know what this means. Overlord color entanglement, one of the high-level 2 color domineering, physique, vitality, great swordsman, physical skills. As long as you can possess a peak level ability, you can be regarded as a top master in the sea. Of course, the same sentence, the specific battle depends on the performance, strength is only relative. The reason why the two were surprised was that the two of them didn't even have a peak level ability at this time. They know how hard it is. Yunya didn't speak any more, but continued to look towards the direction of the stage, where the battle was still going on. As time went by, more and more pirates joined, and the battle became more intense. There have even been bounty criminals with a bounty of more than 700 million joining the battle. It's a pirate group called the Evil Party. Their captain, the villain Lita, offered a bounty exceeding 700 million Baileys. The evil gang of pirates came from behind and caught up with the pirates ahead. And fierce fighting broke out. The villainous party Lita is a tall middle-aged man, a burly man with a thick upper body and a thinner body that is unique to the pirate world. He is nearly 3 meters tall, with a large number of scars on his exposed arms and face. With a big face, it looks very dangerous. At this time, he looked at the other group of pirates ahead, and said ferociously, "The Tyrant King Pirates? Are you the supernova of this year?" The Tyrant King Jason, who is offering a reward of 390 million Baileys. The Tyrant Jason was nearly 2 meters tall. In front of Lita, he looked like a short man, but the aura exuded from his body was not weak, and he would not lose the wind against Lita. Jason looked at Lita, his eyes lit up, and he snorted coldly, "Who are you? You don't even know our boss? A newcomer is a newcomer? Listen carefully, our boss is a big pirate with a bounty of more than 700 million berries." The villain Lita. Before Lita spoke, the people behind him, the little brother, jumped out and said mockingly, "The evil party Lita? I have never heard of it. My goal in coming to the new world is not you." Jason said coldly, "A bounty of 700 million Baileys? The strength is not determined by the bounty? You want to get in my way?" The rookie has never experienced severe beatings. Dare to break into the new world without knowing anything? Let me show you the horror of the new world, rookie. Hearing this, Lita's face became gloomy, and his aura was full of confidence. The body is soaring, the muscles are bulging, and it looks very fierce. In this case, then stop talking nonsense. After killing you, I will go to trouble the Quincy. This grand event, he should come, right? Jason also said coldly, and at the same time, his body an orange-red flame surged around him, and there was also the sound of howling wind. Does the devil fruit have the ability? Huh? Then let the horse come here. Although Lita was surprised by Jason's words, he was already furious at this moment. No nonsense, he charged directly at Jason. Under the leadership of their own captains, the two sides are about to start a battle. Host position. The excited voice of the host wearing a flamboyant bag also came out in a timely manner, and spread throughout the island through the radio. Finally someone more powerful has made a move. It's the supernova pirate who just entered the new world, Tyrant King Jason, and the big pirate villain Lita of the new world. Look, the two sides are fighting. One is a supernova, and the other is a pirate from the new world. When two people fight, who is stronger and who is weaker? Let's move the phone bugs closer so we can hear what they're saying. As the host's passionate voice came out, countless people looked towards the stage and onto the huge screen. Finally there are characters worth watching, and now it's interesting. The Tyrant King? This supernova seems very mysterious. Do you know what kind of devil fruit ability user it is? I seem to have heard someone mention it. It's the superhuman elemental fruit. Are you kidding? Isn't the elemental fruit the fruit ability of the Dark World King Destroyer? Someone said what he knew, and then everyone around him looked at him like an idiot. This person also smiled embarrassingly, and spread his hands. I also heard from others. As we all know, the elemental fruit is the ability of the Quincy Master, and there are no two identical devil fruits in this world. So after this person said that Tyrant King Jason's fruit ability is an elemental fruit, everyone thought he was an idiot. In the arena, the battle became more intense. The flames all over Jason, coupled with the blessing of the storm, unexpectedly erupted with terrifying power, crushing the Lee Tower with a reward of 700 million. What kind of devil fruit are you? Lita was swept away by the flames, and was directly blasted away, but he was covered with armed domineering, so he didn't suffer too much damage. I'm eating superhuman elemental fruits. The flame tornado formed on Jason's body again, and charged towards Lee Tower. Impossible, isn't the elemental fruit the ability of the Quincy Master? Lita's face flashed an unbelievable expression. Facing the oncoming flame tornado, he punched it with a strong wind to collide with it. Boom! The two attacks collided, the ground collapsed, and the energy covered the surroundings. Hearing Lita's words, Jason's face was filled with anger, and he shouted, "That damned guy, Quincy, deceived the world, and I am the real elemental fruit ability user? He is just a member of the elemental fruit lower level strength, thunder, and fire fruit. As he said that, Jason seemed to prove something. Several kinds of elemental power surged from his body, such as flames, lightning, strong wind, and water flow. Boom! The power of various elements is like a wave, rushing towards the tower of power. The wind helps the fire, and the thunder and lightning entwine the water flow. With the combination of the two, the power of the elemental force becomes even more terrifying. What? Leto was astonished, but he didn't dare to be careless in the face of the attack. The two fists waved again and again, the strength of the fists gathered together, and the explosion exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The two attacks collided again, this time even more terrifying than before. However, in the face of the monstrous elemental power, the Tower of Power with a bounty of 700 million Baileys was blown back again, and finally was hit by countless elemental powers, spit out a mouthful of blood, flew out, and finally threw a boulder directly smashed. The evil party leader, who offered a reward of nearly 700 million, lost. Countless people who saw this scene were very surprised. They were not surprised by the tyrant Jason's defeat of the evil party leader, but by Jason's words just now. Jason is the real elemental fruit ability user, and what the Quincy possesses is just the lower level ability of the elemental fruit, the Thunderfire fruit. Everyone was stunned by the news, chattering everywhere in the stands. Hey, is it true or not? Is he the real elemental fruit ability user? The Quincy ooze only possesses the lower level ability of the elemental fruit, the Thunderfire fruit. Judging from the methods used by Jason, there are flames, lightning, water currents, and strong winds. And Quincy's well-known abilities seem to be lightning and flames. Is it true? It is impossible to have the same two fruit ability users in this world. This is recognized by everyone in the world. So among the two, someone is definitely a fake, true or false elemental fruit. Things seem to be getting more interesting. The seat where Yunyi is. Both Yachi and Hawkins looked at Yunya in astonishment. My lord, this is... Yunya never thought that it would be such a coincidence, pretending to be an elemental fruit ability user, but actually this fruit ability user actually appeared. Isn't this a coincidence? But he doesn't care, now that he is in his position, it doesn't matter what kind of fruit it is, strength is the most fundamental thing. Yunya said lightly, it's just a clown, don't worry about it. Yes, my lord. Seeing that Yunya was not angry, the two of them also chose to shut up. But their hearts are equally curious. Over there, after Jason defeated Lita, he just spat out and cursed garbage, then he looked around, and said coldly to a relay phone bug, I am the real elemental fruit ability user. Quincy Master, you wait for me, wait until this matter is over, and after I get the red history text, I will go to Wangsu Hall to get your head. You wash my neck and wait. After finishing speaking, he snorted coldly and walked directly towards the direction of the skull. Arrogant enough? Crazy enough? At this moment, everyone who saw this scene felt that Jason was too arrogant. Who is the Quincy? Even the 4th Emperor Charlotte Lingling can't do anything about him? However, a mere supernova dared to say such words to the Quincy. This is no longer a provocation, but a declaration of war. Declare war on the forces of the Quincy. How many of those who declared war on the level of the 4 emperors have survived so far? But the bigger the incident, the more excited they spectators became. Yunya's side. When Hawkins and Yachi heard Jason's words, their faces became very ugly, and killing intent flashed in their eyes. My lord, I'll go over and deal with him now. Hawkins stood up directly and said angrily. Quincy is someone he admires, and he is also a member of Wangsu's palace at this time. Seeing someone dare to provoke Yunya, he really can't bear it. Yachi was equally angry. She hadn't been this angry for a long time. That damned guy dared to speak such nonsense. Did he really think that there was no one in Wangsu's palace? On the contrary, Yunya showed interest. This was the first time someone said such words to him after he became the king of the dark world. Very strange. Angry? That's not true, it's just a clown. For Yunyi now, he can be crushed to death easily. Anyway, don't rush for a while, let's take a look first. Now that the other big names haven't appeared on the stage yet, I'm going out first, which is a bit of a fall. The protagonist always has to appear at a critical moment. So Yunya waved his hand and said, don't worry, it's just a clown, let him jump up and down a few times, maybe we don't need to take action. Saying that, Yunya looked at a spot in the stands, there was an acquaintance over there. After Yunya spoke, Yachi and Hawkins had no choice but to give up, but there was still a killing intent on their faces. On the contrary, Redfield looked at this side, and said to himself, it seems that my guess is correct, that guy is the Quincy. Sensing that someone was watching him, Yunya withdrew his gaze from the stands and looked over. After seeing that it was Redfield, he also showed a meaningful smile. At the same time, another part of the stand, here is an excellent location with an excellent view. At this time, several major cotters of Doflamingo's Don Quixote family were here, and they were also invited. Such a grand event, Doflamingo and the others will naturally not miss it. As if aware of something, Doflamingo turned his head to look in one direction, and saw Yunya's meaningful smile. In fact, Yunya's smile was not for Doflamingo to see, but it happened that his position was just behind Redfield. When he just turned his head to look over, he saw Yunya's smile. Doflamingo was startled, then seemed to think of something, couldn't help but twitched the corner of his mouth. He is not surprised that Quincy is here. This guy can reach the territory of the 4 emperors single-handedly, and he is not surprised wherever he appears. But, what does Quincy's smile mean? Could it be that you want me to get rid of Tyrant King Jason? He still knew Quincy's character very well, and when he saw him smiling at him like this, he couldn't help shivering. This damn guy, is he threatening himself? Doflamingo thought bitterly in his heart. The current Quincy is an existence that he can't afford to offend. He couldn't beat it before, and now he can't beat it even more. Faced with Yunyi's threat, Doflamingo felt chills at the thought of offending this lunatic. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only make a move at this time. Dover, young master, what's the matter with you? The change in Doflamingo's expression was naturally noticed by other cotters. Doflamingo took a deep breath and said with a cold face, "Go and kill that guy who speaks out loud." The cotters didn't understand what their young master meant, but after seeing his extremely ugly face, they also chose to shut up and didn't dare to ask more questions. In that case, let me go and kill that guy. The cotter Diamond stood up. He was more careful. When Doflamingo looked in one direction, he also looked over and found out the whereabouts of the Quincy master. Naturally, I also saw the meaningful smile of the Quincy master. Now that I know the reason for the change in my young master's face. Another reason is that the name of the tyrant Jason, Diamante seems to have heard his subordinates say that this person has offended their Don Quixote family. It seems that they have attacked the forces under the Don Quixote family in the first half. Tori Ball muttered a few times, then seemed to remember something, and said with a gloomy face, "Jason the tyrant? I remember when this guy was in the Chambord Islands, he seemed to have given away one of our auctions. Is there still such a thing? Damn it, even our Don Quixote family dares to offend. Young master, let me go too, and kill this reckless guy." Also gloomy down. But at this moment, Doflamingo waved his hand and said, "Let me go. That guy shouldn't be that easy to deal with." Being able to defeat a pirate with a bounty of nearly 700 million has already proved his strength. Although it is only a supernova, but it can directly defeat the pirates in the New World, the strength of this supernova is not weak. At least from Doflamingo's point of view, Diamante and Pika may not necessarily be his opponents. Doflamingo laughed evilly, "Since they are all from the Dark World, then, our king has been provoked, so naturally we can't just sit idly by. And, also offended our Don Quixote family, so we just have to let him die." As he said that, his figure flashed, and the thin thread shot out from his body, wrapped around the building, causing his figure to take off directly, and rushed towards the stage below. Someone rushed to the stage, so it was naturally discovered by others. Immediately, Doflamingo's face was directly projected on the screen. The host was taken aback when he saw Doflamingo on the screen. He knows this person. One of the 7 Marshalseas, one of the kings of the Dark World, Amayasha Doflamingo? Be a big shot? Excitement flashed across the host's face, and he put the microphone with the phone bug fixed to his mouth, and said loudly, "Someone is on stage again? Who is this person?" "Hiss, he is one of the big names in Kaiwahei, God Yasha, Doflamingo. Didn't expect him to come too? It seems that even Chiwahei can't resist the temptation of the historical text. The direction he is going is the position of the tyrant Jason? Is Doflamingo going to attack Jason? By the way, there are rumors that Tyrant King Jason attacked the Don Quixote family before entering the New World. Is Doflamingo coming to seek revenge now? Enmity and hatred, this is the world of pirates. Let us wait and see who can win and get the legendary thing." As the host's words came out, many people who didn't know Doflamingo took a deep breath. Shishibukai also entered the arena. This World Expo just keeps getting more and more interesting. Ha ha ha, did even the Kabukai come to join in the fun? Could it be that at the end, even the 4 emperors will appear? That would be interesting. Someone in the stands saw Doflamingo and laughed. "Idiot, if the 4 emperors come here and a fight breaks out, we will be in danger here." One person said swearingly. "I also think it's impossible. What kind of big men are the 4 emperors? How could they come here?" Countless people in the arena started talking, and they were very surprised by Doflamingo's entry. This World Expo really has a lot of big names here? Many of them also wondered whether people at the level of the 4 emperors would come over. Doflamingo charged straight over, and naturally he couldn't escape the sight of the pirates on the stage. Seeing Doflamingo flying over, many pirates frowned. Chiwahei's name is still very bluffing. They have really made a name for themselves in the world, and no one can underestimate them. "Shishibukai, Amayasha Doflamingo, is your target me?" Tyrant King Jason stopped and looked at Doflamingo, his tone extremely cold. After he entered the New World, he also knew more or less about the power structure of the New World. "I know that Doflamingo not only has the title of Kaiwahei, but also a king in the Dark World." Seeing him coming towards her now, she immediately guessed Doflamingo's intentions. "Hey, Supernova, Tyrant Jason, I heard that you attacked my forces before." Doflamingo was suspended in the sky, looking down at Jason below, and grinned. "The Dark World is the territory of the Quincy Master, and you are the king of the Dark World. In a sense, you are the person of the Quincy Master. The Quincy Master is my goal, so, as his subordinate, naturally, it is also my enemy? Attack the enemy? Is there a problem?" Jason was not afraid of Doflamingo, so he sneered and said disdainfully. In his opinion, the 7 Marshalseas and the 4 emperors and 1 king are all boasted by others. From going to sea to now, he has been invincible, and even defeated several times of the Navy's pursuit. He is the strongest supernova this year? With so much self-confidence, he doesn't put other people in his eyes at all. In layman's terms, I have never experienced severe beatings. Moreover, before entering the New World, he had attacked the Don Quixote family. In the Chambord Islands, an auction belonging to the Don Quixote family was directly handed over, and the contents were directly snatched away. Also because of this incident, his bounty was directly increased to 300 million. Now he was not surprised to see Doflamingo approaching the door, a subordinate of the Quincy. When Doflamingo heard this, the veins on his forehead twitched, and his eyes became sharper. He hated people saying that he was someone else's subordinate. Passed it out. Hey, you are really arrogant, newcomer. Before, the reason why Doflamingo didn't kill the person who offended him was because the Dark World was in a period of turmoil at that time. The Quincy directly slaughtered the owner of the Happy Festival, Stussy, and the entire Happy Street was occupied by the Quincy. At that time, all the kings of the Dark World did not dare to act rashly, for fear of causing the Quincy to misunderstand and set them on fire. The Don Quixote family has naturally been silent for a while, but it is true that Tyrant King Jason offended their Don Quixote family. Now, you can also calculate the previous accounts carefully. With a sound of buzz, the domineering look swept across the surroundings instantly, and many weak people fainted directly. Many people in the Tyrant King pirates also foamed at the mouth and fell into a coma. Huh? What kind of power is this? What did you do? Jason's expression changed. He didn't see Doflamingo make a move at all, and some of his men fell down. Immediately, he became extremely vigilant. The threat posed by this guy in front of him was much stronger than that villain Force Tower before. Doflamingo laughed loudly when he heard the words, "Hey, you don't even know what an overlord's color is, so you dare to provoke my Don Quixote family? It seems that it's just a trash who pays attention to the ability of fruits." After saying that, Doflamingo rushed straight out, pulling the 5-color silk thread from his hand, and grabbed Jason with a claw. This blow was covered with thick armed colors, and coupled with the sharpness of the thread fruit, one blow is enough to tear steel apart. Jason's face changed when he saw this. The threat Doflamingo brought to him was too strong, so he didn't dare to be careless. Flames and thunder surged from his body, and he combined the two elemental powers together. A terrifying power erupts. However, when they came into contact with Doflamingo's 5 fingers, the attack that could have repelled the evil party leader, a pirate with a bounty of more than 700 million Baileys, fell on Doflamingo, but was directly break open. Doflamingo's 5 fingers dropped, leaving 5 bloodstains on Jason's chest. He was also blown away, flying upside down for hundreds of meters before stopping. Doflamingo showed disdain on his face, and walked slowly towards Jason. Compared to the flames and lightning of Quincy, your attack is as ridiculous as playing tricks. No, it's impossible. Even the pirates who offered a reward of 700 million Baileys can't easily resist my attack. Jason climbed up from the hole, his face full of horror and incomprehension, but after hearing when Flamingo spoke, he roared loudly, "I am the real elemental fruit capable user. What is the Quincy? He is just my lower fruit." Jason grimaced, a fireball rose from his fingertips, and finally turned into a fireball tens of meters in size and was thrown by him. The fireball was burning, carrying a scorching heat, dragging a long flame tail, and blasting towards Doflamingo. "Hey, bounty doesn't mean strength." Doflamingo sneered, "Besides, I'm not sure what kind of fruit the Quincy is, but your ability is too weak. Dare to compare with the Quincy master. Newcomers who don't even know domineering, pirates, are not your playthings." As he said that, Doflamingo dodged, and there was an explosion behind him. The flames were blazing, and the flames rose up, and the waves of fire beat over, trying to burn Doflamingo. But Doflamingo ignored it. The temperature couldn't do him any harm at all. He rushed out and fought with Jason. Boom, boom, the two fought against each other, and there was a roar, and the ground was trembling. Although Jason is not domineering, his fruit ability is really well developed. Although he is at a disadvantage, he can barely resist Doflamingo's attack. If he is given time to grow, it is possible to reach the level of Doflamingo in the future. After all, his fruit ability is indeed very strong. Several elements are mixed together to exert a strong attack power. But now he is far from being Doflamingo's opponent, and Doflamingo hasn't used his awakening yet, so it's only a matter of time before Jason loses. Here, Doflamingo blasted Jason out again, and was about to attack again, but at the next moment, his face froze and he stopped moving, and looked in another direction. All the knowledgeable people at the scene felt a sense of knowledge sweeping over them, and they didn't shy away from it. Everyone's face sank, and their faces became very ugly. Who exactly? How dare you directly expand your knowledge here? Aren't you afraid of offending people? Knowledge and knowledge can be detected by probing, but rash release of knowledge and knowledge will offend people. And here, a large number of pirates gather, and the pirates are all rebellious people. Who is it that has such courage? Many people have ideas. Who is so desperate? But in the next moment, a terrifying domineering look swept over here from one direction, trying to suppress everyone. At the same time, a resounding voice came over. Hey, how could Kaido, my beast, be missing on such an occasion? Boom, boom, boom. The Overlord's color is as deep as a prison, terrifying beyond compare, as if the sky has suddenly darkened and is covered with dark clouds. Then, everyone saw that in the cloudy sky, a phantom dragon poked its head out. The dragon's claws grabbed the flame cloud and floated in the air. Come on, 4 emperors, Kaido of beasts. It turned out to be Kaido. It's okay. The corners of many people's mouths twitched. Kaido, the four emperors, is indeed a person who can do such a thing? But more people stared blankly at the figure of the magic dragon appearing in the sky. Their eyeballs were about to fall out. Have they ever seen such an exaggerated scene? This, the four emperors of the new world, Kaido of beasts? This. Four emperors? Beast Kaido. There really are four emperors coming. Is this the four emperors? Such a terrifying aura, such a terrifying domineering aura. Hey, didn't you swear that the four emperors would not act? Then what's the situation now? Someone wanted to question the person who swore that the four emperors would not come. But when I turned my head, I saw that this person had disappeared. Where could I find him? Hey, that's really high profile, Beast Kaido. Yunya slightly raised his head to look at the magic dragon in the sky, and chuckled. Since he has arrived, what about the others? Yunya laughed, and the color of knowledge radiated out, directly covering the entire island, and even part of the sea outside the island. When Kaido covered the entire island with the arrogance of knowledge, it was already a start. Countless people with knowledge did not have any scruples, and knowledge also spread out, wanting to investigate the situation of the island at this time. All of a sudden the scene became chaotic. There are many knowledgeable people who know the fighting power of the four emperors. When they saw Kaido coming, they did not dare to stay here any longer. When the four emperors come on stage, the nature is different. And it's Kaido, the lunatic, like Quincy, he won't make people feel strange when he does anything. However, there are also many people who are not afraid of death. They still stay where they are, and even become more excited when they see Kaido coming. Is Kaido the only one from the 100 Beasts pirates arriving? He should have flown directly. Yunya also sensed something through his knowledge, and said with a smile, it seems that there are quite a few big shots here. In his perception, there are already many powerful auras on Skull Island at this time, and some of them are a little familiar. But for the strong, when there is no battle, the breath can be restrained. Because of this, Yunya did not perceive the aura of the other four emperors, or the cotters of the four emperors. I don't know if the other four emperors have come, but even if they haven't, it should be soon by now. Yunya also knew that the four emperors would not be indifferent to the red history text, which is an important thing related to whether they can become one piece. If it was an ordinary historical text, the four emperors might not pay too much attention to it, and they would not be able to understand it if they did not understand ancient characters. But the red history text, the coordinate history text, can go directly to the coordinates of the final island. Even if they don't understand, they must get it. If you want to become one piece, you must conquer the whole new world, and Ralph Drew is the last piece of the puzzle to become one piece. It means that a guy like Whitebeard who doesn't have much ambition will not care much, and other people will definitely be interested. At another location on the island, there is a pirate ship docked on the shore. The pirate flag it hangs is a skull flag with 2 scimitars on its back and 3 scars on its right eye. This flag is one of the 4 emperors, the flag of red-haired Shanks. At this time, the red-hair pirates had also quietly landed. Their red-haired pirates were not as high profile as Kaido, they found a place at random and stationed there. But at this time, they also looked at Kaido in the high-altitude clouds, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. This Kaido is really a tiger. The redhead held a wine glass in his hand and was drinking wine leisurely. Looking at Kaido in the sky, he couldn't help grinning. Oh, that guy Kaido is still as high profile as ever. Deputy Ben Beckman leaned on a big tree with his arms around his shoulders, shook his head slightly, and said, I only sense Kaido's breath. Haven't his beast pirates arrived yet? Or is it only Kaido himself? Come over. Jesus Cloth sat on the ground, wiped the spear in his hand, grinned and said, it's not that you don't know this guy's character, and it's not impossible to come alone, but I guess in the future, his beast's pirates should he will also come, although he is a little reckless, but he is not a brainless person. Loggy Lu bit off the big bone in his hand, and while chewing, said vaguely, even the farthest Kaido has arrived, and the old lady Charlotte Lingling is probably not far away. Jesus Buledin fiddled with the gun in his hand, looked at the red hair, and said, what should I do now? Should I go out? If Kaido appears, then, the good show will be over. With his personality, he probably won't wait any longer. The red hair drank the wine in the glass, exhaled freely, and said, don't worry, wait a little longer, if you go out now, you will definitely be watched by him. This guy is in trouble, let others catch up with him first. Bar. Besides, I don't believe that no one else will be involved in this event. The people who organized this World Expo have great ambitions. After you don't know who is leading this event, let's take it easy. The other pirates probably think that Festa is the leader of this incident, but they, the 4 emperors, are very strict, and there must be some big shots behind it. No, it should be said that Festa is definitely not the only one leading this matter. Gather all the pirates on the sea, including big figures like the 4 emperors, there must be a bigger conspiracy waiting for them. Jumping out now, kinda wrong. At the same time, several warships were moored in the sea not far from Skull Island. On the warship, Huang Yuan looked in the direction of Skull Island with a telescope in his hand, and couldn't help curling his lips. As soon as I came here, I saw that guy Kaido. It seems that the mission this time is not easy. Huang Yuan inevitably sighed a little, this matter is really difficult to deal with. King Zi also raised his forehead and sighed softly, Lieutenant General Garp has already stepped on the moon and rushed over. Garp, after arriving in this sea area, said something to the few people present, and then walked away on the moon. Facing such a lively place, Garp could no longer hold back his curiosity, and wanted to go over to join in the fun. They can't command Garp, so they can only let him go. The Quasi-General Tao Jiao's face also flashed helplessness. Then what should we do now? Shall we go there? Aokiji shook his head. Now that the navy appears, everyone will definitely besiege it. It is not good for us to appear hastily, but we can't just watch it. Xiao Chuan dress up and pretend to be a pirate to go and have a look. At this time, the best commander of this warship is Aokiji, and he ordered, Lieutenant General Urin, Lieutenant General Momoto, and Lieutenant Admiral Chappie, the three of you go there together, but don't reveal our identities. The three people who were named all nodded. Daotu said, okay. Could this be a date? A date with Lieutenant General Daotu. The T-Dolphin showed joy on his face, and couldn't help but look at Daotu with a nympho look on his face. Daotu has a dark face, this guy is really a piece of dogskin plaster, and he can't even shake it off. Daotu feels annoyed when he sees him. So she said coldly, no. I was rejected again. The T-Dolphin showed a bitter look. This is already the 60th time, so sad. Looking at the T-Dolphin, Yunya shook his head slightly. This Quasi-General T-Dolphin is really wonderful. This is not the first time it happened. Every time it was ruthlessly rejected by Daotu. With your shabby appearance, you still want to embrace a beauty. Just dream. Don't you know that licking a dog will kill you? Yunya complained inwardly. But he just ignored it. The three of them changed their military uniforms, and with a little footsteps, they headed towards Skull Island. Skull Island. The area where Yunyi is located. People from the Navy have also arrived in the nearby waters. Pay attention, the battle that is about to break out may be fierce. I can't control you. Be careful. Yunya glanced at other directions, and then turned to Yaya. Seven and Hawkins said. When the two heard this, their pupils shrank, and they said in unison, is the Navy here too? Yunya nodded. When the red history text appears, the world government will naturally not sit idly by. The Navy will definitely take action. Even the general will arrive, and maybe even the CP0 people will arrive. At that time, please pay attention. Don't die here. Although the current Yechi and Hawkins have learned two-color domineering, they are not yet proficient. Compared with the other four emperors' cotters, their strength is still lacking and weaker. Now they are estimated to be fighting against people at the lieutenant level, and they are not good enough to compete against the three disasters and generals. The next battle will definitely be extremely fierce. They will not be of much use, as long as they save their lives. The purpose of coming here this time is to let them see the world and see the strength of the top powerhouses in the sea. As high-level officials in Wangsu Palace, they still need to grow. In the future, their opponents will definitely be masters at the level of the three disaster generals. Therefore, it is necessary to let them experience the strength of the top powerhouses in advance. I won't hold you back. Hawkins' eyes became firm. The same is true for Yechi. They also have the desire to become stronger. That's good. Yunya nodded and continued to look at the sky. Above the sky, Kaido looked down at everyone below. His body rolled, stirring up the clouds, and a rumbling voice came. Who is the organizer? Get out, and hand me the red history text. Kaido doesn't obey the rules like other pirates. He came here for only one purpose, that is the red history text. Whoever dares to stop him is the enemy of Kaido, the beast. Everyone who heard Kaido's words couldn't help raising their brows. This guy Kaido really doesn't play by the routine, and gets straight to the point as soon as he appears. Hey, are you going straight to the point as soon as you appear? You are really domineering, Kaido. On the stage below, Doflamingo's face was uncertain, and he smiled. Four emperors, beast Kaido. Jason also looked at the sky in amazement. It was the first time he saw the four emperors, but the first impression left a deep impression on him, the terrifying impression I don't know how much stronger than all the masters he has met before. He even began to have a hint of fear in his heart. Did he underestimate the new world before? In a room inside the skull. This is the highest stage. At this time, Festa is sitting in a room, and several screens are lit up in front of him. Behind these bright screens are the kings of the Dark World. The kings of the Dark World, such as Morgans, Feld, and Kibsan, were all there. Even the ruler of Gulen Tizalo of the Golden Fruit, was among them. Tetsalo is one of the patrons of this celebration. After hearing that there were a lot of benefits, Tizalo nodded directly and invested a lot of Pele. I want to increase the Bailey in my hands again through this celebration. Quack Ga, what is your purpose for holding this celebration? Festa. On the screen, the Birdman Morgans laughed and looked at Festa. Festa bit his cigar and smiled evilly. Of course I want you to watch a good show. Good show. Several people on the screen were slightly taken aback. That's right, a good show enough to be recorded in the annals of history, a good show enough to sweep the entire new world. Festa laughed loudly, his tone full of madness. Festa, if you can't get me a satisfactory return this time, I won't let you go easily. Tetsalo looked at Festa and snorted coldly. As the sponsor this time, he wants to make a fortune through this celebration. He attaches great importance to money, and he will not do things that are not beneficial. Feld snorted coldly. Good show? We are all in danger now, how can we have the mood to watch a good show with you here? Kaiboden also said, the Dark World is not what it used to be. If you want to get involved in the Dark World, you have to consider some Quincy masters. He is not as easy to get along with as us. Don't worry, Tizalo, this time, you will definitely be satisfied. Festa first looked at Tizalo, then looked around at the others, and said lightly, are you a Quincy? It seems that you are all being Quincy. Master is scared. Don't you even dare to resist now? It's ridiculous that you are still the king of the dark world. Have you bowed your head to him now? Feld and Kibsun's faces sank when they heard the words, but they didn't refute anything. They were indeed a little frightened by the Quincy. On the contrary, Morgas laughed, in the new world now, those who underestimate the Quincy will go to hell. Besides, if we were afraid, we wouldn't be talking to you here. Just say it straight. What confidence do we have to restore the current situation? If you didn't swear that you can solve the Quincy, do you think we would talk nonsense with you here? Feld said coldly. Kibsun also looked over. The kings of the dark world did not reach Skull Island. First, their strength is not strong, and second, they are not interested in One Piece or any historical text. They were also making small moves secretly. They kings are used to being free, and they don't want someone above them to oppress them. So when Festa approached them and said that they wanted to deal with the Quincy, they also reached a cooperation. But the premise of this cooperation is after the death of the Quincy. Right now, they are all just on the sidelines. Even the contact with Festa was carried out secretly, and he dared not let Quincy know. The Quincy. Tizalo pondered slightly, and he was familiar with the name, but he didn't have much contact with the Quincy, and he just knew that there was such a character. Festa got up, came to the French window, looked at what happened below, then turned to look at the people on the screen, and said with a grin, the Quincy should have come to this island by now, right? With that lunatic's personality, it should pass, Feld said. Kibsun also nodded. He is no longer in Moonlight Island now, he should be going to Skull Island, but we don't know if he arrives or not. They are somewhat clear about Quincy's character, just like Kaido, he will definitely get involved in any lively place. Quack, do you want to get rid of the Quincy here? Morgans leaned closer to the screen, and the whole screen was occupied by his big face. At this time, there was excitement on his face when he saw the big news feel. Festa opened his hands wide, laughed, and his face was full of madness. Yes, watch it. When that person appears, you will know what my whole card is. Starting today, the 4 emperors, 1 king, will die here. I will start a brand new era, an era that I, Festa, will start. Several people were shocked by his rhetoric. I hope you can succeed, otherwise, we will not reach a cooperation with you. Quack, are you going to annihilate the 4 emperors and 1 king? Your ambition is really not small. In a room inside the island. Was Kaido the first one to appear? Ha ha ha, it's really interesting. Barrett looked at the screen and laughed, and reached for the treasure chest on the table with his right hand, which contained Ralph Drew's record pointer. Ha ha ha, since you came first, let's start with you. Saying that, Barrett took the treasure box, and with a flash, he crashed through the roof and came outside. There was a sudden boom sound from the skull in the center of the island, and then, a burly figure appeared, standing on the highest point of the skull, holding a dilapidated treasure chest in his hand. Barrett looked at Kaido who was high in the sky, and sneered, ha ha ha, Kaido, I didn't expect you to be the first to arrive. High above the sky, Kaido, who was stepping on the flame cloud, stared intently, and then smiled coldly. It's you, Barrett, it seems that you are the person behind the World Expo. Is that thing in your hands now? What he said is naturally the red history text. Naturally, your movement here cannot be hidden from other people, and they all looked over. The zoomed-in view of the screen allowed everyone to see Barrett's appearance. Look over there, someone has appeared. Who is it? Countless people saw Barrett at the highest point of Skull Island, and started talking about it. Obviously, they didn't know Barrett. However, there are also well-informed people, or people who survived Roger's era. The next moment they saw this person, their faces changed drastically. Someone even exclaimed directly, that guy is not wrong, he was a crew member of the Roger Pirates, a descendant of the devil, Douglas Barrett? I didn't expect him to appear too. One of those who escaped. Douglas Barrett? The descendant of the devil? According to legend, he is a terrifying guy who can fight Roger's deputy, Raleigh the Pluto. Hiss, the crew of the Roger Pirates? Isn't that the same as the red-haired Shanks? Could it be that another 4 Emperors battle force has appeared? Hearing this person's words, many people were startled, with disbelief on their faces. The name of a crew member of the Roger Pirates is already very scary, and he is even tied with Raleigh, the king of the underworld? Are you kidding me? Many people swallowed their saliva and stared blankly at the tall figure on top of the skull. Hey, it really exceeded my expectations, so it's that kid Barrett. Although Redfield saw Barrett, his face was a little surprised, but he was soon relieved. Barrett's strength is not weak, and even in prison, he has never stopped exercising his body. Even if it was him, he wasn't sure that he could hold him down. The red hair on the other side was also surprised after seeing Barrett. Bah, Senior Barrett. He had known Barrett when he was an intern crew member of the Roger Pirates, and he never expected to see him here. It really surprised me, I didn't expect him to be alive. The red-haired face also showed a solemn look. This guy's strength is outrageously strong, even with Uncle Rayleigh. At that time, they were on board, and only Captain Roger could stabilize him. Douglas Barrett, the guy who is called the descendant of the devil, is really a big guy. Ben Beckman narrowed his eyes and said lightly, is he the one behind the expo this time? Boss, what do we do now? It looks like he's going to fight Kaido. Jesus Bulletin looked at the redhead. The red-haired laughed. Leave them alone, let them call. Everyone in the red hair pirates. Well, it's still a familiar smell. The line of sight returns to the top of the skull. Barrett looked at Kaido and laughed, and then picked up the treasure chest in his hand. Of course the red text of history is also here, but in my hand, there are things that make you even more crazy. The screen zoomed in on time, allowing everyone to see the treasure chest in his hand. Compared to the historical text, something more precious and more insane. What is it? Countless people looked at the treasure chest in Barrett's hands curiously, and began to guess. Kaido narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, "What is more precious than the red history text?" Barrett laughed grimly and did not answer, but slowly said, "When Captain Roger boarded Lock Drew, a crew member took advantage of his inattention and recorded Lock Drew's coordinates. Come down, but was found by Captain Roger and thrown into the sea." As he spoke, Barrett slowly opened the treasure chest, revealing what was inside, which was a record pointer. This is impossible. Countless people heard the words, and after seeing the appearance of the things exposed in the treasure chest, they all seemed to have guessed something, with expressions of horror and astonishment on their faces. Barrett looked at Kaido, as if he was talking to Kaido, and also as if he was explaining to everyone. He grinned and said, "At that time, the record pointer was not destroyed, but was swallowed by a sea king. It's down, but, now I found it. This is also the greatest treasure of Captain Roger, the permanent pointer of Ralph Drew." With a boom, the news sounded like thunder in the minds of everyone present. Then countless people stared straight at the record pointer in Barrett's hand, with the most shocking expressions on their faces. What did they hear? The record pointer of the final island Ralph Drew? Ralph Drew's record pointer. Does such a thing really exist in this world? How is this possible? Countless people exclaimed again and again, and some people even had greed in their hearts. Grab that thing. If they get that thing, then, the greatest treasure in the world will be obtained by them? Crazy? The atmosphere in the arena has become completely crazy. All the pirates who can come here are pirates, and there are many ambitious people among them. What is the highest goal of the pirates? There is only one, and that is to become the One Piece. Therefore, the moment Ralph Drew's record pointer appeared, everyone in the field fell into madness and began to rush towards the highest stage, which is the top of the skull. Even if the front is a powerhouse of the Four Emperors level, they can't stop their greed in the slightest. The other forces on the island are also looking at the screen at this time, with changes on their faces. Has this thing been found? The red-haired man looked at the screen with an uncertain expression, and stood up right now, placing his right hand on the handle of the knife. The permanent pointer can directly reach the location of Ralph Drew without collecting all 4 coordinate history texts. This kind of thing is definitely the ultimate temptation for all pirates. As long as there are some ambitious pirates, they will not be indifferent to this thing. The appearance of the permanent pointer means that a big battle is bound to break out on this island. Let's go too. The red-haired waved his hand, and behind him, all the members of the red-haired pirates were dispatched. In the other place, Garp, who was eating in front of a food stall, also stopped his movements, looked over, and there was a serious look on his smiling face, and he cursed, "Roger, this dog things, are there still such things left?" Swallowing the food in his mouth, Garp, who was about to go over to have a look, suddenly noticed something, stopped, and looked in one direction. There, Red Earl Redfield also looked over, and the 2 old guys looked at each other. At the same time, Yunya and his navy, who had also landed on the island in disguise, also saw this scene. Yunya was not surprised, but the expressions of Tao-Tu and Cha Dolphin changed slightly. The T-Dolphin even directly sent a message to the green pheasant above the sea. Ralph Drew's record pointer? Is it fake? The corner of Huang Yuan's mouth twitched. This is really. After Kingzi heard the news, his expression sank, and he notified the news to the warring states immediately. At this time, Skull Island began to become chaotic. Many pirates who were originally on the stands were at an end at this time, and they all moved towards the direction of the skull. "Brothers, give it to me? Take Ralph Drew's permanent pointer to me. Kill. The record pointer is ours, don't think about it." The battle broke out. For a while, the sound of guns, shouts, and screams rang out. The chaotic fight has begun? Hand over that thing. Barrett. Kaido looked at Barrett with a fierce look in his eyes. He didn't expect to meet such a thing here. This is Ralph Drew's permanent pointer, he must get this thing. Compared with the red history text, this thing can go directly to Ralph Drew. Red history text? What the hell? For Kaido, this is countless times more attractive than the red history text. Want it? Then show me your strength. Come and snatch it from me. Barrett laughed and looked at Kaido provocatively. Hot breath. Kaido's eyes were cold and fierce, and without any nonsense, he opened his mouth and blasted towards Barrett with his hot breath. Ha ha ha, good time. Barrett grinned and greeted heat with a fist. Boom! The heat and the fist collided directly, a terrifying wave erupted, and a wave of heat swept out towards the surroundings. Hand it over, Barrett, you can't have that thing. Kaido turned into a half-beast form, and a mace appeared in his hand. After entwining the Overlord's color, he hit it with a hammer. Thunder Gossip. Do you think you're the only one who can do this? Horror Cannon. Barrett grinned grinningly, clenched his right fist, and the armed and Overlord entangled upwards, striking Kaido with a ferocious punch. Boom! The collision of fists and maces in the air, the confrontation of strong men, and the clash of domineering colors made the dark clouds in the sky all roll back towards the middle. At first glance, it seemed that the sky was split into two halves from the middle. There was even a loud noise that shook the sky, waves of air swept in all directions like a tsunami, and the whole island was trembling slightly. Countless people were swept away by the raging domineering look, and immediately foamed at the mouth and passed out. What's the matter? It's a conflict of domineering colors? Go back. Damn it, it's obviously just a collision of attacks. Why does it feel like the whole island is trembling? The earth shook and the mountains shook. When countless people couldn't stand their feet, they looked up in horror. It was clearly just the aftermath of the two people's attacks, but they couldn't resist it. Those who were unlucky were even swept away and flew backwards. High above the sky, the two looked at each other, and the two terrifying domineering colors collided with each other, and the thunder flashed. Then, the two stopped at the same time, and then blasted out a terrorist attack again. Boom! The two top powerhouses attacked each other. The battle was extremely fierce. The whole island was trembling, the ground rumbled, every inch of it was cracked, and waves of terrifying air turned into hurricanes and swept across all directions. Boom! The two collided again, the wind howled, the thunder and lightning flashed, and the roar revived again. This time it was even more terrifying. During the fight, Barrett's face changed, and he felt a terrifying force coming from his fist, suppressing his attack. At this time, Barrett did not use the fruit ability to combine with other things, and only relied on his physical strength to fight against Kaido. However, under Kaido's full-strength explosion, he still suffered a little loss without using his full strength. The next moment, the mace was as powerful as a bamboo, and it sent Barrett flying straight away, smashing everything along the way, and finally fell to the ground. Potholes, spider web-like cracks centered on the potholes, spreading around. Is this the ability? Barrett. With one blow, the ground in front of Kaido's skeleton looked at the pothole and grinned grinningly, with endless domineering intent on his face. Then Kaido turned his head and looked in another direction, looking at the pirates charging from below. His face turned cold. Garbage. Can you also step in here? Get out of here. As he said that, he swiped his palm, and swept out the terrifying wind blade, cutting countless pirates who wanted to charge up in half. Blood and internal organs spilled all over the ground, and the scene was extremely bloody. Kaido just swiped lightly, and the hundreds of people in the front row were cut in half. This kind of overbearing attack also made them, the advancing pirates, stop and look at Kaido in horror. Trash. Looking at the performance of these people, Kaido spit and cursed at trash. Just like this kind of stuff. Want to grab something? However, there were still a few people who avoided his attack. It was Doflamingo, Jason, and the swordsman named Liada who avoided Kaido's attack. At this time, the three of them were watching Kaido vigilantly. Although Kaido's attack just now did not cause any harm to them, they did not dare to act rashly at this time. Kaido looked at it, and after seeing Doflamingo, the corner of his mouth opened. So it's you, Flamingo? Do you want to grab the record pointer too? Seeing Kaido looking at him, Doflamingo's face flashed with seriousness, and he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Hey, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of you, Kaido. He refers to Jason. My target is this guy who doesn't know what to do. Facing Kaido directly, he was still a little scared. Just like Quincy, this guy is also a lunatic. Kaido followed the direction of Doflamingo's finger and looked at Jason. Who are you? Seeing this from Kaido, Jason's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. This feeling of oppression was terrifying. Jason swallowed, and said with difficulty, I'm a pirate. I just stepped into the new world. I didn't come to snatch the red history text. He was a little scared, and after seeing Kaido and Barrett's two short confrontations, he knew that he really underestimated those big pirates in the new world. He even thought of the arrogance of provoking Quincy before, saying that he would cut off his head. He was chilled for a while. Knowing the information, the Quincy can fight against the Ant Charlotte Lingling without losing the wind, and Charlotte Lingling is the four emperors, and among the four emperors is this terrifying guy in front of him. So, doesn't it mean that the strength of the Quincy is also so terrifying? No, save yourself. Thinking of this, Jason's face turned pale for a while, then he looked at Kaido, and said cautiously, Master Kaido, I just came to the new world, and I don't understand the rules of the new world, but I respected you very much in the first half. Now, one of the purposes of coming to the new world is to join the power of the adults. As he said, he ignited the power of several elements such as flame, thunder, and lightning, strong wind, and water flow, and he hoped, I am a real elemental fruit ability user. Although my strength is nothing in the eyes of adults, I can help you. My lord snatches the red history text, and snatches the record pointer of Ralph Drew. I only ask my lord to let me join your forces. He had just stepped into the new world not long ago, but he knew the characters of some important people through hearsay. He knows Beast Kaido's desire for talents. No matter who he is, he can join his forces. As long as you can show a certain strength, he will accept you without hesitation. Of course, there is a premise, that is, after you join, you can't betray him. Jason is also betting that his own strength can make Kaido fancy. Otherwise, let him face the Quincy now. He is a little afraid. Oh, elemental fruit? Isn't that the ability of the Quincy? Kaido became slightly interested after hearing about the elemental fruit. He naturally knew that the external fruit ability of the Quincy master was an elemental fruit. And now another one pops up? What's happening here? His curiosity was aroused. Hey, there's a show. Seeing this, Jason felt joy in his heart, but his face showed anger. My lord, that Quincy is a liar. He is not a person with elemental fruit ability at all. He is a real elemental fruit ability user? That guy must have used some means to deceive the whole world. Oh, is that so? Kaido looked at Jason, as if he had seen through Jason's thoughts, but he didn't care. As long as he was a talent, he would recruit him without hesitation. So he laughed. He said, then let you join. After this incident, you can go to Wano country. As he spoke, he ignored Jason, but looked at the position where Barrett flew upside down. Over there, Barrett got up unscathed, patted the dust off his body, and stared at Kaido coldly. Although Kaido's attack just now sent him flying, his physique was also extremely strong and he did not suffer much damage. Okay, sir. Jason clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashed with excitement. As long as he joined the Beast Pirates, even if he said that before, Quincy would not dare to treat him again. How about it? Even if you want to attack him, you must also consider Kaido's face. It's safe now. Jason breathed a sigh of relief. Listening to the conversation between the two, a meaningful smile flashed across Doflamingo's face. This guy has some brains, but others don't know that the Quincy has arrived at this time, but he knows it well. And he is also a person who knows the character of Quincy. When Jason said what he said before, he sentenced this guy to death. Until now, those who dare to offend Quincy have not ended well. Barrett, hand over what's in your hand. Kaido looked at Barrett with a grin, and was about to rush out again. But at this moment, an indifferent voice came from the other side. That guy threatened to cut off my head before, but now you let him join your forces because you want to fight against me? Beast Kaido. A person came slowly, with an indifferent smile on his face, but his tone was indeed extremely cold. Seeing that someone actually spoke at this time, all the people present looked at him in unison. Then they saw a young man who seemed to be in his 20s walking slowly. After hearing this familiar voice, Doflamingo backed away subconsciously, looked at that face, and showed a meaningful smile on his face. Now we have a good show. Quincy. Me. Quincy Master. Jason's goal since he stepped into the new world was Yunya, so he was naturally not familiar with this face. But at this moment, when he saw the person he was thinking of suddenly appearing, he really felt boundless fear in his heart. Oh. Hearing the voice, Kaido also looked over. After seeing Yunya, he was stunned for a moment, and then he grinned as if remembering something. Are you that Quincy? The person who came was naturally Yunya's identity as Quincy Master. Originally, Yunya didn't want to appear so soon, but listening to the conversation between Jason and Kaido, his expression turned cold. Provoke yourself in public, and then think about joining Kaido to save your life? Oh la la, Quincy, I didn't hear what you said just now, can you say it again? Kaido sneered at Yunya. I said, are you trying to fight against me? Kaido. Yunya's tone became cold, and a domineering arrogance gushed out from his body, extremely overbearing. Against? I think you want to oppose my beast, Kaido. Kaido also exuded domineering aura, and confronted Yunya's arrogance. Boom, Kaka. The two overlord colors collided with each other, and a purple-black thunder appeared out of thin air. With the two at the center, they confronted each other with momentum. Since we can't agree, then, don't talk nonsense, let me see how powerful you are, the strongest creature. Yunya said indifferently, raising his hand to condense the power of lightning flames in his palm. Thunder flame explosion. Oh la la la, come here and try. Let me see, what ability do you have to suppress that woman Lingling? King Kong Day. Kaido laughed wildly, and the mace swept out a terrifying impact. Boom! The two attacks collided in the air, like meteors colliding, erupting, and the terrifying shock wave radiated around the two attacks as the center. Countless people who were closer were directly blown away by this hurricane. Even Doflamingo and Jason retreated again and again. Huh? Instantly coax it off. Yunya snorted coldly, and then instantly coaxed it to open. The two colors of light danced, and the collision and annihilation brought Yunya infinite power. Yunya's feet were a little bit, and the ground was broken inch by inch. With this momentum, his speed suddenly soared, and he came to Kaido's body like a teleportation. His fist gathered all kinds of abilities, wrapped around it domineeringly, and blasted out with a ferocious punch. One bone. Good time. Kaido laughed twice, waved his mace, and blasted towards Yunya as well. Boom! The fist and the mace collided in the air, and at the center of the collision, purple thunder raged, and the sky suddenly split open at some point. The two collided with each other and retreated at the same time. The Overlord's color is entwined. You really surprised me? But it's not enough. Kaido sneered. His feet touched the ground, his body twisted half a circle, and his foot swept towards Yunya. Yunya stood upright, kicked out his right leg, and the boom sounded again. With the two of them as the point, a terrifying shockwave swept out, the ground cracked, and the island trembled. Hot breath. Kaido opened his mouth to spit out hot breath and blasted towards Yunya head-on. At this time, Yunya also concentrated Lei Yen in his palm, pressing on Kaido's chest. Bang bang! Two muffled sounds came out, and then the two were knocked into the air at the same time, smashing everything along the way. But at the next moment, the two rushed out again and collided fiercely. The aroused energy swept all directions, and because of the battle between the two, the entire island was in turmoil. The area with a radius of hundreds of meters is a dangerous zone, and ordinary people cannot step into it at all. For strong men like them, every confrontation is terrifying. The movement here is naturally discovered by other people on the island through the screen. The host was still in the mood to yell at this time, even more fanatical than before, Someone has appeared again, and that face is the Quincy? That's right, it is the current king of the Dark World, Quincy. I didn't expect people in the Dark World to be interested in the red text of history. After learning that the person who appeared was Quincy, everyone was in an uproar again. What? Even the Quincy is here. What's the situation now? Will all the big names on the sea gather here? The big figures appear one after another, to let more people know that staying here may be very dangerous. Although they are very envious of the red history text and the record pointer of Ralph Drew, they still feel that life is more important. Didn't you see that the pirates who were active on the stage have suffered heavy casualties after the big man appeared? Of course, there are still guys who are not afraid of death, and they are still lucky enough to reap the benefits. That's the ability of the combination of lightning and fire elements, but why is it so strong? Seeing that the two of them just fought for a short time and caused such a big commotion, Jason showed a look of horror on his face. If the Quincy is the fruit of thunder and fire, can it really explode with such terrifying power? Or is it that the fruit of the Quincy is really an elemental fruit, but not my own? Jason showed a confused expression. But at this time, a figure came from a distance, and Hawkins stared at Jason coldly. The tyrant King Jason, dare to provoke our Wangsu Palace, you will definitely die today. Who are you? Jason came back to his senses and looked at Hawkins. Wangsu Palace, Hawkins. Hawkins walked slowly, and his body also changed. He turned into a straw giant, and the scarecrow stared at Jason with blank eyes, as if he wanted to curse him. Damn it, is it someone from Quincy? Jason's face was cloudy, but he knew that after he said those words, he had already made enemies with Quincy. He looked in the direction of Kaido, and he could only hope that Kaido could defeat Quincy, otherwise, his ending today is already doomed. If you dare to provoke your lord, I will take your head off. Hawkins said coldly, and the straw giant's giant hand directly patted it down. Jason didn't say a word, but the power of natural elements surged behind him, and he fought against Hawkins. Ha ha ha, happy. Quincy boy, I approve of you, no wonder that guy Charlotte Lingling can't suppress you. Gossip. Kaido jumped into the air, raised his mace with both hands, and then smashed it down fiercely. Duan Kong. Yunya pointed his finger, and an air wall blocked Kaido's attack. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Shunbu came to Kaido's chest, his strength was condensed, and the power of Leian was affected, and he punched out. Boom! With this blow, Yunya blasted Kaido's chest across the air, and ripples in the air were formed. With this punch, Kaido flew hundreds of meters away. Yunya quickly caught up with Kaido who was flying upside down, and with his head down, he punched him down again. Boom! This punch smashed Kaido into the ground, breaking the ground. Yunya gained power and was relentless, punching Kaido's body one after another. Every punch contained Yunya's boundless strength. Even Kaido's invincible body spit out a mouthful of blood after being hit like this. Lightning explosion. Yunya retracted his fist, pressing 5 fingers on Kaido's chest, and the shockwave of lightning exploded from his palm. Boom! There was an explosion, the ground shattered, and huge cracks spread out. There was a faint tendency to tear the entire island apart. Yunya wanted to continue attacking, but the next moment, he frowned and retreated rapidly. Frenzied heat. The next moment, in the pit, a thick wave of heat charged towards the sky. Enough. Kaido turned into a dragon hovering high in the sky, stepping on the flame cloud, looking down at Yunya from above, but if you look closely, you can find blood on his mouth. Obviously, facing Yunya's successive attacks just now, he also suffered some injuries. But this kind of injury is nothing more than a drizzle to him. Hot breath, bad wind. In midair, Kaido opened his mouth and spit out a violent attack to kill Yunya, which was also an action to block Yunya. The next moment, he turned into a human beast form again. No nonsense, a flame rose from his body, and soon, that hot flame was drawn by him to the mace. Yanlong Daoyid Fire Dragon Gossip. Kaido stepped on the flame cloud and swooped down from the sky like a meteor. Following the heat and bad wind, he smashed towards Yunya with a hot mace in his hand down. The hot breath and bad wind directly blocked Yunya's actions, and the subsequent attack was to make Yunya confront him head-on. Kaido is not afraid of confronting people head-on, and it can even be said that this is his fighting style. For him, an animal awakened, exchanging injuries for injuries is the most cost-effective way of playing. Of course, he is not the kind of fool who has no brains. He will use his body to resist when he can avoid the attack that threatens him. Shooting is all you can do. Yunya's eyes were fixed. It can be said that Kaido had already exploded with all his strength at this time, and he did not dare to be careless in the face of Kaido's successive attacks. Then, let me show you my full power too. Instantly coaxing Thunder God battle form. Yunya grinned, and a violent thunder appeared behind him, as if spreading wings behind him. The thunder was shaped like tentacles, raging wildly. The thunder sizzled, leaving scorched black marks wherever it passed. In the high-altitude clouds, as if being summoned, thick thunder pillars pierced down, blasting the island into huge potholes. At the same time, Yunya's body also changed. The original black hair suddenly turned into white, like a flame flickering. The thunder suddenly paused behind him, and then converged towards a certain point, and finally formed a left behind Yunya. The ring of thunder in the shape of a taiko drum. All of this was completed in an instant, and almost at the same time as Yunya's voice fell, the instant coaxing of this state had already taken shape. The original red pupils were replaced by white ones, and upon closer inspection, there seemed to be thunder beating inside. Yunya looked up indifferently, with the corners of his mouth grinning, and the ground touched the ground under his feet. The huge force caused a huge pothole to explode on the spot, and Yunya faced it without any fear. Thunder Roar Cannon. With 5 fingers spread out, a pillar of thunder pierced out, defeating Kaido's heat and bad wind. Then he clenched his fist with his right hand and headed towards Kaido's mace with one punch. Boom. There seemed to be a moment of silence in the arena, and then a loud noise erupted. In the center of the battlefield, the two were facing each other in a stalemate. The flames and thunder belonged to the two sides, colliding with each other. Is the fruit awakened? Kaido's eyes were extremely cold, and he didn't expect that the blow was actually blocked by this guy in front of him. That's right. Yunya met Kaido's gaze and said with a sneer. The two looked at each other, and the domineering look struck again. Overlord's color envelopes this terrifying shockwave like a 20th level hurricane, blowing everything away. Buildings, mountains, trees, etc. were all directly shattered under the impact of this shockwave. Countless pirates were sent flying upside down by the impact. Crack. With a soft sound, everyone was shocked to find that a huge pothole with a diameter of 100 meters appeared at the center of the two people's battle. Your attack is weaker than that of Charlotte Lingling. Yunya snorted coldly, and once again exerted force on his hand. The thunder surged violently behind him. I'm not as good as that woman. What are you kidding? Kaido was angry. Who did he look down on? Use your strength again. However, he faintly sensed that his attack was being pushed back little by little, which made Kaido's face also show consternation. Get off. Yunya yelled. His fist broke through Kaido's attack, and blasted his mace away. For a while, Kaido's empty door was wide open. Yunya would not let this opportunity go. He punched Huang Long straight, and slammed it down fiercely. However, Kaido's reaction was also extremely fast, and he was already on the defensive in the next moment, covering his chest with a thick-armed domineering look. The next moment, Yunya's punch hit Kaido's chest from the air. The thunder and lightning exploded, and the air rippled. Domineering, thunderbolt, and penetrating power directly broke through Kaido's armed defense and directly hit Kaido's internal organs. Kaido was directly blown away by Yunya's punch. Even with his physique, he spit out a mouthful of blood at this time, and his body was like a meteor, falling directly from the sky. With a bang, a bottomless hole was smashed out of the ground, cracks spread, and the island trembled. All the people around who had fled to the distance saw this scene and couldn't help swallowing. Is this the battle of the pinnacle powerhouses in the sea? It's really scary. With every collision, they felt the island tremble. Moreover, watching Quincy blow Kaido away with one blow, and when a huge pothole appeared on the ground, everyone present had a thought in their hearts, the Quincy is so strong. The red-haired side also paused, looking at the positions where the two were fighting. The red-haired also smacked his lips. Did such a fierce battle break out in the first place? What two fighting lunatics? And is Kaido at a disadvantage? Of Kaido's strength, the red hair, who often clashed with him, naturally couldn't be more clear. Be a real monster? Even he, in a one-on-one battle, might not be able to suppress Kaido. But looking at it now, he found that Kaido seemed to be at a disadvantage in the battle with the Quincy. This is a bit scary. The strength of the Quincy was a bit beyond his expectation. But he also knew that Kaido's difficulty was definitely more than that. If he wanted to defeat Kaido so easily, the attack just now was not enough. Yunya here naturally knows this. He has dealt with Kaido not once or twice, so he naturally knows that it is impossible to defeat Kaido with the attack just now. Let him vomit blood at most, and then, there will be no more. Over there, Kaido jumped out of the pothole. His face was extremely gloomy. He stared at Yunya, wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, no wonder that guy Lingling can't hold you down. Your strength it is indeed very strong. I remember you, but my goal is not you. I will come to you later to settle accounts. Said. Kaido looked at Barrett on the other side. The meaning is self-evident. Barrett watched with a sneer, and even gave Kaido a provocative look. Just when Kaido was furious and wanted to rush over. On the other side, a screaming voice came. I heard someone say my name from a distance. Kaido, is it you? Then, a figure stepping on a thundercloud came towards us, and Charlotte Lingling's demon-like body was getting closer and closer. After seeing a few people in the field, the corners of her mouth opened. Well, Kaido, you bastard, why do you look so embarrassed? You are really living and going back. Then Charlotte Lingling looked at Yunya, and said coldly, Quincy, it's been a long time. Lingling, do you want to fight with me? Kaido looked at Charlotte Lingling, and when he heard Charlotte Lingling's ridicule, his face darkened. Yunya also grinned and sneered, are you happy to see me? It seems that the lesson from last time hasn't improved your memory yet. Hearing this, Charlotte Lingling's face darkened visible to the naked eye, and she immediately laughed. Well, I didn't come here this time to fight with you. Then she looked at Kaido. Kaido, then where is the thing? Was it taken away by you? Are you here for that thing too? Then, I won't care about our previous friendship. Kaido said coldly. Well, it looks like you haven't got it yet. Charlotte Lingling laughed out loud, with a playful tone. Then, let's do it according to our ability. Where is that thing now? Charlotte Lingling glanced around, and finally looked at Barrett, and immediately frowned. Devil's descendant, Barrett? I didn't expect you to come out. Did 2 of the 4 emperors come at once? There is also a king of the dark world. It seems that that thing is really attractive to you. Barrett's eyes stayed in 3 different places, and finally sneered one sound. This time, a lot of great people really gathered together. Wrong, there are 3. Red hair also came out from the same direction, and behind him were all the cotters of the red hair pirates. The red-haired man looked at the 4 people present, finally resting his gaze on Barrett, and said with a slight smile, "Long time no see, Senior Barrett." Several people looked at the past, then raised their brows, and the red hair also came. Barrett grinned and said, "Red-haired brat, you've been doing pretty well recently. You've climbed to the same position as Whitebeard. It's really a compliment, Senior." The redhead smiled slightly, and looked at Barrett, then, "Senior, can you tell me why that thing fell into your hands? Haha, are you here to grab that thing too?" Barrett laughed, with a playful tone. "This is Captain Rogers' stuff. I, a former crew member, are naturally interested," the red-haired said with hands spread out. Hearing what the two said, Kaido looked impatient. "What are you talking about? Barrett, hand over the things to me." He had a bad temper, so he went straight to Barrett and killed him. "Hey, it's very rude to interrupt our conversation rashly, Kaido." The red hair looked at Kaido and said something. "Then kill you first? I haven't settled the account with you yet." Kaido was furious when he heard the words, shifted his target, and rushed towards the red hair. Thunder and gossip. The mace swung across and smashed towards the red hair. "Forget that this guy is a lunatic." The red-haired face darkened, and he would not have provoked Kaido if he had known. But facing Kaido's attack, he didn't dare to be careless. Griffin got out of the sheath, slashed down with the sword in his right hand. Boom! The two collided in the air, there was a roar, the ground shattered, and the sky split open. "Hey, Kaido, do me a favor, I don't want to fight with you here," the redhead said with a helpless expression as he stepped back a few steps. "There's so much nonsense, I'll beat you to death." Kaido became even angrier when he heard that. "To save you, who do you think you are? See if I don't smash you to death." Not only did Kaido not stop, but the offensive became even more ferocious. The corner of the red-haired mouth twitched, but he responded seriously. Boom boom boom. The next moment, the two attacked each other, and the old enemies started fighting at the slightest disagreement, and the whole island began to tremble again. "Vice Captain, what should we do now? They're fighting." Lakilo also looked helpless. Does his captain have a brain hole? "Look at it, the boss didn't tell us to do it, so we don't want to do it, but we must prevent others from attacking the boss." Ben Beckman took a puff of tobacco, as if he didn't see his captain fighting with others, and said lightly with, "Except for the fact that his own captain is a little out of shape during the battle, he is just a bit of a joke at other times." Look, it didn't take long for them to start fighting. Here, Charlotte Lingling scanned the audience, and finally looked at a position on top of the skull. "Is it there? Well, I will accept this red historical text without hesitation." Charlotte Lingling ignored Kaido and the red hair who were fighting fiercely, but stepped on the thundercloud to rush forward. "Past? I won't let you pass so easily, Charlotte Lingling." Barrett sneered and rushed over. "Do you want to stop me, Barrett?" "Ares." Charlotte Lingling's tone was cold, and Ares responded, turning into a glove and clasping her right hand. Then, Napoleon also turned into a big knife was held in her hand, Emperor's sword, broken blade. "Haha, the terrifying cannon." Barrett laughed loudly and charged towards it. Boom! The fist and the sword's edge collided in the air, arousing all the energy. Boom, 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 the two kept colliding, and a dense roar broke out. Another blow at the same time, the two retreated at the same time. "Hey, have you forgotten my existence? Charlotte Lingling, I've said it before, the next time we meet, I'll take your dog's life." Behind Yunyi, the drums and jade drums swelled, and a large number of thunder burst out. Shooting is like spreading a pair of wings. Yunyi rushed out instantly, wanting to secretly poke and slap Charlotte Lingling hard. But at this moment, the knowledgeable caller caught a piercing sound coming towards him, causing Yunyi to frown, and gave up his plan to attack Charlotte Lingling, but turned his head to look over. "Hey, it's you, generals." Yunya sent the trident piercing towards him flying with one punch, and stayed in midair with Shunpo, looking at the 3 people attacking. He is the top cotter of the Big Mom pirates, the 3 generals. They also followed Charlotte Lingling and arrived at Skull Island. "Quincyar, don't even think about meddling in Mom's battle. Let us be your opponents." The Star Cracker body appeared, with a pretzel in his hand, and looked at Yunya, murderous intent in his eyes. "Stop talking nonsense, Quincy is very powerful, let's go together." Smoothie narrowed his eyes, and slashed with the big sword in his hand. Katakuri didn't say a word, and he shot directly. The first move was Awakening, and the glutinous balls twirled behind his back, and his arms covered in armed colors bombarded towards Yunyi. The 3 of them have dealt with Quincy several times, and they are very clear about his strength. If they only rely on one person, they will not be able to defeat Quincy. So at this moment, they also shot together, rushing towards the Quincy master. "Then put you all on the ground first." Yunya laughed loudly, and also rushed out, fighting with the 3 of them. On the other side, the beast pirates also landed from the other side of the island. The 3 major disasters also appeared together. Quinn took a sip of his cigar, frowned, and said, "Big Mom, Red Hair, Quincy, the 3 generals of Big Mom's pirates. Who is that person who fought Big Mom? It's really a bunch of monsters to be able to fight against her." Drought Jack also looked over and asked, "Brother Jin, Brother Quinn, do you want to go there? Boss seems to be fighting that guy with red hair." Let's deal with the other people first. Yin looked in another direction, where the cotters of the red-haired pirates were. Is the cotter of the red-hair pirates here too? The other two also looked. Oh, I was discovered. What should I do? Do you want to start a fight? Jesus pouted towards the location of the three disasters. Lajilo took a bite of the meat, chewed and said, they've already set their sights on us, so they can only fight. Hey, the captain is already fighting with the boss of the opponent, and we can't do anything if we don't take action. Ben Beckman nodded and walked over first. When the red-haired pirates and the Kaido pirates had not yet become the four emperors, they fought a lot because of a piece of land. Don't talk about enemies, but it's about the same. In addition, the bosses of both sides have already fought. Those of them who are younger brothers can't just watch. Therefore, the battle here is also imminent. On Skull Island, there are 4 battlefields at this time. Everywhere is a strong battle. The entire island seemed to be howling, and it was showing a tendency to collapse again. The people who had retreated to the edge of the island took another breath when they saw this scene, as if the air had been sucked out. 4 Emperor Pirates. 3 Emperors came all at once. There are also the 3 generals of the Big Mom Pirates, the 3 disasters of the 100 Beasts Pirates, and the top cotters of the Red Hair Pirates. This is going to happen. If you don't run away, the whole island may be destroyed by them. Many of them also came for the red history text, and even when they saw Ralph Drew's record pointer later, they thought about going over to snatch it. However, after seeing the battle of the 4 emperors and the highest combat power under the 4 emperors, many people gave up this idea. Even the aftermath of these people's battles is not something they can resist. For a time, there were not many people left on the island. Of course, there are still some people hiding and waiting for an opportunity. On the other side, in the previous room, Festa watched the battles erupting everywhere. His face became more excited, and he laughed loudly. Look, this time the celebration is hot. Big people come one after another. As long as annihilate them all here, then, who else can stop my footsteps? The Birdman Morgans danced excitedly on the screen. 4 emperors, and the Quincy, this is big news. Damn it, if I knew there was such news, I would be dead. I also want to go live and broadcast it live. Damn it. Feld was also frightened by this luxurious lineup, but he still said calmly, is the descendant of the devil the method you use to deal with them? But with him alone, do you think he can succeed? Kibsun didn't speak, but looked at Festa. He also didn't think Barrett alone could solve Quincy and the other 4 emperors. Festa laughed loudly when he heard the words, of course I still have a lot of backhands, just wait and see. The navy party that entered the island after camouflaging hides in a corner. At this time, the faces of several people are also slightly dignified. 3 of the 4 emperors have come, and they are also under a lot of pressure at this time. This time, the Marshal of the Warring States period has issued an order to grab the red history text, and then there is a more important thing behind it, the permanent pointer of Ralph Drew. When they think of this, they get dizzy for a while. Things are not going well. The T-Dolphin had lost the dog-licking look it had before, and said with a serious expression, this is a big trouble. Lieutenant General Garp doesn't know where he went. Tao Tutu also pursed his lips, and said softly, let's stand still and wait for General Aokiji's order. He should have reported the situation here to Marshal Warring States. Yunya said, Lieutenant General Garp shouldn't have any major problems. Even if he is facing any one of the 4 emperors, he can retreat completely, but it's best not to expose it too early, or our navy will be destroyed. It's dangerous. If the news of the navy's appearance is known to the other 4 emperors, troubles are likely to arise. Although the current situation, the navy will definitely fight with them, but the later the fight, the better for them. Let the civil war of the 4 emperors consume a wave first, and then the navy will come on stage to solve everything. This is the best choice. But, will things really go as Yunya imagined? Just as Yaren was thinking about it, there was movement from the other side in the distance. With a loud bang, 2 figures rushed over from a distance. Ha ha ha, Redfield, you old boy still want to run. Garp punched out Redfield, knocking Redfield back hundreds of meters, and with a little ground under his feet, he laughed and chased after him. Carp, you old bastard, are you trying to fight me on purpose? Redfield caught Carp's punch, and then quickly backed away. He didn't want to confront Carp here, it was just his luck. It's really bad, I was hit by Carp. The two stared at each other for a while, and finally started fighting. Ha ha ha, don't run, the old man's hands are itching right now, and you just happened to show up without a sandbag. Do you think this is God's will? Garp still laughed, punching one after another, terrifying the power and influence radiated from him. Garp is like a humanoid murderer, every punch carries unparalleled strength. God, your sister. Redfield's face was very ugly, but his combat power was equally terrifying. He swung the umbrella like a sword to parry Garp's attack. The movement here naturally cannot escape the perception of the people present. They are all in a state of high concentration at this time, and they will catch even the slightest movement. And the corner of the Navy's mouth couldn't help twitching after seeing this scene. The T-Dolphin spread his hands. Okay, it's exposed. Tao Tutu was also speechless. Lieutenant General Garp. Yurin wasn't too surprised. He still knew Garp's character. This guy is not someone who will do things honestly and watch. He doesn't consider the consequences of everything he does, just like his grandson. Well, is the Navy here to intervene too? After seeing Garp, Charlotte Lingling's eyes flashed a little dignified, and she also stopped, and did not launch another attack. Now that Garp is here, it means that the Navy has also arrived in the New World. She started to shoot around, but Nightblade and the others were well hidden and were not perceived by the color of knowledge. A meaningful smile appeared on Barrett's face. Navy? Good job. By the way, the Navy is also solved together. The opening of the World Expo this time is to eliminate those top combat forces in the sea. Then he will stand on top of everyone's corpses and create a new era? A new era beyond Roger? He will be the only king of this era? Navy. Kaido avoided the red hair sword, took a few steps back, did not choose to attack, but looked in Garp's direction, and, like Charlotte Lingling, his eyes began to search around. The Navy is here too, and that guy is the Red Earl? It's getting more and more chaotic. When Kaido didn't attack, the red hair also chose to stop and retreated to his camp. The cotters of the red hair pirates and the three calamities of the beasts pirates also stopped, standing in different positions. A blast of lightning from the Quincy Ooze forced the three generals back, but he didn't choose to make a move. He stood alone on the other side, looked at Katakuri and said, "The Navy is here too, stop for now, I don't want to be picked up by the Navy cheap." Quincy's words expressed the thoughts of other people present. Garp's appearance made him realize that the Navy might have already landed. When the situation was unknown, they, the pirates, would naturally not choose to do it. Pirates and Navy are natural enemies, the kind that will go to war when they meet. They don't want the Navy to take advantage of it. The three generals were all out of breath at this time, facing the attack of the Quincy. Even if the three of them joined forces, they still felt a little difficult, and the strength of the Quincy was getting stronger and stronger. After Katakuri took a deep look at Quincy, he waved his hand and said, "Go to mom." The three generals also stood beside Charlotte Lingling, ready to fight. Over there, Redfield seized the opportunity and chopped Garp away with a sword. Garp said ouch and rolled to the center like a gourd, and then a Garp stood up straight. Sensing the unfriendly eyes around him, he shot around, pointed his nose and curled his lips and said, "What are you looking at, you guys? Hit yours, I hit mine, you just pretend I don't exist." As he said that, he was about to charge out again and head towards Redfield. When the old guy had recovered to his peak, if he hadn't blocked it with his armed weapon at the last moment, he would probably have paid off with this blow. But Charlotte Lingling said coldly to Garp, "Garp, why are you here?" "Why, of course I came here to grab." In the middle of speaking, Garp suddenly covered his mouth, realizing that it might be a bit bad to say this. Although he came here to play, but the others were not, he quickly changed his words, "Of course I came here to play, are you pirates only allowed here to watch the fun?" Garp's self-deprecating words made all the people present turn pale. Did they come here to play? Who are you kidding? Kaido smashed his mace to the ground and sneered, "Garp, since you're here, I can't let you go." Charlotte Lingling also grinned grimly, "Your Navy is also here for the red history text. It's none of your business." Cap said indifferently, but he just glanced at the others, and then looked at Redfield. "Don't run away, old boy, I will definitely beat you all over the head today bag." Redfield stood on a boulder and sent Garp flying to this side. Naturally he breathed. "This old thing Garp is very annoying, if you don't make trouble for him, he will still keep an eye on him. You haven't seen the situation clearly yet? Garp, die to me." As Kaido opened and closed his mouth, flames gushed out, and the next moment, scorching heat blasted towards Garp. "Well, then before the rest of the Navy arrives, I will kill you first." Charlotte Lingling grinned, as if she had reached a tacit understanding with Kaido, and the thunderclouds and fireballs floating around her began to dance. Thunder Pillar and Fire Pillar charged past. Seeing this, the expressions of several Navy officers changed. "Oh, I can only make a move." Urin took a step forward and appeared as if teleporting. With a wave of silver fiber in his hand, a sword energy pierced the air and collided with Kaido's attack. On the other side, Daotu and T-Dolphin also stepped on their shavings, and Jiankai and Lanjiao met the two attacks directed at Charlotte Lingling. There was a bang sound, and several attacks collided with each other and shattered at the same time. The appearance of the three immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. After seeing the person coming, the pirates all stared at each other. Peach Rabbit, T-Dolphin, the Quasi-Admiral of the Navy, and a new Navy star who can fight against Kaido, the Nightblade. Ben Beckman immediately revealed the identities of the three. These three people are also well known in the world, and they, top pirates, naturally know it. Have all the high-end combat power in the Navy come? But why didn't I see the general? Some people have doubts in their hearts. Yaren, you dare to appear in the New World. Seeing Yaren, Kaido's eyes froze and his tone turned cold. The grievances between their 100 Beasts pirates and Yeblade are not small, especially Droughtjack. When he looked at Nightblade, his eyes were breathing fire. It was this guy who snatched a phantom beast from his hand, and made him suffer so badly that he was almost sent to prison. "Why are you here too?" Garp looked at the three Urin who appeared here, blinked, and scratched his head, with a silly look on his face. Some couldn't figure out why they appeared here. The three of them all showed speechless expressions. If it weren't for you, they would still be watching the show right now. Daotu explained, "General Kingsley asked us to hide on the island first, but it seems that we have been exposed." "Haha, that's right." Garp scratched his head, as if he didn't realize that he made them appear. "Well, Nightblade, is that the Navy Nova who froze you? I remember his fruit ability was snatched from your beast pirates." Charlotte Lingling looked at Nightblade, said with great interest, and even made a fire. "Lingling, don't think I'm afraid of you. Kaido looked at Charlotte Lingling unkindly. Well, Charlotte Lingling laughed, then looked at Kaido, grinned and said, Kaido, cooperate with me? After you grab the things, we will share the spoils equally. Kaido's eyes flashed. Cooperation? Are you afraid? Kaido, don't forget, you still owe me a favor. Charlotte Lingling's face darkened, staring at Kaido. When she was in the Rocks Pirates, Charlotte Lingling took good care of Kaido, and gave Kaido a phantom beast fish fruit in the blue dragon form, which is now Kaido's ability. Don't threaten me with favors. If you want me to give you the record pointer of Ralph Drew, I will not agree. Kaido also looked at Charlotte Lingling, and said defiantly. Although he owes Charlotte Lingling favors, he is not willing to let him hand over the title of One Piece to others. Ralph Drew's record pointer. Charlotte Lingling's face flashed doubts. Not a red history text. Why is Ralph Drew's record pointer still appearing? In the hands of Barrett, there is also the permanent pointer of Ralph Drew, which was made by Roger's crew at the time, and was obtained by Barrett. Kaido looked at Barrett with a fierce look. What? Charlotte Lingling was very surprised, and then she also looked at Barrett with a greedy look in her eyes. Then Charlotte Lingling looked at Kaido again. Cooperate with me, Kaido? Whether it is the red history text or the record pointer, after we defeat them, we will decide who belongs to them. At that time, each depends on his ability. Kaido shot around, looking at the strong men who were not weaker than him. After pondering for a moment, he grinned, then let's cooperate, but it's only this time. After we defeat these people together, let's decide where the spoils will go. Well, let's kill Barrett first. I think so too. After some discussion, a cooperation was reached. But it's also because they already know each other, and Kaido still owes Charlotte Lingling a huge favor. Under various factors, the two four emperors reached an alliance at this moment. The next moment, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling looked at Barrett at the same time, showing their murderous intent. Facing the murderous intent of the two emperors, Barrett's expression darkened. He might still have a little confidence in dealing with one, but facing two top-level experts at the same time, no matter how confident he was, he didn't think he could win. Even if Roger is resurrected, he can't deal with two four emperors at the same time and still win. The two four emperors teamed up, making everyone present look solemn. The four emperors were originally the pinnacle of combat power, but now they have joined forces, adding the three disasters, three generals, and all the forces under their banners. Charlotte Lingling and Kaido have become the most powerful people in the field, a threat to everyone else. Boss, what should we do now? It's not good for the two four emperors to join forces. Jesus wiped the barrel of the gun in his hand, and his tone became dignified. I can only fight, and I can't let Ralph Drew's record pointer fall into the hands of either of them. The red hair didn't have the hippie smile before, but became serious. The identity of the red hair is very mysterious, but he is a pirate, but he can go to the Holy Land, marry Joa, and even secretly reached an agreement with the 5 old stars. Everything he has done these years is to maintain the stability of the sea as much as possible. Therefore, in order to prevent Ralph Drew's record pointer from falling into the hands of Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, and causing the new world to enter irreversible chaos again, he can only fight. Senior Barrett, I'm here to help you. The redhead stepped into the battle and fought Kaido again. On the other side, Barrett, who has merged with his ship Catapult at some point, has already fought with Charlotte Lingling and Kaido. However, in the face of the joint attack of the two four emperors, he was at a disadvantage from the very beginning, and was hammered and flew everywhere. Now that the red hair joins the battle and resists Kaido, it also greatly reduces his pressure. Where's the hat that Roger gave you? But Barrett didn't appreciate it, and the mechanical fist covered the armed color and domineeringly slammed at Charlotte Lingling. He was still a little uncomfortable with the red-haired guy. Roger actually gave his hat to the red-haired, weak guy instead of himself. This annoyed him, who thought he was Roger's heir. While fighting Kaido, the redhead took the time to laugh and said, "Hat, I will be the next generation." What a waste, no wonder you can lose one of your arms, so I am Roger's successor. Everyone can only submit to me. Barrett laughed loudly, and the attack became more and more ferocious. Charlotte Lingling storms over. The domineering mechanical fist covered with armed colors collided with Charlotte Lingling one after another. Boom boom boom. The four-person battle is endless. In order not to confuse, the names of the two identities of the protagonists are replaced by their code names. On the other hand, after Carp saw that he had nothing to do with himself, he also found trouble with Redfield again. Redfield yelled unluckily, and also fought with Garp. The two sides were fighting each other, and they were both angry and serious. The main reason is that Carp is aggressive, and Redfield is also annoyed, and he is merciless in his shots. Ha ha ha, that's how it should be, see if I don't kill you. Carp laughed loudly, punching after punching. He is a typical one-force breaker, all attack methods are fists. His armed color can be said to be the pinnacle of the pirate world, and there is almost no opponent in terms of armed color. With just a pair of iron fists, chase Roger around the world? Afraid that you are too old to die? Let me see, your current strength is a bit like it used to be. Latefield also snorted coldly, with an umbrella like a sword, waving a terrifying slash, unleashing the aura of a great swordsman. The movements of the two will not be weaker than those of the other four emperors on the battlefield. Yeren looked at Quincy, and said to Daoto and Chappie, "Lieutenant General Daoto, Lieutenant Chappie, leave this Quincy to me, you guys go to intercept other pirates, don't let them take to the red history text." "Okay, Momoto and the T-Dolphin exchanged a glance, and then rushed out with the razor. They still recognized Yuren's strength, and even in their minds, Yuren already possessed the combat power of a general. 1 point stronger than the two of them. Here the four emperors level began to fight. The cotters of Kaido and Charlotte Lingling were not idle either, and they had already rushed towards the location of the red history text. However, the red-haired pirates didn't do anything to watch, standing in front of the three disasters and the three generals. After all, there are fewer people on the red-haired side, so they can barely resist. There are other cotters standing out from the encirclement, and they are almost approaching the area where the red history text is located. Naturally, the Navy must not just sit back and watch the red history text be taken away, and they can only make a move. Their purpose is also the red history text, so naturally they cannot let the pirates succeed. This is the first time we've met, Quincy? Did you come here for the red history text too? Yaren looked at Quincy and said lightly, Navy Star, Lieutenant Admiral Nightblade, I am like a thunderbolt. Quincy chuckled lightly. The two looked at each other, everything was silent. Then the next moment, the two started at the same time. Boom! Twins also started the battle hypocritically. Everyone in the field was fighting. It would be a bit strange if they didn't do anything. Anyway, it's just acting, it's all about myself, and I pay attention to the situation on the field while playing. Although it was acting, it couldn't let people see the flaws. The movement of the two people's battle was also very fierce, no worse than others. To be honest, Yuni is not very interested in the red history text or Ralph Drew's record pointer. But Yaren is because of the mission, and Quincy is purely here to join in the fun. During this period of time, his achievement points were not recorded much. Achievement points are getting harder and harder to get. The current him, apart from defeating and killing masters, the ordinary weak can no longer get too many achievement points. It's very pit. Therefore, another purpose is to earn some achievement points. There will definitely be many strong people attracted by the red history text. This is an opportunity to earn achievement points. The battle continues on the island. And on the surface of the sea, there are also pirate ships coming. On the Moby Dick, the captains of Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, looking towards the direction of the island. Marco, the captain of the first team, looked at the battle that broke out in the direction of the island, and said to the Whitebeard behind him, it seems that we are late, and there is already a fight over there. Joseph frowned and said, have the other four emperors arrived? And the Navy? Did the Pirate World Expo actually attract so many powerful people this time? It can be said that the forces of the four emperors have all been mobilized. All the people with Whitebeard started to discuss, they were knowledgeable or had good eyesight, and they also saw the strong men who were fighting. Even Whitebeard raised his brows, he just wanted to join in the fun, but he didn't expect that besides himself, the other four emperors had already arrived. But at this moment, a voice came from the observation deck. Father, on the left, we found more than a dozen warships. Navy warship? When everyone heard this, they were shocked again, and then looked over. Sure enough, they also saw the warship not far from here. There are a dozen warships in total. On the other side of the warship, Aokiji and Kizaru also found the Moby Dick. Even the Whitebeards have arrived. It's really... Huang Yuan's claws are already numb at this time, and with the addition of Whitebeards, all the four emperors of the New World have arrived. What kind of trouble is this going to be? If all the four emperors are dispatched, they can level the entire navy? In the face of this force, the world government will be very afraid. Aokiji also frowned, took a deep breath and said, the Marshal of the Warring States has already issued an order. If the red history text cannot be snatched, then we can only launch a demon-slaying order on Skull Island, and directly kill all the people on the island. Things are destroyed. The demon slaughter order is an indiscriminate attack by the Navy. The continuous bombardment can almost wipe out the entire island directly. Not to mention the full force of the Navy, it can be considered that most of the military power has come. This kind of military deployment can directly launch the demon slaughter order. However, this is the last resort of the Navy, and it will only be used when it is absolutely necessary. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel looked in the direction of the Moby Dick, and said in a deep voice, Whitebeard. If this man is allowed to go there, Lieutenant General Garp and the others are likely to fail. Our numbers are too small. We can't let the man with the Whitebeard pass, at least we have to block it for a while. King Z took a deep breath and said. As he spoke, he jumped to the sky, exhaled cold air, and two icicles spread from the palm of his hand and plunged into the bottom of the sea, Ice Age. With the sound of buzz, the cold air spread, and with the green pheasant as the center, the ice layer directly froze the sea area. Are you going to meet that man? Huang Yuan curled his lips, and after sighing, his figure also turned into golden light and dissipated. Arriving high above the sky, Huang Yuan crossed his hands, 8-foot Kainguyu. SHHHHHH. Countless dense light bullets shot towards the Moby Dick. The green pheasant and the yellow ape, are they trying to prevent us from going there? Marco's face darkened, and his figure suddenly turned into a phoenix, blocking in front of the Moby Dick, blocking countless light bullets. The yellow monkey fell on the ice, pouted and said, Whitebeard pirates, no passage ahead. Aokiji also appeared in a flash, looking coldly at the location of the Moby Dick. Standing on top of the whale head of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard looked down at the two generals below, laughed gulala, and said, Aokiji and Kazax, just the two of you, want to block it. Is it my way? Huang Yuan twisted his neck and said, "It's already a mess over there, you dangerous guy, stay here. Whitebeard, you should know what the red text of history represents. It is impossible for our navy to surrender." Aokiji also said, "Gulala, your navy is not qualified to tell me what to do, I can go wherever I want." Whitebeard looked at the two generals and said domineeringly, "It seems that we can't agree." Aokiji's eyes were fixed, and the cold air rose, and a lifelike icebird appeared behind him, frozen storm pheasant's beak. The icebird spread its wings and directly charged towards the Moby Dick. Huang Yuan also moved directly, with a touch of his fingertip, the golden laser shot out of the air. "Get out of here!" Whitebeard shouted, his fist condensed into a glittering halo, and he punched the air. With the sound of caca like the bursting of the atmosphere, a shock force shattered the attacks of the two generals, and they came out unabated. Snort. Aokiji and Huang Yuan snorted coldly, and each of them shattered the power of the shock with one blow. "Gulala, then try this, Haizhen." Whitebeard showed a domineering smile on his face, his hands seemed to grab the air, and pulled it down. Following Whitebeard's movements, the power of the shaking fruit erupted, and the next moment, the world overturned, the ice layer broke, and the sea water rolled back. Under the action of Whitebeard's ability, this frozen sea area, together with the area where the islands are located in the distance, broke into several pieces, toppled left and right, and wobbled, as if they were overturned by some force. The sound of rumbling was transmitted, and the ice layers frozen due to Aokiji's ability began to collide with each other, and the ice layers shattered. At this time, more than a dozen warships began to fall due to the tilt of the ice layer. For a time, the world was turned upside down. Not good. King Z's face darkened, the cold air suddenly spread, and the broken ice layer was firmly fixed again, resisting the impact from the Whitebeard's shaking fruit. However, only a part of the area was fixed, and the other areas were still tilted left and right. The waves beat and collided, and finally turned into a tsunami and rushed in the direction of Skull Island. One blow from Whitebeard was terrifying. This is the ability of Whitebeard, who is known as capable of destroying the world. The strongest Superman in the world, the power of the shaking fruit. A man who can set off a tsunami and destroy an island with one blow? It's just that everyone doesn't know that there is a pirate ship flying the clown flag, which happens to be engulfed by the waves and heading towards Skull Island. All the pirates above were screaming. They didn't know why such a big tsunami suddenly appeared, and their ships were affected. "Gulala, try blocking another one." Whitebeard laughed loudly, and swung his fist. The air shattered again, a shock force swept out, and the ice along the way exploded directly. The terrifying power made everyone present. All navy is color changing. Huang Yuan's figure flashed in front of him, and a lightsaber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the shocking wave. With a bang, the shock wave was cut in half, but it still swept towards both sides, plowing out two terrifying ravines. After King Z used his ability to fix the nearby sea area, he also drew his hand and rushed towards Whitebeard. But Marco turned into a phoenix and rushed out, blocking the green pheasant. Diamond crash. Jaws rushed out like a bull, his shoulders turned into diamonds, and charged towards the yellow ape. On the warship, lieutenant generals such as Flying Squirrel and Hua Shaoshan also rushed out to fight with the other captains of Whitebeard. The battle is also breaking out here. The Skull Island in the distance was also affected by the Whitebeard seaquake just now, and the entire island almost rolled over. Everyone who was fighting above also sensed it, and they all looked in that direction subconsciously. This movement is the fruit of that old guy with Whitebeard. Kaido and Red Hair exchanged blows, and the two backed away at the same time. Taking advantage of this gap, Kaido looked over there. There are not many people in the sea that can make Kaido afraid, but Whitebeard is definitely one of the people who makes him afraid the most. Well, even the old guy with the white beard appeared. Is he fighting someone? This cold air, it's the green pheasant. Charlotte Lingling also looked over, and the color of knowledge radiated over. See over there. All the powerhouses paused for a short while, watching the tsunami hit with different expressions on their faces. But it's just suffering for others. Many pirates have already returned to their ships when a big battle broke out on the island. It was also because of Whitebeard's blow that the island tilted, almost causing them and the entire ship to sink to the bottom of the sea. In the distance, a tsunami with a height of hundreds of meters hit, as if it was about to submerge the entire Skull Island, which shocked countless people. See? Tsunami. Why is there a tsunami at this time? Over there, is someone fighting? This ability is the fruit of Zhenjian. Whitebeard is here too. Everyone in the direction where the waves were hitting, looked at the oncoming tsunami with expressions of horror on their faces. As long as the waves beat down, their ships will be directly destroyed. Quick, take a shot and break up the waves, or we will die here. At this moment, the pirates here are all fighting against the enemy, and they all attack the tsunami. It's impossible not to shoot. Let the tsunami take pictures. They are estimated to die here. In particular, there are many devil fruit ability users among them. As long as they fall into the water, there is only one ending. Although these people in the field are not top-notch in strength, there are some masters, and they have been in the New World for many years, and they will not be unable to withstand even a tsunami. With a bang, the incoming tsunami was directly blasted out of a gap. Although it still affected many people, it barely survived this crisis. However, the tsunami was like a wall, only one corner was smashed, it was harmless at all, and it still slapped towards the island aggressively. Kaido, let's shoot together and blow away the tsunami. Charlotte Lingling looked at the tsunami that was coming, and said to Kaido, "They are also devil fruit capable users, so they will naturally be affected by sea water." "Okay." Kaido nodded. "Bahai." The two looked at each other, and then one with a mace and the other with Napoleon, simultaneously blasted a terrifying shock wave towards the corner of the tsunami ahead. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the location where the two of them jointly attacked happened to be where Barrett and Redhead were. Damn it. The red-haired knowledgeable caller jumped wildly, and immediately moved away in a flash. Barrett also sensed it, but his speed is not as fast as the red hair, and at this time he has merged with his own ship, and his speed is much slower. At this time, it is too late to escape, so he can only roar with a sound, both fists blasted out. But after all, it was the joint efforts of the two four emperors. Barrett was defeated and was directly swept by this shock wave. Fortunately, Barrett did not choose to resist hard and passed by, but he was still blasted out, and even his body was blown away. There was a crackling sound from the mecha, and something was thrown from his body. His face changed, and he wanted to grab it, but at this moment he couldn't help himself. He could barely resist Bahai's impact. The shock wave was as powerful as a bamboo, and with a boom, a big hole was blasted from the tsunami that hit the face, and the seawater splashed everywhere, but it could no longer threaten them. However, when the tsunami broke, a pirate ship with the clown skull flag appeared from the tsunami, and was carried by the aftermath of the impact and flew towards the direction of the skull, just hitting the place where the red history texts were piled up. The pirate ship fell to the ground, and the hull was instantly torn apart due to the impact. The crew members on the pirate ship also fell off the ship, and suddenly they felt all sorts of insanity, staring at their eyes. With an ouch, Bucky the clown fell off his boat like a gourd, his body was torn apart and scattered everywhere. At this point, they still don't know what happened. At this moment, an old treasure chest fell from the top of the head, and it happened to hit the top of the clown Bucky's head, making him stagger and fall to the ground, and a big bag appeared on top of his head. The treasure chest hit the top of his head, rebounded, and ended up on Bucky the clown. Pain, pain, pain. Bucky the clown jumped up holding his head, and the treasure box on his body fell because of his action, and the things inside fell out, which was a record pointer. The clown Bucky hadn't figured out the situation yet. He thought someone was sneaking up on him, and started to look around, cursing, Who is sneaking up on me? It's just that the next moment, his eyes looking around seemed to be attracted by something. He stared round, and his mouth opened wide. What is in front of him? It is all kinds of gold and silver treasures piled up together, piled up into a hill. The red historical text was also buried among the treasures, but the clown Bucky didn't notice at all. His eyes were all on the shining gold and silver treasures. Get rich. The clown Bucky's eyes changed into the shape of Bailey, and after watching carefully, he saw a familiar skull from a certain treasure, which was the former flag of John Pirates. Alas, this is Captain John's treasure. The clown Bucky's eyes widened, as if he had encountered something incredible. He thought he was hallucinating, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Everything in front of him was still real. No, it's not an illusion. Ha ha ha, post it, I'm going to post it. It actually made me find Captain John's treasure. After seeing these gold and silver treasures, Bucky the clown couldn't turn his mind. Laughing, there is only one thought in my heart, that is, he has made a fortune. At this time, all the younger brothers also came back to their senses. Their first sight was also the pile of treasures piled up in front of them. Their vision was worse than that of Bucky the clown. Think you are hallucinating. A pirate ship fell from a high altitude, so naturally it couldn't escape the perception of the experts present. At this time, their eyes were all looking over, and their expressions changed after seeing someone approaching the red history text. Damn it. Especially Barrett, he had the quickest reaction. The moment he landed, his body rushed over there. Just now, the recording pointer of Ralph Drew hidden on his body was directly thrown out by the impact just now, and it just landed on the position over there. I seem to have seen something thrown from Barrett's body just now. Could it be the record pointer? Kaido saw Barrett's movement, his eyes flashed, and a smirk appeared on his face. The figure turned into a dragon, winding and rushing over. After hearing Kaido's words, the other people present also flashed their eyes and rushed out. Charlotte Lingling stepped on the thundercloud and followed closely behind. That is to say, Garp didn't do anything else, and he still had a fierce fight with Redfield. Everyone else followed. The aura just now looks a little familiar. Who could it be? The red hair radiated out, faintly feeling that the aura was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who it could be. At this time, it doesn't matter so much. I decided to go and see. Look. The speed of the strong is very fast, and within a short time, their figure is also close to the position of the skull. The clown Bucky here still had his eyes glistening with joy, dancing with his arms and legs, and accidentally touched the big bag on top of his head, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have been attacked by something just now. Immediately, he looked at the culprit who hit him, walked over, picked up the record pointer, and looked at it in front of his eyes. What is this? Ralph Drew? This is not the name of the island. As if thinking of something, the clown Bucky's face became terrified. His hands holding the record pointer suddenly left his body, and kept the thing as far away from himself as possible, as if avoiding the plague god. Why is this thing here? He is no stranger to this thing. When Roger's crew was making this thing, he also ran over to join in the fun out of curiosity. But wasn't this thing thrown away by Captain Roger? Why did this thing appear in my hands? the clown returned to his soul, and finally seemed to realize something, or sensed the danger. He looked around tremblingly, and then, he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. What's the situation? Kaido? Big Mom? Shanks? B.A. Barrett? Navy? Where is this place? The clown Bucky saw the people coming this way, was so frightened that his body was torn apart, and his soul was lost. Except for his feet still on the ground, his other torso was flying around in the sky. Because of his panic, he spliced his body together several times, but his head was wrong, his hands and feet were combined, his butt was combined with his head, and the scene was extremely funny. Bucky. After getting closer, the redhead also saw the appearance of Bucky the clown, and he suddenly felt like he was lying in his heart. Before that, he guessed that Bucky would come here because of the birth of Captain John's treasure, but he didn't expect to see him in this way. Naturally, other people also saw the appearance of Bucky the clown, and they were also a little familiar with this image. I feel like I've seen it before. And Urin and Quincy looked at each other after seeing this person. Isn't this guy Bucky the clown? Why is it here? Moreover, I also got the red history text and the record pointer in one fell swoop. Is this the legendary Overlord Luck? So scary? Yunya thought of the famous stalker in One Piece in the previous life. Others are domineering, but the clown Bucky is Luck of the domineering? He is the real son of destiny? The screen on the island was still on, and the phone bug that recorded everything was not affected by the Battle of the Strong, and still projected the situation on the screen. Therefore, everyone who was still on the island also saw this scene. Who is that guy? Are you the first one to arrive there? Could it be that some big shot is wrong? I don't know. Is there such a person in the new world? Could it be a newcomer? Too strong, to snatch something under the eyes of the 4 emperors. This guy is not easy. Countless people who looked at the screen showed shock on their faces and began to discuss, but in their memory, there was no image of a big man that matched the guy in front of them. But what is certain is that this guy with a red nose is definitely not a simple person. He actually got the red history text while the strong man looked around. Stay hidden, wait for the opportunity, and win the championship in one fell swoop. This scheming is really terrifying. Immediately, in their hearts, the status of the clown Bucky was infinitely high, and they felt that they would witness the birth of a new legend. Barrett was the first to arrive, and without any nonsense, he shot directly at Bucky the clown. His fist was covered with a terrifying and domineering armed look, and he blasted Bucky the clown with one punch. I don't know if it's a coincidence or strength, but the clown Bucky's face flashed a look of extreme horror, and his body was torn apart again, and by coincidence, he avoided Barrett's attack. And the head was flying in the direction of Barrett's head. The two heads collided, and the next moment Bucky the clown was hit with stares, but Barrett's vision was also blocked because of the impact of Bucky the clown's head. The punch missed Bucky the clown. Instead, he crashed into a boulder. With a bang, the boulder shattered directly, and the rubble buried Barrett himself. Hiss. Countless people who saw this scene gasped. The scene of Barrett fighting against the 4 emperors just now is still vivid in his mind, but now, that guy with the red nose actually made Barrett, a powerhouse comparable to the 4 emperors, suffer with just one blow? Sure enough, the guy with the red nose is definitely a hidden powerhouse. Hot breath. Kaido sensed clearly, and frowned. Although the guy in front of him was acting very embarrassed, he was able to avoid Barrett's attack and let Barrett suffer. Suddenly, my heart sank, and I opened my mouth to spit out hot breath and rushed over. The clown Bucky's head was filled with stars, and circles appeared in his eyes, but when the crisis was approaching, he also reacted, subconsciously looked over, saw the heat coming, and almost peed his pants in fright. But at this moment, the red hair had already arrived, blocked in front of heat, raised his hand and chopped off with a sword, splitting Kaido's heat in two. However, the shock wave also overturned Bucky the clown and his crew. Fortunately, it was only the aftermath and did not suffer too much damage. The clown Bucky rolled a few times, hit his head on a boulder, and stared at gold stars again. Seeing the appearance of red hair, Kaido's dragon body was swimming, and he didn't choose to attack rashly, but his heart sank. Red hair, is this guy yours? The rest of the people also arrived one after another, but they didn't do anything. The scene in front of them was too strange. Could it be possible that this funny guy with a red nose is with the red hair? Several people belonged to different positions and stood on guard against each other. On the Navy side, Momoto looked at Bucky the clown with a solemn expression. She also felt as if she had seen this appearance somewhere before, but she couldn't remember it for a while. That's right, the clown Bucky is only famous in the area of the East China Sea now, and the quasi-general like Momoto basically pays attention to the pirates of the Great Route. Maybe he just saw the picture of the clown Bucky on the reward order, left a little impression. The main reason is that Bucky the clown's nose is too recognizable. What are you guys doing? Do you want to die? Bucky the clown got up in a daze. He didn't know if it was intentional or a little confused. After getting up, he couldn't help but yelled. As soon as these words came out, almost all the experts looked at his position. Feeling oppressed, Bucky the clown recovered his sanity again, quickly covered his mouth, and looked around cautiously. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he covered his mouth, tears and cold sweat streaming down his face. He wished he could slap himself. Why did he suddenly have a brain twitch and say something like that? Isn't this offending people? Just now, he recognized the identities of many people present, but he was still a little confused at this moment. Why did he suddenly appear in such a dangerous place? Aren't I and others still sailing at sea the last moment? Why come here? The red-haired laughed, came to Bucky's side, and patted him on the shoulder. Haha, it's been a long time, Bucky. You guys are really amazing. You actually came here before us. Is it calculated? Sure enough, Captain John's treasure is very attractive to you. I still remember that you have been looking for Captain John's treasure before, but you still can't bear to come to the new world. The red-haired and small-mouthed Barbara seemed to recall the past, but he didn't even notice Bucky the clown's eyes that wanted to eat people. Finally unable to stand the red-haired Bara, the clown Bucky slapped the red-haired arm away, grabbed his collar and roared, spitting all over the red-haired face. What a long time no see. You bastard, it hurts me so much. Can't you hold back a little bit? You guys, you are still as angry as ever? Damn Shanks. The red-haired innocent face, let the saliva spray on his face, just wiped his face with his hands, then spread his hands and said, don't do this, I'm also the 4th emperor anyway, give me some face. But the redhead miscalculated, with Bucky the clown, you redhead has a fart face. Bucky cursed again, for your face, I wish I could kill you. You haven't forgotten what you did to me back then, have you? The redhead knew he was wrong, so he could only let Bucky the clown spout wildly, not daring to fight back. This scene was also spread by the video phone bug, and the sound was also spread by the phone bug. Hiss. All those who saw this scene through the phone bug gasped again, shocked by the scene in front of them. The guy with the red nose actually grabbed the red hair by the collar and cursed, and the red hair didn't seem to dare to resist. So scary, so scary. This guy is definitely a big shot. Seeing this scene, all those who didn't know were convinced once again that this guy is a big shot. The few strong men present were also frowning because of Bucky's actions. This guy really knows the red hair. Here, Yaren rolled his eyeballs. He didn't know what kind of bad thoughts he was holding back. He took a step forward, looked at the clown Bucky and said slowly, I seem to have seen your face on the reward order, Donghai's pirate, Bucky the clown. There are rumors that you are a member of the Roger Pirates ship. Saying that, Yaren looked at the red hair, then looked at Bucky again, and said solemnly, it is closely related to the current 4 emperors, red hair, and they are called brothers. After I saw the news, I thought it was false, but now it seems that the information should be true. Clown Bucky, terrible character, what is the purpose of you hiding in the East China Sea all this time? Sure enough, you vicious pirates still can't resist the temptation to become the One Piece King? Are you also here for the red history text and Ralph Drew's record pointer? Yeblade's words almost exposed Bucky the clown's background. Alas, sure enough, that guy is indeed a big shot. Is it actually someone who used to be on Roger's ship? He also has such a relationship with the red-haired Shanks. Could it be that his strength is also at the level of the 4 emperors? Naturally, Yunye's words also reached the ears of other people. Those who looked at the screen were all shocked at this moment. What did they hear? That red-nosed man was once a crew member of the Roger Pirates, and he is also called a brother with the current 4 emperors' red hair? Doesn't it mean that this guy's strength is at least comparable to that of red hair? Just why, in the previous New World, there was no such character at all. Ababa. Bucky heard Yaren's words, his face was full of horror, and he opened his mouth. He wanted to explain, but because of his fear, he couldn't even speak clearly. Storm, exposed. Bucky stared blankly at Nightblade, and now he only had this thought in his mind. Who is this guy? How did you know your identity? Don't you hide yourself well? Why? What should I do in the future? It's over, it's over. Thinking of his pirate career in the future, Bucky's face is ashamed. This is cheating. And the crew of the Bucky pirates were also shocked at this time. Their eyeballs were about to fall out, and they didn't know that their captain had such an identity. This simply shattered their 3 views. The crew of One Piece Roger, the red-haired brother of the 4 emperors. Although they are the pirates of paradise, they don't have a clear understanding of the 4 emperors, but they still understand the crew of the Roger pirates. Is this still their narrow-minded captain, Bucky the clown? Are you the clown who used to like to follow Rayleigh? Barrett pushed away a pile of gravel and stood up, looking at Bucky's position, with a look of surprise on his face. But the eyes are more ferocious. This damn clown actually snatched the things in his hand? This is really unbearable. Kaido and Charlotte Lingling also thought about it, combining the figure of the former person with the current clown Bucky. Especially the red nose, still the same as before. So it's you. Kaido showed a smirk on his face, then looked at the record pointer in Bucky's hand, and said coldly, hand over the things, or you will face my wrath. Well, Kaido, what are you talking about? Let's do it directly. The 2 of us work together. Can we still let others snatch things from under our noses? Charlotte Lingling also showed a sneer, and shot a circle of people sneered. Momoto was equally astonished as was the T-Dolphin. The red-nosed man in front of him was actually a crew member of the Roger Pirates? Does not look like. No, I didn't. You, don't talk nonsense. I'm not a crew member on Roger's ship. I don't even know who the redhead is. Explain in a hurry. It's just that these words are not convincing at all. But at this moment, the redhead came to Bucky's side, laughed and patted him on the shoulder, without any sense of tension, and grinned. Bucky, you've been exposed too. You can't hide now. How about it? Do you want to join forces with me? Get out of here. I don't want anything to do with you. Bucky roared inwardly, threw the things in his hands to the ground, pointed at the red hair with one hand, and roared angrily. Who are you? I don't know you. Join forces or something. You go find someone else. This is Bucky's habit. When he gets angry, he likes to smash something. In the past, he directly bombarded a whole town just to vent his anger, but following Bucky's movements, it seemed that the whole world became quiet. Everyone stared blankly at Bucky, and some of the top powerhouses present showed expressions of astonishment. The sudden silence in the arena and the seriousness of the atmosphere caused Bucky to swallow his saliva and said, "Huh? Why are you looking at me like that?" The redhead standing beside him opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Bucky's eyes moved down, looking at the thing he fell on the ground. That is, Ralph Drew's permanent pointer. Red nose. Barrett and Kaido yelled at the same time, and anger had already filled their minds. This damn guy actually smashed Ralph Drew's permanent pointer in front of them? Who are you calling red nose? Bucky frowned like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and yelled towards that side without even looking, and then he saw Barrett and Kaido rushing towards him. Scene of Redhead, what are you doing? Help me. Bucky hurriedly assembled his body and hid behind Redhead. The redhead was very helpless. He didn't expect that after such a long time, this guy was still the same as before. Facing the attacking three people, the red hair was full of arrogance, and he raised the griffin in his hand and slashed two magnificent slashes, facing Barrett and Kaido. Barrett's face sank, and he punched out directly, shattering the slash, and unabated, he rushed towards Bucky. Seeing this, the red hair blocked it. Boom boom boom, the two immediately fought. Red hair, get out of the way, I must make this red nose pay the price today. Kaido was very angry, and smashed the red hair's slash with a stick. His eyes were red and bloodshot, like an abyss dragon. Overlord, the colors are released in disorder. Ralph Drew's perpetual pointer. As long as he gets it, he will be able to go straight to Rave Drew. This is an important part of his becoming One Piece, and it is also the closest step. However, someone actually destroyed what he wanted in front of his eyes. How could he bear it? He seemed to see the throne of One Piece disappearing before his eyes. And the culprit was the damn red nose in front of him. Red nose must die. Charlotte Lingling also wanted to rush out, but Katakuri behind her hurriedly said, "Mom, grab the red history text first." Charlotte Lingling stopped her body, thought about it, and said to Kaido, "Kaido, don't worry about that, since it has been destroyed. Let's grab the red history text first. You and I each have a piece, plus this piece. There are 3 pieces. As long as we find another piece, we can also know the coordinates of Ralph Drew." Charlotte Lingling was also extremely angry, but after several blows from the Quincy, she also learned to use her brain. Now to find trouble with the red nose, it is better to grab the red history text first. Anyway, their goal from the beginning was also the red history text. Just wait for the red history text to be snatched, and then just trouble the red nose later. Red nose must die. This is also what she thinks in her heart? Kaido paused when he heard the words, just glanced at Bucky with cold eyes, and then rushed towards the red history text together with Charlotte Lingling. Bucky shuddered at the sight of that look on the other side. Barrett also heard it, but at this time he was dragged by the red hair and couldn't get away so quickly. He also had to be cautious when dealing with the attack of the great swordsman, not daring to be careless. Here Yunyi looked at each other secretly, and then rushed out at the same time. Yaren stood in front of Kaido. "Kaido, I can't let you succeed." Quincy blocked Charlotte Lingling. "Charlotte Lingling, your opponent is me. Get out of the way." Kaido's face darkened, and he swung out the mace. Nightblade raised his sword to block. With a boom, he burst out with energy. "Quincy, get out of here." Charlotte Lingling looked gloomy, and swung a sword with spiral sword energy, tearing the air in front of her. "Old woman, who are you talking to?" Quincy laughed wildly, and opened his 5 fingers to charge out with a shockwave of thunder flames. Boom! The attacks collided, and the aftermath swept around. On the other side, Katakuri wanted to rush over when he saw this, but Momoto stopped in front of him. "Katakuri, the leader of the stars, let me be your opponent." Momoto's great swordsman swept across, and cut down with one sword, covering the cotters of the Big Mom pirates. Quasi-General Momoto. Katakuri didn't dare to be careless in the face of the great swordsman's slash. The glutinous ball spun, and blasted out with 2 fists. Langiao break. The T-Dolphin also made a move, blocking San Calamity and the others who wanted to take the opportunity to go. Bang bang bang! With the red historical text as the target, the battle between several forces is imminent. Quick, go. Bucky saw that he was safe for a short time, and while no one was paying attention to him, he quickly beckoned his subordinates to leave quickly. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. It was too dangerous to stay here. Even the aftermath is enough for them to eat a pot. It's just that when they wanted to escape, the entire skull was cracked by the strong man's battle, and the group of them also fell from the crack. In another room, the screens that were lit all around had been turned off, leaving only the big screen in front of Festa projecting the battlefield. Watching the battle over there, Festa bit his cigar and murmured. He murmured, "Barrett, it seems that you are nothing more than that. I overestimated you. Since you can't solve the 4 emperors, then I can only do it myself. Whether you can survive or not depends on your own luck. Don't blame me, Barrett, I can only blame you for not being strong enough. If you have the strength to crush the 4 emperors, then I don't have to do this step yet." Boom! The entire skull began to vibrate. It seems that we can't stay here for long. Looking at the crumbling room, Festa grinned, got up, and walked towards the elevator. There, it goes straight to the bottom of Skull Island, where the explosives he collected are placed, enough to destroy the entire island. It is also his escape channel. Pirates are pirates, there is no benevolence or righteousness at all. It's not uncommon for the first second to be an alliance and the second to directly tear the face. Since you, Barrett, can't solve the 4 emperors, then Festa will do it himself? When he came to the bottom floor, the elevator opened, and Festa came out. Looking at the explosives buried here, Festa showed a crazy look in his eyes. Walking to a console, looking at the big red button, Festa took a sip of his cigar, and then clapped it with his right hand. Buzz buzz. With dazzling red lights flashing all around, Festa stumped out the cigar and showed a ferocious smile. There will be an explosion in 20 minutes? Everyone on the island, please stay here. Ha ha ha. However, when Festa laughed out loud, dozens of people screamed and fell straight from above his head. And one of them hit him directly, and he passed out without any defense. Oh, it hurts? Oh, why doesn't it hurt? Bucky wanted to cry out in pain, but when he touched his body, he found that it didn't hurt very much, and he also touched something sticky on the top of his head, which was still moving. What is this? Phone bug. Bucky the clown pressed the button on the phone bug, and the phone bug seemed to be activated, and opened his eyes. Regardless of this, Bucky looked down, but found that he was pressing on someone. No wonder it doesn't hurt, it turned out to be knocking someone down. The clown Bucky grunted, got up quickly, and then looked around. Where is this place? Captain, here seems to be full of bombs. The terrified voice of a younger brother reached Bucky's ears. Bomb. Bucky was also taken aback. Seeing the countless explosives piled up all around, the dense sweat dripped down his forehead instantly. Where is this place? Why are there so many explosives? Bucky looked around, and then saw a number counting down. What does this number mean? Is it going to explode in 10 minutes? In front of him, on the screen of an operation console, dazzling red numbers were beating. 1531, 15:30, 15.29. Alas. Quick, run. If so many bombs exploded, wouldn't everyone on the island be blown away? A little boy yelled in horror. Bucky often makes explosives himself, so he has ample knowledge of gunpowder. He yelled and began to look for an escape route. Get out of here. If there is an explosion, no one will survive. The other younger brothers also took action. Bucky burst into tears. What happened today? Somehow he got involved in the War of the 4 Emperors, was somehow targeted by the 4 Emperors, and then came to this place inexplicably. Saw the bomb that was enough to destroy the entire island. Bucky felt that today, there were more disasters than he encountered in the past 10 years. It's Bucky's Good Friday. It's just that Bucky the clown himself doesn't know. When he pressed the phone bug, the big screen on Skull Island suddenly split into 2. One broadcasts the battle in the field, and the other is his current situation. That phone bug is actually a video phone bug on the island. Through the spread of the video phone bug, the underground situation was also broadcast. Bomb. A bomb strong enough to destroy an entire island. Why are there so many explosives underground? Could it be that there are other conspiracies in this World Expo? Who on earth is doing this behind the scenes? That guy is the host of the celebration this time, Festa. This is the rhythm to catch us all. Run, get out of here. The bomb is about to explode in less than 10 minutes. Panicked, everyone on the island panicked. It will explode in less than 10 minutes. From the words of the clown Bucky, as long as the bomb explodes, the entire island will be blown up, and everyone on the island will be killed. Run. If you stay any longer, you will definitely die here. Countless pirates started to rush to their own ships. They must get away from here as soon as possible. And the pirates who had boarded the ship before, how dare they stay here at this moment? Just turn the rudder and set sail, just run away. Fortunately, Lord Bucky, if he hadn't been so wise and mighty to discover the conspiracy, we might all be blown to death here. Lord Bucky, the eternal god. If I can survive, I must join Lord Bucky's command. However, more people looked at the clown Bucky on the screen with admiration, regarded him as the savior, and vowed that if they survived, they must join Bucky's command. The crew on Roger's ship, the one who made the devil's descendant Barrett suffer, dared to anger the 4 emperors with red hair, the red-haired brother, the person who saw through the biggest conspiracy of the World Expo. After this legendary man appeared, he actually made so many actions that shocked everyone in a short period of time. Lord Bucky is the savior? If you follow him, you will definitely make a big difference. At this moment, Bucky became the idol of many pirates. The news that the bomb was planted under the island was naturally known to these strong men who were fighting. Without exception, a trace of solemnity flashed across their faces. Such a large amount of explosives exploded, even if their physical fitness is top-notch and their weapons are not weak, they still cannot completely resist. The injuries are minor, and even if they are not careful, they may die here directly. Carp, do you want to drag me to die together? Redfield didn't plan to stay here anymore, but being entangled by Garp so annoyingly annoyed him. Ha ha ha, I don't want to die here with you, but let me play to my heart's content first. Isn't there still 10 minutes? Carp laughed and punched one after another. Anyway, I can't let you fight now. Make trouble in the past. Everyone here knows that there are at most 10 minutes left. As long as anyone grabs the red history text before the explosion, it will mean the end of this World Expo. At this point, everyone is starting to exert their strength. Knock the enemies back and grab the red history text before it explodes. We can't drag it on any longer. Kaido, let's make it quick. Charlotte Lingling yelled in Kaido's direction, and then looked at Quincy with eyes as cold as a blade. Now that it has come to this point, there is no need to talk nonsense. War, 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 only fight. Ares put his fist on his hand, with 5 fingers spread out, the power of thunder flames boiled, and the energy ring danced on his arms. Then, the power of thunder flames condensed to one point was shot out from Charlotte Lingling's palm like a mechanism. Thunder flame explosion. Quincy Master sneered, opening his 5 fingers as well, and the shockwave of thunder flame burst out. Boom! A boundless shock swept through the field. Quincy moved his body, broke through the airwave, and came to the top of Charlotte Lingling like a teleportation. His fist was thunderbolt, entwined with domineering color, and he punched down ferociously. Do you think I didn't find you, Quincy? Charlotte Lingling suddenly raised her head, and Napoleon cut out from the bottom up. Boom! The fist and sword collided in the air, erupting with terrifying power. Boom boom boom! The two collided dozens of moves in a short period of time. The sound waves exploded, the ground broke, and huge sunken pits appeared in the field. The battle continues on the other side as well. Barrett versus Redhead. Both of them are at full strength, and they both know that time will not allow any more delay, and the battle is extremely fierce. Get out of the way, red-haired brat. Barrett merged with the surrounding rocks and transformed into a giant rock monster, which is more than 10 meters in size. Every attack carried the momentum of Mount Tai, smashing the ground with a bang. Don't be kidding, Senior Barrett, I've taken a fancy to that thing. Barrett's red hair is also true, the most domineering man is no joke. The battle with Barrett at this time is inextricably linked. At first, the red hair was to block Barrett, but the two of them fought, and they were not far from the red history text. No one can guess what the redhead is thinking, but being able to come here must also have a coveted heart for the red history text. The red history text is also one of his goals, at least not let it fall into the hands of others. As for Barrett, after Festa's plan was exposed, he was also very annoyed. This guy quietly activated the explosives. Was he thinking of blowing himself up here as well? Seeing that the plan was exposed, he was also very unwilling. It was he who overestimated his own strength and underestimated the strength of the 4 emperors. I thought that even if I was alone, I couldn't beat everyone, but it was still possible to contain it. But now even the kid on Roger's boat can fight him? This made him feel very annoyed. He claims to be the number 1 person under Roger, but now, there are already several strong men comparable to him in the battlefield. Since the plan is exposed, then, at least the red history text cannot be obtained by others. With this thought in mind, Barrett fought the redhead too. Both of them are fighting for the red history text at this time. On the other side, Kaido and Nightblade are also fighting endlessly. At this time, Yurin had already undid the Dehonglian Bing Lunwan, and every time he slashed, the cold air spread. The battlefield here has turned into a world of ice and snow. However, this is not the first time Kaido and Yeblade have fought, and their physique seems to have adapted to the chill, and the two sides are also fighting inextricably. Adapted to the cold? Terrifying physique. Yurin's heart sank slightly, a crescent sky rushed to block Kaido's thunderous gossip, and the two backed away at the same time. Ha ha ha, your cold can't help me anymore. Kaido laughed ferociously, and breathed out with his mouth open. Yurin slashed with cold air, the ice and fire collided, and they were annihilated at the same time after the explosion. Now that you have adapted to the cold, then, let's try this. Everything is ashes, and the blade is like fire. As Yurin's words fell, the silver fiber in his hand also changed. The golden flame burned slowly, and the scorching heat spread suddenly. The frost melted, the mist evaporated, and the biting chill all around suddenly disappeared, turning into a sea of fire and hell. Under the heat of this flame, the rock melted like butter. Flame. Kaido was taken aback. Why is there flame gushing from the blade of the Night Blade? This is another ability of my fruit, flame. My phantom beast has 2 natural elements of ice and fire at the same time. Yurin said lightly, and at the same time, raised his hand and swung a sword. With a chi sound, a red golden flame came out from Yuni's sword and charged towards Kaido. Pretentious. Kaido snorted coldly, breathing out hot breath with his mouth open. But when his heat touched the red golden flame, it seemed to be wiped away by something, and it couldn't even stir up the waves. What? Kaido was shocked, seeing the flames coming. The terrifying high temperature also scorched his body surface, and his knowledge jumped wildly, making him realize that this blow cannot be taken hard. With his feet on the ground, Kaido fled away at a very fast speed, avoiding the attack of the Night Blade. The flames blasted where he was standing just now. With a bang, the flames enveloped the area like a vortex. Then, Kaido saw inconceivably that the rocks in that place were directly melted, turning into magma and flowing one place. Extreme flame slash. Yurin shouted coldly, the blade condensed endless flames, and the silver slender sword body began to turn red, even scorched white, and then swung the sword down. A brilliant golden slash burst out from the edge of the Night Blade, striking out as swiftly as thunder. The high temperature does not disperse, but everything along the way is directly vaporized by the terrifying high temperature, condensing the blazing high temperature a little bit. In this blow, the high temperature can even vaporize magma. Kaido's face changed wildly, but in the next moment it became crazy. Is it higher than the high temperature? Then come and try. Yanlong Daoyid Hualong gossip. The flames were also condensed by him on the mace, as if a flame dragon hovered above his mace, and the terrifying heat also swept out. Kaido rushed out holding the mace in both hands, and smashed the stick towards Slash. Boom! There was a tremor all around, the ground trembled, and then a terrifying wave erupted. Kaido pressed down with the mace in his hand, slashing like a bamboo, and between the collisions in the air, they came to a stalemate. Get out of here! Kaido roared, and the dragon's tail condensed the armed and overlord colors, and pulled out like a whip. Boom! It roared again, a terrorist explosion exploded, the smoke and dust scattered, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky. Want me to die? It's not that easy. Kaido, who was burned all over, with his tail and mace missing a part, burst out of the smoke and dust, and rushed towards Urin. Then completely turn you into a roasted dragon. Urin rushed out with his sword in hand, and every time he swung the sword, golden flames rushed out, the burning hell. Boom boom boom! The golden flame sprang out from the ground like a volcanic eruption, leaving scorched black marks on his body. Kaido completely gave up his defense, let the flames burn his scales, and relied on his armed domineering and super recovery speed of Fruit Awakening to resist the flames of the Night Blade, and punched one after another fiercely. On the other side, the Quincy and Charlotte Lingling clashed again, and the two flew upside down at the same time. Come again. The Quincy turned over in the air, his right leg hit the ground, and let go of the force. The ground behind him was directly shattered by this force, and he rushed out again, coming to the front of Charlotte Lingling. A fierce punch blasted out. The same was true for Charlotte Lingling. Her feet stepped on the ground, releasing the force from the Quincy on her body, and her back was also shattered. Seeing the color caught Quincy's movements, she didn't panic at all. Although she was fat, her speed was not slow. She touched the ground with her feet, trying to avoid Quincy's attack. I can't run away. 30 of the way of binding, the mouth flashes 3 times. 3 golden lights appeared out of nowhere, biting Charlotte Lingling's left leg, causing her to pause for a moment. It was also at this moment that he was caught by the Quincy and sent Charlotte Lingling flying far away with a single punch. The Quincy kept moving, and whispered in his mouth, turbid waves, crazy boats, boiling, numb, flashing, sleepless, the steel princess is eroding, and the clay puppet is collapsing, assemble. Against the enemy, flood the ground to let the other know powerless, the 90 black coffins that broke the way. As Quincy's voice fell, everyone who was fighting around looked at him with serious expressions on their faces. Is this a big move? I saw that at the place where Charlotte Lingling flew upside down, irregular black squares suddenly appeared out of thin air, and a pair of jet black sword blades emerged, and they were combined at an extremely fast speed. At the next moment, an ominous atmosphere suddenly enveloped the audience, as if someone had pinched the soul, which made people feel timid. The speed at which the irregular blocks were combined was so fast that almost instantly, a cuboid with a jet black blade was formed, enveloping Charlotte Lingling in it. What is this? Charlotte Lingling's complexion also changed drastically, her sense of knowledge jumped crazily, and a sense of danger came over her. Get out of here. Blow the lightsaber. Holding Napoleon with both hands, Charlotte Lingling yelled and swept towards the black coffin in front of her. However, Charlotte Lingling's blow only caused the black coffin to vibrate. With a click sound, the last puzzle piece of the black coffin was closed. The moment the black coffin was formed, the buzzing sound of buzzing sounded. In the space of the black coffin, the gravity was stirred, and the turbulent flow swept across, suppressing and cutting Charlotte Lingling's body like sharp blades, and the black blades seemed to have found their targets, and the tips of the swords extended towards Charlotte. T. Lingling stabs down. Charlotte Lingling's complexion changed wildly, and her whole body was covered with armed domineering aura. With her strong body and armed domineering aura, she wanted to withstand the torrent of gravity and the cutting of the blade. However, how could the black coffin be so easy to resist? With a chi sound, a hole appeared in her so-called steel balloon body as if cut by the chaotic torrent of gravity and the blade. Ah! Charlotte Lingling's scream came from inside the black coffin. It was so tragic, as if she was cut into pieces inside. When everyone heard this scream, they couldn't help but their hearts sank. What kind of attack was it that made Charlotte Lingling scream? Mom. Hearing Charlotte Lingling's screams, the expressions of the members of the Big Mom Pirates changed drastically. Katakuri was also distracted by Charlotte Lingling's screams, and Momoto seized the opportunity to leave a long wound on his body, and his whole body was also sent flying. The black coffin lasted only a few seconds, and the next moment it shattered, and the irregular blocks disappeared out of thin air, revealing the appearance inside. At this time, Charlotte Lingling looked very embarrassed. Her originally obese figure became slimmer, her whole body was covered with tiny wounds, and blood was bubbling. She was gasping for breath, her eyes were red and she looked at Quincy, her hair fluttered like flames, and a voice like a ghost came out of her mouth, accompanied by a shrieking and domineering color that could penetrate the soul. Quincy. But, teacher, you should die. The domineering color swept all around, with her as the center, the ground collapsed inch by inch, and the 4 homies were all used to the extreme by her at this moment. Prometheus is attached to her head, her hair is swaying like a flame, the Ares gauntlet in her right hand is connected with the power of Napoleon's great sword Thunder and Flames, and the thunder cloud Zeus in her left hand is held in her hand, as if holding a violent thunder. At this moment, Charlotte Lingling went crazy. With a sound of whoosh, after losing weight, Charlotte Lingling's speed has been greatly improved, like an afterimage killing the Quincy. Quincy's pupils shrank. Not daring to be careless, the taiko drum formed by the thunder behind him jumped, and thunder after another shot out like javelins. But without exception, they were all avoided by Charlotte Lingling. Zhen Yu Lei. Charlotte Lingling roared, and the thunder cloud in her left hand blasted out a thick thunder. Charlotte Lingling's offensive has not stopped yet. Holding a sword with one hand in her right hand, she can cut open the island with a single sword, Elbaf Spear Waiguo. The spiral sword energy is tens of meters in size, and it bombards towards the Quincy division with an unstoppable force. Quincy's face darkened. He also felt the threat from Charlotte Lingling. The crazy four emperors were extremely powerful, so he dared not be careless. The black and red rays of light condensed between the fingers, and a little vermilion light emerged, and then the brilliance burst out. The black and red rays of light pierced through everything like a sharp blade, and a terrifying aura arose from Quincy's body. False flash. The Quincy master's indifferent words came out, and he pointed out, and with a buzz sound, a terrifying beam of energy light swept forward. Attacks and collisions are like sparks hitting the earth. With the attack of the two at the center, the energy collides violently, and violent energy sweeps across the four directions. The center point forms terrifying energy fluctuations, colliding and compressing continuously until it reaches the extreme, and then, suddenly explodes. Boom! This time the explosion was earth-shattering, like a nuclear bomb had been detonated. The violent energy turned into shock waves and radiated all around. The rays of light penetrated the sky and the earth, and the aftermath even set off an infinite gust of wind. The gust of wind rolled the sea water, forming a tsunami and impacting in all directions. The nearest Quincy and Charlotte Lingling were both hit by the aftermath, and they flew upside down at the same time, spitting blood. But at the next moment, the two jumped out again and collided with each other. The terrifying waves of boom 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 exploded, and every time they collided, the island trembled. At this moment, Yunyi's twin bodies erupted with terrifying combat power, suppressing the two four emperors. Through the short-lived picture on the screen, some pirates who were still paying attention to the screen couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. The strongest four emperors in the New World are actually at a disadvantage. Yuren and Quincy are too strong. Countless people were shocked by the strength of the two. It was too terrifying. What others don't know is that these two are actually the same person. If people find out, I don't know how many people's jaws will be shocked. Even the whole world will be a sensation. Relying on the resilience of the animal awakening, Kaido is still fighting the Night Blade. This meant that the more he was beaten, the more frightened he became, and the resilience he was so proud of was a bit too much for him at this time. The temperature of the golden flame is too high, even if the armed color is full of domineering, covering the whole body, but with a slight touch, his armed color will be burned, and his body will also be burned. Damn. Kaido knew that if the armed color was consumed like this, it would be completely consumed sooner or later. At that time, relying on one's own physique alone will not be able to stop the burning of this flame, and defeat will be sooner or later. On the other side, the Night Blade seemed to be able to do a job with ease, and Kaido could be repelled every time he swung his sword. At this moment, the Night Blade erupted with unparalleled terrifying combat power. Luren Ruohuo deserves to be the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto in the Shinigami world. Even if it may not be able to exert the power of burning the world like Mr. Yamamoto due to the laws of the world, it is still very terrifying. Even Kaido, who is at the peak of physique and vitality, can't bear it, so you can imagine the horror of these golden flames. I don't believe that I will lose to a brat like you. Kaido roared unwillingly. With all his combat power, he rushed towards the Night Blade desperately. It's an established fact, evil people can't defeat justice. Yaren's face was indifferent, and Kaido's attacks were forced to retreat every time he swung his sword. Extreme Flame Slash. Yaren retreated to avoid Kaido's attack, condensed the flames to one point again, and then swung a terrifying slash, blasting Kaido several hundred meters away. On the other side, Charlotte Lingling was also fighting fiercely with the Quincy. The Soul Fruit's ability is fully activated. By consuming life, the damage caused by the Black Coffin has been recovered, and it has returned to its heyday. But even so, Charlotte Lingling was still crushed and beaten by the Quincy, who activated the instant Coax Thor battle form at this time. It made Charlotte Lingling very aggrieved. The strength of Quincy became more terrifying every time. At the beginning, she could barely fight him. Although she suffered a disadvantage in the battle at Cake Island, at least she didn't fall into a disadvantage in the battle with Quincy. Now this time, she has been firmly suppressed by the Quincy master. The combat strength of the Quincy division has increased too fast. What? Is this not enough? Charlotte Lingling. The Quincy laughed loudly. With the support of the thunder behind him, he seemed to be the god of thunder, controlling thunder and lightning. Every punch he threw was roaring and rolling. Don't be too complacent. Quincy. Charlotte Lingling roared, with flames burning above her head, surrounded by thunder and lightning, coupled with her red eyes and ferocious face, she was as frightening as a demon god. The two body skills resisted hard, the field roared continuously, and billowing air waves swept across. Shock you thunder. Charlotte Lingling hit a terrifying thunder column with her left hand, but was blocked by Quincy using Duan Kong. The thunder pillar seemed to have hit something and shattered immediately. Quincy dodges and walks around, breaking through the sound barrier at a sudden burst of speed, making a bang sound. In the blink of an eye, the Quincyar had a sneer on his mouth, raised his right fist, covered with the power of thunder and lightning, entwined with his armed and domineering looks, and punched out with a powerful punch. Seeing the color caught the attack of the Quincy, Charlotte Lingling folded her arms to block, and Ares suddenly changed, forming a shield in front of her. With a boom, Quincy's punch didn't hold back at all, and hit the shield from the air, but was blocked by Charlotte Lingling. Thunder Spear. The Quincy grasped falsely with his left hand, and a violent thunder erupted from Taigoguyu behind him, condensing a thunder spear in his hand, and he stabbed it out. Boom! The thunder and lightning stabbed Charlotte Lingling, and then exploded suddenly, and a roar erupted, blowing Charlotte Lingling directly out. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the place where the Shuang Huang flew upside down is not far away, in the same area. Kaido and Charlotte Lingling stood up at the same time, and Yunye's attack could not completely defeat them, but they were also very embarrassed at this time. One was scorched all over, the other was spitting blood, and they were both gasping for breath. Kaido, can you still fight? Charlotte Lingling wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and Sen Lang looked at the Quincy who came from the sky. Are you talking nonsense? Lingling. Kaido also looked at Yeblade on the other side coldly. The wounds on some parts of his body began to scab and fall off. Although his breath dropped a little, he could still fight him for another day and night. Well, then, let's join forces again. Kill these two guys. Charlotte Lingling laughed ferociously, her body was rolling, extremely fierce. That's exactly what I mean. Kaido took a deep breath, and once again showed a domineering smile on his face. The two of them, one left and one right, raised their weapons high. At this moment, the two of them exploded with domineering aura, and gathered the strongest blow. Horrific airwaves swept out from them, the ground under their feet was cracked inch by inch, the island was shaking, and the momentum gathered before the attack was even made. Even the three disasters, generals, and other experts could not face them directly. This wave of fluctuations was transmitted, and even the top powerhouses such as Red Hair, Barrett, Carp, and Redfield who were fighting subconsciously focused on the past. This fluctuation is really too strong. Overlord. The momentum was condensed to the strongest. Kaido and Charlotte Lingling showed ferocious laughs on their faces at the same time, waved their weapons, and blasted out the beginning of this war, the strongest attack. The dazzling light shines, making people unable to open their eyes, and the domineering look bursts out, scrolling the world, making the knowledge look invalid for a short time. A shockwave of nearly 100 meters struck, like a spear piercing the world, blasting towards the Uran and Quincy rushing forward. Faced with this attack, Yunyi's body showed a dignified expression. They also felt extremely threatened. Shuanghuang's full blow, no one in this world can take it by himself. Perhaps apart from I'm, the most mysterious of the world government, there is also a blow from the ancient weapon Pluto to counter it? No, maybe there is one more person? That's Yunyi? Can't the knowledge color perceive this side because of the interference of the domineering color? Both bodies are in a state of high vigilance, but the message they convey is danger? An extremely strong sense of danger? Others, you can't feel it at all. Even the position of the Shuanghuang can't be sensed. So, doesn't this mean that other people can't clearly perceive the situation here? Then, let the world see my true strength. Yunya said lightly, and the Quincy avatar on the other side suddenly turned into a bead, which was held in Yunya's hand. With a sound of buzz, thunder suddenly exploded behind Yunyi, and 6 taiko drums formed by thunder appeared. Instantly coax away. At this time, Yunya was holding the silver fiber in his hand, and the thunder was violent behind his back. This was the first time he had activated instant coaxing when using the swastika solution. Unparalleled power filled Yunya's body, making him feel as if he could cut the whole world in half with one sword. This is Yunya's strongest state. However, we can't let people see the flaws. The 5 dragons will be destroyed. Yunya whispered. The Taigoguyu suddenly shattered, condensed into 5 thunder dragons. The thunder dragons rose against the wind, and merged into one, rushing out from the other side. Extreme slash of flame. And the golden flames scattered all around were condensed on the edge of the sword by him, and he slashed towards Bahai, who was getting closer and closer. The 100-meter-long scorching white slash cut through the air, the high temperature burned everything, and the space was distorted and deformed, as if even the space could not bear this destructive temperature. Countless people were attracted by this fluctuation and turned their gazes to this side. Even the Whitebeard pirates and the navy outside the island were all looking this way with serious expressions on their faces. While everyone was watching, the 3 attacks collided together. There was no explosion as people imagined, but a crisp click sound. If someone can withstand the violent impact of the center point, then they can see. At the center of the collision, the space shattered like a mirror, revealing dark cracks. Whitebeard's shaking power can only shatter the atmosphere, but this time, the real space is shattered, and this crack seems to swallow everything, swallowing everything in. Even those violent impact turbulence is the same. Boom boom boom. The collision of the 2 attacks was still going on, as if it were endless, and the cracks in space also expanded accordingly, swallowing everything in. However, the space crack only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared, as if the world itself was repairing the wound, and disappeared in an instant. But in such a short period of time, the attack strength of both sides has been weakened by half. Although Yunyi's attack was weakened, it was still unmatched, and it directly crushed Kaido and Charlotte Lingling's joint attack. The slash broke everything, and the Thunder Dragon roared out. There was a rumbling sound in the field, the island was directly split into several pieces, the skull collapsed directly, countless huge boulders fell, and the red history text also flew out. Barrett and Red Hair saw this, and at the same time shot to snatch the red history text. The clown Bucky, who was fleeing under the island, was also affected and almost fell into the crack. Fortunately, the cloak caught on the raised rock behind him saved his life. Slash hit Kaido, Thunder Dragon hit Charlotte Lingling. At this moment, Shuang Huang was hit hard like never before. Kaido was slashed open from his chest to his abdomen, and he could vaguely see the internal organs, armed color, and strong physique, all of which were useless before this slash. Blood gushed out, but the next moment he was vaporized by the terrifying high temperature. He spat out blood, his eyes turned white, and he fell directly into the crack. The same is true for Charlotte Lingling on the other side. The Thunder Dragon approached her, and the terrifying electric current swept her away. If her physique was not different from ordinary people, she would have been turned into coke by the electricity at this time. But this terrifying thunder and lightning also destroyed her internal organs. Her eyes turned white, she breathed out green smoke, and also fell into the crack. Here, Yunya threw out the Yukui bead and turned into the Quincy avatar again. The Quincy clone left the spot and stood elsewhere. The brows of the two bodies frowned, and it seemed that something had split in the center of the collision just now. However, his knowledge was disturbed, and he didn't see clearly what it was. What's the situation with Kaido and Charlotte Lingling now? Do you died? Regardless of these, Yunya thought inwardly. He didn't know what was going on with Kaido and Charlotte Lingling. The aftermath of the attack just now was still there, interfering with his knowledge and perception. He just knew his attack hit them both. But before he could think too much, deep inside the island, bombs began to explode. It's not that the countdown is up, but one of the bombs is ignited by flames, and the bomb explodes, igniting the other bombs. There are still a few minutes left in the countdown. Boom boom boom. Like a chain reaction, explosions sounded one after another from inside a shattered island. No, the bomb exploded. Garp and Redfield were on this broken island, and they had stopped fighting when Yunya confronted Kaido and Charlotte Lingling's big moves just now. Seeing an explosion from inside the island at this time, they also realized something. He didn't care too much, he just flashed his body and moved away from the spot. Haha, Redfield, this time the game was good enough, let's continue next time. Garp laughed loudly, and disappeared in place in a flash. Damn Garp, I'll kill you next time. Redfield cursed secretly, not daring to stay here anymore. Senior Barrett, I'll just accept this thing. The red hair here sent Barrett flying with a sword, and didn't dare to stay here, and hurriedly left this expensive place with his subordinates. Damn brat. Barrett was powerless and furious, but seeing that this side was about to explode, he could only suppress the anger in his heart that had nowhere to vent, and dodged away. I will kill you next time. Barrett remembered the red hair, and snatched the red history text from his hands. Damn it! The explosion seemed to give a signal to those still fighting that the bomb was about to go off. They also stopped one after another. On the Navy's side, Yaren's knowledgeable caller caught the breath of the Peach Rabbit and T-Dolphin, and came here quickly, and said, I can't stay here anymore, let's leave first. Daotu asked, what's the situation with Kaido and Big Mom? And the red history text was obtained by Red Hair. Her sense of knowledge was also disturbed, but she saw that the red history text was obtained by the Red Hair. Yaren shook his head, the knowledge has been disturbed, and I don't know what's going on. As for the Red Hair, let's talk about it after we leave here. Okay. Taotu and Cha Dolphin looked at each other, and they disappeared in a flash. The Quincy didn't stop here, and came to Hawkins' side and said directly, let's go, get out of here. It's my lord. Hawkins glanced at Jason's body on the ground, and followed the Quincy's footsteps. In the battle just now, he also killed Jason who provoked their Wangshu palace, but this battle was very difficult, and he also suffered serious injuries. When the battle broke out, Yachi had already left the island and returned to his ship. He was also relieved to see Quincy and Hawkins coming back. The three directly drove the ship away. Boom boom boom. The countdown ended, and the bombs buried in the ground began to explode. Where's Mother? Cracker saw that Nightblade and Quincy appeared, but he didn't see his mother, and his face changed drastically. Trust Mom, she won't die so easily, let's get out of here first. Although Katakuri's face was also not good looking, he calmed down and directed his family members to leave here. The same is true for the beast pirates on the other side, not daring to stay on the island. Boom 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 boom. Numerous bombs began to explode, and the island that had been torn apart suffered disaster again. After this time, there will no longer be an island named Skull Island in the world, and the result of this battle will be spread to the whole world through newspaper information in the following period of time. After a few days, the news of the World Expo here also flew to various parts of the sea through the newsbird, spreading across the entire sea like a gust of wind. This battle involves the 4 emperors in the New World, the King of the Dark World, the legendary pirate clown Bucky, Redfield, and many high-level officials of the Navy. In this grand chapter, the Skull Island, where the venue will be held, has been destroyed and sunk. There is no such island as Skull Island in this world anymore. It can be said that this battle has surprised countless people who knew about it. The whole world shook. The Navy Nova Nightblade broke out with terrifying combat power in this battle, suppressing Kaido with only one person's strength, and faintly has the title of the 4th general. But this is just a folk rumor, and the Navy has not confirmed this title. Although Quincy's fighting power this time is surprising, but the previous battles of Quincy were able to fight against Charlotte Lingling, so although his prestige has improved a little this time, he is still in the middle of the battle. Reasonable. Moreover, the news is more than that. After the Battle of the World Expo, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling disappeared at the same time, and have not appeared since the war. Some say they died in this battle. Someone said they were badly wounded and were recovering somewhere. Others said they were caught by the Navy. People in the New World have different opinions. But what is certain is that in this battle, the prestige of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates has been greatly affected. The current Big Mom Pirate group is presided over by the original 3 generals, and the Beast Pirate group is presided over by the 3 disasters. It can survive in a short time. On the other side, shortly after leaving Skull Island, Redhead encountered an attack. The CP0 organization of the world government raided the red-haired pirates, and a war broke out between the two sides in a certain sea area. Although the battle this time was not as exaggerated as Skull Island, it was well known in the New World. The reason is nothing else, but because of the red history text on Skull Island. This time, the red hair pirates were the winners, and after Ralph Drew's permanent pointer was destroyed, the last treasure, the red history text, fell into his hands. Naturally, it has been coveted by many people. But Hongfa is one of the 4 emperors after all, and there are not many people who dare to grab things from him. The only attack, that is the world government's CP0, but it still failed. Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest in the world, also appeared in the waters near Skull Island, but he confronted the navy on the way. The Whitebeard pirates fought the navy at sea. General Aokiji, General Huang Yuan teamed up with some other well-known lieutenant generals to resist Whitebeard's footsteps. However, the two sides only had a brief contact. After the Battle of Skull Island, the two sides also left separately, with little loss. It seems that all kinds of gossip are flying in the sky in the New World. In the sky, there is an island floating. Above the tallest building on the island, a pirate flag is flying. This is the lair of the Golden Lion and the station of the flying pirates. In the building, the 3 big men sat facing each other, their aura exuded, terrifying, and domineering. The oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire island, making countless flying beasts and pirate soldiers tremble. The 2 people inside should be Kaido of the 4 emperors and Charlotte Lingling. Why are the 2 of them here? It seems that the boss of the Golden Lion brought it here. Hush, keep your voice down, don't talk about these powerful people behind their backs, it would be bad if they went crazy. The 3 of them almost did it before. The younger brothers of countless Golden Lions wiped off their cold sweat, not daring to approach the buildings here. It's really that the atmosphere here is too terrifying and depressing. Anyone who gets close will be stunned by the domineering aura. Well, I thought you, an old fellow, had already died somewhere, but I didn't expect to be alive. Charlotte Lingling swallowed her snacks, looked at the Golden Lion, with a ferocious smile on her face. At this time, Charlotte Lingling is no different from before, but if you look closely, you will find that there are traces of gray at the roots of her pink hair, and there are more wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. This is the sequelae left by her previous use of life to recover from her injuries. In this battle, she spent a full 10 years of life. Oh lol, it's been a long time, Golden Lion, the last time we met was probably the battle in the Valley of the Gods. Kaido sipped his wine, squinting his eyes at the blonde guy in front of him. Compared with Charlotte Lingling, Kaido at this time has a scar extending from his shoulder to his abdomen, which looks extremely hideous. It was left by the severe injury caused by Urin's last blow. Immediately after Odin, Urin also caused a more hideous and terrifying scar to Kaido. With half of the rudder on his head, the man with a golden lion looked at Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, and couldn't help jokingly said, "It's the first time I've seen you so embarrassed. Even if you were once god, none of you were in such a mess during the Battle of Shigo. Did you become weaker?" After Golden Lion knew that the World Expo was about to open in the New World, he also set off from the East China Sea, but in the first half of the Great Route, they encountered a storm, which made their course deviate. By the time you arrive at the New World Skull Island, the event has already ended. This made Golden Lion very angry. He originally wanted to have a huge war to announce his return. It's a pity that the sky didn't follow people's wishes, and he was a step behind. But it was not without gains. He saw Kaido and Charlotte Lingling in the ruins of Skull Island. In the previous battle, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling were defeated by Yunye, and fell into the split island while unconscious. However, they did not die, but were seriously injured. Then, because of the bomb explosion, they were all blown away by the bomb, and fell from a height of 100 meters into the fragments of an island split by Skull Island. And the Golden Lion just arrived at this time and rescued the 2 of them? In fact, even if the Golden Lion is not used to save them, the 2 of them will not be in danger either. The physique of these 2 people is recognized as the strongest in the world. One has the strongest defense, and the other has the strongest vitality. As long as they are given a little time to wake up from the coma, their lives will not be threatened at all. Hearing Golden Lion's words, the faces of both of them darkened. This is adding salt to their wounds. They didn't expect that they would suffer such a big fall this time. Lost? In this battle, they were indeed defeated. In a one-on-one situation, the 4 emperors were defeated by others. This is a shame, a huge shame. Since they crossed the New World, they haven't lost so badly. The Golden Lion didn't seem to see the expressions of the 2 of them. It should be said that he saw it, but he didn't care, and still sneered. "Just like you, are you still in the same position as Whitebeard?" It's that old guy with Whitebeard who has regressed in strength. Is it? Or are people in the new world blind now? Enough. Kaido slapped the table angrily, glaring at the Golden Lion. You bastard, do you want to fight with me? Charlotte Lingling also had an extremely gloomy face. Don't think that you can stand on my head because you saved me, Golden Lion, just because of your appearance as a dead lion. How much combat power do you still have left? Gee ha ha ha, nothing else has been improved, but it is much more domineering than before. The Golden Lion looked at the two of them, and suddenly there was a violent domineering look on his body. The three of them looked at each other, and three equally powerful domineering auras swept out. Colliding in disorder, thick black lightning bolts jumped in the sky, and the whole building was trembling. But after a while, the three domineering arrogance dissipated at the same time. No one knows what the three of them talked about. Soon after, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling reappeared and returned to their base camp. After Kaido and Charlotte Lingling appeared one after another, the new world also caused an uproar. The two emperors did not die on the battlefield, nor were they captured by the navy, which made many ambitious pirates die again. However, after the return of the two emperors, they announced at the same time. The 100 Beasts pirates formed an alliance with the Big Mom pirates. As soon as the news came out, the world shook. Whitebeard Sea Area, on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. Kaido and that fellow Charlotte Lingling actually teamed up. The team captains beside him also looked solemn at this time. It is not a trivial matter for the two emperors to join forces. It can even threaten the status of their Whitebeard pirates. What do they mean by this move? Could it be that they are afraid of being beaten? Marco touched his chin, wondering what the purpose of Kaido and Charlotte Lingling's move was. Now there is another piece of red history text. Kaido and Charlotte Lingling each have one piece, and one piece is on the side of the red hair. That is to say, the last piece is missing, and they should make the final preparations for the big battle. Sage, the captain of the fourth team, said slowly. Now there are 3 red history texts in the new world, in the hands of the 3 emperors respectively. The last piece is on Zou Island, and it will be discovered sooner or later. Now that Kaido is teaming up with Charlotte Lingling, it means that they have 2 pieces in their hands, and they must have ideas about the third piece. Joining forces is likely to want to declare war on the 4 emperors' red hair. Even if not now, the 3 of them will definitely have a big battle in the future. Goo la la la, don't care about them, as long as it doesn't affect us. Whitebeard laughed disapprovingly. He didn't care about the position of One Piece at all, and he already knew some of Ralph Drew's secrets, so naturally he will not fight for anything. He cherishes the life in front of him even more. Ha ha ha, yes. All the members of the Whitebeard laughed, except for a certain black fat man at the side. The man had a smirk on his face, but he was very anxious in his heart. We need to speed up the search. If we are preempted, we will be in trouble. Where is that fruit? A gleam of ambition flashed in this man's eyes. Red hair see. At this time, the red hair also knew the news, and he looked calm. It seems that they are eyeing the red history text in our hands. Ben Beckman exhaled and said, if those 2 join forces, it will be difficult for us to resist. The red hair said, don't worry, they shouldn't be able to act in a short time, but we have to be prepared. At the same time, all major forces in the world have received this information. The heads of the Kaiwohei, the Revolutionary Army, the pirates, and the Dark World all looked at the newspapers in their hands and had different ideas. San Marie Joya. The 5 old stars are all in one room. One of them said, I didn't expect that even Ralph Drew's permanent pointer appeared this time, but fortunately that thing was destroyed, otherwise things would be troublesome. Bucky the Clown, Roger's former remnants have also appeared. What is his purpose in hiding in the East China Sea for so long? Could it be that Roger still has any backup in the East China Sea? Is there a possibility that Roger's blood is still in the East China Sea, and the purpose of Bucky the Clown is to protect his descendants? Impossible. I have already thoroughly investigated all the pregnant women at that time, and it is impossible to miss anything. What the hell is that for? I don't know. What should the clown Bucky do now? This time he has made a lot of limelight, and now countless pirates have joined his command. Although this force is not as powerful as the 4 emperors, it is not weak anymore for it. Increase his bounty? Even with Roger's remnants, it should be at least 1 billion Baileys. I have a proposal. The other person looked at the 4 of them and said slowly. The other 4 people all looked over. The man continued, isn't Chiwohei still vacant now? You mean? That's right, let him become the Kaiwohei. With his various performances at the time, coupled with his identity as Roger's remnant party, with prestige, status, and strength at the same time, he is the best candidate to become the Kaiwohei. I will reconsider. Agree. All right, so Kaiwohei is all here. Let the forces under the banner pass him an invitation. Several 5 old stars discussed and made this decision. Make Bucky the Clown one of the new Shishibukai? The reason why the 5 old stars agreed to this proposal is that after the current clown Bucky experienced the Battle of Skull Island, he was completely a god. Countless pirates who escaped unharmed because of Bucky's live broadcast joined him gratefully. But more people think that the clown Bucky is powerful. He used to be Roger's crew, and he had a close relationship with the red-haired Shanks, and even the powerful Barretts suffered a disadvantage in his hands. They feel that only by joining such a strong man can they show their strengths in the future. At this time, the clown Bucky has become very powerful by chance and coincidence. In the new world, he is a force that no one dares to ignore. The protagonist group is about to go to sea. Somewhere in the New World, the clown Bucky became famous after the battle at the World Expo. Countless younger brothers came to vote, and they bowed to him, calling him the savior of the New World, the future One Piece. And everyone is proud to join his subordinates. Bucky was a little confused. When did he become the savior of the New World? Moreover, from their words, he also saved them? When did this happen? Why doesn't he know? But for the sake of face, he still pretended to be calm, and brought all the pirates who took refuge in him under his command. Under the circumstances, his power has grown visible to the naked eye, and he has become a force that cannot be underestimated. After that, an invitation from the world government completely detonated these pirates who joined him, and made them fall into deep worship. This invitation is nothing else, that is, Bucky the Clown becomes Shishibukai. Chi-Wohei, those who can have this title are undoubtedly the existences with top reputation, power, and status in the world. Which of the Kibai is not a master? The strongest swordsman, the most beautiful emperor, the king of the dark world, the #1 Murloc master. This move by the world government is undoubtedly telling everyone in the world that the clown Bucky has this strength and status. Bucky was taken aback at first, but he had no reason to refuse. The benefits of coming in vain are not in vain, and it's not that he doesn't know what Kibai means. They are pirates who can legally plunder power, and they are forces under the world government. With this identity, even the navy will not attack him when the sea is rampant. Before, he was worried that if his identity was exposed, he would attract the navy's pursuit. Before letting those pirates who came to vote to join him, it wasn't for the purpose of strengthening his own power. Wasn't the purpose to make the navy more scruples when arresting him? But it's all right now. The world government actually sent Kaiwohei's invitation, and now he let go of a big stone that was suppressing him. After becoming Kaiwohei, his title also changed. From then on, there is no such thing as Bucky the Clown, but there is Shishibukai Senryudo. And just like the original book, he founded a transportation company, and with his Kaiwohei name, it developed rapidly. What he didn't know was that his transportation company had robbed some of the transportation business of Wangsu Palace, a force in the dark world. For a while, the whole world fell silent. There was no big news that Morgans should pay attention to. The whole world was quiet for a while. After the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates announced their alliance, they did not act immediately, but chose to go dormant. The rest of the 4 emperors' forces did not make any major movements, and did not take any action in their own territories. After that battle, Barrett also disappeared, except for the occasional gossip that he appeared there, and did not cause trouble. The same is true for Redfield, as if the world has evaporated, and no news has been revealed. However, those criminals who escaped from the advancing city, that is, the famous escaped pirates, are still active on the sea, and they also occupy a place far away from the territory of the 4 emperors. Steady development. After the Golden Lion rescued the 2 emperors, there was no trace of it. Except for Kaido and Big Mom, no one in the world knew the news of the reappearance of the legendary pirate Golden Lion. Navy headquarters. In Yunyi's office. Since the Battle of Skull Island, Yunyi's reputation among the Navy has increased again. In the Navy, some people vaguely called him the 4th general in the Navy. Of course, without an actual position, Yunyi is still at the rank of lieutenant general. However, many people hope that Yunya will become the 4th general. After all, his strength is no weaker than those 3 generals. You know, Yunya is only in his 20s now. It's terrifying to have the strength of a general in your 20s. Warring states also proposed to the world government to make Yunya a quasi-general, but was rejected by the world government. The reason is that it is not yet time. Yunyi didn't pay too much attention to these things. During this period of time, there were not many major events in the world. He spent most of his time at the headquarters, occasionally serving as an instructor in the training camp, and then going out to sea to perform some tasks. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't be a lieutenant general. Compared to when I was a major general, I have too many things to deal with. Yunya finished today's affairs, stretched himself, and couldn't help complaining. When the lieutenant general is not going to sea to perform missions, he still has a lot of work at hand, and it is impossible to let them stay and eat. It is because of this that Garp often sneaks out of Donghai's hometown, just to get rid of these annoying affairs. But Garp can, but Yunyi can't, so he is annoying. Tina, who was on the side, heard this, and couldn't help but rolled her eyes, and said, "No one else wants to be a lieutenant general, but you're fine, but you're disgusted." Tina was at the rank of lieutenant colonel at this time, and now she was working under Yunya as an adjutant. "It's too troublesome. I have to deal with so many things every day. There are still people in the Navy who want me to be an admiral. I don't want to. The lieutenant general is so busy. How about the general?" Yunya looked at the beautiful Tina, pouted. Tina is very disappointed. "I didn't expect you to be such an officer." Although Tina said what she said, she didn't mean to regard Yunya as an officer at all. The relationship between the two is still very good. Yunya changed the subject and said, "I heard that Smoker was demoted again?" He also angered the Marshal of the Warring States period and was dispatched to Luge Town in the East China Sea. When mentioning this, Tina curled her lips and said, "Don't mention that guy. It's not like you don't know his character, and he was a major general at first, so if you insist on contradicting the Marshal, it's better to teach him a lesson." Smoker was already a thorn in the training camp, but he didn't expect to change his character after graduation. Even at the beginning, he wanted to show Yunya some color, but he was taught a lesson. Now he has been assigned to the East China Sea, Marshal Warring States doesn't want to see him here, so he knows how thorny Smoker is. Drake, who graduated with him, is now a major general. Yunya smiled helplessly. He also knew what Smoker had done during this period of time. This kid has a very stubborn personality and dares to disobey the orders of the Warring States. Even he didn't dare to stay in the office and work honestly. The two chatted for a while, and Tina went out. Stretching, Yunya opened the system panel. Host, Yunya. Achievement points, 1888. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 100. Zanpakuto, Zanyo, proficiency 80. Ice wheel pill, proficiency 90. Flowing blade if fire, 60. Fist, white fighting, proficiency 100. Elementary style of fighting, proficiency 100. Walk, shunpo, proficiency 100. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100. The 33 of the Broken Way Kanghuo Pendant, proficiency 100. The 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100. The Broken Way 90 of the Way Black Coffin, proficiency 60. 99 of Breaking the Way 5 Dragons Turning Off, proficiency 60. 30 of the Way of Binding Mouth Flashing 3 times, proficiency 100. 8 of the Way of Binding 11, Duan Kong, proficiency 70. Huideo, Rejuvenation of Dead Wood, proficiency 70. Special category, Instant Coaxing, proficiency 100, Skeletal Clone, 0/1, Virtual Flash, proficiency 70. This is the current Yunya panel data. In the previous battle on Skull Island, Yunya got a good achievement point. There is also a little profit in the back, but it is not worth mentioning. The increase in achievement points is still slow, even slower than before. After all, with Yunya's current strength, there are not many people who can threaten him. Achievement points have been recorded, and he also spent a lot. During this period of time, with use, the proficiency of some of his skills has also increased through exercise. Some of them were added to the full level by adding points. Those who did not reach the full level were also added to the integer by him. The integer is a hurdle, and the power of the skill will be more or less enhanced, but not much. Skills such as Baida, Shunpo, UN School Tactics, and so on, have been added to the proficiency level of 100 at this time. It is worth mentioning that after the proficiency of Baida and UN School's Tactics reached 100, Yunya's attack became stronger. Originally, it was to punch out a penetrating force that could penetrate into the body. After 100, it was able to concentrate the force of the fist at one point and blast out with one punch. The terrifying force of the fist drives the air, bombarding the enemy like an air cannon. It was called by Yunyi Zixiang. With Shunpo, Yunya's speed became faster, and he could levitate in the air like walking on flat ground. In the true sense, it is like walking on the ground, the sky, and the ground. For Yunya, there is not much difference. It's worth mentioning that Yunyi's other Zanpakuto ability, Zanyu, has also reached the point of. Yunya has experimented. When using the Skylock to cut the moon, the clothes on his body will not change, but the weapon in his hand will become a black knife with a swastika handle, which is used by the protagonist Ichigo in Shinigami the One. And the slash he swung also turned black. In the case of instant coaxing, after reaching 100, Yunya was able to control it freely and comprehended another form of instant coaxing. That is the fire attribute instant coaxing explosive flame warrior. This mode is not much different from the instantaneous Thunder God battle form. It is just an enhanced version of the fire attribute instantaneous. The instant coaxing Thunder Beast battle form and Shenlong Black Cat War G used by Yi in the World of Death did not appear. Yunya speculates that it is likely that he needs to develop it by himself. The current situation of instant coaxing is that when Thunder God battle form is activated, explosive flame warriors cannot be activated. In the same way, when the explosive warriors are turned on, the Thunder God battle form cannot be used. However, Thunder Flame mode can still be used. It's just that the two strongest instant coaxing states can't be used together. Flowing Blade Ruo Huo can be used in combination with Yuiat Yanchong. This is a technique developed by Yunyi himself, not given to him by the system. There is also the use of the power of lightning to condense the electromagnetic gun, which was also developed by Yunyi himself. This means that Yunya can develop his own abilities through the abilities given by the system. Zanpakuto's abilities can be used superimposed because there is a carrier, that is the sword Yingxian. Although Yingxian is only one of the big fast knives, after a long period of Yunyi's use of domineering and nurturing, it is no less inferior to the 12 supreme fast knives. There is no doubt about the degree of hardness. After all, it is conceivable that it can withstand the blazing high temperature. Of course, Yunya's arrogance also played a strong role in it. Yunyi guessed that it should still be a matter of physical fitness. His physical fitness could not compare with a big sword like Yingxian, and he could not withstand the conflict between the two strongest instant coaxing different attributes. Yunyi's physique is needed to activate the instant coaxing. When he was still weak, after the instant coaxing was activated, the sequelae were very strong. It was only later that Yunyi's physique caught up little by little, and he was able to use the instant coaxing Thunder Flame mode, and the Thunder God battle form behind. Only now, this situation has appeared again. Physical fitness is fundamental. But still the same sentence, the current Yunya is stronger than when he fought on Skull Island? It is no exaggeration to say that the current Yunya has the qualifications to snatch the title of the world's strongest man. I just don't know, how many tricks can the now old Whitebeard survive under his hands? At his peak, can he confront himself? There is still a long way to go. Yunya shook his head and shook off the thoughts in his mind, left the office, and came to the training camp. The Navy is full of talents, and the talents in the training camp are also emerging one by one. Lun Lianaer, who joined the Navy at the same time as Yunya, and Roy, who joined the training camp at the same time, have also graduated and went to other places to perform tasks. Lun Lianaer was born with a strong physique, and he was already at the rank of lieutenant at this time, while Roy, who had the animal-type Tibetan antelope fruit, was at the rank of captain, and the two were promoted very quickly. I heard that after returning from this mission, they planned to join Yunya's team and work under Yunya's hands. And An, Bins, Shiuzo, and others also graduated, but they applied to stay in the training camp. Just like Yunya, they would occasionally serve as instructors. After talking briefly with Zifa and a few friends, Yunya received a notice from Zhangguo, asking him to go to the marshal's office. Pushing away Zhangguo's office, Yunya gave a military salute. Marshal Zhangguo. Warring States waved his hands, and said straight to the point, "There is a mission here, and I need you to lead a team to carry it out." After receiving the information from Zhangguo, Yunya roughly glanced at it, and said in surprise, "The trace of the Golden Lion? It's the legendary pirate, the captain of the flying pirates who is as famous as Roger, Whitebeard, and others, the Golden Lion. Ski. That's right." Sengoku pushed his glasses, and continued, "Not long ago, there was information that there was news that the Golden Lion flying pirates appeared on a certain island in the first half. Warring States was a bit dignified, and the reappearance of the flying pirates who had disappeared for a long time gave him a headache. This can be said to be something worthy of his attention in the recent period. After escaping from prison that year, the Golden Lion only appeared once in Whitebeard's territory in the New World, and never appeared again. The Warring States guessed that the Golden Lion was probably brewing some kind of conspiracy. Appearing this time is enough to prove that the Golden Lion is ready. With the character of the Golden Lion, who has been hiding for so long, he will definitely do something that threatens the situation in the sea." After pondering for a while, Yunya said, "Then let me go there." Through the theatrical version of the original book, Yunya also knew that Jin Shize was secretly brewing a conspiracy to destroy the East China Sea, but he vaguely remembered that that part of the plot should happen after the protagonist went to sea. Could it be that the Golden Lion couldn't stand it because of the rampage of the plot? Yunya guessed right. After the news of the expo was learned by Golden Lion, he wanted to go to join in the fun, but due to some accidents, Golden Lion missed the time. And by mistake, Golden Lion also met with Kaido and Charlotte Lingling. After a period of hibernation again, the Golden Lion did not choose to appear, and continued the previous conspiracy, studied those ferocious beasts, accumulated strength, and destroyed the entire East China Sea, announcing his return to the whole world. Now, the Golden Lion feels that the time has come. Be careful, although I don't know where the Golden Lion has been hiding all these years, but his strength was enough to compete with Roger Whitebeard and others. Warring States warned. Although I don't know what the Golden Lion is planning these years, but it is definitely not a good thing. In addition, the strength of the Golden Lion is already strong, so it is always right to be careful. However, he still recognizes Yunya's strength. He can defeat the 4 emperors Kaido alone, and he is still a little worried if he is replaced by other lieutenant generals to hunt down the Golden Lion. Although the 4th general is only a false name in the Navy, Yunya is definitely at the general level in terms of strength. "I know, Marshal of the Warring States period." Yunya nodded, and then retreated. Without too much delay, Yunya led the team, and the warship set sail, following the clues to pursue it. On the warship, seeing the information Tina handed over, Yunya's face sank slightly, going to the East China Sea. Tina pushed the sunglasses, nodded and said, "From their trajectory, their target has indeed gone to the East China Sea. Then go to the East China Sea." Yunya looked forward and ordered, but Yunya pondered in his heart, is the East China Sea still the goal? Go to Rogtown first. Yunya ordered directly to his men. If the target is the East China Sea, then the Golden Lion is likely to go to Rogtown. After all, that place is where Roger was executed, and the Golden Lion is likely to appear there. "Yes, Lieutenant General Nightblade." A soldier responded. The warship turned around and headed towards Rogtown in the East China Sea. East China Sea. Above the sky, an island is slowly flying. The Golden Lion stood on top of a building, looking at the vast sea, with a crazy smile on his face. Donghai, the hometown of that guy Roger. "Then, let's start here, let the world government feel the revenge of my Golden Lion." The Golden Lion laughed wildly, like a lion king who looked down on the world. A domineering aura spread from him, stirring up the world. "My lord, all the ferocious beasts are ready. As long as they reach their destination, they can be released." A younger brother hurried over. "Gee ha ha ha, let me see how powerful they are after the transformation." The Golden Lion laughed wildly, with a ferocious look in its eyes. It's not that the Golden Lion has been hiding for so many years without doing anything. On a certain island, which is the island under his feet now, he discovered a plant that can make animals go berserk. Through research, he extracted a berserk factor named IQ from these plants. As long as IQ is injected into the animal's body, the animal can enter a state of berserk in a short period of time, and those animals will also mutate. No, it should be said to be evolution. Over the years, he has cultivated and produced countless terrifying beasts. These ferocious beasts are already very terrifying, and it is impossible for ordinary people to be their opponents. And after injecting IQ, these ferocious beasts will become more violent, turning into monsters that only know destruction and killing. This is one of his confidence to destroy the entire East China Sea. Not only that, when the Golden Lion took the unconscious Kaido away, he also collected some blood of Kaido and Charlotte Lingling. Kaido and Charlotte Lingling have very special physiques, obviously different from ordinary people. They are both physique monsters. Through research, the scientists under Golden Lion discovered the abnormality in Kaido's blood. Charlotte Lingling is not abnormal, she is not much different from the blood of ordinary people. The active factor in Kaido's blood is dozens of times stronger than that of ordinary people. After research, they extracted these active factors, cloned them in large quantities, and fused them with IQ. After injecting them into the beasts, they were surprised to find the already terrifying beast has become even more terrifying. The body surface has become harder, not afraid of guns, the action has become faster, and the personality has become more violent and brutal. Compared with before, the combat power of the beast has more than doubled. During this period of dormancy, the Golden Lion has been researching and strengthening its own beast army. At this time, it is finally done. So, he did it. The first goal is Donghai Luge Town. He's going to terrorize the world government again where Roger died. Donghai Luge Town. This is the hometown of One Piece Roger and the place where he died. It is also the starting point of the beginning of the era of great pirates. This place was originally just an unremarkable island. It was just the last stop of the East China Sea to the Great Route, and there was nothing worthy of praise. Later, because of Roger, he was born here and died here, making Rog Town one of the most famous islands in the East China Sea. But the execution platform where Roger was executed is still on the square, and many people come here just for its name. Countless pirates who admired Roger would come here to have a look even at the risk of being caught by the Navy. On the square, people are bustling, and people's heads are moving, without any awareness of the imminent danger. Countless people stopped to look at the execution platform above the square, as if they saw the scene of Roger being executed. The commerce in Rog Town is very developed, the flow of people is surging, and many ships are docked at the port, including pirates, navy, and gangsters. This is the last stop of the East China Sea to the Great Route. Many people will choose to come here to resupply, and then go to a wider world. No, it should be hell. However, there are still new pirates going to the Great Route every moment. This is the romance of this world. Among them, a boy with a cowboy hat and a few freckles on his face stood in the distance, looking at the execution platform, with a very calm expression on his face, but his eyes were out of focus, and he didn't know where he was running. Next to this boy was a boy wearing a blindfold and holding a thick book in his hand. He pushed his companion and couldn't help but say, "Hey, Ace, what are you thinking?" This freckled boy is the future captain of the Whitebeard second team. Poor gas D Ace. Pushed by his companion, Ace came back to his senses and showed a cheerful smile. "Diaz, let's climb to the throne of Pirate King." Companion Deus couldn't help squinting at Ace. "Not long after you went to sea, you started to daydream. One Piece, you are too far away from us, but with your qualifications, there may be a slight possibility. After all, what you eat is a natural type devil fruit." Ace put his arm around Deus's shoulder, and laughed heartlessly. "Ha ha ha, are you still angry because of this? But I'm sorry, but my luck is a little bit faster than yours. Eating a devil fruit can only be said to be destined." After Ace went to sea, he also drifted with the current like Luffy, but because of bad luck, he encountered a storm and drifted to a deserted island with his boat. It was also here that he met his first partner. The burning fruit is also eaten at this time. Because of hunger, the two shared half of the fruit they found, but Espadias ate the Xiao Xiao fruit a little faster. The devil fruit is only effective when the first bite is eaten, so the ability to burn the fruit is also given by Ace. That is the ability of the natural department. In this regard, Deus also felt that he had lost 100 million. "Stop making trouble, let's get out of here. After all, we have a bounty for us. If we are targeted by the Navy, we will be in trouble." Deus pushed Ace away with some disgust, and put the gun in his hand. He closed the book and looked at a group of naval patrol soldiers walking past from a distance. "Ha ha ha, let's go to the Great Route, and announce to the world the arrival of our spade pirates." Ace straightened his hat, with a smile on his face, confident and cheerful. But at this moment, from behind the two of them, a cold voice came into their ears. "Are you pirates?" Ace and Deus looked over after hearing the words, and found a man wearing a navy cloak with white hair, a weapon behind his back, and 2 cigarettes in his mouth staring at him with scrutiny. "They watch." "Yes." Ace replied with a grin, as if he hadn't seen the navy cloak behind the man. Deus raised his forehead, patted Ace, pointed at the man and said, "Didn't you see the navy cloak behind him? He's a Navy." "Navy." Ace seemed to have just recovered, looked at the Navy in front of him, scratched his head and asked, "Are you a Navy?" This Navy is none other than Smoker, who was assigned here as the deputy base chief. Smoker had nothing to do in the base, so he wandered around. When he came to the square, he heard the conversation between Ace and Deus. Biting his cigar, Smoker looked at the 2 people in front of him, and said calmly, "Since you are pirates, then I can't let you go. Don't underestimate us, we are very strong." Ace puffed up his chest and looked at Smoker. The two faced each other, and the atmosphere was dignified. But the next moment, Ace ran away from Deus, very fast, and ran tens of meters in the blink of an eye. Ace smiled and said, "But, I don't want to fight with you. Goodbye Navy." Humph. Want to run? Smoker didn't take these two little pirates to heart, he just snorted coldly, turned into smoke, and chased after him. Smoke vine. Ace grew up in the forest since he was a child, and he still has a strong sense of danger, but it is not knowledgeable, just a beast-like intuition. His expression suddenly changed, and he grabbed Deus and jumped into the sky, avoiding him. Mog's smoke lingers. Oh, I have some skills. Smoker looked indifferent, and he punched out. His arm turned into smoke, and his fist rushed out like a bullet, killing Ace in the air. Nature. After Ace went to sea, his knowledge also increased a lot, and he recognized Smoker's fruit ability at once. Boom! The smoke collided with the flame, and then exploded at the same time, and a wave of energy swept around. Huh? Flame? And it's still natural? Now I caught a big fish? Shave. Smoker looked at Ace, whose left arm had turned into flames, with an unexpected expression on his face, but the next moment he again rushing out, counting points under his feet, rushing towards Ace as if teleporting. Every natural fruit ability user is very difficult. If you don't know how to arm yourself, if you want to injure natural type ability users, unless you find a way to restrain them, you won't be able to hit them. Since we met a natural type pirate, it is even more impossible for you to escape. Smoker's eyes became cold. Deus, you should avoid it first. Fire fist. Ace calmly threw Deus down, and then the flames in the deep mountain suddenly surged, and he clenched his fist with his right hand and blasted at the attacking Smoker. White Dragon. Smoker squinted his eyes, his right arm turned into smoke rising, and then punched forward. The smoke turned into a dragon shape, and rushed out with a roar. Boom! The flame and the smoke collided together, and a terrifying roar erupted, and then the two abilities were entangled together, like a torrent, and shot towards the sky. The attack power of the flame is indeed powerful. The surprise on Smoker's face was even more obvious. In terms of destructive power, his own smoke was indeed no match for the attack power of flames, and it was actually blocked. Red lights flashed across his eyes, and he caught Ace's specific position with the color of knowledge and knowledge. His lower body turned into smoke, and he rushed towards Ace. Ace subconsciously wanted to use elementalization, but in the face of a punch covered in armed colors, it was useless for him to be elementalized. He was hit by a punch, and with a bang, his body flew upside down and fell to the ground, smashing a hole in the ground. A fight. Two natural systems. Is it pirates and navy? Run, don't be affected. The faces of the people in the square changed slightly when they saw the navy and the pirates fighting. But here, conflicts between the navy and pirates are very common. This is not the first time they have seen it. They hurriedly left the place. They don't want to be affected. Preserving their lives is the kingly way. In the pit, the next moment the flame suddenly boiled. Ace stepped out of the flame, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked solemnly at Smoker, who was high in the sky, and whispered in his mouth, "Is it as powerful as the old man?" Although Ace is not very familiar with armed domineering, he still knows that there is such a power. After all, when my younger brother was beaten by the old man, no rubber fruit was useless, and he was still screaming. The clever Ace naturally noticed this too. He knew that there was an ability in this world that could invalidate people's devil fruit abilities and cause them harm. Musket. But Ace would not admit defeat. He made pistols with both hands, aiming flames like bullets at Smoker. Knowledge Color didn't feel the threat. Smoker's body became elemental, and the flaming bullet hit him and fell to the ground behind him, but he didn't hurt him. Wouldn't you be domineering? Although he has eaten the natural system, he is still just a kid who hasn't stepped out of the paradise. Smoker faced Ace's musket without dodging, and let the flaming bullets hit him, but it was not at all. To no avail, he walked forward step by step. Domineering? Is this your ability to hit me? Ace narrowed his eyes and looked at Smoker, and put away his attack. Since he couldn't hit, there was no need to waste effort. Ace looked at Deus, and gave him a look, which meant that Deus was ready to run away. Deus and Ace have been partners for a while, and they understood this look. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he rushed directly towards the port. Fire fist. Ace didn't hesitate. The flames on his body boiled, the temperature in the air suddenly increased, and he punched out again. He shot this punch with all his strength, and a fist of flames tens of meters in size hit the front. White Dragon. Smoker snorted coldly again, and threw out the same punch. Boom! The smoke and flame collided again, and a roar erupted. Flames and smoke spread, obscuring Smoker's vision. Smoker guessed Ace's plan at once, but sneered, "I can't escape my knowledgeable capture." With that said, Smoker cast his shaving and chased past. Ace and Deus joined together and ran towards the port. Judging from the battle just now, Ace felt that he might not be the opponent of the Navy. His own attack cannot attack him, but the opponent can attack himself. This is very unfair. Although Ace acts as recklessly as Luffy, he is not without brains, and naturally knows how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Let's run now. Smog, this Navy should be the deputy base chief of Rogtown. Smoker, I didn't expect to meet him here. Deus ran and said, "By the way, aren't you also a naturalist? Why? We'll be hit by him." Ace rubbed his still sore cheeks, and said, "There is a kind of power in this sea. They say it is domineering, and it can attack the elemental body. Arrogance." Deus was only in the East China Sea before, and he didn't know that there is such a power as arrogance in this world. After pondering for a moment, he said, "It seems that you can't be invincible by eating natural fruits. He was also a little envious when he saw that Ace could unleash terrifying combat power after eating the burnt fruit. But looking at it now, it doesn't make him invincible by eating natural fruits. Ace said, "Of course, it is not so easy to become the strongest." At this stage, Ace's purpose of going to sea is to become the One Piece, to become an existence beyond Roger. It is natural to know that this goal is not so easy to achieve. Otherwise, Roger would not be the only one who became the One Piece in this world. No, Smoker is catching up. Deus looked back, his face suddenly changed. Smoker chased after him at a very fast speed, and would soon be close to them. Ace's face sank, and he said to Deus, "You go to the boat first, and I will go after I block him. Be careful." Deus didn't talk nonsense. He knew that he would be a burden here and would distract Ace, so he nodded, without stopping, and headed towards the port. He believes in Ace's strength. He will definitely not fail here. Here, Smoker holds the phone bug in his hand and tells the Navy on the island. Seeing Ace stop, he puts the phone bug away, and said calmly, "Have you given up resisting?" Ace showed fighting intent on his face, and put on a fighting stance. "No, on the contrary, I want to try to see if I can defeat you. The current pirate is really arrogant? It's just a brat who can't even use domineering." Smoker snorted coldly, grabbed his hands behind his back, and turned into smoke and rushed over. "Fire fist!" Ace yelled. His fist was burning with flames, and the fist with surging flames condensed and bombarded towards the front. "It's useless, people who don't know how to be domineering can't hurt me at all." Smoker let the fire fist hit him, but was avoided by the elementalization, and Ace's attack couldn't hurt him at all. Smoker rushed out quickly, raised his hands, and smashed down hard. Damn it! What exactly is domineering? Ace's feet were on fire, and his speed soared suddenly, avoiding the blow. What is the smoke afraid of? Wind. Ace's mind was spinning, as if thinking of something. The corner of his mouth opened an arc. He remembered the strong wind generated by the collision of the two attacks just now, forcing Smoker to be unable to maintain his elementalization. So, can we artificially create wind? Okay, bang, yang yan. Thinking of this, Ace yelled again, and his 5 fingers condensed a pillar of fire towards Smoker. Smoker used the razor to disappear in place, and the strong wind of the explosion hit him, making him a little blinded. Good opportunity, fire fist. The moment Ace made the attack, he also rushed towards Smoker in a flash, and quickly came to Smoker's body. He punched fiercely, and the flame roared ferociously. However, what Ace didn't know was that his actions couldn't escape Smoker's arrogance. Smoker subconsciously wanted to use elementalization, but the strong wind of the explosion swept away the smoke and could not condense it. Have some brains. Smoker gave up elementalization. Because of the strong wind, the smoke will definitely be blown away during elementalization at this time, and it will be a little troublesome to chase again. Facing Ace's punch, he folded his hands over his chest, covering his body aggressively, and blocked his front. With a bang sound, Ace's punch hit Smoker's arm, but he felt that his punch seemed to be bombarded on steel, and the fist sent a counter shock instead. Smoker also felt the strength of Ace's fist, and his face showed surprise again. This pirate is so strong? But the surprise only lasted for a moment. His fist was covered with armed domineering, and Ace was sent flying with one punch. What? Ace was blown away by a punch, and he was still shocked on the way upside down. His punch actually hit Smoker's body through feedback, but the punch was actually blocked. With a bang, Ace flew upside down and smashed a building down. Good strength. Smoker's face became serious. He possessed the natural type burnt fruit and has a good physique. If he is allowed to continue to grow, he will definitely be a big threat to the Navy in the future. Although Smoker is not a hawk, he will not hold back against pirates. Smoker rushed out again, and this time the tip of his 10 hands pointed at Ace, who had climbed up and stabbed. The tip of his weapon is made of halostone, which is quite effective against capable people. Ace clearly sensed the danger, and this time he didn't choose to take it hard, and dodged away with his figure. Boom boom boom. The two immediately fought. The smoke and flames rose and spread, and there was a lot of movement. But judging from the scene, Ace obviously fell into a disadvantage. Facing Smoker, who was more experienced and stronger than him, he was beaten back and forth. Another point is that Ace at this time is not armed with domineering, and he can't hit Smoker at all, he can only parry. Ace didn't even think about continuing to fight Smoker, and retreated while fighting. What he wanted was to get rid of Smoker's pursuit as soon as possible and leave here. This is the first time Ace has been suppressed in a battle with the enemy since he went to sea, which also made him clearly understand that he must have the power called domineering. At the same time, Ace analyzed Smoker's arrogance while fighting, to see if he could steal it. Ace inherited Roger's bloodline, and has extraordinary talent. He had already awakened the domineering look when he was a child. During the battle with Smoker, he vaguely touched a threshold. Smoker didn't expect the pirate in front of him to be so difficult. Although he had the upper hand, it would take some time to take down Ace in one fell swoop. This kid doesn't know what's going on. He obviously doesn't have the domineering look, but he can always avoid his own attack. Like a wild beast, relying on intuition to avoid his own attacks again and again. At the port here, Deus finally came to his own ship. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the ship, looked at the place where the flames were rising, and whispered, "Hurry up, Ace. Now we are waiting for Ace to get rid of Smoker's pursuit. As long as they go out to sea, with Ace's fruit ability, their ships are much faster than warships. Deus could only watch anxiously, swearing in his heart that he must practice hard to improve his own strength, so that he can fight side by side with Ace in the future, instead of just watching the battle now and secretly anxious. Damn it, has the navy on the island started to move? Deus looked to the other side and saw hundreds of navy coming towards the port, so he knew that the navy on the island had also started to move. But fortunately, there are not only their pirates on the island, but also other pirates. It can only be said that these pirates have been affected. The pirates and the navy met each other like enemies, they were extremely jealous, and they immediately fought. The head of the base in Rog Town is a colonel, just the colonel of Donghai, and his strength is not too strong, much weaker than Smoker. However, in the East China Sea, the pirates are not very strong. When the two sides fight, the navy still has the absolute upper hand. Soon, many pirates die before they leave the East China Sea. Caught. Seeing the navy approaching step by step, Deus was a little anxious. He looked at the place where Ace was fighting Smoker, and prayed that Ace would move faster. Here we come. At the next moment, Deus's eyes lit up, and at the end of the road, two figures approached while fighting. Ace and Smoker fought and retreated, and they had already appeared on the port side. Ace remembered the position of his ship, turned around and blasted a fire fist, the flame roared and boiled, forming a wall of flames, and then regardless of other things, the flame boosted the speed. Ace came to the boat and joined Deus. Quick, go to sea. That navy is very tricky, and now I am not his opponent. Okay. Deus nodded, put away the anchor and wanted to turn the rudder. But at this time, the people at the port found something unusual, and Ace and Deus also noticed something was wrong. Why is the sun gone? Is it going to rain? On the ground, the sunlight seemed to be covered by something, and the shadows became bigger and bigger. Some people thought that the sunlight was blocked by dark clouds, so they looked up. Seeing this, those who raised their heads were almost scared out of their wits. What did they see? An island? An island slowly descends from the sky? It was also this island that covered the sunlight in the sky. Island? Why is there an island flying over from the sky? Is it going to fall? What's happening here? All the people who saw this scene were terrified. They have been at sea for so many years, and they haven't seen the sky before they will go down to the island. Everyone wished they could have a few more legs, and leave this ghostly place as soon as possible. If the island really fell down, their lives would not be enough to pay for it. Ace and Deus also opened their mouths in surprise, they have never seen such a scene before. An island soared down from the sky, and they were just little buddies who had just left the sea. Such a scene shocked their three views. Smoker's face sank, and he didn't know what happened. But after all, he was on the Great Route, and he didn't care about Ace and the others at this time, and directly ordered to all the navy present, everyone get out of here. In fact, there was no need for Smoker to speak. Anyone who was not stupid would know that staying here would be life-threatening, and they ran fast one by one. However, it was different from what they had imagined. The island did not fall directly, but chose to land on the sea at the port. Then, everyone heard a domineering voice, "Jahahaha, is this Rog Town?" Then, revenge begins. As the sound fell, beast roars were heard on the landing island. Then everyone saw that there were countless ferocious beasts with a height of several meters, sizes ranging from more than 10 meters, and different types, charging towards this side like wild horses running free. There are all kinds of ferocious beasts, such as ferocious wolves several meters tall, four-armed apes with thick muscles more than 10 meters high, crocodiles stretching more than 10 meters long with serrated fangs, dinosaurs with thick tails. All kinds of ferocious animals in the world have appeared here. The aura of destruction, killing, and tyranny spread out from these ferocious beasts, and they began to wreak havoc as soon as they landed in Rog Town. The pirates and marines at the port were all bitten to death by fierce beasts, and then their corpses were swallowed by these fierce beasts, and blood flowed everywhere in an instant. The buildings couldn't stop the attacks of these ferocious beasts at all, and were easily destroyed, and nearby civilians also died in the mouths of the beasts. What is this? Monster. Run. Chaos. Luge Town is in complete chaos. Countless people began to flee in all directions, with fear showing on their faces, and they began to run desperately towards the center of the island. But how can the speed of human beings be the opponent of these ferocious beasts? It didn't take long before they were overtaken by the ferocious beasts, and even their bodies were torn to pieces. Seeing this, the navy quickly gathered their formation, and the artillery fired in unison. However, when the bullets hit these ferocious beasts, they were bounced off, unable to cause any damage at all. Only shells can cause certain damage to this group of beasts. There is no shortage of masters in the navy. The base commander, Colonel, went out and killed a few beasts in a row in 6 forms. However, in the face of thousands of beasts, what he killed was of no importance at all. On Smoker's side, his body became elemental, stopping a group of beasts rushing towards him. But at this time, his face was also very serious. Where did the beasts come from, and who ordered them to attack Rog Town? Ho 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 ho. The ferocious beasts roared, causing huge damage in a short period of time, and countless civilians died at their hands. Gee ha ha ha, not bad. But it's not enough, kill everyone on this island. Following a domineering and rampant voice, a man with long blonde hair and 2-bladed legs floated in the air. A terrifying domineering arrogance pressed down from his body towards the bottom. With a sound of buzz, the weak and weak were washed away by this dominance, and 70% of the people on the island could not resist, rolled their eyes and fell into a coma. The domineering look of the golden lion enveloped the entire island, relatively scattered. Many people resisted, looked up at the man in the sky. His face was full of surprise. Who is this guy? Why attack Rogue Town? Smoker was also looking at the sky at this time. After seeing this person, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then his face suddenly changed as if thinking of something, and he exclaimed, "Is it the captain of the flying pirates? The history of the Golden Lion, base. Damn it, why did this guy appear here?" Smoker's face was serious, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. On the other side, Ace and Deus are also under the oppression of the Golden Lion domineering color. Deus was oppressed by the domineering look, and sweat dripped down his face. What kind of power is this? And Ace on the side was oppressed by the domineering look, but he didn't feel much. He just felt that there seemed to be something about his body that was about to move. Ace looked up into the sky, his expression froze. People with domineering aptitude are unwilling to be oppressed. No one can make him yield? With a sound of buzz, a domineering air was released from Ace's body, like a thunder that stirred the fire on the ground, and rushed towards another domineering look. Crack. The two overlord colors collided with each other, and black thunder flashed out of thin air. The black and red thunder stormed across the audience violently, and the surface of the sea was ups and downs because of this impact. Waves rushed out one after another. Huh. The Golden Lion stared, looking in the direction of Ace. There is actually a domineering owner here? Ace, you. Deus was also surprised. He didn't expect such a terrifying aura to erupt from Ace. This power, who is that guy? Ace used the overlord color when he was a child. Although he has not used it again later, the scene at that time is still vivid. He knew that there was a force hidden in his body, but now, it was actually hooked and released again. At this time, Ace also looked up at the Golden Lion, without the slightest timidity in his eyes, but curious. Jihahaha, I actually met a person with a superior appearance here. Donghai, really can't be underestimated. The Golden Lion laughed ferociously, and when he looked at Ace's face, he suddenly frowned. When I picked it up, I vaguely felt that this person's eyebrows were a little familiar. That kid. Smoker stopped the beast's gap and looked in Ace's direction. He didn't expect that kid to have a domineering aura. Looking down at Ace from a high position, the Golden Lion's personality is infinitely domineering. Without a word of nonsense, his figure floated, and flew directly towards Ace. Looking at it closely, the familiar feeling became more and more obvious. After all, it is Roger's own blood, and Ace's eyebrows are still somewhat similar to Roger's. Others may not be able to detect it, but Roger's old opponents such as Golden Lion and Whitebeard can see the tricks at a glance. But at this time, the Golden Lion didn't dare to make a conclusion, but felt a little familiar. Boy, it's good to be able to have the appearance of a human being, and report your name. The Golden Lion looked at Ace defiantly, wanting to know where Ace came from, and why he felt a familiar feeling. Poor Gasty Ace. Ace looked directly at the Golden Lion with a serious expression on his face, but he was still not afraid. Poor Gasty Ace? Ace. Golden Lion frowned. He still knows a little about the surname D, and Ace. This name should be the name of Roger Saber. Donghai, D, Ace. Roger. The Golden Lion immediately thought of a lot, looked at Ace with piercing eyes, and raised his voice, "Little devil, what is your father's name?" This question made Ace's face sink slightly. He seemed to have noticed something. Could it be that the man in front of him guessed his identity? Ace said coldly, "I don't have a father." As for his father, he certainly didn't want to mention it. Gee ha ha ha, it's okay if you don't say anything, then, I'll give you a choice, join me? Let's turn the whole world upside down. The Golden Lion smiled ferociously, and recruited Ace, wanting him to join him under the command of. If this kid is really a descendant of Roger, then, it will definitely be very interesting to make him one of his subordinates? Impossible. Ace refused decisively, with a firm tone. Even if he died, he would not join other people's command. Jahahaha, this is beyond your control. Chopping. The Golden Lion's tone became cold, and he struck directly at the next moment, raising his right leg high, and sweeping out a terrifying slash. In the era when the Golden Lion was active, he was already in the realm of a great swordsman. In terms of swordsmanship, no one dared to say that he could defeat the Golden Lion. Roger and Golden Lion were already very strong in swordsmanship at that time, but the title of #1 swordsman did not fall on them. One is swordsmanship plus physical skills, and the other is swordsmanship plus ability. Neither is a pure swordsman. Of course, this title did not fall into the hands of others. No one has the courage to say that their kendo is stronger than Roger and Golden Lion. In the era of the 3 legendary pirates, there was no world's #1 swordsman. If there is, you can only choose one of Roger and Golden Lion. It's a pity that these two people have no interest in the world's #1 swordsman at all. But one thing is certain, the Golden Lion's swordsmanship is definitely the best in the world. Even if he connected his saber to his legs, the slash he swung was earth-shattering. 1,000-meter-long golden slash shot out of the air, heading towards Ace's direction. Not good. Ace's face changed, and he reached out to grab Deus's figure and dodged the attack. With a chi sound, the slash cut Ace's ship and the sea surface in half. The several kilometers-long sea surface was directly divided into two. The scene was extremely spectacular, and the faces of those who were lucky enough to see this scene changed drastically. What a terrifying slash. Even the surface of the sea was cut. Here, Smoker's face was extremely gloomy, but he was calm. He picked up the phone bug and dialed out, wanting to notify the Navy headquarters. With Paradise's naval power, there is no way to stop the Golden Lion, and a general-level combat power must be brought in. The phone bug Bolo Bolo called a few times and was connected. A female voice came from the phone bug. "This is the Nightblade led by Yeblade. Please tell me if you have anything to say." Hearing this familiar voice, Smoker was slightly surprised. "Tina. Smog." The female voice over there also said in surprise. The Navy's phone bugs all use the same channel of radio waves, which can be caught by other navies within a certain range. "It's me." Smoker knew that time was running out, so he didn't reminisce about the past, so he spoke directly and informed the other side of the situation. The Uran is the warship under Uni's command. Every lieutenant general can apply to the headquarters for a warship of his own, and Uran is no exception. It's the same as Garp's dog-headed warship. When going out on missions, they all use their own warships. Since the signal he sent can be received by the Nightblade, it means that the Nightblade is not far away from him now. In other words, has Lieutenant General Uran also come to the East China Sea? Thinking of this, Smoker quietly heaved a sigh of relief. The phone bug changed to a male voice. "Lieutenant Colonel Smoker, try to evacuate the crowd as much as possible. We are not far from here, and reinforcements will arrive soon." "Yes, Lieutenant Admiral Nightblade." Smoker hung up the phone and sprang into action. The Golden Lion's attack came too fast, and there was no time for the Navy to prepare, so that only now did the Navy request reinforcements. On the sea not far from Rog Town, the warship was advancing at full speed. Yunya hung up the phone and said to Tina behind her, "I'll go there first. Tina, you are in charge of contacting the nearby branch base and asking them to reinforce Rog Town." "It's sir." Tina gave a military salute, and went down to inform other branch bases. After saying that, Yunyi's figure flickered. He stepped into the air, and rushed towards Luge Town with a speed as fast as a bolt of lightning. He needs to stop the Golden Lion? Fire fist. Ace roared, and swung his fist towards the Golden Lion. The flaming fist swelled against the wind and charged towards him fiercely, but was easily crushed by the Golden Lion's slash. "You're too tender, brat." Golden Lion snorted coldly, raised his leg and cut again. The golden slash is magnificent, breaking through layers of obstacles, and killing Ace. Ace's face changed, and his intuition told him that this blow cannot be resisted. Even if he is elementalized, he will still be hit. This is the sword power of the great swordsman? Can hit the enemy's body? Ace avoided it quickly. Obviously the attack passed by him, but Ace still felt a pain in his body, and a blood stain appeared on his left arm, and the blood was gurgling. "Damn it, is it this kind of power again?" Ace covered his arms and rolled around a few times. He was still inexperienced and didn't know that this was the sword of the great swordsman, and thought it was another domineering ability. "Jahahaha, have you considered it? If you don't surrender, I will target your companion in the next attack." The Golden Lion grinned, looking at Deus who was hiding behind the cover. He wanted to tear apart Ace's heart little by little and make him surrender to himself. If he can make Roger's descendants become his subordinates, this feeling will make him very happy. Damn it. Ace's face became extremely gloomy, anger flashed in his eyes, and domineering arrogance gushed out from his body. At this time, he was so angry that he threatened him with his partner. In his current situation, it was like a character who had just left Novice Village and met the final big boss, so weak and helpless. Under the pressure, Ace's strength also slowly improved, and a force in his body began to explode, and entangled in his tightly clenched hands. Seeing that Ace didn't answer his own words, Golden Lion's eyes froze for a moment, and he locked on Deus with knowledgeable eyes, and raised his foot to attack again. But at this moment, his sense of knowledge was beating wildly. In the distance, a terrifying slash struck. 1,000-meter-long majestic slash seemed to tear apart everything in front of him, and struck like a broken bamboo. Who is it? The Golden Lion's expression froze, and he quickly turned around. The muscles in his waist moved, driving his right leg to sweep across, and an equally terrifying slash rushed towards the silver slash. Boom! The golden and silver slashes collided with each other, burst out, and roared. Then, the two slashes shattered at the same time, turning into countless slash fragments that scattered in all directions, pierced through the sky and fell into the sea, and a deep gully suddenly appeared on the sea. It fell to the ground, and the smooth cut marks spread for hundreds of meters. Hitting those fierce beasts, the hard skin that could resist the guns was cut apart like tofu, blood spurted, and some were even cut in half. The Golden Lion looked at the location where the slash came, and his face sank slightly. The Navy in the realm of the great swordsman? Who is it? Over there, a slender man wearing a Navy Justice cloak came from the air. This figure is none other than Yunya. Yunya looked at the domineering man with long blonde hair and a funny rudder like a coxcomb on his head, and said lightly, "Captain of the Flying Pirates, Shiji the Golden Lion." The Golden Lion narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" He didn't know this young Navy. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Yeren. Yunya smiled, and waved out a 1,000-meter-long silver-white majestic slash. The slash pierced through the air, swift as lightning, and slashed at the Golden Lion again. "Yeren? Are you the Yeren who defeated Kaido?" Golden Lion didn't dare to be careless. Facing the great swordsman's slash, he had to be very careful. He naturally knew something about the previous battle of Skull Island. Nightblade and Quincy battle Kaido and Charlotte Lingling and have the upper hand. The attack that broke out in the end defeated the two four emperors even more. Although he has not seen the photos of these two people, he has heard of their names. Piao awakened and rolled the surrounding air, and a red light flashed in the eyes of the golden lion, Lion Might Gosho Kazaki. The surrounding air was driven by an inexplicable force, and it turned into a lion with claws and claws. The lion came alive, opened its mouth and roared, and charged forward. Boom! When the attacks collided, roars erupted, sword chi shot out, the air exploded, a terrifying hurricane swept across the surroundings, the sea surface churned, and shock waves radiated in all directions with the attack collision as the point. The taller buildings were shattered by the impact, and a large amount of gravel fell down. Are they still human? Diaz muttered to himself as he looked at the sky with a frightened look on his face. They are so strong. Ace came to Deus's side, looking up at the sky with a solemn expression. Seeing that the two of them just shot casually, it caused such a big commotion, which was beyond his comprehension for this little mensin. Yunyi ignored the golden lion, but looked down, seeing those ferocious beasts wreaking havoc. His face darkened, his pupils froze, a domineering aura and the sword power belonging to the great swordsman pressed down. With a sound of buzz, the overlord's color rushed down. The ferocious beast below seemed to have sensed extreme danger, and its fur was blown out, with fine sweat oozing from its pores. Some of the weaker ones were directly stunned by this domineering look, but at least half of the ferocious beasts just stood there, roaring and looking around. They wanted to know where the source of the extreme danger was. Yunya was extremely surprised. These ferocious beasts could resist his overbearing arrogance? At this time, Yunya also noticed the unusualness of these fierce beasts. His domineering look is not weak, at least Kaido and Charlotte Lingling are definitely inferior to him in terms of the strength of their domineering looks. Compared with red hair, Yunya doesn't know, and has never tried, but his domineering look is definitely not weak. But now, most of the fierce beasts below are able to resist the impact of their overlord look. It's no wonder that the golden lion has such confidence that it wants to use these beasts to overthrow the world government. It's a bit tricky. But what Yunya didn't know was that the strength of Yunya's dominance at this time had already surprised the golden lion. Now Yunya no longer has to hide his domineering look. The increase in strength gave Yunya confidence, and now he is no longer afraid of the fear of the world government. Now even two generals may not be able to beat me who exploded at full strength. 3. I may not be able to beat myself, but if I want to run, I can still do it. In addition, Yunya also found out through the Warring States period that the world government has already blocked his promotion. The lieutenant general is over. Even the quasi-admiral's proposal was rejected several times by the world government. Yunya knew that his status in the navy might not be improved again. The consequences of ignoring the world government and killing Shishibukai Carmenio at the beginning have been revealed. The world government doesn't want Stinger to be the top of the navy. One Garp has already given them a headache. If there is another Nightblade who doesn't obey the command, they will also have a headache. The way to stabilize the obscene development has been blocked, so Yunyi will not hide anymore. Originally, I wanted to go back to the period of the original book when Akainu and Aokiji robbed the marshal. At that time, the generals were lacking in combat power, and they were playing as a general. Now it is estimated that it is impossible. Then show yourself with all your might. Yunyi's eyes were fixed, and his domineering look was released. This kind of domineering look, are you really a navy? The golden lion sensed this domineering look, and his eyes showed an unstoppable look of shock. He also released the domineering aura just now, and clashed with that little ghost Ba Wang Huo for a while. The two Ba Wang Huo clashed, and the stronger Ba Wang Huo just made the fierce beasts below blow their hair. Except for a few dozens of them that fell into a coma, it doesn't have much of an impact. But the domineering look that erupted from this navy has stunned half of these strengthened beasts all at once. What a terrifying overlord look. A person with such a domineering look is really just a navy? Can't the clothes on my body explain everything? Yunya didn't explain too much, raised his hand and swept out with a sword. The brilliant silver-white slash pierced through the air attack, forcing the golden lion to concentrate on it. Chop. The golden lion did not show any weakness, and raised its leg to sweep out the chop. With a bang sound, the slashes collided with each other and shattered at the same time, and the slash fragments shot around, cutting everything nearby. Jahaha, the navy, the eagle dog of the world government, can also have the domineering look? Are you kidding me? The golden lion smiled coldly, and the fruit ability rolled the air, turning into a solid lion roaring and rushing out. It can only be said that you are short-sighted. Yunya smiled. In the navy, among other things, the marshal of the Warring States period has the dominance of a king. A golden flame surged from the silver slender sword, and as soon as this flame appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly increased. Facing a strong man like the golden lion, Yunya directly used the ability of flowing blade like fire. Fire slash. Yunya waved forward, and the surging flames shot forward like a fire dragon. Boom! The two attacks collided together, and a terrifying roar erupted. The air was scorched until it made a shishi sound, the flame shattered, and the temperature rose again. Extreme flame slash. A red light flashed in his eyes. Yunya raised his hand to slash again. The flames condensed on the edge of the sword, and the scorching high temperature turned Yingxian's sword body into a scorching white color. The scorching white slash condenses terrifying high temperature, and its power is contained inside. This slash seems to have turned into a small sun, and the temperature distorts the surrounding space. Gee ha ha ha, is it flame? It has the same ability as that kid just now. The golden lion laughed wildly. He had fought against Ace just now, With his knowledge, he naturally recognized Ace at a glance as the person with the ability to burn fruit. The Night Blade in front of him actually has the ability of fire? However, flames are no threat to him at all. Lion Thousand Cut Valley. The Golden Lion laughed wildly, with the blonde hair dancing in the wind behind him. His legs swept one after another, and countless slashes towards Yunya. Boom boom boom. The dense slashes collided with Yunya's extreme slash, and there were continuous roars. However, the next moment, Golden Lion was horrified to find that when his slash collided with the opponent's extreme slash, it was as if butter had encountered high temperature, and it seemed to be melted. Even the invisible slash was melted by high temperature? What a temperature it is! A red light flashed in the eyes of the Golden Lion, the fruit ability was activated, and he grasped it with 5 fingers downward. A large amount of sea water was rolled by his ability, like a sea current rising into the sky, forming a wall, blocking him in front of him. Chi-chi. Sea water and flames are inherently incompatible and restrain each other. As soon as the seawater encountered Yunyi's slash, the scorching heat instantly evaporated a large amount of seawater, but Yunyi's slash was also weakened. However, the Golden Lion still underestimated Yunya's slash. The condensed flame was comparable to the temperature of the sun, enough to burn all matter. The seawater was evaporated, and white water vapor instantly filled the audience, blocking everyone's sight. Oops. The Golden Lion jumped crazily when he saw the news, predicting that the danger was coming. He quickly dodged his figure and missed Yunya's slash. However, the scorching heat still made him very uncomfortable. His clothes were a little burnt, and his blonde hair was also curly due to the high temperature. Yunya's attack has not stopped yet, and he rushed out in a blink of an eye. He locked on the Golden Lion's evasion route, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the Golden Lion's body. The Golden Lion had a look of shock on his face, but he reacted and responded in a timely manner. He used his ability to forcibly turn his body around, and the fruit ability was applied to the blade of his right leg. A ferocious lion head loomed, entangled in the look of a king. Raise your leg and cut it out. Boom! The blades of the two collided, and the domineering colors collided across the air. The originally cloudy sky split suddenly, as if cut by a sword, the clouds rolled back, and thunder and lightning flashed. Stalemate, stalemate. The two attacked this time, and they were in a stalemate. The two looked at each other, and the same terrifying overlord color rushed out, and the sky formed black and red thunder, which complemented the lightning in the sky. Overlord color twining? You are really amazing, kid. Chopping. Piao Piao Guo gave the Golden Lion the flexibility to move freely even in midair, and the other leg cut towards Yunya's half-body, intending to kill Yunya. Cut it off? It's really an honor for me to be praised by the senior. Yunya saw the movement of the Golden Lion. He didn't believe that his mortal body could be stronger than a big knives, even if it was covered with weapons, so he quickly retracted his sword block. Clang! The sound of Jinji was transmitted, and the swords of the two great swordsmen collided, and the sword energy of scattered and swept away. Under the rapid offensive, the two had no time to use other abilities. It's the collision of great swordsman and great swordsman. With the two of them as the center, the circular sword energy undulates and hits the surroundings, cutting everything that is cut, and the incision is smooth. Both of them retreated because of each other's strength, but judging from the scene, the Golden Lion was clearly at a disadvantage. Compared to Yunya, the Golden Lion retreated a longer distance. Come again. The Golden Lion roared, and took the lead in the attack. The fruit ability combined with the slash, blasted dense and terrifying power. Naturally, Yunyi was not afraid, and rushed out with his sword in hand. The flames spread across the area as time went by, causing the fire to start a prairie fire and the temperature soaring. Boom boom boom. The two fought, and groups of airwaves swept and exploded, and the slashes were staggered, leaving countless cuts on the ground, which was a mess. In the distance, watching the battle between these two strong men, Ace and Deus did not choose to leave, but watched from the sidelines. Deus looked at Ace. Can your flame can reach this level? Deus, a young man who had been out to sea not long ago, had seen such scenes there, and was shocked by the scene in front of him. As Ace's companion, this is not the first time he has seen Ace use the ability to burn fruit, but Ace's flame did not bring him such a big shock. Even the stones were turned into lava under the high temperature. Even at the central point, even the magma will be directly gasified. They were already so far away, and the heat wave still made him a little overwhelmed. Ace looked at the earth-shattering battle with piercing eyes. His eyes seemed to be thinking about something, and he shook his head when he heard what Deus said. I didn't even know that flames could do this. As a burning fruit, he can best appreciate the power of that flame. Although because of the same source, the scorching heat has no effect on him. But he knew better than Deus, the horror of that flame. Flame, the hottest flame, the flame that can burn magma. It seems that the direction of my fruit development was wrong. Ace's face flashed with a fiery look, as if he saw a road to the sky. Burning fruit should be developed in the direction of higher temperature, which is a qualitative change, not in the direction of quantity. Ace, he, got it? It is precisely because of this battle that he has undergone tremendous changes in the future. On the other side, the Nightblade also arrived late. They were not far from Rogue Town, and they finally arrived at this time. Without the slightest hesitation, after the Navy landed on the island, they acted quickly and joined forces with the Navy from Rogue Town on the island to resist those fierce beasts and the subordinates of the Golden Lion. And with the passage of time, the nearby branch bases also arrived one after another, barely restraining those beasts. Black Spear. Tina condensed several jet black iron anchors behind her back, wrapped around her arms, pierced through several fierce beasts in front, and came to Smoker's side. What's the situation now? What about Yunyi? Smog blasted the fierce beasts in front of him with a fist of smoke, took a sip of his cigar, and the cigar smoke merged into his smoke, and he said, Admiral Nightblade is fighting the Golden Lion over there. We just need to use these beasts are intercepted. Tina looked at the place where the violent fluctuations were coming from, nodded and said, okay, stop these beasts first, and we can't let them pass by. As she spoke, she slashed out, and her arms turned into iron bars, trapping several ferocious beasts firmly. Smoker also rushed out, knocking the beasts into the air and killing them one by one. However, a few of them are very strong, and even mastered the armed domineering. Even he dare not be careless. On the other side, the battle intensified. Yunyi and Jinshi once again collided with each other, and they retreated at the same time. At this time, Yunyi had already exerted most of his combat power, not to mention his full combat power, but he still only suppressed the Golden Lion and was unable to kill it. The ability of the Golden Lion fruit has been developed to a certain extent, and it is very difficult to deal with. No wonder he can be as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. In terms of combat experience, he is much stronger than Yunya. Every time, Yunyi's attack can be defeated with the most timely counterattack. But Yunyi still has the absolute upper hand. The Golden Lion was floating in the air, with a large number of wounds on its body, burns, cuts, and blood overflowing from the corner of its mouth. At this time, it was gasping for breath, and its eyes were fixed on Yunya, but it was still domineering like an unruly lion king. Yunya also stepped on the air, like walking on flat ground, without blushing or panting. Compared to the Golden Lion, he was more comfortable. Can't be armed? During the battle, Yunya discovered that the Golden Lion was attacking, and it did not cover the domineering color of the weapon, but used the fruit ability and the domineering color to bless the attack. Won't it? Impossible? Domineering is one of the powers leading to the top. If you want to be strong, it is impossible not to have two-color domineering. According to Teacher Kai, domineering is the necessary strength to become the strongest. How could a legendary pirate like the Golden Lion, who is as famous as Roger and Whitebeard, not be armed and domineering? The only possibility is that the current Golden Lion cannot be used. A lion that has lost its minions can no longer deter the world. Your era has passed, Shiji the Golden Lion. Yunya looked at the Golden Lion, focusing on the half of the rudder he inserted into his head. The armed color is the strength in the body, the domineering color is the momentum, and the knowledge color is the perception. Yunyi had discovered before that the Golden Lion's knowledge perception is not strong, and it feels like it is not effective at all times, and the armed color has not been used once. The only explanation is that the rudder inserted above his head limits the two-color arrogance of the Golden Lion. Otherwise, with a powerhouse at the level of the Golden Lion, it is impossible not to be domineering in two colors. Jahahaha, have you discovered it? You have a very powerful sense of knowledge. Golden Lion knew that he would not be able to escape Yunya's perception if he did not use his armed domineering aura, so there was no trace of fear on his face. However, his face turned ferocious in an instant. But, so what? My era is over? What are you kidding? Navy brat. Who is he? The Golden Lion, the legendary pirate. Even Roger, Whitebeard, and others dare not talk to him like this. He is just a junior. What are you crazy about as a navy? The domineering and rampant Golden Lion couldn't stand such insults at all. The aura of the whole body was released, and the domineering aura of the Overlord swept across the four directions. Lion's Might Land Scroll. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Golden Lion, and its power was driven to the extreme. The ground below was shattered inch by inch, and the earth was turned upside down. The large rocks were condensed into several lion heads under the action of the fruit ability, and the Lion King roared, vibrating the air, entraining the terrifying prestige, overwhelming and rushing like a mountain. Yuaya Tianchong. Yunya's eyes were full of light, and with a touch of his foot, the tip of the sword dragged and slashed out. When he was about to attack, Yunya slashed forward. With a sound of swipe, the brilliant slash smashed through the lion's head in front, splitting it into two. The great swordsman can cut everything and break everything? Yunya jumped out from the gap that was divided into two, and charged towards the Golden Lion. Gee ha ha ha, good time. The Golden Lion raised its leg again, and rushed out with a few golden ripples. If you lose your sharp claws, you should retreat to the world honestly, Golden Lion. Yunya slashed with a few swords, and broke the Golden Lion's slash. The speed did not slow down by half, and it turned into an afterimage and went straight to the Golden Lion. Are you preaching to Laozi? The Golden Lion was extremely domineering, clenched his fists with both hands, and condensed the rock that Yunya had cut open again, turning it into spikes and attacking from behind. Preaching? No, I'm just telling you the truth. Torch. A strong wind came from behind. Yunya touched the ground with his toes, and the surging flames suddenly burst into flames, turning into a curtain of fire to block behind him. The rock spikes pierced the flames, just like ice cubes meeting fire. They melted directly, unable to break through the fire curtain of Yunya at all. Ignoring what was behind him, Yunya had already reached the vicinity of the Golden Lion at this time, dragging the tip of the sword to slash, and slashing down with a powerful sword. Seeing this, the Golden Lion quickly used the fruit ability to condense an air shield in front of him, but it couldn't resist Yunya's slash. Was directly blasted out. Boom! The figure of the golden lion fell from the sky, and a huge pothole suddenly appeared on the ground, surrounded by dense cracks, like a spider's web. Cut, are all the old guys so durable? Yunya's sense of knowledge spread, and he didn't notice that the breath of the golden lion was weakening, but it was getting stronger and stronger. Gee ha ha ha, it seems that if you are not serious, I really can't take you down. The golden lion's aura rose steadily, and it floated up from the pit. He put his right hand on the rudder above his head, then his eyes became fierce, and with a sudden force, he pulled the rudder directly above his head. In an instant, blood shot out from the top of the head and down the cheeks, and with the appearance of the golden lion at this time, it looked extraordinarily pervasive. A centipede is dead but not stiff, aren't you afraid of losing its vitality? Yunya's knowledgeable look could sense that the golden lion who had pulled out the rudder was a bit stronger, but his vitality was slowly passing away. If left untreated, it won't be long before the golden lion loses its vitality and becomes a dead lion. It's better to have a good fight than to die aggrieved. Even if I die, I will drag you with me. The golden lion's overlord looks wild, domineering, and his tone is full of madness, just like an old lion king, brewing with the final counter-attack. The king must die vigorously. This is their pride. Come and stop me, otherwise, everyone here today will die here. This injury, as long as you are dealt with, can be cured in minutes. The golden lion's eyes suddenly changed, domineering, heroic, conceited. A mighty aura erupted from his body, and the sky rumbled, as if welcoming the arrival of the king. At this time, the golden lion had only exerted its full combat power. The golden lion who used to be as famous as Roger and Whitebeard is back. That's how interesting it is. Yunya's eyes were fixed, he raised his sword and slashed horizontally, and the flames rushed out. Jahaha! The golden lion laughed loudly, full of domineering aura. His fists were covered with armed colors, and he punched forward with power in his punches. Boom! The air oscillated, the flames swept across, and the power of a punch blocked the flames. The golden lion's figure drew an arc and rushed out. Yunya's eyes followed closely, and he slashed out with a backhand sword. The 5 fingers of the golden lion form claws, and the fruit's ability to move the air turns into lion claws, which can be grasped from bottom to top. Boom! The attacks collided, and the momentum swept across, and the two retreated at the same time. Then rush out again. Boom boom boom. The two fought endlessly, the air rippled across, the ground shattered, the high temperature raged across the venue, and the smell of burning came out. Scorching hell. A little ground under Yunyi's feet, a pillar of fire gushed out like a volcanic eruption, and the large-scale attack made it impossible to avoid. Obviously it's just the beginning, but the feeling that Luren Ruohuo gave Yunya, the destructive power is even more terrifying than that of Hinlun Maru. This law-like scorching heat cannot be explained by flames at all. Your flames are really not simple, Navy boy, but with this, do you want to defeat me? Dreaming. The golden lion smiled ferociously, a red light flashed in his eyes, avoiding the pillar of fire shooting up to the sky under his feet. He couldn't avoid it. A slash cut the flames. Have you ever tried to be attacked by your own flames? Animals are not natural ones, and they cannot be immune to their own attacks. Shishiwei Fire Scroll. The golden lion laughed loudly, and the fruit ability was activated, which actually pulled the surrounding flames to condense. A majestic lion, the lion roared and strode out. Except for the nature department, other fruit ability users will be attacked by their own abilities. The golden lion is thinking like this. Since your flame power is terrifying, but you can't be completely immune, right? Whitebeard punches himself, and the power of the shock will also hurt him. It's really a whimsical attack. Yunya's eyes narrowed, although when using Flowing Blade Ruohuo, the high temperature generated by Flowing Blade Ruohuo would be immune to him. But Yunya really didn't know if this flame would cause harm to him if the enemy used it. In the original Book of Death, because the ability is produced by one's own spiritual pressure will not cause harm to oneself. But this is the world of One Piece, who knows if it will behave differently because of the difference in the world. Moreover, Yunya didn't want to try it either. After the golden lion was solved, he would have plenty of time to try it later. So now, be on the safe side. Song Ming. Yunya swung his sword down, and a tornado of flames suddenly appeared in front of him, and the tornado spun around, wrapping the impacting lion directly. Boom! The two flames collided and exploded at the same time, and the flames turned into stars and scattered around. Kink Valley Lion King. The golden lion rushed up, condescending, and kicked out a terrifying slash with its legs. Under the blessing of Piao Piao Guo's ability, the shape of the slash changed, forming a lion head, and roared out. The blow was so fast that Yunya had no time to block it with his sword, so he could only dodge it with a dodge. This attack will chase you to death. The golden lion held the void with both hands, as if controlling the slashing lion. The attack that had been avoided by Yunya suddenly turned around and charged towards him again. Cloud Knight. Such a direct attack naturally couldn't escape Yunya's perception, and Yunya dodged again. But slashing the lion was like a tarsal maggot, chasing Yunya closely. Since you said that animals are not immune to your own attack, then, you should try your own attack too. Yunya rushed towards the golden lion. It's just an idiot, do you think such a small trick can affect me? Lion Kinkigu. The golden lion sneered, and swept his legs with a terrifying slash, attacking Yunya. One before the other, they actually surrounded Yunya. Tisk, the old guy is just difficult to deal with. Yunya didn't expect that this action of his would actually put him in a trap. Sure enough, when facing these old guys, you still have to be careful. If that's the case, we can only force it open? Torch. Yunya stood on the spot under the front and rear attacks, with no expression of panic on his face. With a swiped sword, the surrounding flames boiled and formed a circular shape. The fire curtain surrounded himself inside. Boom boom boom. The two attacks collided with his own fire curtain, and a strong wave erupted immediately. Taking advantage of the instant that the fire curtain covered his figure, Yunya stepped on his feet and soared into the sky. The fire curtain below him was penetrated by the bombardment, and the two attacks of the Golden Lion collided instead. The sword energy was vertical and horizontal, the flames shattered, and the waves of air shook the flames in all directions and shook them. Yunya jumped high into the sky, reached the high point, head down, and rushed out like a shooting star. The blade of the sword is covered with the armed color, leading to the slash and killing. After the Golden Lion pulled out the shackles on its head, its two-color arrogance returned to its peak, capturing Yunya's movements in an instant. Chopping. The right leg was raised high, like a scorpion's tail needle bowing into a crescent moon, and the next moment he swiftly slashed a 1,000-meter slash. Yunya raised his sword to block, the angle was deflected, and with a buzz sound, the Golden Lion's slash was swiped by Yunya and passed Yunya's side. Yunya's speed did not slow down, and he came to the Golden Lion in the blink of an eye, and slashed down fiercely with his sword. Not good. Golden Lion's eyes shrank suddenly, sensing that the danger was approaching, and it was too late to dodge, so he could only forcefully twist his body to face Yunya directly. The fruit ability pulls the air, and two lion claws condense on the left and right sides, one left and one right, and grab towards Yunya. Boom! One of the Golden Lion's claws collided with Yunya's sword, and a roar erupted. Yunya's momentum reached its peak, and he slashed down with a sword, as if he wanted to split the entire island below. But the Golden Lion just reacted hastily. He naturally knew that it was impossible for him to block the blow without incident, so his two attacks came from different directions one after the other. How experienced the Golden Lion is, he has stepped to the top through arduous battles step by step. Such a move is to force Yunya to give up the attack, or to exchange injuries for injuries. With a bang, one of the claws condensed by the Golden Lion was directly broken by Yunya, and the empty door in front of him opened wide, but the other one still grabbed Yunya. Is this trying to force myself to give up the attack? Yunya's eyes turned cold, and he saw through the Golden Lion's intentions. Either exchange injuries for injuries, or give up the attack. Then give it a try. Let's see whose attack is stronger. Yunya is not afraid. Who is afraid of whom? Yunya's eyes were cold. Without the slightest hesitation, he struck down with a sword that was as powerful as a bamboo. The Golden Lion's pupils contracted violently. This guy is so decisive. With a chi sound, even though the Golden Lion had already covered its body with a thick armored domineering aura, it still couldn't resist Yunya's slash. A bloodstain spread from the shoulder to the Golden Lion's abdomen, a large amount of blood splashed out, the Golden Lion spat blood from its mouth, and the figure flew upside down uncontrollably and fell to the ground. Boom! The ground was broken layer by layer, with a large number of cracks densely covered, and the longest one even spread to the other side of the island. Looking down from a high altitude, the dense cracks spread out like spider webs, and the center point is a huge and dark pothole. On the other side, the Golden Lion's attack also hit Yunya. With a chi sound, 3 bloodstains exploded on his body, blood gurgling. Yunya looked at the pothole below, white light lingered on his hand, and the bloodstains slowly disappeared with a little touch. In the case of a fatal injury, Hideo blooming spring in a dead tree can only suppress the injury, but it doesn't take too long for a skin injury like this to heal. Therefore, if you exchange injuries for injuries, you will definitely not be the one who suffers. Don't forget, the Golden Lion is not in its prime now. When he unplugs the rudder above his head, the countdown of vitality has already begun. Death is only a matter of time if left untreated. Is the Golden Lion dead? No, although Yunya's slash just now severely injured him, it was not enough to kill him directly. At this moment, the Golden Lion floated up from the pit again. His eyes were still as fierce as the Lion King's, staring at Yunya. Your injury. My attack just now clearly hit Yunya, but looking at it now, why has it recovered? After all, I'm also an ability user of the animal department. Although it's special, isn't it normal that I have a strong resilience? Yunya said lightly. If it was a Quincy master, he still wouldn't dare to use it blatantly, but Yaren is an ability user of the animal department to the outside world. Who dares to say that the resilience of animal type ability users is not enough? Is it a phantom beast of the animal type, in the form of a god of death? With the ability of fire and frost. It is really a perverted fruit. No, it should be said that it is because of your strength. The Golden Lion naturally knows the power of the sea, the general situation, but it is only for understanding, and he doesn't know much about others. However, he still knew that what Yaren ate was the form of death of the animal type phantom beast. What about your other ability? Let's use it together. Although the Golden Lion was severely injured, his expression was still rebellious, like a dying Lion King, crazy and tyrannical. Now I can't use 2 different attribute powers, but this is enough to kill you. Yunya said. His eyes were cold. Jahahaha, do you think you've won? Boy, I'm a pirate? A pirate who can do everything? You're too young. The Golden Lion suddenly laughed, and followed his laughter. The whole ground rumbled. No, it should be said that the entire island is shaking. Many buildings on the island collapsed in the shaking. The civilian population gathered on the other side of the island was affected. What happened? The whole island is shaking. Quick, look at the sea level, the sea seems to be ebbing. Someone yelled in horror. No, it's not that the sea tide has ebbed, but the whole island is flying up. Someone noticed something, and his face became extremely frightened. The island under his feet flew up. The navy who was fighting fierce guns on the island also discovered something, and his expression changed suddenly. Tina's face changed color, and she said in surprise, "This is the ability of the Golden Lion? What does he want to do? Does he want to float the island's ability? This is terrible." Smoker's face changed drastically, and he also knew the ability of the Golden Lion. The fluttering fruit can make the dead objects it touches float. As long as the ability user still has physical strength and does not fall into a coma or die, then the things marked by him will be controlled by him. Gee ha ha ha, this old man is a Golden Lion? A legendary pirate? If you can block it, try to block one. The Golden Lion laughed loudly, looking crazy. Not only the island of Rogtown under its feet floated, but also another island that they used as their base camp also floated up. Because his base camp has long been in the shape of a golden lion, let him knead it, and with his right hand, the island rose directly from the sea and hit Rogtown. In the case of Rogtown, because the island is relatively large, it is also a big project for the Golden Lion to float it, and it will take a certain amount of time. The Golden Lion simply manipulated another island to hit it, and also caused some trouble for Yunyi, so that he should not hinder himself. The navy prides itself on being a righteous man, so it is naturally impossible to watch such an island collide with Rogtown. Once it hits, Rogtown will definitely be shattered, and the people on it will die in an instant. If you don't care about this side, then, taking away yourself, Rogtown and everyone above can be used as one of the trump cards to threaten the world government. He has not forgotten that his purpose is to make the world government pay the price and spread fear. On the other side, everyone in Rogtown saw the impacting island at this time, and they seemed to have guessed something, and their expressions changed drastically, showing despair. Everyone who saw this scene, the shadow in their hearts is lingering. Ace and Deus also stared blankly at the incoming island, with incredulous expressions flashing across their faces at the same time. Originally thought that the battle between the two changed the terrain, and the high temperature burned the rocks, which is already very outrageous. Now you see attacks that use islands as weapons? Are the two of them really human? Ace's eyes are serious. The Golden Lion who is as famous as Roger is already so strong. So, what about his father, Roger the Pirate King? Could it be stronger than these two? My own path still has a long way to go, but Ace firmly believes in his heart that he can reach this level in the future, and every attack is enough to shake the island. If you can't reach this level, how can you go beyond Roger? The navy is roughly the same. A deep despair enveloped the hearts of all the navy. They still have the courage to fight against those fierce beasts, but in the face of such an attack comparable to Tianwei, all they can do is I can only wait to die. One by one, they lost their will to fight. The colonel of Rogtown looked at the attacking island. His eyes showed horror. Who can stop such an attack? What are you doing? Lieutenant Admiral Nightblade is in the battle over there. Don't worry about it. Stop these beasts first. Smoker also saw this scene, but he still didn't give up and scolded the navy, still fighting with the beast. With Lieutenant General Yeblade here, don't worry that the island will hit. All we can do is block these beasts. Tina didn't stop, although she was also terrified in her heart, but she believed that Yunyi would not let it go. I also believe in Yunyi's strength. With Smog and Tina taking the lead, some marines were shocked, regrouped, rushed towards the beast, and tried their best to block the attack of the beast. Yunyi's expression turned cold here. He had already rushed out when the Golden Lion started to move, but in his sense perception, he saw the island that hit him, and stopped. The Golden Lion guy is really cunning and treacherous, but it's normal. A guy like the protagonist Luffy is not a pirate at all. At best he is an adventurer with a dream. The Golden Lion in front of you is the representative of pirates. Cunning, scheming, and omnipotent. Your abilities are really too dangerous, Golden Lion. No matter what, I can't let you leave here today. Yunya stood on the spot, staring at Golden Lion with cold eyes, and his aura was also a little bit cold. Jahaha, the navy is bound by various rules, so that you will be bound, and you will never be as free as pirates. Justice? What? In this world, as long as you have enough power, that's enough? The Golden Lion laughed wildly, as if he wanted to see what choice Yunya would make. If Yunya wasn't in the navy, he wanted to recruit Yunya, make him his subordinate, and turn the whole world upside down. You're right, in this world, as long as you have strength. Yunya suddenly laughed, and there was a white thunder beating behind him. If it was someone else, facing this situation, they might really be helpless. After all, if you want to destroy an island head-on with one blow, even if Whitebeard comes over, you may not be able to succeed. Whitebeard's destruction of the island is more about using the tsunami and the continuous bombardment of the power of the shock. A battle between two strong men can also destroy an island, but it will take time. The surrounding flames were boiling, and the high temperature swept across, and there was no one else at a distance of several thousand meters. Ordinary people will be burned by the high temperature even if they get close. If the Golden Lion didn't use the fruit ability to block the high temperature, even he would feel very uncomfortable at this time. There was no one around, which meant that Yunya could go all out as he did when he was on Skull Island. Instant coaxing. Yunya looked at the golden lion, with murderous intent in his eyes, and the thunder roared behind him, echoing the muffled thunder in the sky. The infinite thunder outlined Taiga Aguya behind him, and at this moment, Yunya's momentum soared several times. Extreme Flame Slash. Yunya raised his hand and slashed down with his sword without even looking over there. The scorching flames condensed on the edge of the sword, and the 1,000-meter-long slash was directed towards the impacting island. Zhaibai cut through the air, shining like a small sun. The scorching breath was hidden, and he slashed down with a chi sound, only to see the island split in half from the middle, and the rock melted into magma dripping from the cut. Not only that, the next moment the island was split in half, countless pillars of fire erupted from the inside, and the island that had been split in half was blown apart. This is the scorching hell? Boom. Under Yunyi's blow, the entire island was completely torn apart, and the ability blessed by the Golden Lion was also directly broken. A large number of fragments lost the effect of the fluttering fruit and fell into the sea from a high altitude. The sea water was choppy and roaring. It's you next. Yunya smiled, and with the help of Shunkoks, his speed became even faster. In almost an instant, he had already arrived in front of the Golden Lion. Faced with such extreme speed, the Golden Lion finally reacted. His face changed from arrogance to shock, but it was impossible to avoid it. Yunyi's speed is too fast. It's so fast that even his knowledge and color can't catch the trace. With a chi sound, the sword didn't obstruct the slightest, and the Golden Lion was split in two by Yunya's sword from the shoulder to the belly, and the flames have swallowed him in. Under the high temperature, his body began to be burned. With this kind of injury, even if Teacher Kai came over, he would still die. Not to mention the Golden Lion at this time. The Golden Lion's eyes began to loosen, and his aura declined to the extreme. If it weren't for his strong vitality and firm will, if he were an ordinary person, he would have died completely. But it won't last long. Jahaha, do you still have the ability of lightning? Doesn't it mean that you can't use the ability of two different attributes? Boy, you are really treacherous, and you are a pirate. How could you submit to the world government? This old man has misjudged you? It seems that what you are plotting is not small. The old man still lost. However, it is also an honor for the old man to lose to a monster like you. The body was cut in half and swallowed by flames. At this time, the Golden Lion seemed to be returning to the light, and the original slack eyes suddenly regained light. He looked at Yunya with an arrogant smile on his face. Even before he died, he was still the big pirate that crosses the ocean. The captain of the flying pirates, the legendary great pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. But the Lion King will also grow old one day. However, Golden Lion felt that to be defeated by such a monster would not be considered a disgrace to his identity. You can force me to use all my strength. In this world, besides Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, you are the first. Yunya stood with his sword back, and the flames and lightning on his body dissipated. Xiangjinshi said lightly. Fighting alone, the Golden Lion was indeed the first to make him use his full strength. Although it happened for a reason, it can explain that the Golden Lion's ability is terrifying. If the Golden Lion were a little bit more obscene, and would transport an island to the sky above the Navy headquarters and drop it every time, even a combat readiness force like the Navy headquarters still can't stand the toss. Jahaha, it seems that time, the two of them teamed up and were defeated by you? This is really beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone was deceived by you. In the Navy, there will be someone like you. Monster. Golden Lion's voice became smaller and smaller until it disappeared, and the breath on his body also slowly dissipated. The ability of fluttering fruit is pretty good. Let's see if we can use the dark world to find the reborn fluttering fruit. Yunya murmured to himself as he looked at the Golden Lion who had lost all breath and whose body was slowly being burned by the golden flames. If the fluttering fruit can be used, it will be of great use in the future. It is a fruit with a strong strategy. If used properly, it will definitely be a trump card. If it is reborn on the sea, it can let the dark world search for it. After the Golden Lion died completely, with a buzz sound, the island under his feet seemed to have lost some power, and began to fall downward. Everyone on the island was still in the shock of the destruction of the other island, and then suddenly felt that their feet were empty, as if they had lost gravity, and everyone's figures also fell together. With a bang, the island fell to the spot, setting off violent waves and hitting all directions. Fortunately, the ascent distance is not too high, only a dozen meters, and the people on the island can barely withstand the impact. Although someone will definitely be injured by this, it is not a big deal. Most of the deaths and injuries on the island were due to the attacks of those ferocious beasts. In this incident, many civilians died at the hands of the ferocious beasts. This can't be blamed on the Navy's lack of strength, but that the Golden Lion's attack came too suddenly. The island fell from the sky, and the Navy didn't have time to react at all. Yunyi also found it through the Golden Lion's trail and his own speculation. Otherwise, by the time the naval support arrived, Rogtown would have been slaughtered by the Golden Lion long ago. The island has landed? Has the Golden Lion been defeated? Seeing the floating island start to fall, Smoker, who was fighting with the beast, instantly guessed the reason. When a devil fruit user falls into a coma or dies, the fruit ability will lose its effect. That means Vice Admiral Nightblade has won? Smoker breathed a sigh of relief. The Golden Lion has already been defeated by Lieutenant General Yeblade. As long as these beasts are dealt with later, this time will be over. Tina also reacted, and shouted at the surrounding navy to boost morale. Lieutenant General Nightblade is too strong. Victory belongs to our navy. We can't let these beasts pass by again, stop them. The navy's fighting spirit is also surging, and the biggest threat has been resolved. Then, as long as Lieutenant Admiral Nightblade is free, it will not be an easy task to deal with these beasts. The ferocious beasts still crazily rushed around like bloodthirsty beasts. They had no sense at all, only the desire to kill and bloodthirsty. Destroy everything. The boss of the Golden Lion actually lost. This is impossible. The subordinates of the Golden Lion here also knew the news that their boss had been defeated. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Their boss was actually defeated by the navy here in the East China Sea. This news shocked them greatly, and they were terrified in their hearts. The army's morale is scattered. They are not irrational like those fierce beasts, and they just want to escape at this moment. There are not many of the Golden Lion's subordinates who can be seen. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are rotten fish and shrimp. A group of people rushed out towards the port, where other pirate ships remained. As long as they snatch a ship, they still have a chance of survival. Catch them, don't let them escape. However, the navy will not let these criminals escape, and some of them rushed towards the port, trying to stop these criminals. Ace and Deus are also thinking of leaving here at this time. After all, they are also pirates, but they haven't made their mark. The reward amount is not high, but they are also pirates. In addition to the fight with Smoker just now, they are still a little afraid of the navy's liquidation. Riding on the chaos, when would you wait if you don't run now? Fortunately, there are still boats around that have not been damaged in the impact just now and can still be used, so I want to slip with oil on the soles of my feet. Here, after Yunya killed the Golden Lion, he also received feedback from the system. There are not many achievement points, and with Yunya's current combat power, few people can threaten him. Killing a legendary pirate like the Golden Lion with only a little over 1,000 achievement points is a trick. However, he unlocked a title achievement, and got the 61 and 6 stick light prison of Binding Deo. Dispensable, not too much of a surprise. But it's not too bad. The means that can restrain the enemy, if used well, can also make meritorious service. It would be great if there is another full point sometime. The current him has no shortage of attacks, no lack of means, what he lacks is achievement points. Full points this reward, Yunya is very greedy, it can directly raise a skill to full proficiency. The first time I used it was on the Thunder Roar Cannon. It can't be said that it was a waste. At that time, Thunder Roar Cannon was the best choice, but now that I think about it, I feel that it is a small loss. If it is useless to save it, it would be better to keep it until now. It is estimated that it can sweep the entire pirate world. I don't even pay attention to that but it's hard to say, if there is no Thunder Roar Cannon with full proficiency at that time, it is still a matter of whether I can defeat Doflamingo and Ghost Spider. It can only be said that all of this is the choice of Steins Gate. Get rid of the thoughts in your head. Yunyi sensed 2 furtive traces. Taking a closer look, I found that one of them looked familiar. Eyes the Fire Fist? Why is this guy here? A look of surprise flashed across Yunyi's face. Then I suddenly remembered what the Golden Lion had said in the battle just now, about the same flame ability as that kid. Could it be that the one that the Golden Lion is talking about is Fire Fist Ace? It should not have run away. A look of interest appeared on Yunyi's face, and his figure flashed, blocking the way of the two of them. Seeing Yunya standing in front of them, both Ace and Deus showed vigilance. They have seen the strength of this navy with their own eyes, and it is simply not something they can fight against at this time. Fire Fist Ace. Yunya looked at Ace and asked lightly, Fire Fist. Suspicion flashed across Ace's face. When did he have this title? But when facing Yunya, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Are you going to arrest us? Navy. Hasn't a reward been offered yet? Through Ace's words, Yunya guessed the general situation of Ace immediately. It should be that he has just set out to sea not long ago, and has not yet been offered a reward, or in other words, he does not yet have the title of Fire Fist. Maybe I misidentified the person. Yunya didn't explain anything, and continued, Are you all pirates? No, it's not. Deus quickly waved his hand and said no. But Ace looked directly at Yunya and said, Yes. Deus was almost made to cry stupidly by his companions. Are you sick? Can't you just say no and leave? The navy in front of him probably didn't see their reward order, didn't know their identities, and said that there was still a chance to escape from his hands. Aren't you putting yourself in the fire by doing this? Ace looked directly at Yunya. With his pride, he didn't bother to admit that he was a pirate, and he didn't show any fear on his face, and asked again, Are you going to catch us? Ace made preparations to fight. If Yunya planned to arrest them, even if he couldn't beat Yunya, he would not catch them without a fight. It depends on whether you have committed any harm to civilians. Judging by your appearance, you don't look like some vicious pirates. You can take risks. If you dare to do something outrageous, you can't blame me. After speaking, Yunya glanced at Ace, didn't say much, stepped a little, and disappeared on the spot. The reason why he came here was because Yunya was also very curious. Just like Quincy went to Murloc Island before, he is still a little interested in the character in this original book. But I don't intend to do anything, just to satisfy my curiosity. As for why Ace was not arrested, but chose to let him go, it was because Yunya knew that Ace was not some vicious pirate, and sometimes he would do righteous things, saying that he was a pirate, more like an adventurer. For adventurers who dream of sailing the seas, much better than those pirates who burned, killed, and looted. This world is not black and white, there are bad guys in the Navy, and there are good guys in the pirates. Yunya never uses a person's identity to make a conclusion about whether a person is good or bad. In addition, when Yunya's Quincy avatar was in the Chambord Islands, he pretended to know Ace, and through the intelligence agency, Lei Li shot to block the yellow ape. Not an easy thing. It's barely a debt to Ace, even though Ace doesn't know it. To sum up, Yunya didn't want to catch Ace here and chose to let him go. Anyway, for me, there is too much to lose. Even if I catch it, the benefits are not great, and I may even offend Garp because of it. Although he is not afraid at this time, but if he can save one thing, he will have one less thing. After all, he is not troublesome. When Yunya left, Ace and Deus were still a little dazed at this moment, so they left. And didn't ask anything. You are a fake Navy? Compared to Smoker, who wanted to arrest them when he heard they were pirates, Yunya seemed like a fake Navy. Deus seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and patted himself on the chest. What's the matter with this guy? Isn't he going to arrest us? I don't know. Ace also shook his head, and he also didn't know why Yunya did this. Pirates and the Navy are inherently opposed. How can there be a Navy that doesn't catch pirates? He couldn't figure out what Yunya meant. But at this time, they can't allow them to think too much. The Navy chasing the remnants of the Golden Lion has already approached the port. If they don't go to sea at this time, they may be targeted by the Navy again. Let's go, Ace said, and finally glanced at Yunya, and returned to his boat with a flash. Set sail, leave Rogue Town, and head for the Great Route. Here. The Navy is still fighting fiercely with the beast, and judging from the scene, the Navy is still at a disadvantage. When Yunya saw this scene, he didn't hesitate and shot directly. Raising the sword and slashing for 1,000 meters, the fierce beast in front was directly cut in half, and blood flowed horizontally. Although these fierce beasts are stronger than ordinary people, and there are even fierce beasts that can fight Smoker and Tina among them, but under Yunya's hands, they are almost one sword at a time. With Yunya's joining, the battle situation changed almost instantly. However, there were tens of thousands of fierce beasts. Even if Yunya made a move, it took a long time to completely solve them. After beheading the last four-armed ape, Yunya shook off the blood from the blade, and ordered to all the Marines, count up the losses and report to me. Yes, sir. All the Navy looked at Yunya with adoring eyes. In their eyes, the mighty beasts are in the hands of Lieutenant General Urin, like chopping melons and vegetables, and they cannot pose a threat to Lieutenant General Urin. Is this the highest combat power of the Navy, the strong man known as the 4th General? Lieutenant Admiral Nightblade is simply too strong. At this time, Smoker ran over and came to Yunya, and after giving a respectful military salute, he said, Lieutenant General Yaren, did you see a pirate who ate the burnt fruit just now? Yunya glanced at Smoker and said, well, I saw it just now, but he should have run away. Why, is that guy a pirate? Smoker didn't know that Ace was let go by Yunya in front of him. He frowned and said, that guy is indeed a pirate, and he also ate the burning fruit of the natural system. With a domineering look, the future must be a huge threat. Through the battle with Ace just now, Smoker also noticed the extraordinary potential of Ace. After pondering for a while, Yunya said, in that case, let's report this matter to Marshal Warring States together later. Yes. Smoker gave another military salute, and then backed away. This sudden battle caused a lot of losses on the Navy side, with heavy casualties, and basically died in the battle with the fierce beast. A large number of civilians did not have time to evacuate, and died at the hands of the beasts, not to mention the buildings on the island. Almost none of the buildings were intact. The Navy was very fast, tapped the loss, and then handed the report to Yunya. Yunya dialed the phone number of the Warring States Marshal. The phone bug was connected, and the voice of the Warring States came from over there. Hello, is it Yaren? How is the situation on your side? The Golden Lion appeared in the East China Sea and used a fierce beast to attack Rogue Town. Yunya briefly reported the situation here, and finally said, because the Golden Lion's ability is too special, he wants to destroy the entire Rogue Town was floated by using his ability, but in desperation, I could only kill him. Jean Guo listened, his face extremely solemn, but after hearing that the Golden Lion was killed by Yunya, the expression on his face became extraordinarily exciting. He stood up suddenly, and his voice became a little louder. What? You said you killed the Golden Lion? Yunya moved the phone bug a distance away, almost deafening his ears, and said, yes, Marshal of the Warring States period. Where are you now? Jean Guo hurriedly asked, and then realized that his question was a bit stupid. He pretended not to know, and said, report everything that happened in Rogue Town. Among the 3 legendary pirates, he had the most dealings with the Golden Lion. The 2 sides can be said to be deadly rivals. Naturally, he also has a full understanding of how difficult the Golden Lion is. Hearing that the Golden Lion had died at first, it still shocked him a lot. Okay, Marshal of the Warring States period. Yunya nodded. Later, Warring States asked about some of the situation here, and then hung up the phone. Through dictation, it was still impossible to tell the specific situation, so he asked Yunya to transmit the situation here to the headquarters through the phone bug. Not long after, the Navy headquarters received information from Rogue Town. After a quick glance, the surprise on Jean Guo's face became more obvious. Immediately shaking his head, he sighed with emotion. I didn't expect this guy, the Golden Lion, to be really dead. Nightblade's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Ever since he showed another ability of the flame system, his strength has already reached the level of a general. During the previous battle of Skull Island, Sengoku also knew that Yaren blocked Kaido with only one person. Now it is even more direct to kill the Golden Lion? Thinking of this, Sengoku shook his head. The stronger the navy, the better, but there is a little trouble on Yaren's side. Yaren's promotion was blocked by the world government. He had already proposed several times, but all of them were rejected by Wu Liaoxing. Has the strength of a general, but is only a lieutenant general. This time, he killed the Golden Lion even more, and the meritorious service he got was definitely a huge sum. If you have been stuck in promotion, whoever you are, there will be a gap in your heart. Carp is just an exception. He didn't want to have a high military rank, so he never chose to be promoted. But the Night Blade is different. He is stuck by the world government, and the two cannot be confused. The Warring States is afraid, and after Yaren knows these things, he will be alienated from the navy and the world government. He more or less understands Yaren's character. He is a master who refuses to suffer. If there is trouble because of this matter, it will be really difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Zhangguo felt dizzy for a while. After a long time, he could only sigh softly. It seems that I still need to talk to Wu Liaoxing. But now, let's have a meeting first. Zhangguo got up and walked directly to the meeting room. At the same time, several high-level Navy officials received a notice from the Warring States period, asking them to go to the conference room. Did something happen again? It's been a long time since I survived, alas. Huang Yuan looked hopeless. It's hard to be an admiral, there are so many things. Generals such as Aokiji, Red Dog, Peach Rabbit, and T-Pork, as well as the elite lieutenant generals, all went to the conference room. After the matter here was resolved, Yunya returned to the Navy headquarters and did not stay in the East China Sea for too long. A few days later, a newspaper completely detonated the world and shocked countless people. Here's what it says in the newspaper. The legendary Big Pirate, the Admiral of the Flying Pirates, once as famous as Roger and Whitebeard, the Golden Lion Shiji reappeared, and used some kind of beast to attack Rogtown in the East China Sea, causing casualties in Rogtown countless. The entire Rogtown was almost destroyed. Vice Admiral Yuren was ordered to go to the East China Sea to capture Golden Lion. The two met in Rogtown, and a big battle broke out. In the end, Golden Lion lost to Vice Admiral Yuren, and the curtain ended with the death of Golden Lion. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was boiling up. It can be said that the death of the Golden Lion was the most sensational event in this period of time. It is already surprising that the Golden Lion is still alive in the world, and now it is rumored that he was killed by the Navy in the East China Sea. Navy Night Blade, it's this guy again. Every time, he was able to make a big move, defeating one of the three disasters, Drought Jack, teaming up with Aokiji Frozen Beast Kaido, chasing and killing the World Destroyer Bundy Wald, and defeating Kaido in the New World. Downwind? Now it is called the Fourth General. Navy Night Blade stood out from the Navy step by step, and stood at the top of the world in his 20s. No one dares to ignore this young rising star of the Navy. Yaren's reputation has risen again. Originally, the Fourth General was only circulated in the Navy, but now, some people in the world have begun to call him that. Paradise, the first half, the New World. At this time, people from all over the world are looking at the newspaper in their hands, with different expressions on their faces. There are shocks, sighs, nostalgia, killing intent, and so on. Yunya naturally didn't know that his reputation as the Fourth General had spread all over the world, but he didn't care. After returning to the Navy headquarters, he was also called to his office by Sengoku. Yunya was not clear about the previous meeting. He was still sailing on the sea at that time. The Warring States period called him, but you don't need to think about it. It must be about the Golden Lion. But this time Yunya guessed wrong. Zhangguo was looking for him for something else. Yunya pushed open the door of Zhangguo's office, walked up to Zhangguo who was handling official business, and gave a military salute. Marshal Zhangguo. Yeah. Zhangguo put down his official duties, looked at Yunya, and said without nonsense, Lieutenant General Yaren, this time you have made merit in killing the Golden Lion, and the Navy will give you a merit. After a pause, Zhangguo continued, with your merits and strength, you are qualified for the position of Quasi-General. However, I proposed to Wu Liaoxing several times, but I was beaten back. Zhangguo looked at Yunya, I want to know what you think. Hearing this, Yunya narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that Zhangguo would ask him to talk about this matter. He also didn't expect that Warring States would go to Wu Liaoxing to report this matter again. Before that, he already knew that the world government did not want his status to be promoted again, and he also knew the reason. Nobody wants a thorn in the top. Even if he has great achievements in battle and is powerful, their disobedience to the world government before made them feel that Yunya was slapping them in the face, and that the world government was above all else. Faced with this kind of provocation, Yunya can continue to stay in the Navy, which is already the result of several high-level Navy officials who have survived. After thinking for a while, Yunya said, Marshal of the Warring States period, I don't have any opinion. It doesn't matter if you get promoted or not, to me, it doesn't make much difference. In fact, Yunya was not very interested in generals or quasi-generals. Especially the general, when the Tianlong people are threatened, they even go out to protect them. Yunya is not willing to protect that kind of garbage. Therefore, the lieutenant general is actually pretty good. It would be even better if he could be like Garp, get paid and not do things, and not be under the jurisdiction. Warring States said, after you killed the Golden Lion, the 4th general is not only circulated in the Navy, but even other people in the world also call you this. I called you here this time, not to suppress you or anything. The Navy sees all your contributions. I just want you to understand that the Navy is not suppressing you. I hope you don't want to think. Zhang Guo sighed, and said slowly, the world government, I will try my best to fight for you. With your strength, if you are only a lieutenant general, you are a bit inferior. Yunye is a disciple of Zifa, a strong man trained by the Navy. It stands to reason that with such a powerful Navy, the Warring States period should have fun secretly. However, the fact that Yunye offended the world government made him a little bit in a dilemma. Although Yunye was a little thorny, but his strength was there, he was usually gentle with others, and he didn't show the slightest hint of rebellion. But the premise is that you don't mess with him. Once you provoke him, he will definitely turn against you without hesitation, and will not give face to anyone. It was the same with the world government and Akainu because of the matter of Shishibukai before. The current relationship between Yunye and Chi Quan is not to say that the relationship is like water and fire, but standing together is also tense. Fortunately, with him as the marshal, the two did not clash again in the headquarters. Then I would like to thank the marshal of the Warring States period. Yunye nodded and said. The two chatted for a while, seeing that there was nothing wrong, Yunye said goodbye and left. Just when I was going out, I ran into Akainu. The two looked at each other, and Yunye turned his eyes away, and didn't even look at Chiquan, just pretending that it didn't exist. Seeing Yunye's attitude, Chiquan snorted coldly, and even seeing him as a general didn't salute. This Yurin became more and more defiant. The relationship between the two is getting worse, even worse than him and Aokiji. So much so that the Hawk faction headed by Akainu was very upset with Yunye, but except for Akainu, no one else dared to provoke Yunye. After all, where is Yunye's strength? Akainu just snorted coldly and walked into Sengoku's office. As soon as Yunye turned his footsteps, he rushed to the training camp. After chatting with Zifa for a while, he got together with a few fellow students. Time is always ticking. After the death of the Golden Lion, the Navy frightened the sea for a while. But in this world, peaceful days are not always too long. Pirates from all walks of life are still marching desperately towards the new world, wanting to see the scenery of this world. Wealth, fame, power, these things undoubtedly attract countless people to step out of their comfort zone and become thieves in the sea. A group of pirates named Spades has just embarked on the Great Route, and has been advancing all the way and becoming famous. Its captain Fire Fist Ace has killed a lieutenant general of a branch of the Navy since he entered the Great Route, and destroyed a pirate group with a bounty of more than 200 million. 150 million Baileys. Became one of the most eye-catching pirate supernovas at the moment. There are also two other supernova pirates. One is the Handsome Pirates, whose captain Whitehorse Cavendish is even more powerful with a bounty of 280 million Baileys. The bounty even exceeds the 250 million Bailey of Fire Fist Ace. The other one is the Killing Pirates. The Captain Killer Rafe also has a bounty of 160 million Baileys. The three were recognized by everyone in the world and became supernovas. On the other hand, the new world is also full of incidents. The absolute king of the Dark World, the Quincy Master, after the death of the Golden Lion, made all people in the Dark World want to find the fluttering fruit of the Golden Lion. Its reward is as high as 1 billion Baileys. Let countless people start to take action, looking for fluttering fruit. The Crescent Moon hunter Caitlina, who escaped from the prison in the advancing city, also took action during this time, leading her Crescent Moon pirates to attack and kill the 9 snake pirates, one of the 7 martial arts seas. There was a conflict with the pirate empress in a certain sea area. The two sides fought for a day, and finally ended with the defeat of the Crescent Pirates. All the crew members of the Crescent Moon Pirates were killed, and only the Crescent Moon hunter Caitlina escaped with her life. There are gossip reports that after the defeat, Caitlina was recruited by the Evil King and joined the prison breakers and pirates who escaped together. The criminals who escaped from the prison, except the prison breakers and pirates who are still active in the sea, the rest, such as Red Earl Redfield and Devil Descendant Barrett, both of them have no trace. There is no news, as if the world has evaporated. It is worth mentioning here that after the Battle of Skull Island, the 4 emperors did not make any major moves and stayed in their own territory. I don't know what to plan. As for the clown Bucky, the Bucky Express company he founded has also grown rapidly, and somehow hooked up with the Helm of Gulen Tizalo, and the two are in a cooperative relationship at this time. The Helm of Gulen Tizalo is the Golden Emperor Tizalo who ate the golden fruit. Tizalo used the fruit ability to build a gigantic entertainment city. It is better to say that it is a city than a huge ship that gathers all entertainment items. Tizalo used his ability to create a gigantic gold-absorbing behemoth, coupled with his unique business methods, which made 20% of the Baileys in the world go crazy. Using the ability of money, he can even mobilize the power of the world government to some extent. It is one of the independent countries recognized by the world government. Tizalo is between black and white. Some say he is the master of a country, while others say he is one of the kings of the dark world. I don't know why, but the Golden Emperor Tizaro has actually reached a certain kind of cooperative relationship with Senryo Baki, one of the 7 martial seas. It was recently reported that they were going to hold an auction in Gulen Tizalo. According to the information revealed so far, the Momo fruit of the world destroyer Bondi Wald who died in the hands of the Navy Nightblade before isn't in the auction list. There is also a thing that can prolong life, called pure gold. This is a treasure obtained by Tizalo using the induction of the golden fruit in a certain sea area in the New World, hidden among the treasures of a pirate ship that sank to the bottom of the sea. Not much, just a small piece. But after research, he found that this kind of thing can heal injuries and achieve the effect of prolonging life, and the effect is very significant. He once wanted to use the ability of the golden fruit to copy this piece. After all, his ability is the golden fruit, but after several attempts, he ended in failure. As soon as this news came out, it also shocked the New World. Although it was not as sensational as the previous World Expo, it still attracted the attention of countless people. World Breaker Bondi Wald's Momo fruit, and pure gold that prolongs life? Among other things, the temptation of these two things is still great. Moreover, in Gulen Tizalo, hands are not allowed, it is considered a neutral place. Pirates, Navy, Revolutionary Army, no matter what occupation they are, when they come to Gulen Tizalo, they must obey Tizalo's rules honestly. As a result, this place is a place that many pirates yearn for. Now when they hear that there is something exciting to watch, many people plan to join in the fun, even if they can't take pictures of Momo fruit and pure gold, it's good to have fun. As a result, the New World once again set off a storm, and countless people marched towards Gulen Tizalo, Palace of Wangsu in the New World. Yunya sat on the throne, drinking wine leisurely, holding a newspaper in his hand, which was the news of Gulen Tizalo's auction. Mr. Alien, who was in charge of the business of Wangsu Palace, had a serious face at this time, and said to Yunya, because of the express company of Kin Liangdao, one of the Kaiwohei, our shipping business has been greatly impacted. The performance during this period has not improved, but has dropped a lot. Bucky's courier company also focuses on shipping business, and they are all located in the New World, which will more or less definitely conflict with Wang Xudian's business. After this period of time, Wang Xudian's shipping business also began to decline, and many people went to Beiki Express to ask for cooperation. The main reason is that after the death of the shipping king Umit, although Yunya took over his business, without Umit, he could not use the seabed currents for transportation, and the transportation speed was at least half slower. They are all sailing at sea, there is no special route for Umit, and the shipping speeds of the two sides are almost the same. Moreover, the cost of cooperation with Wang Xudian is higher than that of Bucky's courier company. After all, the cooperation with Wang Xudian is based on the original transaction amount with Umit. There is one thing to say, although the price of Umit is very expensive, but the speed is fast. But the current Wangsu Palace does not have this speed. It was only due to the power of Quincy before. Those who originally cooperated with Umit didn't dare to say anything. They could only bite the bullet and let the cooperation continue. They didn't dare to touch Quincy's brow. But now with Bucky's shipping company, Kin Liangdea Hua Bucky is one of the Shishibukai appointed by the world government, and he has an inseparable relationship with the four emperors Hungfa. This relationship is hard. Many people took chances, thinking that Quincy would not trouble them because of such a trivial matter. Therefore, there is the current situation. The clown Bucky actually has the guts? Or, he doesn't know the consequences of doing such a thing at all. Yunya showed an inexplicable smile on his face when he heard Aileen's words. The clown Bucky is more like the son of destiny than the protagonist Luffy in the original Pirates, and he takes the initiative to lean on him for any benefit. Later, he even became one of the four emperors, which is outrageous. Aileen's face is a bit angry here. Wangsu Palace saved their country and the forces that sheltered their country. Now that someone dared to rob their business, he was not angry at all. Qian Liangdehua, as if he didn't take our Wangsu Palace seriously, dared to rob our business. Who else, didn't even say anything, and terminated the cooperation with us. I'm so pissed off. Already. Master Aileen, calm down, you are not young, don't get angry. Yunya didn't care, and said, it's normal for a businessman to seek profit. After all, we follow the old UMI. The special cooperation conditions are several % more expensive than other shipping. Alien looked at Yunya suspiciously. Aren't you angry? Am I like the kind of irritable and impulsive person? Yunya asked lightly. Alan nodded without hesitation. Yes. If you are not impulsive and irritable, you will not often go to other people's territory alone. Has anyone else acted as crazy as you? Yunya was speechless. Is he this kind of person? Without further talking about this topic, Yunya smiled and said, don't worry, they won't be jumping around for long. Aileen rolled his eyes and guessed the meaning of Yunya's words. He said, you want to attack them? You want to go to the auction held by Gulen Tizalo. He also knew about Qian Liangdehua's cooperation with the Golden Emperor to hold an auction. Yunya nodded and said, go and see the excitement. It's good to go. Remember to take care of my granddaughter for me. She said that she will also go to Gulen Tizalo to see if she can auction off pure gold for me. Aileen's face was filled with a smile. He is still very happy that his granddaughter has such filial piety, but he is also a little worried about his granddaughter wanting to go to such a dangerous place. Now that he heard that Yunya was going to go there, he immediately showed joy. If Yunya goes over, he can also ask Yunya to take care of his granddaughter. Elian's granddaughter, Camilla, is a crew member on Whitebeard's Ice Witch Whitebeard. Yunya gave the old man a sideways look. If I want to go there, do you think I still have time to take care of others? That's right, you guys destroy wherever you go. Alien heard Yunye's words, and thought of Yunye's previous record, almost hitting wherever he went. It is too dangerous. No, I can't let that girl Camilla go. Thinking of this, Alien left in a hurry, and hurried to tell his precious granddaughter the news. What if my precious granddaughter is affected by the battle? Looking at Aileen who was bluffing, Yunye was a little speechless, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The relationship between the two is not a superior-subordinate relationship, but a drinking buddy and a friend who forgets the year. In front of Yunye, Aileen was not as reserved as others. Is it pure gold? Is it really that thing? Hey. Yunye took out the newspaper, looked at the news on it, and showed a faint smile on his face. Pure Jin Yunye still remembers it. It seems to be something that appeared in the movie version. It is rumored to be a magical item that can make people live forever. But I didn't expect to see this news at this time. You can go and have a look. Another one is to find trouble with Bucky the Clown. Dare to grab the business of your own power, even if you are one of the 4 emperors in the future. How can it be possible without paying a price? New World Whitebeard Sea Area. Moby Dick. Marco looked at the newspaper in his hand, with a look of suspicion flashing across his face. He looked at the captain of the 3rd team Diamond Josie. Do you think that pure gold is real or fake? If it is real, you can go and see it one look. Now Whitebeard's body has become worse and worse with the passage of time, and occasionally he needs to hang a medicine bottle to relieve it. The strength has also dropped a bit. This can be seen from the last battle with the Red Earl and the battle with the general in the waters near Skull Island. Facing the 2 generals before, the Whitebeard didn't say he had the upper hand, but he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a short time. Marco, the ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, naturally discovered that his father's strength had begun to decline. Although still strong, but without the previous dominance. He knew that his father was old, and he was no longer the Whitebeard with blonde hair who could smash an island with a few punches. Are you talking about the auction held by Gulen Tizalo? Jaws looked at Marco, who naturally read the newspaper. In the recent period of time, this incident has also caused a lot of noise in the New World. Marco nodded. With the growth of age, Dad's body has shown signs of injury and aging. If the pure gold can prolong Dad's life, we must find a way to get it. It's about his father. Kiyoshi also frowned. Go over and have a look at that time. If it's really useful, even if it's a robbery, you have to grab it. At this time, a fat black man came over, grinned his teeth and said, Captain Marco, Captain Jaws, what are you talking about? It's Titch. Jaws looked at the fat black man, that is, Marshal D. Titch, and said with a smile, you should have read the newspaper, too. Gulen Tetsalo's auction. There seems to be something on it. It can restore the old man's youth, and Marco and I are discussing whether to go there. Because Tikai's disguise is in place, his popularity in the Whitebeard pirates is still good. No one thought that such a simple and honest person would be an ambitious person. Gulen Tetsalo's auction? I know this. I heard that there will be the Momo fruit of the world destroyer Bondi Wald this time. I don't know if it is true. Tikai scratched his head, show a simple and honest smile. It's just that there is a flash of interest in the eyes. If I remember correctly, will there be a devil fruit auction in this auction? I don't know if the fruit I've been longing for will appear. Marco also smiled and said, it should be true. If it's not true, the Golden Emperor and Qian Liangde Hua should not dare to announce it directly. By the way, Tiki, you probably haven't eaten the devil fruit yet, right? Why, are you interested in Momo fruit? Tiki still smiled foolishly, and waved his hands again and again. No, I'm just curious, and there are so many powerful brothers on board who haven't eaten devil fruits yet. I'm too weak. I'll talk about it when I can find it later. Ha ha ha, brother Tikai, you are too humble. I heard Seiki discuss you. He said that you are very powerful, but you just don't like to show yourself. You are a family. What ability do you have to directly if you show it? No one will say anything about you. Jaws patted Tiki on the shoulder, almost staggering Tiki with unrestrained strength. Captain Jaws, push harder, I can't bear your strange strength. Tikai staggered 2 steps and almost fell down. Of course, this was deliberately disguised by him. His character design on the Whitebeard boat is simple and honest, with a bit of strength, but not strong. Ordinary people can't bear Jaws' strange power. Cautious, clumsy, and forbearing are his character, so naturally he won't be exposed because of a little thing. That's why he was able to hide on the Whitebeard boat for so long. Sorry, I'm sorry, are you okay, brother Tikai? Jaws didn't realize that Tikai was pretending at all, thinking that he really hurt him, and quickly apologized. It's okay, I'm rough-skinned and thick-skinned, so it's okay. Tikai showed a naive smile, which was extraordinarily confusing. No one would regard such a simple and honest black fat man as an insidious, cunning, and ambitious man who is good at disguising. Marco shook his head with a smile and said, in that case, tell Dad to go to Gulen Tizalo to join in the fun. Several people spoke to Whitebeard. Gulala, let's go over and join in the fun. Hearing Marco's proposal, Whitebeard didn't refuse, and replied with a smile. If your children want to play in the past, then go there. Immediately, under Whitebeard's order, the Moby Dick changed its sailing direction and headed in the direction where Gulen Tizalo was. Not only did Whitebeard act here, somewhere in the world. This is a base of the Revolutionary Army. Hey, little Sabo, do you want to go to the New World? Ivankov looked at Sabo with surprised eyes while eating the food. Sabo clenched his fists and showed a sunny smile. I have been training here for a long time. Except for you army commanders, there are not many people in the Revolutionary Army who are my opponents. I also want to know, I am now what is the extent of its strength? Since Sabo was rescued by the Revolutionary Army, he has been staying at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army to exercise. Dragon tends to train him to be the second in charge, so his exercise level is also very high intensity. In addition, Sabo's talent is very strong, and his strength is increasing day by day. At this time, in the Revolutionary Army, except for the commanders of several military regions, no one is his opponent. Hee-hop, yes, the little eagle still has to go through training, otherwise how will it grow? Ivankov blinked and said with a smile, but you still need to be careful, the new world is still very cruel. If you are not careful, you may die. At this time, Drago, who was wearing a dark green cloak, came over. He looked towards the sea and said, "Don't worry, I will follow when the time comes." Ivankov showed a look of surprise on his face. Are you planning to go there too? What happened in the New World? Drago said calmly, there is news from Belo Betty that it is the country where Amayasha, one of the 7 martial seas, is located. There may be a huge secret hidden in it, and there is also the Golden Emperor Tizalo. It seems there is a secret connection with the world government, and even a relationship with a certain Tianlong person, all of which need to be investigated. Are you going to Gulen Tizalo? Asked Ivankov. Gulen Tizalo. Sabo was also surprised, and he didn't know where he was going to be. Drago nodded, this is just one of them. With the pressing force of the world government, our strength is somewhat stretched and we need to increase our strength. The layout of the new world has not made progress due to the lack of manpower. The future pattern changes can only happen in the new world, so we also need to enter the new world. Drago's grasp of the situation is still very clear, all changes will start from the new world first. Moreover, in the first half, the power of the world government is too large, and it is not so easy to develop power. The world government is too tight. If you go to the new world, the world government will also be concerned about the threat of the 4 emperors, so they dare not act so blatantly. It can be said that the new world is a place where all forces must contend, and their revolutionary army is no exception. Over there, they can get better development. The country where Doflamingo is located is just at the entrance of the new world, which can be the first step for their revolutionary army to enter the new world. So fast. Ivankov was surprised again. The Revolutionary Army has always achieved its goal step by step with a steady pace, but it has been on the first half of the Great Route, and now Ivankov is also very surprised to hear Drago say that he will enter the new world. Drago nodded and didn't say anything more, but said, Ivan, after we leave, you should also transfer to the headquarters. The world government seems to have noticed our whereabouts, and it is not safe to stay here anymore. Ivankov's expression also became serious, and he nodded. Okay, Sabo, let's go. Drago said to Sabo, and walked ahead. Then, Ivan, I'm leaving too, goodbye. Sabo said hello, and followed Drago. As time progressed, more forces had arrived at Gulen Tizalo, the largest entertainment venue in the world. In a room of Gulen Tizalo, Qian Liangdea Huabeki and the Golden Emperor were sitting in the room, talking at this moment. At this time, Bucky's face didn't change much, but his body shape was using his ability to prop up the special clothes, and he became a lot taller, similar to when he appeared in the original book. This will give you a more bossy feel. Bucky gulped down the wine, his face was filled with joy, he slapped the table and laughed loudly after taking a sip of wine. I just said this method is feasible. Using this gimmick, which is not a gimmick, can make a lot of money. Put a lot of Baileys on. Tizalo calmed down a bit, wearing a shiny gold ring on his hand, like a nouveau riche, but his movements were very elegant. He looked at Bucky and said lightly, it's okay if it's a small person, if it's some big people, if they make trouble, we won't be able to solve it. Although Tizalo has some strength, he is not so arrogant that he thinks that he can compete with the masters of the new world. 4 emperors and 1 king. What other great pirates wandered into the new world? Those people, their words and deeds are enough to determine the life and death of countless people? Beiki said indifferently, who dares to offend me now? I am the Kabukai Qianliang. I am a legendary pirate, and I am inseparable from the 4 emperors with red hair. Who dares to trouble me at this time? Bucky has been in a turmoil during this time, and his heart is slightly swollen. Not to mention the strength of the younger brother, he also has the name Chi Wuhei, plus a member of the Roger Pirates, the red-haired brother of the 4 emperors. Just relying on this alone, even if he is a parallel importer, no one has the guts to trouble him? I hope so. Tizalo glanced at Bucky, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. He felt that Qian Liangdehua seemed to be a little swollen inside. I don't know whether it is good or bad to cooperate with him. Tizalo still has a relatively clear understanding of the structure of the new world. Knowing that Bucky's courier company has already had a conflict of interest with Quincy's Wang Sudian, with Quincy's character, he probably won't let Bucky go on like this. There will definitely be action. But when Bucky came to him and proposed to start an auction, he was also dazzled by the benefits, and he agreed as soon as his head got hot. Thinking about it now, the risk inside may be very high. However, it is too late to get off the car at this time, so I can only take a step to see. Bucky laughed out loud, as if mocking Tizalo's timidity. He wiped off the wine stains from his mouth, grinned and said, "Don't worry, this cooperation will definitely make you and me a lot of money for a sum. You have to trust Lord Bucky's judgment." Tetsalo took a sip of his wine and didn't answer. At this moment, a knock on the door interrupted the conversation between the two of them. Come in. Tetsuo looked at the door and said lightly. Pushing the door open, a woman with pink hair and a graceful figure walked in. This person is Tizalo's subordinate, and he is an ability user who ate the fruit of luck, named Bakala. Tetsalo was able to achieve such an achievement in just 12 years. It is inseparable from the help of Bakara's lucky fruit. One of Tizalo's proud subordinates? Master Tizalo, there is a customer here who wants to give us an auction. Bakala has a slim figure and red lips. She is wearing a black dress. The skirt is parted like a cheongsam, revealing her slender and round legs. Stepping forward, beautiful and moving. Oh, what? Tizalo became interested. It's a devil fruit, but we can't tell what type of devil fruit it is. A group of bounty hunters intends to let us auction it. Bakara opened and closed her ruddy lips, reporting truthfully. Gulen Tizalo has an auction, so it will naturally accept items entrusted by other customers for auction. In this auction, there are many items commissioned by others. Not to mention common things such as slaves, treasures, swords, and treasure maps. Even the throne is auctioned off. But the most anticipated thing is the devil fruit. The value of any devil fruit is more than 100 million baileys. If the auction is done properly, it may double in value. Hearing whether it was a devil fruit or a devil fruit of unknown type, Tizalo also sat up straight. He looked at Bakara. Show me the photo. Now they definitely don't have the real thing in their hands. The real thing will not be sent to the auction house from the original owner until the auction is about to start. But for the specific value, Gulen Tizalo has a special appraiser on board, who can roughly estimate the value of the item. Some appraisers have already identified the devil fruit, and it is indeed a devil fruit, but they don't know what kind of devil fruit it is. That's why it was reported layer by layer, and finally Bakala sent the news to Tizalo. It's my lord. Bakara handed a photo to Tizalo respectfully. Tetsalo took a look, and on the photo was a dark purple pineapple-shaped fruit. The peel resembled cloud patterns, or spiral patterns in the shape of snail shells, and the top was emerald green leaf. It looks weird and mysterious. Devil fruit. Tizalo murmured to himself, every devil fruit is priceless. If it is put on the auction, it will definitely drive countless people crazy. Bucky also came over at this time, and asked curiously, is someone going to auction off the devil fruit? This is really strange. Although the number of demonic ability users is not rare in the sea, there are very few existing ones that have not been eaten. That is to say, there may be a little more from the world government. After all, the merits of the navy can be exchanged for devil fruits, and some items are allocated from the world government. Another reason is that eating the devil fruit can instantly increase the combat power of a person, possessing various abilities, and if one is lucky, eating the natural system can be said to be one step up to the sky. Such a temptation, few people have resistance. The Momo fruit that Bucky cooperated with Tizalo in this auction was also obtained by Bucky's courier company because of a coincidence. Tizalo nodded and said, but there is no devil fruit illustration book. We don't know what type it is, but if it is used for auction, many people should be crazy. Tizalo looked at Bakala. Go and tell them, just say that we can auction this thing, and everything should be done according to our rules. Yes. Bakara replied, turned around and went down. Hey, it seems that there is another auction item that can make people crazy. Bucky smiled, as if thinking of how he made a lot of money after this time, the smile on his face never restrained. Let's go, it's time for us to get ready. The auction will start tomorrow, so we can't delay things. Tetsuo drank the wine in his glass and walked out. Bakugo has the ability to hold up his clothes, as if walking, or walking outside as if floating. Tomorrow, the auction will start. The entire Gulen Tizalo is like a huge stage, with all kinds of lights hitting the golden ship, shining gorgeous and extravagant light. Countless golden water sprayed high into the sky from the four corners of the ship, and finally fell down like golden rain. Countless fireworks shot into the sky, exploded in midair, and finally turned into gold powder and fell down, intersecting and echoing with the golden raindrops, and shining a little bit of golden light under the direct sunlight. Highlight one word, that is gorgeous, but the beauty is full of danger. These gold powders can enter a person's body through breathing, and are under Tizalo's control. It is one of the means he uses to restrain people who enter Gulen Tizalo. Gulen Tizalo is a huge entertainment ship, but the length and width can even be compared with some small islands. There are also countless entertainment items inside, commercial streets, bars, food, casinos, stages. Almost all entertainment items in the world can be found here. However, the most prosperous thing here is gambling. Here is the largest casino in the world, a casino that is talked about by countless people. Many people dream of getting rich overnight here. However, most of them fell into bankruptcy because of gambling, and they gambled everything. It is a place where opportunities and risks coexist. With the auction going to be held here, all the dignitaries and nobles with names and surnames in the world are going here one after another. I want to see the scenery here. The auction held by Gulen Tizalo this time is aimed at all the rich people in the world, which is different from the gathering of only pirates in the World Expo. Its scale is so huge that it is even more lively than at the World Expo. Pirates, navy, world government officials, the king of a certain country, etc. All of these guys who belong to the masters of the world are all here at this moment. After passing through a bright entrance, and the boat was sprinkled with luxurious gold dust, they arrived at this glittering golden city. The feasting, the luxurious and charming life have attracted countless people. On the top of Gulen Tetsalo, the most central stage, the surrounding stands are already filled with people from all over the world. This is the place where countless well-known singers yearn for, where they can show their singing voices to their heart's content and welcome the cheers of the guests around. Standing here, they are the most dazzling people in the world, but at this time, there was no one on the stage. Because here is the stage for this auction, all the guests around are looking forward to it. Just when everyone was looking at the stage, with a soft click sound, the center of the original stage suddenly separated, and a figure slowly rose from an elevator platform. Tetsalo was wearing gorgeous clothes, with an elegant smile on his face, a pure gold cane in his left hand, and several gold rings on his hand, looking noble and elegant. With the appearance of Tetsalo, everyone in the surrounding auditorium cheered at this moment, welcoming the arrival of the king of the city. Tetsalo looked around, looked at all the guests, with a faint smile on his face, stretched out his hand, and the fruit ability awakened, and in the pool under the stage, there was a stream of water condensed by the environment towards him. Come over here. And the crutch in his hand condensed into a golden microphone. Hello, everyone. Tetsuo showed a decent smile, asked briefly, then looked around again, pulled the microphone in, and said with a smile, then, I won't play tricks here now, I announce that the auction has officially started. Oh, it's started. I can't wait any longer. Pure gold belongs to this old man, don't snatch it from me. Ha ha ha, what a joke, this is an auction, so let's see who has more money. As Tetsalo's voice fell, louder cheers came from all directions, deafening like a mountain roar and a tsunami. The auction has officially started. As each piece of auction appeared, countless people began to shout and increase the price, and finally they were auctioned off at a high price. The atmosphere in the arena was extremely warm. The auction here is continuing, and what Tetsalo doesn't know is that a few uninvited guests have already sneaked in on his Gulen Tetsalo. Although Gulen Tetsalo's defenses are extremely tight, and there are even surveillance phone bugs monitoring the whole day, as long as there is a little wind, they will be discovered, but these methods are only effective for ordinary people. The people who sneaked here this time are all the best of the best. With their knowledge and perception, it is impossible to be photographed by the surveillance phone bug. Other areas of Gulen Tetsalo. Boss, what are we going to do now? Sabo, who was wearing Huashan underpants, wearing a big sunglasses, and made a simple disguise, looked at Drago, who was also dressed in the same way, and couldn't help asking. The Revolutionary Army came this time with 3 people, Durag Sabo and Sabo's partner Kurla. At this time, Kurla has gone out to collect information. Drago glanced around, and said lightly, go and search for information here first, be careful, don't be discovered by others. They came this time to find out whether Gulen Tetsalo had any connection with the world government, and to see if they could use Tetsalo's relationship to lure a celestial dragon out. If a celestial dragon is captured, they can also deal with the world government. The second is wealth. Here, Tetsalo owns 20% of Pele in the world. If you want to develop, you can't do without wealth. Drago has already decided to enter the new world, so he must be prepared in terms of money. To put it simply, they are eyeing Tetsalo's Pele. Okay, Sabo nodded, and then mixed into the crowd. The news about the arrival of the celestial dragons should be true, but I don't know how many guards there will be. CP0 should escort the celestial dragons. Forget it, let's see the situation first. Drago didn't go too far, but came to sit down in one place. The location here is quite good, you can see the entrance and exit of the passage to other areas. As long as there is a slight disturbance, he can be noticed. On the other side, here is the casino area. Another group of people also gathered together. If someone saw the appearance behind the sunglasses, they would definitely be surprised, and blurted out, the general star of the Big Mom Pirates. That's right, this group of people is none other than the cotters of the Big Mom Pirates. General Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie, and Minister Perospero, he is the top cotter of the Big Mom Pirates. As for why the Big Mom Pirates also came here, naturally, they came for pure gold and momo fruit. After the last battle on Skull Island, Charlotte Lingling used her lifespan to recover from her injuries due to excessive use of fruit abilities. Although she cannot be said to be old, her original pink hair also showed signs of graying. In this short period of time, she has already consumed more than 10 years of life. And every time it is consumed when fighting the Quincy. At this time, Charlotte Lingling was already in her 60s, and with her consumed lifespan, she was already in her 70s. Whitebeard is only close to 70, so she is even older than Whitebeard. How can this be tolerated? Now hearing that there is something that can restore her youth, naturally, Charlotte Lingling is also moved. The generals were sent over. The reason why she didn't come over by herself was because a mere Golden Emperor Tejuelo was not enough for her to go herself. But this time she guessed wrong obviously. She might not be able to get the pure gold just by relying on generals. Brother Katakuri, do you want to go to the auction now? If it's late, it's very likely that the item will be auctioned off. Smoothie drank his juice and looked around. Cracker also pondered, I still think it's easier for us to snatch the pure gold after someone has taken it away. Katakuri shook his head slightly, that's not okay. If it is taken away by the world government or other big figures, it is not so easy for us to snatch things from them. If some little people get it, then with their strength, it is still very easy to snatch it. But if it is obtained by other big shots, they have to weigh the consequences. Katakuri looked at Perospero and asked, "Brother, how many pellets did we bring this time?" 5 billion. Perospero said, 5 billion is not too much for their big mother pirate group, but in the sea, there are not many forces that can use 5 billion Baileys. In their view, 5 billion is enough. As long as pure gold really has the effect of increasing lifespan, 5 billion is definitely worth it. Then, let's go over there. If we can't take pictures, think of another way. Katakuri narrowed his eyes, implying that if he can't take pictures, he can only grab them. The group is also heading towards the auction stage. The Whitebeard pirates have also arrived near Gulan Tizalo, but Whitebeard didn't go up to Gulan Tejulo. Instead, stay on the Moby Dick. But there are other captains with Whitebeards who have already mixed in. At this time, Marco, Jaws, Tikai, Seiki, and others were already sitting in the auditorium, just waiting for the pure gold auction to start. Because pure gold is a relatively valuable thing, it was not auctioned at the beginning, but would not be taken out until the end. So they are waiting to. Another gourmet area. Yunya naturally arrived early. This time he didn't bring anyone else with him and came alone. He prefers to travel alone, rather than a large group of people together. It's good to be alone, fight when you want, and leave when you want, leisurely. At this time, he also made some disguises, wearing sunglasses and big underpants, revealing his well-defined upper body, sitting on an open-air chair, eating delicious food leisurely. Most people here are dressed like this, so Yunya blended into the crowd without being too conspicuous. Yunya ate the delicious food, her eyes flicked casually. Finally, it stopped at a young beauty in a pink dress with a slender figure, showing white and slender legs, short orange hair, a top hat on her head, gloves on her hands, and boots on her feet. This beautiful woman listened to all directions with her eyes and ears, as if she had been observing the pedestrians around her. It's not because this beauty is good-looking, but because Yunyi feels a little familiar. After thinking about it carefully, a faint smile appeared on Yunya's face, the partner of that fellow Kur Lesbo of the Revolutionary Army. Hey, didn't expect even the people from the Revolutionary Army to arrive this time. Thinking about this, Yunya walked over there, came to the chair beside Kurla and sat down, showing a warm smile to her. This beauty, please do me a favor, do you have a meal? No time, don't bother me. Kurla noticed Yunya's movements when he walked towards her. Seeing that he really came to strike up a conversation again, he didn't show any good looks. Kurla is youthful and beautiful, with excellent proportions, and quite charming. Naturally, many people come to strike up a conversation with her. And all those self-righteous, pot-bellied rich people came. She was already a little annoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that wearing sunglasses would affect her vision, she would have worn them a long time ago. My proposal is something that few people can defy me. You have to think about it clearly. Yunya didn't show any sign of anger, and was still smiling. I've already said I'm not free. Don't bother me, or I won't be polite. Kurla's face turned cold. She is not a vase. Will be her opponent. Just now, she has already beaten away several people who wanted to touch her. If it wasn't for fear of revealing her identity, she would have committed murder. How impolite. The little beauty of the Revolutionary Army. Yunya still said with a smile. Hearing Yunya's words, Kurla's face changed instantly. Her identity was exposed. At this moment, Yunya's smile seemed to her to be threatening her. At the same time, she was a little panicked. Why was her identity exposed? Kurla looked at Yunya warily, rolled her eyes, and wanted to run with her long legs the next moment. Hurry up and report this to the leader, they may have been exposed. 6 sticks of light. But before Kurla left her seat, Yunya pointed her finger, and 6 beams of light appeared out of thin air, fixing Kurla's figure in place, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get rid of the 6 beams. The bondage of the stick-light prison. Yunya still smiled. SHH, if you don't want you to be exposed, just be quiet. Hearing Yunya's threatening words, Kurla pursed her lips and stopped struggling, but her eyes were still fixed on Yunya. From Yunya's attack just now, she knew that she was no match for the opponent at all, and she couldn't even run. That's right. Yunya spread the 6 light prisons with a smile. There was not much movement here, it just attracted the attention of a few people, but these people acted as if they hadn't seen it, and went about their own business. They're all grown UPS, and they understand everything. Kurla didn't run away again. She knew that she couldn't run away. At this moment she bit her lip and stared at Yunya. Who the hell are you? Don't look at me like that. I'm not a bad person. Yunya never left his seat, changed his posture, leaned his hands on his chin, looked at Kurla and said slowly, for your Revolutionary Army I still have some understanding. Tell me, what is the purpose of your coming here this time? Kurla bit her lip, turned her face aside, and did not answer Yunya's words. This is their secret. How could it be possible to tell others? Even if she died, she would not tell it. If you don't say anything, you will be severely punished. I still like a beautiful woman like you. Task tisk. Yunya showed a meaningful smile, looked Kurla up and down. Task. Is this guy a pervert? It's terrible now. Where are you leaders? Come and save me. Kurla suppressed the fear in her heart, but she just turned her head and stared at Yunya, but she still didn't say a word. There is an expression of even if you do something to me, I will not tell you. Seeing Kurla's performance like this, Yunya showed a bored expression, spread his hands and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Yunya sat up straight, leaned on the back of the chair, and said slowly, I know Belo Betty and the Crow, and I have dealt with each other before. I have no ill intentions towards your revolutionary army, but to you little girl, movies aren't interesting either. Who the hell are you? A look of surprise flashed across Kurla's face, but she still didn't relax her vigilance. Yunya's lewd expression just now raised her vigilance to the highest level. This guy is not a good person at first sight. I can't tell you this, but from now on, you are my captive, let your people come and redeem you. Yunya looked away, without saying anything, and stepped out to the auction position forward. Over there, it is almost coming to an end. Kurla couldn't figure out what Yunya was thinking and what her identity was. Seeing that Yunya ignored her, she rolled her eyes and wanted to run away again. But at this moment, Yunyi's faint voice came. I advise you to put away your little thoughts and follow me obediently, otherwise, cut. Kurla felt resentful when her little thoughts were exposed, but she didn't feel Yunya's malice, so she could only follow Yunya obediently, not daring to resist. There's no way, I can't run in front of this person at all. While following Yunya, Kurla was guessing Yunya's identity in her heart. No, Miss Betty and Mr. Crow? Who is this guy in front of him? With doubts in her heart, Kurla followed behind Yunyi like a little tail, carefully looking at the mysterious man in front of her. After hearing Yunya's warning before, she didn't dare to run away, so she could only follow. But in his heart, he was guessing Yunya's identity. Could it be some revolutionary army cadre that he didn't know? It's not impossible. He has been in the revolutionary army for so long, and he doesn't know how many masters there are in the current distribution of forces in the revolutionary army. Although she didn't know Yunya's identity, Kurla could still feel that Yunya had no malice towards her, which made her slightly relieved. Yunya ignored the little tail behind him, went straight to the auction site, and found a random place to sit down. Kurla sat on a seat across from Yunya. Without knowing Yunya's identity, whether she is an enemy or a friend, she dare not have too much contact with Yunya. At this time, the auction was coming to an end. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere here became more and more heated, and there was a lot of voices. At the same time, Tizalo just made an opening statement and left the stage, entering a reception room. At this time, he was receiving a special guest. It is an old man wearing a bubble mask, slightly obese, with a few wrinkles on his face, a beard, and sunglasses. At this time, beside the old man, there were several government officials in black suits guarding him, as well as a man in a white suit with a mask on his face. Judging from the appearance, he is a member of the world government. Welcome, Saint Roswald. Tizalo made a noble etiquette to the old man in the bubble mask, with a slightly respectful expression on his face. Holy is a unique suffix for Tianlong people, and it is also a noble name for Tianlong people. It can be deduced from this that the old man wearing a mask in front of him is a world noble Tianlong. Saint Roswald faced Tizalo with a haughty expression, as if he didn't take Tizalo seriously, but said coldly, "What do I want?" Tizalo still said with a warm smile, "Sorry, Saint Roswald, now the pure gold is being auctioned. I don't know if this thing has been auctioned. If not, I will ask my subordinates to sell it, bring it back to you." "What did you say?" Saint Roswald was furious when he heard the words. He came here for the pure gold that can prolong his life. Now this guy actually said that the things might be taken away? Didn't he make a trip in vain? Saint Roswald was so angry that he wanted to smash the teacup in his hand, but was stopped by CP0 beside him. The CP0 whispered a few words in his ear, and Saint Roswald stopped his movements angrily. Tizalo's status is still a bit special, and he pays a large amount of Bailey to the world government every year. Money can turn ghosts around, and it is the same in this world. Therefore, the world government will give him some face more or less. If you didn't give us a lot of wealth every year, if you dared to disobey me, you would have been killed a long time ago. Saint Roswald snorted coldly, with a very arrogant tone. Go over there and see, look, let's see who dares to steal things from Saint Roswald. With that said, he led his men to a VIP area. This is a room specially used by Tizalo for distinguished guests. Here, one can view the entire auction platform, and it is relatively safe. After Saint Roswald and his party left, Tizalo's warm smile turned into a gloomy look, and his eyes became extremely cold. Dem Tianlong people, I will definitely trample you under my feet in the future. But at this time, he still restrained his mind. Although he can use money to mobilize part of the power of the world government, compared with the Tianlong people, his little power is not enough at all. He must accumulate wealth and strength, and finally use the ability of money to make the Tianlong people kneel down towards him. This is his lifelong pursuit. Here, on the stage, all the items that have been auctioned before are placed on a small platform around the stage. The things that have been auctioned are displayed in everyone's field of vision, and some that have not yet been auctioned are covered with a black round cover, so that people cannot see what is inside. Only when the auction is about to be auctioned will the host come here, open the dome, and let the contents inside be made public. This means that the auction of this item has just officially started. The security here is strict, coupled with the deterrent power of the Golden Emperor Tizalo. Almost no one dares to step forward to snatch it. Anyone who dared to do it before is already dead. At this time, a glamorous beauty presided over the auction with a sweet voice, and her slim figure mobilized the desires of countless men, making people's eyes hot. The host smiled brightly, and said loudly, "The next thing is not easy. It is a beautiful mermaid from Fishman Island. You should all understand the value of this thing. Then I will stop talking nonsense, and the auction will start now. 50 million Baileys." As the host's words fell, one of the huge black domes suddenly parted, and then, a huge water tank appeared in everyone's field of vision. Inside the water tank was a beautiful mermaid with a tall and plump body wrapped in a ribbon on the upper body, and a red fishtail on the lower body. At this time, this beautiful mermaid was looking at the people around with terrified eyes, her tail was swinging, and she was swimming left and right like a frightened little fish, looking very pitiful. The fear on her face not only didn't make her beauty eclipse, on the contrary, it made her look extraordinarily attractive, arousing a wave of desire, a desire that was crushed under her body. It's a mermaid. So beautiful. I'm going to order this mermaid, none of you will snatch it from me. Haha, I don't have a plaything like this in my aquarium. Quickly, take a picture of her. I offer 55 million Baileys. I offer 60 million Baileys. I offer 100 million. With the appearance of the beautiful mermaid, its pitiful, lovable and glamorous face instantly made the men in the field boil. Mermaid? This is a very rare thing. Items that are hard to see on land. It's crazy, all the men present are crazy, and the price is also rising steadily. The female looked at the beautiful face of the mermaid, showing jealousy. It is undeniable that the beauty of that mermaid is indeed very enviable. The mermaid has a uniquely beautiful body, which makes countless people yearn for it. However, because it is in the bottom of the sea, few people on the mainland can see it. So much so that as soon as it appeared, extremely high enthusiasm broke out on the field. Seeing a mermaid auction, some people were naturally happy and some were angry. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were a little angry at this time. How dare they auction off the mermaid? Don't they know that Murloc Island is our territory? Jaws looked at the mermaid imprisoned in the water tank. His face flashed with anger. Marco and Sage, who were traveling together, also had cold faces. As we all know, Murloc Island is Whitebeard's territory. It has been expressly forbidden to catch mermaids. But now, they actually saw that someone dared to auction off the residents on their territory. This was provoking their Whitebeards. Satch looked at Marco and said, "What should I do now? Are you going to auction her off?" Marco said with a serious face, "We only brought hundreds of millions of Baileys. If we take pictures of her, we may not be able to compete with others for pure gold." Hearing this, several members of the Whitebeard pirates showed hesitation. This time, they came here for pure gold. If this mermaid was photographed, the Bailey in their hands would not be enough to auction pure gold. Pure gold is extremely attractive to everyone. They are not sure that they can be successfully auctioned. Marco took a deep breath. His eyes pondered and said, "But that little mermaid girl can't let someone take it away. Let's make a bid. The worst is to see who takes away the pure gold. We have to grab it." Although the Whitebeard pirates are more expensive than the Four Emperors pirates, they don't have many Baileys. On the one hand, Whitebeard is more benevolent and almost does not charge protection fees for his own territory. In addition, Whitebeard often helps his hometown, and hold banquets from time to time. There is not much Bailey left at all. At this time, the Baileys brought in this trip are only a few hundred million Baileys. Compared with the wealth of other Four Emperors, their Whitebeard pirates are a bit stretched in terms of wealth. Seiki took a breath and said, "Okay, the little girl must be rescued. If it's pure gold, we'll figure out a way then." On the other hand, the Blackbeard on the side didn't pay much attention to these things, and still looked at the stage, looking at the auction items that hadn't revealed their true colors, with an inexplicable gleam in their eyes. Devil fruits are auctioned at the end, and I don't know if the fruit I want will appear. On the other side, Yunya looked at the mermaid on the stage, and said to Kurla next to her, "You bid for me, 200 million Baileys." Kurla looked at the glamorous mermaid on the stage, and then at Yunya. She felt affirmed in her heart. She shrank back in fear, moved a little away from Yunya, and said in her heart, "The pervert, this is a mermaid goat." Everyone knows what they want to do to take pictures of such a beautiful mermaid. Definitely uneasy. Coupled with Yunya's lewd eyes when he looked at her before, she was even more sure that the guy in front of her was definitely a pervert. But she didn't dare to disobey Yunya's intentions. She raised her hand cautiously and shouted, 200 million Baileys. Swipe. Almost half of the people looked at Kurla. However, Kurla was a cadre of the Revolutionary Army after all. Although she was a little guilty, she was quite courageous, she didn't show timidity, and she couldn't see anything from her face. On the other side, Sachi also spoke, 300 million Baileys. 500 million. Yunya said flatly, 500 million. Kurla raised her hand again to report the number, but she was screaming in her heart. She actually spent 500 million Baileys for a beautiful woman. This guy in front of her is really a pervert? But she only dared to whisper in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. Wow. As the figure of 500 million was announced, there was an uproar in the field. 500 million Baileys is not a small amount, just to buy a mermaid? This person is either rich or powerful, or a bit stupid. Damn it. Why are these people so rich? When the man with the white beard heard this number, his expression was very ugly. Well, they're out of money. This time they also brought close to 500 million Baileys. This number has exceeded their expectations. They stared in the direction of Yunyi, and they didn't use knowledge here, so they didn't know who took the picture of the mermaid, but their faces were gloomy and uncertain. Looks like it's unavoidable to do it. Jaw's face was very unsightly. Watching the little mermaid girl being photographed away, they all felt angry in their hearts. It's even ready to grab someone? As Yunya reported the number of 500 million, many people in the venue who were interested in mermaids were shocked by this number. 500 million is not a small number. For a mermaid, they spent 500 million Baileys. They don't have that much money, so they can only give up. There are many men in the field showing regretful expressions. Seeing such a beautiful mermaid being photographed by others, they feel empty inside. Kurla and Durag, who had already arrived at the auction, also saw Kurla at this time, with a black question mark on his face. Does the Revolutionary Army have that much money? Why doesn't he, the helmsman, know? And why did Kurla appear here? But soon, he narrowed his eyes slightly and realized something was wrong. Kurla was kidnapped. Who could it be? Navy? World government? A bad thought arose in Durag's mind. Who on earth hijacked a member of the Revolutionary Army? His own people were threatened, so he, the leader, naturally couldn't sit idly by, and moved towards Kurla's direction as soon as he moved. At this time, Sabo didn't come to the auction, so he didn't see it. Otherwise, with his frizzy character at this time, it is very likely that after seeing Kurla being hijacked by others, he would definitely make a move. When the time comes, there will probably be chaos at the venue. This guest bid 500 million, so, is there anyone else bidding? If not, I'm going to drop the hammer. 3, 2, 1, deal. As the beautiful host's hammer fell, half of the mermaid's ownership belonged to Yunya. As long as Yunyi can really pay 500 million later, then the mermaid belongs to Yunyi. No one dared to repudiate Tizalo's account, and those who dared to repudiate were already dead for no apparent reason. Is Yunyi rich? That's for sure. As the controller of a huge force, there is no shortage of Pele under his command. But does Yunyi have money now? That's really not. Who would go out with so many Baileys? Even if there was, Yunya didn't intend to pay. Who dares to ask the ruler of his dark world, the Quincy, to pay? And this time he came here to cause trouble. It wasn't Yunya who should be worried, but other people? As for why Yunyi photographed this mermaid, of course it wasn't because of lust, there was a reason for it. Mermaid Island often sends unique snacks to Wangsu Palace, and it can be regarded as one of Yunyi's partners. In addition, he still owes Mrs. Xiaoli a favor, so he will also help Fishman Island with little effort. But at this moment, a mutation happened. The moment the host finished speaking, her master's voice came from her headset. The host's face was startled, and then she quickly returned to normal. She smiled like a flower and said, "I'm sorry, there is a little problem here. This mermaid is not an auction item. The staff made a mistake." She bowed deeply in the direction of Yunyi, and said with a sincere apology on her face, "My guest, I'm really sorry, this time the auction is over." Hearing the host's words, everyone was in an uproar, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Can half of the auctioned items be taken back? But some of them know the reason. That is, this auction item was favored by a truly high-ranking person. Even Tizalo had to give this person face. Even if the interests of some guests are damaged, these people must be satisfied first. That's why we have the current situation. Many people looked at Kurla and Yunya with playful eyes, wanting to see how they would react after hearing the result. After all, this is not something glorious, it is a slap in the face in front of everyone, and people with bad personality will even get mad directly. But they didn't think Yunya would have the guts to go crazy. People with real power and status will not sit in these corners. Being treated differently, Yunya didn't show any expression on his face, as if the matter had nothing to do with him, and there was no wave in the ancient well. However, Kurla's face flashed with a little anger. Although she was only treated by Yunya as a shout-out, but being treated like this by others would make everyone angry. Are you angry? Yunya tilted his head and looked at Kurla. Aren't you angry at being treated differently by others? Kurla was still a little angry at this time. She knew that Yunya was very strong, at least she was not an opponent, but seeing Yunya was indifferent, she was also very upset. After all, this is someone who seems to know Sister Betty and Mr. Crow. If what he said was true, then in a sense, he was one of his own. Seeing one of my own being teased like this, she also felt sullen. That's right, shall I go and kill them? Yunya suddenly laughed, with a warm smile, but Kurla felt a chill down her spine. Kurla quickly waved her hand. No, if it is exposed, the leader will scold me. I'm not from your revolutionary army. Oh, that's right, then you can't do it either. They are very strong. If you really know Sister Betty and the others, then they are your own people. I can't watch my own people die. How do you know I'm going to die? Oh, why don't you listen? Kurla's face puffed up, and she glared at Yunya. Don't worry, here, no one will be able to steal what I'm looking for. Say yes, Mr. Leader of the Revolutionary Army. Yunya looked towards the direction not far away, and smiled lightly. Over there, a figure came over. It was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Drago. Kurla also looked over, seeing her leader coming, with a happy face on her face, and she was relieved in her heart. Although she could sense that Yunya had no malice towards her, she was still a little panicked when she was kidnapped by someone she didn't know. Panic. Now that her own leader has arrived, she also let go of the big stone in her heart. When Drago came here and saw Yunya for the first time, he had already recognized Yunya's identity. He wasn't surprised that Quincy came here, it's normal. What was unexpected was why Quincy hijacked Kurla. He also didn't notice the malice of Quincy, and he didn't see any injuries to Kurla. He didn't understand why Quincy did this. What is it? At this time, Durag had a lot of doubts in his heart. If your excellency wants to fight, there are really few people here who can stop you. I am afraid that even I may not be your opponent. Drago sat on an empty seat not far from Kurla, looking at Yunya said solemnly. The information about the Quincy division is naturally clear. I also know that Belo Betty and the Crow had the experience of fighting with the Quincy division. However, it is difficult for him to judge whether the Quincy is an enemy or a friend, and his tone is a little more solemn. However, Your Excellency, even if you are powerful, if you do something to my people, I will not sit idly by of. It was precisely because he saw that Yunya was not malicious, so he didn't do anything at this time. Offending a powerful force hastily is of no benefit to the revolutionary army at this time. Hearing what her leader said, Kurla also heard something. This guy in front of him is definitely a big shot. Even the leader said that he is not necessarily his opponent. From the look on his face, he was also a little jealous of this person. This really surprised Kurla. What is the identity of this guy? Kurla looked at Yunya curiously, but she had no clue. The main reason is that her level is not enough, and she has no access to the top experts in the sea. Even if she has seen it, she has only seen the reward order. At this moment, Yunya put on sunglasses, which almost covered most of his face. If he was not familiar with someone, he really wouldn't recognize him. I have no conflict of interest with your revolutionary army, so naturally I won't do anything to you. I don't do anything that is not beneficial. I just have nothing to do, just tease your little girl. Yunya said with a smile, and then got up. Well, it's time to get down to business. I wanted to wait until the end to show up, but someone who is not good at it has offended me. Then, you can't blame me. As he said that, Yunya's figure flickered, and he rushed towards the stage. After Yunya left, Kurla couldn't help asking Durag curiously, "Boss, what is his identity?" "You don't know." Drago showed a surprised look on his face, then looked towards the direction of the stage, and said lightly, "The king of the dark world, the Quincy master." But in his heart, he thought to himself, could it be that the purpose of the Quincy is pure gold or momo fruit? Me, Quincy master. Kara's small face showed a shocked expression. Although she also had some guesses in her heart, she never expected that this guy's identity was so outrageous. The one king of the new world, the ruler of the dark world, the powerful quencher who can suppress the 4 emperors. Even looking at the whole world, they are definitely the strongest group of people. No, it should be one of the few people standing on the top of the world. Wealth, reputation, power, strength. They are all the most pinnacle people in the sea, big men whose words and deeds can make the whole world turbulent. Such a person, why hijack yourself? Kurla wanted to cry, but she felt as if she had saved her life. Rumor has it that Quincy is a battle-mad man, a lunatic who dared to break into the territory of the 4 emperors alone. It's great to be able to survive under the hands of such a character. Here, Yunya's figure flashed, and he rushed towards the center of the auction platform. At this time, everyone's eyes were on the field, and Yunya's actions were naturally seen by everyone in the field. Huh? What's the matter with that man? Could it be to cause trouble? That direction, is it the buyer who photographed the mermaid just now? Could it be that he became angry from embarrassment? Hey, there are really people who are not afraid of death. To provoke the Golden Emperor at this time, I don't know what he thinks. Seeing this scene, many people showed expressions of watching the show. It's not that no one wanted to do such a thing before, that is, to snatch the auction items by hand. However, these people often have only one end, that is, they are killed by Tizalo. This is Gulen Tizalo, a place known as the Absolute Sanctuary. Even the people from the world government will not make random moves here. The people on the side of the Whitebeard pirates naturally saw it too. Is it the one who bid 500 million Baileys to take the Little Mermaid girl? Seiki looked over and raised his eyebrows. Marco said, "It should be. It's really kind." Jose also commented. Tikai also showed an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. This person is really interesting. But looking at it, Marco suddenly frowned. Do you think that person looks familiar? Familiar. Satch took a closer look, and after thinking for a moment, shook his head. It should look very young. Kiyoshi also concentrated on watching, but quickly shook his head, not recognizing Yuni's identity. But Tikai heard their conversation, looked carefully, and suddenly seemed to think of something. His face changed slightly, and he thought to himself, could it be that guy? Thief, ha ha ha, what a great person. Tikai paid close attention to most of the powerful ability users in the world. Now that he looked carefully, he also recognized Yunya's identity. When several people heard Tikai's words, they all looked over curiously. Marco said, Tiki, do you know who he is? Tikai narrowed his eyes slightly and said, the king of the dark world, the Quincy master. What? Hearing Tikai's words, everyone looked over in surprise. After Tikai's reminder, they also matched the identity of that person with the Quincy master. Then look at it this way, hey, it really is a Quincy master? Did this guy come here? Marco frowned, thinking that this auction might be coming to an end. But Marco reacted quickly, and he said directly, get ready, a battle may break out. Where there is a Quincy, there will definitely be chaos. After all, this guy is a lunatic? After hearing Marco's words, several people present became vigilant. Another part of the auction. Several members of the Big Mom Pirates looked at each other in blank dismay. They have dealt with the Quincy more than once or twice. Almost as soon as Yunya appeared, they recognized Yunya's identity. Katakuri's face was serious. Why is this guy everywhere? Cracker and Smoothie also looked at each other. If possible, they didn't want to conflict with Quincy. Perospero spread his hands and said, with him appearing, this time it will be lively. Several people have some headaches, they are here for pure gold. If it can be solved with Bailey, then it is quite simple. But now that the Quincy Master appeared, they knew that if they wanted to get the pure gold, it might not be that easy. If the Quincy Master appears here, he will be a ghost if he doesn't mess up. No, he has already rushed out. Here Yunya landed on the stage, walked towards the glamorous host, and said lightly, "Can you tell me, who stole what I value?" The host was taken aback. She didn't expect that someone would dare to go to the auction without permission, and it seemed that they were here to ask the teacher for a crime. She subconsciously looked towards the VIP area, and an order from the backstage to stabilize the situation came from her headset. This gentleman, please don't get excited. This auction item is not on the auction list because of a staff error. It is natural that this host can be promoted to the stage as the host. Capable. Wanting to use words to stabilize the situation, security personnel have already come here. Just procrastinate for a while. Is it over there? Then, let me see who has the guts. Yunya also noticed the host's subconscious action just now, and also looked in the direction of the VIP area, grinning, raising his hand. Lightning gathered in his palm. A thunderbolt shock wave blasted past. The Tianlonggren and his guards in the VIP area still don't know what happened. Among them, CP0 suddenly changed his face, moved his body, and directly blocked the Tianlonggren. Following that, there was a bang sound, and the shock wave of the thunder column directly stomped on the VIP area over there. Smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel splashed everywhere. Move, let's do it. Everyone was amazed by that person's actions, and actually did it. And it's still on the territory of the Golden Emperor. Is this fatal? As expected. The corners of the white beard and Ant's eyes twitched, and they knew that nothing good would happen if this guy appeared. Who is it? How dare you attack me? Damn you, I must let you die. Amidst the smoke and dust, there was a panicked and angry voice. It attracted everyone's attention. The smoke and dust dissipated over there, revealing the inside of the collapsed VIP area. An old man wearing a bubble mask was lying sprawled on the ground, and was struggling to get up at this moment. Government officials in black suits were also stumbling around. Only the masked CP0 kept standing and stood in front of the celestial dragon. Saint Roswald got up, the anger on his face became more and more obvious. He looked down at the position of the auction table, and roared loudly, "Who the hell? Get out of here, the old man must let you and everyone you know all go to hell together." CP0 next to him was looking around sharply, and finally fixed his eyes on Yunya in the middle of the auction stage. The next moment he saw Yunya, his eyes narrowed slightly, and finally turned into seriousness. He directly stopped Saint Roswald from what he was about to say next, and said solemnly to him, "Saint Roswald, step back a little first." Then he said to all the black suits who had climbed up, "Protect Saint Roswald." From the beginning to the end, his eyes never left Yunya's body. He stared at him firmly, not daring to be careless in the slightest. He has recognized the other party's identity. The king of the dark world, the mortal enemy of their world government, the Quincy. Yunyi's knowledge was scattered, and when he sensed the situation in the VIP area, he was slightly surprised for a moment, and then laughed. "I don't know who it is, it turned out to be you garbage. Why? Killing so many of you don't have a long memory? How dare you come to the new world?" Through perception, he also knew the identity of the other party. The noble dragons of the world, and the identity of that CP0. It was none other than the CP0 chief who was killed by him once, Dark Owl. The people who were swept by Yunyi's knowledge and knowledge around them all frowned at this moment, and even spread their knowledge and knowledge without any scruples. "Are you provoking them?" But they also saw the situation in the VIP area. Seeing the iconic bubble hood and costumes, they also recognized the identities of those in the VIP area. Damn it, are they Tianlong people? Why do Tianlong people appear in the new world? This is terrible. The Tianlong people are under attack, the navy will not attack here. Who is that person? How dare you provoke the Tianlong people? Seeing the Tianlonggren appear on the stage, there was some confusion in the venue. They naturally know what Tianlong people mean, and they have been attacked, so things will be difficult to handle now. Some people have already started to flee, not daring to stay here. Chaos, complete chaos in the arena. An Xiao looked at Yunya seriously, and said in a serious voice, "Quincy, this is not a place where you can run wild." Boom! As An Xiao's words came out, it was as if a bomb had been detonated in the arena, and everyone looked at Yunya in disbelief. "Me, Quincy Master? It's actually this lunatic. Now who in the new world does not know the name of the Quincy Master?" As soon as they heard that the person who shot was the Quincy, the scene became even more chaotic. Run now. Where there is a Quincy, there will definitely be a big war. This is the consensus in everyone's mind. The domineering look on Yunyi's body was released without any scruples. Standing there, he seemed to be the center of the world. The sky seemed to be moved, and the terrifying oppressive feeling swept across the audience from Yunya, and the originally panicked audience fell silent. More than half of the people in the field fell into a coma completely because they couldn't bear Yunya's domineering look. Even the pirates who offered a reward of hundreds of millions couldn't bear this terrifying domineering look. Although they didn't roll their eyes, they were desperately resisting the oppression, with sweat dripping from their bodies. The security personnel who have already rushed here are also photographed by the prestige of the Quincy division at this time, and dare not do anything, but they have notified Tizalo as soon as possible. Yunya looked at An Xiao and sneered, "You dare to grab what I like? You provoked me first, so why don't you allow me to fight back?" Others are afraid of your world government, but I'm not afraid. Yunya said coldly. His aura grew even higher, a buzzing sound sounded, and a flash of lightning spread behind Yunya, and it was instantly coaxed away. Yunya didn't intend to talk nonsense, so he stepped on the ground and rushed over. As if breaking through the space, he appeared in front of An Xiao in the blink of an eye, and punched out, Shi Xiang. After the proficiency of the two skills of the boxing branch reached 100, Yunyi's attacks became even sharper. With a punch, the wind of the fist condensed into an air cannon, and it rushed out with a force that shook the world. An Xiao's expression changed. Compared to before, Quincy is faster and stronger. Not daring to be careless, the knowledgeable color caught Yunya's movements, covered the armed color with his fist, and greeted him with a punch, finger gun stick fist. Boom! The two fists collided once, and there was a roar in an instant. However, the next moment, An Xiao felt a terrifying force coming from Yunya. His face changed drastically, and he was blown away by this punch. His body smashed through several walls one after another, and finally he was firmly embedded in the inside a wall made of gold. With a sound of wow, blood spewed out of the mouth. An Xiao was blown away with a punch. Yunya didn't look over there, but walked towards Saint Roswald. You, what are you going to do? Come on me, kill him. Saint Roswald felt something was wrong when Dark Owl spoke, and then saw that in his eyes he was extremely powerful. His CP0 was blown away with a punch. He was completely restless. He felt the threat of death. This is the Quincy master, the one who killed the two Tianlong people and survived to this day. At this time, his liver and gallbladder were torn apart, and his soul was frightened away. Several black suits obeyed the order and rushed towards Yunya, but were easily killed by Yunya. Saint Roswald's face was full of horror, and he said sternly, I am a noble dragon in the world. Yunya grabbed Saint Roswald's neck, lifted him up, and said lightly, it's just a Tianlong man, it's not like he hasn't killed him before. Yunya grabbed Roswald St. Shunbu came to the auction center, looked around at everyone present, and finally looked at the beautiful host with a smile. From now on, this auction will be hosted by me, you should have no objection bar. The beautiful host quickly shook her head in horror. She didn't dare to have an opinion. That's good. Then the auction continues. Auction a slave, the world's noble Tianlong. Well, let me think about it. How much is a Tianlonggren worth? Garbage doesn't seem to be worth much. Yunya threw Tianlonggren on the ground and stepped on it, as if thinking. Saint Roswald, who was standing at the foot of Yunyi, kept struggling, hissing and roaring. The world government will not let you go. The 5 old stars will not let you go. When had he ever been treated like this? This is treating him as a slave? This is slapping the face of the world government? Shut up. Yunya exerted force on his feet, causing Saint Roswald to vomit blood. After there was no croaking noise in his ears, Yunya clapped his palms, looked at everyone and said with a smile, then, the starting price is 10 quid. Good luck. At this time, all the people who were still awake were stunned when they heard Yunya's words. Auctioning Tianlong people? And only 10 Baileys? This is an insult to the Tianlong people. No, just saying that the act of auctioning the Tianlonggren is already an insult to the Tianlonggren? Quincy is too courageous. Actually auctioning the Tianlong people as slaves? This. Almost no one in the field dared to make an offer to auction the Tianlonggren. Only you Quincy dared to think about it. They didn't dare to do it. If it is discovered, it is appointed that there will be no good fruit for them. But it's not without good things. Bold, a cynical pirate captain raised his hand with a wicked smile. Auctioning the nobles of the world, it's really interesting. I'll give you 20 Baileys. Oh, 20 Baileys? All right, someone bid. Is there anyone else bidding? Yunya glanced at the pirate captain, then looked around, and started working as a host. With the first one in his early years, some people started to make quotations later, but almost all the quotations were lawless pirates. None of those nobles dared to speak. But this is normal, they are not like lawless pirates, their roots are still there. If they dare to speak, they will definitely be liquidated and retaliated by the world government. They can only watch. He didn't even have the idea of bidding to buy Tianlong people to claim credit. They knew that just auctioning off the Tianlonggren, even if it was to save the Tianlonggren, would be liquidated afterwards. Therefore, it is best not to export at this time. The auction is still going on. I'll pay 30. The Tianlong people are worth the price. Fart, I'm paying 40. Auctioning Tianlonggren? This is the first time I've heard of it. 100. 1,000. 10,000. Soon, the price broke through 1,000,000 Baileys. The atmosphere is several times higher than before. Looking at this scene, even a person like Drago who has seen the world couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Quincy. Kurla on the side covered her mouth with disbelief on her face. That's a celestial dragon. She used to be a slave of the Tianlong people. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Tianlong people are the biggest shadow in her heart, the kind that can't get rid of. However, looking at the scene in front of her at this time, she had a feeling that the Tianlong people seemed to be nothing more than this. Quincy, how dare you? An Xiao over there slowed down, and came here on moon steps. His face was extremely angry, and his murderous intent was overflowing from his body. But he was a little scrupulous at this time, and he didn't dare to make a move. Saint Roswald was still stepping on Yunya's feet. If Tianlonggren is allowed to die here, even if he is the commander-in-chief of CP0, his end will not be so good. Yunya clasped his ears, and said disdainfully, don't dare, didn't you see it? If you want to get your master back, then come to the auction together. If it is taken away by others, I can't guarantee the safety of this trash. You. And Xiao was so angry that he almost lost his breath, but he didn't lose his mind, but secretly used some kind of hand gesture to notify the surrounding people. Let them quickly notify the world government of the situation here. Don't pay attention to this idiot. The auction continues. Yunya looked at everyone present, laughed, and planned to continue the auction. However, because of the emergence of CP0, people in the field have stopped raising prices. Yunya cut it. These people are really timid. If no one raises the price, this slave will belong to this pirate captain. 1,200,000 Baileys once, 1,200,000 Baileys twice. Seeing that no one spoke, Yunya smiled and watched the pirate captain who made the last offer, 1.2 million Bailey 3 times. Congratulations to this pirate captain, this Tianlongren slave is yours. As long as you pay the money later, I will give this slave to you. Hearing this, the hapless captain's face turned green. He just wanted to quote a price to refresh himself, but he didn't really want to take pictures of Tianlongren. Seeing An Xiao looking at him with killing intent on his face, the captain was so frightened that he almost lost his soul, and waved his hands repeatedly saying that it was not like this. Yunya ignored this, and still acted as the host of the auction. When he came to an unrevealed item, he smashed the dome with a punch, and there was a devil fruit inside. With non-stop movements, the domes of all the remaining items were smashed, revealing the contents inside. Yunya still stomped Tianlongren under his feet. He looked at everyone and showed a warm smile. Let's continue. The starting price for all the items here is 10 bellies. Then, the auction begins? Bid. Everyone. Those who are still here at this time are almost confident in their own strength. The timid ones have already run away and disappeared, and there are also those who have fallen into a coma. Listening to Yunya's words, everyone who was still present and not unconscious looked at each other in blank dismay, but no one spoke. If no one makes an offer, I'll take the item away. Yunya glanced around and said lightly. There was a moment of silence in the venue, but someone spoke the next moment. It was the captain of a pirate group with a bounty of more than 300 million. He looked at Yunya and asked, Master Quincy, after we bid for these things, do they really belong to us? These things are in my hands now, what do you think? Yunya glanced at the captain and said with a grin. With Yunya's affirmation, the pirate captain also showed a smile. Okay, since Master Quincy has said so, then, I will bid 10 million Baileys to buy the Momo fruit from Master. Yunya snapped his fingers and said, someone has bid, Momo fruit, 10 million Baileys once, 10 million Baileys twice. My lord, I offer 50 million Baileys. 100 million Baileys. In the arena, after the guarantee from Renzozo and Yunya, someone made an offer again. Master Quincy, I will pay 100 million Baileys to buy pure gold. Pure gold, 100 million Baileys, is there anyone to increase the price? Yunya looked at the bidder, then turned his head to look in one direction and smiled. The cotters of the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates? Come, are you here to play? The people in the meeting place fainted, fled, and fled, less than 10% remained. When Yunya shot around, he had already spotted the cotters of the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Hearing Yunya's words, everyone present looked in one direction. Whitebeard pirates. Big Mom pirates? Are they coming too? Hiss. Are they also here for a certain auction? The venue was a little messy again, and even the quotations stopped. Hearing Yunya's words, the members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates all looked serious. They didn't spread their knowledge before, and their aura was well hidden, and they didn't find each other. At this time, after hearing Yunya's words, they also knew that there were people from the other 4 emperors coming. Katakuri took a step forward, looked at Yunya and said indifferently, long time no see, Quincy, every time I meet you, unexpected troubles happen. It's Katakuri? Is Charlotte Lingling still alive? Oh, that's right, she seemed to have consumed a lot of life when I fought with me last time. Are you here for pure gold? Yunya looked at Katakuri and sneered, now the auction price of pure gold is 100 million Baileys. If you want, you can bid. Of course, you can also try to see if you can snatch it from me. There was a dangerous look in Katakuri's eyes, but he didn't act rashly, but looked at Yunya and said lightly, I will offer 500 million Baileys. I think with your reputation as a Quincy master, you shouldn't be too mean for your words, right? At this time, Katakuri ignored that this thing originally belonged to the Golden Emperor Tizero. Since the thing is in the hands of Quincy, it now belongs to Quincy. Tetsalo can only be blamed for being unlucky. Offended the Quincy master? Are the guys from the Big Mom pirates also here for pure gold? This is troublesome now. On the side of the Whitebeard cotter, Sachi looked in the direction of Katakuri and his group, frowning. This situation is still being auctioned. Quincy is really incomprehensible. Marco said in a deep voice. Jaws looked at Marco, do you want to ask for a price? Look first. Marco replied. What they didn't notice was that Tikai, who was on the side, was staring at the position of one of the auction items at this time, and his breathing became heavy. That's right. That must be the dark fruit. I have been waiting for more than 10 years, and I finally got it. Tikai roared in his heart, his eyes turned red. General Star Katakuri. As expected, he is a cotter of the Big Mom pirates. Everyone gasped when they saw Katakuri speaking. Also, could it be the Whitebeard captains over there? Captain of the first team, Phoenix Marco. Diamond Josie. Sage. Black Fat Man? Huh? Who is that black fat man? There are other crew members. Someone also noticed the lineup on Whitebeard's side, gasping for breath, shocked and shocked. It's natural. After Yunyi answered Katakuri's words, he turned to look in the direction of the Whitebeard cutters. After seeing one of the fat black men, he raised his eyebrows. Blackbeard. Then Yunyi was keenly aware of the expression on Tikai's face, seeing him staring in one direction all the time. He looked over from the corner of his eye, and there was a dark purple devil fruit. Blackbeard has been looking at this devil fruit? Could it be? As if thinking of something, the smile on the corner of Yunyi's mouth became more obvious. Whitebeard cotters, don't you ask for a price? You should also come here for the pure gold that can restore injuries and increase lifespan, right? So what? Marco said lightly. Since that's the case, 500 million Baileys once. Yunya glanced at Marco and didn't pay much attention to it, and then made an offer. Such a big thing happened at the auction, so naturally it couldn't be hidden. The news spread like wildfire, through phone bugs and word of mouth. It has spread throughout the entire Gulen Tizalo. Tetsalo was the first to know. When he knew that the Quincy appeared and auctioned the Tianlonggren at his auction, he was so frightened that his soul almost flew away. How did it happen? I didn't pay attention to the auction for a while. Why did such an important thing happen? And, when did the Quincy come here? He has no news at all. But at this time, he couldn't take care of so much, and rushed to the location of the auction. It's really nice to have a leisure time. I hope nothing major will happen later. Alas, the current salary is really hard to get. In a sunbathing place, a middle-aged wretched man wearing sunglasses was lying leisurely. Sitting on the chair, he looked relaxed and comfortable. But the next moment he felt a little uncomfortable. He heard a very important thing from the mouth of a passing person. The Quincy appeared and auctioned off the Tianlonggren. This person has question marks all over his face. Could it be that he heard it wrong? Turned over and pretended not to hear. However, it didn't take long before the phone bug in his arms rang boo boo boo. The man scratched his hair, sat up helplessly, and connected the phone bug. Hey, this is the yellow ape. That's right, this person is none other than a certain general who is on vacation, the yellow ape. Huang Yuan, where are you now? Came the serious voice of Zhang Guo from the phone bug. Huang Yuan laughed. Well, Marshal of the Warring States period, I'm on vacation. Don't give me a sloppy eye. I know you are in the New World now, and the situation is urgent. You should hurry to Gulen Tizalo. The serious voice of Warring States came next. Gulen Tizalo? I'm not close to that. Even at my speed, it will take a day or two. Huang Yuan blinked and said nonsense. At this time, Zhang Guo, who was in the marshal's office, turned dark and scolded angrily. You kids still want to lie to me? Your adjutant has already told me your whereabouts. Your destination this time should be Gulen Tizalo, right? Even if you haven't arrived at this time, it's not far away. Seeing that his lie was exposed, Huang Yuan's face turned black, and he scolded his adjutant bloody in his heart, but facing Zhang Guo's scolding, he could only sigh helplessly. Okay, Zhang Guo Marshal, I'm going right now. Can you tell me what happened first? Warring States briefly explained the matter. After Huang Yuan heard the specific situation, the corners of his mouth also twitched. Quincy, is really a lunatic? Unlucky. Hanging up the phone, Huang Yuan cursed unlucky, and a good vacation was ruined again. This is the first time? Truly helpless, he could only turn into golden light and head towards the auction. Bucky was originally sitting in a luxurious room, when a younger brother suddenly ran in and informed him of the situation at the auction. Me, Quincy Master. Bucky was so frightened when he heard the younger brother's report. He jumped up, flew to the younger brother's body, grabbed his collar, and spit all over the place. What did you say? The Quincy is here? Are you still auctioning off the celestial dragons? And hijacked all our auction items? This guy, how dare he? Undoubtedly, this news came as a bolt from the blue, and Bucky was greatly shocked. What kind of ruthless person would do such a crazy thing? This little guy was sprayed with saliva, but he didn't get angry. He wiped his face, as if he heard the anger in Bucky's words. This little guy looked at Bucky with admiration, and said excitedly, Lord Bucky, are you going to attack Quincy? That's right, Quincy is too arrogant to attack our allies. Lord Bucky, you must rub Quincy's prestige. This little brother was very excited. Lord Bucky rarely made a move. Since he joined Bucky's forces, he has never seen Bucky make a move. But no one doubted Bucky's strength. This legendary man shocked everyone in the world the first time he made a move. Even Barrett, the descendant of the devil, is no match for him. Could it be that Lord Bucky is going to attack the Quincy this time? Hand a fart? Bucky scolded in his heart. He still doesn't know how much he weighs. Shoot against the monster called Quench Master? Is he tired of living? But out of face, he used his fruit ability to spread his clothes, opened his big hand, showing domineering, and snorted coldly. Quincy-er? Don't worry about him. I'm not targeting him, but I've taken a fancy to Whitebeard. It's just a Quincy. Let's leave it to Tizalo to deal with it himself. If even Quincy can't solve it, then Tizalo doesn't deserve to be called our ally. Anyway, it's just about talking harshly. It's impossible to fight. Let's find a way to sneak away first. But Bucky's words were heard by his little brother outside the room. At this time, those younger brothers rushed in like chicken blood. The excitement on their faces was beyond words. Sure enough, it's right to follow Mr. Bucky. Are you not even paying attention to the Quincy Master? The goal is Whitebeard? What a lofty goal. Sure enough, only the world's strongest is your goal, Mr. Bucky. As expected of the crew on Roger's ship, is this going to inherit Roger's will? Become the new One Piece? The little brothers said one sentence, with a high tone. Why are you all here? Bucky the clown was dumbfounded. When did these guys get outside the room? Moreover, they heard my words? This is how to do? But the clown Bucky still insisted. He maintained a domineering style, but coughed lightly with guilt. Ahem, keep a low profile. Yes, Captain Bucky. All the younger brothers shouted in unison, looking longingly at Bucky. Bucky, hurry up, Tizalo has already arrived at the auction venue. Looking at the messy venue and Yunya standing in the middle of the auction table, Tezuolo's face darkened. He interrupted Yunya's bid, and asked, Quincyr, you bastard, you know what you're doing. Oh, the owner of the venue has finally arrived. After Yunya was interrupted, he was not annoyed, but looked at Tizalo with a smile. But with a smile, Yunya raised his hand without warning, and there was a thunderbolt. Zuhong went over. Then, it's time to settle the score with you. Tizalo's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Quincy would not let him say a second sentence, so he directly struck. Knowing the caller sensed the danger, he opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the gold on the ground surged like a liquid, forming a shield in front of him. With a sound of boom, the golden shield was shattered directly by the thunder pillar. Under the impact of energy, Tizalo stepped back a few steps in succession, and finally half-kneeled on the ground, spurting blood from his mouth with a sound of wow. Tezuolo raised his head and looked at Yunya in disbelief. He couldn't even block the opponent's blow? Hiss. Seeing this scene, the people in the field gasped again. Too overbearing, Quincy? If there is a disagreement, do it? Yunya didn't even look at Tizalo, and wanted to make an offer, but his knowledgeable attitude suddenly sensed the danger. There were 2 attacks that took advantage of the gap in his attack and attacked him. Yunya dodged and landed in another place. There were 2 explosions behind him, and the flames and smoke blurred everyone's vision. Yunya narrowed his eyes and looked over. The smoke and dust dissipated, and 2 figures landed on the spot where Yunya was standing just now. It's the yellow ape and the dark owl. Heh, did even the admiral appear in the new world? It seems that the guards of the Tianlong people are really strong this time. General Yunya looked at the 2 people in front of him after he got a few lots from the auction. Said mockingly, oh, can you please catch me without a fight so that I can go back to work? Huang Yuan patted the dust on his body, looked at Yunya and said, these words seem familiar, Huang Yuan. Yunya cast a glance at Huang Yuan and sneered. When he saw Huang Yuan for the first time, he also said similar words. It's the old way to speak now. It can only be said that the yellow ape has not changed at all. It is still the same yellow ape. Damn it, you actually killed Saint Roswald. Over there, and Xiao, who was squatting down to help Saint Roswald, suddenly uttered angrily, and looked up at Yunya with murderous intent in his eyes. If it wasn't for your surprise attack, he probably wouldn't have died. Yunya said indifferently. Anyway, it wasn't the first time. When he was dodging the attack just now, Yunya left in a blink of an eye, and the impact from his feet was very strong. Naturally, the Tianlonggren who was stepped on by him had his chest collapsed at this time, and he was completely out of breath. It can only be said that this was an accident. Huang Yuan's face also changed. This is the second time? The 2 times he met with the Quincy, he killed a Tianlonggren. This is really a sinful fate. People from all sides in the field appeared on the stage, and the situation seemed to be paused. The situation is too chaotic. The forces of the 4 emperors, the Quincy division, the Navy, CP0, pirates, the Golden Emperor. Such a chaotic situation made everyone dare not act rashly. It's like igniting gunpowder at the first touch, and it will definitely explode. But at this moment, almost everyone's eyes are on Yunya. The Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates took a fancy to the pure gold in his hand, and Navy CP0 is trying to kill him. Tikai wanted to snatch the dark fruit from Yunya's hand. The pirates who haven't left all around probably want to fish in troubled waters. Tezuolo wished Yunya could die here quickly at this time. It was because of Yunya that the current situation was caused. As for the Revolutionary Army, there was no need to think about it, and they would not stand with him. They were regarded as outsiders. Looking at the eyes of everyone around, Yunya felt like a big boss in an online game, and everyone was targeting him. Hey, this is really, the matter is a little big, it's not easy to end. Yunya suddenly felt that he was not very sure. If everyone rushes forward, even if I use my full combat power, I probably won't be able to please. But Yunya wasn't too scared. After all, it was impossible for them to deal with him together. Not to mention the man with the white beard, he came for pure gold with a clear purpose. As long as he gave up the pure gold, the man with the white beard should not attack him. As for the Big Mom pirates, it's hard to say. The enmity between the 2 sides is there. If there is a chance to kill him, he believes that they will never be soft. However, the goal of the Big Mom pirates is also pure gold, and they may snatch the pure gold from the white beard. Therefore, my enemies are roughly the yellow ape, the dark owl, Tizalo. The appearance of Huang Yuan was unexpected by Yunya. Isn't this guy on vacation? Did it just happen to be on vacation here at Gulen Tetsalo? Is there such a coincidence? Therefore, there is a high probability that the yellow ape should be sent to protect the Tianlong people. This is the only explanation? It's just that even if Yunya guessed, he would never be able to guess that the old boy Huang Yuan did come here for vacation. The calm on the field did not last long. Do it, we must leave the Quincy here today. and Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his right leg was raised high, like a bow and arrow, sweeping out a terrifying wind blade. Lanjiao Xiaoying. Ian's feet were like a falcon spreading its wings, tearing through the air and rushing towards Yunya. Bakakaing Guyu. Huang Yuan was helpless, but there was no other way. It was impossible not to fight this battle. Yunya snorted coldly in his heart, raised his hand to block in front of him, and the other hand exploded with thunder, bombarding it. Boom! There was a roar and explosion in the field, like the fuse that started the war, and the battle was about to start. Save the Little Mermaid girl on the stage first, and then think about other things. Marco moved and turned into a phoenix to rush out. His target was not Yunya, but the stunned mermaid on the stage. The rest of the people also took action, following after Marco. Tikai's goal is not some mermaid, his goal is always only one, and that is the dark fruit. But at this time, he didn't make too much publicity. He just slowed down a few captains, waiting for the opportunity to move. Do it, snatch the pure gold from Quincy's hand. Katakuri didn't know when a trident appeared in his hand, and it was also a point under his feet, and he rushed out. The other three also took action and rushed towards the stage. Tizalo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his position was on the side of the Navy and CP0. The fruit awakened and turned into a golden fist and smashed down towards Yunyi. Cut. Sensing the attack and the people rushing towards him, Yunya cut. A light flashed behind him, he spread his 5 fingers, and the shockwave of thunder flames hit Katakuri. The other hand clenched a fist and blasted out a terrifying column of air, smashing Tizalo's fist into pieces, and the force remained unabated, directly blowing Tizalo away with one punch. Tizalo vomited blood again and flew backwards, smashing the building behind him to pieces. Katakuri's trident stabbed out, and a roar erupted, shattering Yunya's attack, but his own momentum also stopped. Trouble. Yunya snorted coldly, and threw the pure gold in his hand into the sky. The pure gold flew high, attracting the attention of several people present. Forget about the Quincy, let's talk about it after you get the pure gold. Katakuri was the first to rush out because he could predict the future. I won't let you succeed. Marco also seemed to have the ability to predict the future, and he jumped out at the same time as Katakuri. Boom! The two captains of the 4 emperors collided directly in the next moment. The bird's claw and the trident collided with each other, bursting with energy, and violent waves swept across. Would the man with the white beard want to come over and intervene too? Under the stalemate, Katakuri shot Marco with cold eyes. Let's do it according to our ability. Marco said lightly, straightening his right leg with strength. He can fly after all, borrowing strength from the air. With one blow, he forced Katakuri back and fell from the sky. Don't even think about it. Seeing this, Smoothie raised his sword and slashed at Marco's back. When the crisis hit, Marco didn't care about snatching the pure gold, so he dodged in a flash. Pure gold fell from the sky. The mermaid had already been sent away by the other crew members. With no worries, Jose and Seiki rushed out at the same time. Over there, Smoothie and the Cracker also rushed out. Katakuri stood up from the pothole and met Marco again. Perospero faced Tiki. While fighting with Perospero, Tikai kept his eyes locked on Yunya. Dark fruit, if you miss it, you don't know how long you will have to wait. Even if you need to get rid of the Whitebeard pirates, this time, the dark fruit must also be snatched. On the other side, Yunya also faced Huang Yuan and An Xiao. The roar of battle continued. The dark owl at this time should be his real body. When killing An Xiao before, Yunya had already guessed that An Xiao should be just a clone, and this time is his real body? The strength displayed has the combat power of a general level. It is very difficult for Yunya to join forces with 2 general level combat powers, 1 against 2. The instant coaxing thunder god battle form has been displayed, and the Taiga Guyo is outlined behind Yunya, and the violent thunder rages across the audience. Every punch of Yunyi carried terrifying power, shaking the entire golden ship. Shi Xiang. Yunya blasted a terrifying shockwave with his fist, the air condensed like substance, and the yellow ape was sent flying far away. Knowledge Color caught An Xiao's attack, and dodged it in a flash. At the same time, thunder surged in his hand, condensed into a spear, and was thrown out by Yunya. Iron block. An Xiao tensed his muscles, and his armed body covered his body, intending to resist Yunya's blow. The spear of thunder and lightning hit An Xiao, and there was a bang sound. The thunder and lightning shattered, and An Xiao's whole body was directly blasted away by this blow. Hey, you don't think you can defeat the 2 of us alone, do you? Quincy. Over there, Huang Yuan attacked again, and a lightsaber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Yunya. I don't think so. Yunya turned around and punched out. The punch vibrated the air, forcing the air into a column and hitting the front. However, the hasty blow was no match for Huang Yuan at all. After resisting for a while, he was directly sent flying. The body smashed into the golden deck, smashing a huge hole in the ground, but it didn't break through. This kind of impact is not painful at all for the current physical strength. After patting the dust on his body, Yunya walked out of the pothole. It seems that you held back last time, Huang Ape. Yunyi's strength has increased a lot compared to before, but he still dare not underestimate Huang Yuan's attack. The attack strength of the yellow ape is much stronger than when it was first seen. Sure enough, at that time, the yellow apes were mostly fishing, not serious at all. Oh, no, I just became stronger again during this period of time. Huang Yuan shrugged and said, Who are you lying to? Yunya didn't believe Huang Yuan's nonsense. This guy probably hasn't used his full strength yet. You said the yellow ape won't wake up? Yunya absolutely doesn't believe this. In other words, the current Huang Yuan definitely still has a whole card that he hasn't played yet. I really can't hold you with only one hand. Yunya tossed the momo fruit and the dark fruit like a basketball with his left hand, and touched his chin with his right hand and said, however, these two devil fruits are also very precious. It's kind of a waste to destroy it. Yunya shouted to the surroundings, who do you want these two fruits? If you can help me block one of these two people, I will give you these two devil fruits. The people around who hadn't left all heard Yunya's words, but they didn't dare to answer the words at this time. One of them blocking the two of them is easy to say. Hey, the black fat man with the white beard, you have been staring at this devil fruit since just now, you must be interested in this devil fruit. Yunya suddenly looked at Tikai who was fighting with Perospero, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face, your eyes can't hide it from me. Yunyi's words instantly attracted everyone's attention to Tikai. Who is this black fat man? Is he the captain of a certain team? I don't remember, it shouldn't be a famous character. The people around looked at Tikai and started talking. Thief ha ha ha, Master Quencher, I can't stop one of them. Tika pretended to be pushed back by Perospero, barely stabilized his figure, and looked at Yoon while panting. Knight. Quincyr, do you want to divert trouble? Brother Tikai is strong, but they are no match for those two. Jaws punched back the cracker, and dodged in front of Tikai. He looked at Yunya coldly. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting? How can a man with such eyes be a weak person? Yunya laughed, with a look of disdain on his face. It seems that you are hiding very deeply, even the Whitebeard didn't find you as this careerist. Thief ha ha ha, Master Quincy, you read it wrong. I'm just an ordinary crew member of the Whitebeard pirates. Tikai still had a simple and honest look on his face, but he was terrified in his heart. Can he see through his disguise? Like the Red Earl? What exactly is this ability? Do you have a special sense of domineering? Tikai murmured to himself, with no expression on his face. Marco grabbed the pure gold with one claw, and resisted Katakuri's attack with his animal physique. With the help of this impact, his figure flashed, and he also fell into the field. Looking at Yunya coldly he yelled, nonsense? Quincy, do you want to bring disaster to the east? Be careful of getting caught in the fire. Seiki also got rid of his opponent and came this way. On the side of the Big Mom pirates, they stared at the pure gold in Marco's hand. Hey, don't you believe me? Then try it. Yunya suddenly showed a ferocious smile, and he disappeared in place in a flash, and rushed towards the man with the white beard. Quincyr, you still dare to offend our Whitebeard pirates? Ching Yunyan. Marco stopped in front of Yunya, raised his right leg, and stepped towards Yunya, surrounded by blue flames. Yunya twisted in midair, avoiding Marco's blow, turned around, and hit the ground with a heavy punch. Boom! This punch directly shattered the entire floor made of gold, scattering smoke and dust. Then the smoke blocked everyone's sight. Yunya sneered, and rushed towards Shi. Sax, be careful. Marco's sense of knowledge has reached its peak, and he can predict the future, so he quickly reminded him. But at this time it is already slow. Yunya broke through the smoke and dust, and came to Shi's body. His eyes widened, the Overlord's collar pressed down, and his fists were also wrapped around the Overlord's collar, punching one after another. Although Seiki is also the captain of Whitebeard's fourth team, his strength is naturally good, but he only resisted for a moment in the face of the erupting Yunyi. The next moment, Yunyi punched him in the abdomen, and the violent thunder and lightning instantly invaded Seiki's body. He spat out a big mouthful of blood, and his body fell limply to the ground. Quincy, you deserve to die. Kiyoshi roared, and rushed over like a bull. Half of his body turned into a hard diamond, and rushed towards Yunyi. 6 sticks of light prison. With Yunyi's finger pointing, 6 beams of light bit Jaws' waist, but they were broken apart by terrifying force in just a moment. In just a short moment, Yunya had already reacted, but he did not choose to avoid it, but pretended to be hit by Jaws. Yunya let go of the dark fruit in his hand, and his body was directly knocked out. Because it was deliberate, Yunya had already used the gap to block in front of him, but he didn't actually suffer any injuries. Marco wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Katakuri again. Don't worry about other things, grab the pure gold first. Katakuri pierced through with a halberd, forcing Marco not to pass. The rest of the generals also rushed over, besieging and killing Marco. Although Marco is powerful, he has not reached the level of his father after all, and was beaten back by 3 generals. Jaws wanted to go over to help, but a thunder and lightning shock wave blasted towards him from the ruins. His expression froze, his hands crossed to protect his chest, but he was still blasted out and crashed into a corner of the stand. The more enemies you provoke, the faster you will die. Over there, and Xiao attacked with killing intent, swung his right leg, and stabbed at Yunya from different directions with his hazy feet like electric drills. Out. You really deserve the name of a lunatic. What is the meaning of your actions? Huang Yuan jogged several lasers and struck from behind. The two attacked one after the other, and surrounded Yunya. Naturally, it's for something interesting. Yunya laughed loudly, swiping down with one hand to perform Duan Kong. A black and red light flashed between the other hand, and the next moment a beam of energy burst out. False flash. Boom boom boom. Duan Kong blocked in Xiao's attack, and Su Shan annihilated all of Huang Yuan's attacks, and charged towards Huang Yuan in turn. Huang Yuan sensed the power of this attack, his face changed, and his figure turned into light spots and dissipated to avoid it. With a sound of chi, the energy beam passed by, and the terrifying and destructive force melted everything, and continued to impact towards the distant sea. Yunyi caught the movement of the yellow ape, disappeared in a flash, reappeared and came to the top of the yellow ape's head which had recovered its human form, and punched it down again. Surrounded by thunder and lightning, entwined with arrogance, the terrifying blow came down with a turbulent aura. Zixiang. Not good. Huang Yuan knew that Quincy possessed extreme speed, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Even the fastest man like him couldn't react. Ten-fist sword. In a hurry, the light in Huang Yuan's hand burst into light, and a lightsaber tens of meters long stretched out, piercing Yunya. Boom! The two attacks collided together, the thunder and lightning jumped and exploded, the light was dazzling, and the violent energy centered on the two of them, and rushed towards the surroundings. The two stalemate briefly. Huang Yuan, don't let him run away. Over there, and Xiao turned into two, one on the left and one on the right, approaching Yunya. Seeing this, Yunya let go of his strength, and let the yellow ape lightsaber stab straight into the sky. The 6 sticks of light fixed one of the dark owls firmly, and at the same time turned around, and punched down to collide with the other dark owl. With a boom, this time, Yunya was directly knocked out, and with a muffled grunt, blood spewed out of his mouth, and his body smashed through several walls one after another. Hey, you can't run away now. Huang Yuan held a huge lightsaber and slashed at Yunya from a distance? That's not likely. Among the ruins, 5 thunder dragons roared and rose, broke through 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and greeted the lightsaber with their teeth and claws. Boom! A dazzling light shone in midair, like a sun emerging. Energy and energy collided and annihilated each other, and the terrifying impact smashed the clouds in the sky. Bakakaing Guyu. Huang Yuan crossed his hands, shooting light bullets towards Yunyi like raindrops. The filthy waves, the crazy boat, boiling, numb, flickering, sleepless, the Princess of Steel is also embroidered. Yunya swayed from side to side, avoiding the attacks of light bullets, and chanted in his mouth. Broken Way, 90 Black Coffin. After the last word fell, Yunya flashed to the top of Huang Yuan's head with a cold smile on his mouth. With a sound of buzz, black matter emerged out of thin air, stacked like building blocks, and trapped the yellow ape inside. Darkness? Are you my nemesis? It's really scary. The corner of Huang Yuan's mouth twitched, but his face was full of dignity, and his knowledge danced wildly, making him realize the horror of this blow. However, it's too slow. Huang Yuan turned into a golden light, trying to break through. The black coffin is certainly powerful, but only after it is fully formed can it possess extremely strong destructive power. Huang Yuan is confident that with his own speed, it is impossible to wait until this thing takes shape. Have you ever been trapped by light? Yunya suddenly laughed. 6-stick light prison. 6 beams of light appeared out of thin air, locking the yellow ape who was about to elementalize and avoid it. Huang Yuan was surprised to find that his elementalization had actually failed at this time. He had seen Yunyi use this trick before, but he never expected that it could lock people from the natural department, preventing him from elementalizing. Shi Xiang. Not only that, Yunya blasted a column of air from across the air, smashing the yellow ape down, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. This move can hurt even the old lady Charlotte Lingling's body. Try it, Huang Yuan, don't die. Yunya grinned. As soon as Yunya's voice fell, the next moment, the huge black coffin was completely formed. Faintly, an ominous atmosphere enveloped the audience, as if it could capture people's souls. Everyone involuntarily stopped and looked over. In the black coffin, Huang Yuan felt the most deeply. A turbulent flow of gravity around him squeezed towards him, as if to tear him apart. What's more, black sharp blades stabbed out from the coffin wall, targeting him, as if they wanted to cut him into pieces. Oh, this is terrible. If you hide your clumsiness again, you may lose your life. Huang Yuan took a deep breath, a solemn look flashed across his face, he opened his hands, and a ray of light was like a sharp knife. It radiates from the body. Some even broke through the blockade of the black coffin and stabbed out to the outside world. Endless light field. Huang Yuan whispered, and the black coffin was like a sun rising, and the endless light was like a sharp knife, piercing the black coffin. The light is centered on the yellow ape, like a circle, assimilating all substances. The black coffin was propped up and inflated. The two attacks of different attributes collided with each other, and as the conflict continued to escalate, the terrifying aftermath also swept away. Buzz buzz. Attacks of different attributes collide with each other, and may explode directly, or annihilate each other. The unexpected explosion did not appear, but after the conflict, the light and the dark annihilated each other. It's just 1,000 kilometers around, it seems to be pierced and distorted by something, revealing a messy place. The yellow ape stood in the very center, gasping for breath, his clothes were torn, bloodstains were flowing, he looked extremely embarrassed. Cut, can't you completely block it? It's really a terrifying attack. Huang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Yunya with lingering fear on his face. The light and darkness are opposed, and the yellow ape in the middle is naturally the most affected. Even if he awakens, he still cannot completely resist the power of the black coffin. Using big moves one after another, Yunya was also exhausted at this time, and he gasped slightly. He wasn't very surprised. Although the power of the black coffin is powerful, it can't kill a general level combat power in one blow. It is already very good to be able to injure the yellow ape. These top powerhouses in the sea are not so easy to kill. And Xiao also came to his senses this time, and he was relieved to see that Huang Yuan was fine. He knew that it was almost a dream to kill Quincy alone by himself, and only by uniting with Huang Yuan could it be possible to keep Quincy here. 2 against 1, it consumes energy and kills Quincy. However, at this moment, something happened suddenly. Everyone's knowledge sensed the disappearance of a voice at this moment. Almost everyone looked in that direction. Over there, Tiki pierced Sage's chest with his right hand, and held the dark purple demon fruit in his left hand. At this time, Tiki's face was no longer simple and honest, but a ferocious, excited, and crazy expression. Time went back to a minute ago. Sage struggled to get up, clutching his chest, with blood spilling from his mouth. Yunya didn't hold back much from the attack just now. At this time, he was not seriously injured, but it was not lightly injured. His body became stiff due to the high-intensity electric shock, and it was very difficult to move. Damn it. Seiki's face was extremely gloomy. Looking at the few companions who were in a hard fight, he felt very self-blaming for his own weakness. If it wasn't for themselves, then they wouldn't have become like this. Over there, Marco dealt with 2 generals by himself. Although it was not a disadvantage from the scene, Marco would definitely lose after a long time. Although Marco's strength is good, he is also at the top among the ship's officers. But after all, they haven't reached the top level of the 4 emperors. If they want to deal with the top cotters of the 2 emperors, they still have more than enough energy. Jaws also faced the cracker. The 2 sides fought fiercely and reached a stalemate. If I can be stronger. Seiki took a deep breath, looked at the dark purple devil fruit next to him, and made a decision in his heart. I am not a devil fruit capable user at this time. If I can eat the devil fruit, maybe there is still a possibility of a battle. Seiki picked up the devil fruit next to him, and looked at Yunya who was fighting against Yellow Ape and Dark Owl, with a look of hatred flashing across his face. If it wasn't for Quincy's sudden attack to injure him, their situation wouldn't be so dangerous. At this time, Tikai came to the back of Sachi, looked at the devil fruit in Sachi's hand, and an inexplicable look flashed across his face. Captain Sachi, are you okay? Seiki kept vigilant all around, and naturally noticed Tikai's arrival, but he trusted his companion very much, and without turning his head, he said, I'm fine, but it's brother Tikai, are you injured? It's okay. Tikai replied as he approached slowly, his eyes still not moving away from the dark fruit. On the battlefield, the black coffin was blown up by the endless light at this moment. The golden light pierced the black coffin like a sharp blade, the 2 energies collided, and the terrifying energy swept across. Brother Sachi, I've decided. I want to eat this devil fruit. Although I don't know what it is, it's good to enhance my strength a little bit. I don't want to be a burden to Marco and the others. Sachi said deeply. Taking a breath, he looked at the Quincy who had injured the yellow monkey with a single blow, and said firmly. Quincy's strength is too strong. He even saw the shadow of his father in Quincy's body. He knew that even if he ate the devil fruit, he probably couldn't be the opponent of the Quincy. But what he wants is not to seek revenge from the Quincy, but to see if he can increase his combat power so that he can help Marco and the others. At least one general must be held back, and Marco and the others cannot be faced alone. Their goal this time is pure gold. Pure gold is the treasure that can restore the old man's youth. This battle must not be lost. After Dad recovers from his injuries, he will trouble the Quincy again. Captain Sachi, do you want to eat this devil fruit? After hearing Sachi's words, Tikai narrowed his eyes, and at this time he had come not far behind Sachi, showing a dangerous light. The next moment, Tikai didn't hesitate at all, and started directly. Before Shi could react, Tichi's right hand made a poof and directly pierced Shi's chest. Tiki, brother Tiki, you. Sach stared blankly back at Tiki, his face still full of confusion, as if he didn't know what happened. Then the next moment, a heart-pounding pain invaded his whole body from his chest, causing his consciousness to fall into a trance. He never thought that this subordinate who had called him brothers and sisters for more than 10 years would actually attack him. With a sound of wow, Seiki spit out a big mouthful of blood, and the blood stained his clothes red. Thief, ha ha ha, this is the devil fruit that I have been looking for more than 10 years? How could you be one step ahead? Tikai's face showed an extremely ferocious expression, and he took the devil fruit from Seiki's hand. He grinned grimly and said, I'm so sorry, Captain Sachi, I can only ask you to die. You. Sach's face still showed disbelief, but as the vitality died, he wanted to speak, but found that he couldn't speak. His eyes gradually became lax, and his breath was disappearing little by little. It was at this moment that everyone present looked at the past. I saw Tikai piercing through Sachi with his right hand, and holding the dark purple devil fruit in the other hand, with a ferocious smile on his face. Hey, I really did it. Seeing this scene, Yunya also showed an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. The reason why he injured Shi just now and left the dark fruit there is naturally a purpose. The goal of Whitebeard and others is very clear, that is to come for pure gold. Originally, a captain was against a general, and Tikai restrained Perospero, and his combat power was fairly average. But after Sachi was injured, the balance of power between the two sides was broken. At this time, the man with the white beard has already fallen into a disadvantage against the man with the ant. The people on Whitebeard's ship are like brothers, and Sax is one of the captains, so it is naturally impossible to watch his companions be besieged. It is inevitable that you will want to become stronger. And there may only be a few who want to become stronger in a short period of time. The blood-locking explosives suddenly master high-level power, or eat the devil fruit. The addition of devil fruit to the strong is still very big. If you are lucky and get a powerful fruit, it is possible to double your strength. For Sachi, who desperately wants to gain power, eating the devil fruit is the best choice at this time. That's why Yunya intentionally placed the dark fruit under Shi's feet. At the same time, it was also to seduce Blackbeard Tiki. Of course, there is no guarantee that Yunya will be able to act according to his own ideas, he is just gambling. The dark fruit can be said to be the fuse of a certain event in the original book, and it can be said to be a very important devil fruit. Because of his own intervention, this world is already different from the original book, so the subsequent developments are beyond Yunya's expectation. Any variation would be fun. Yunya is also very curious, what will happen in the future? Will there be such things as world restoration power, and the situation is already chaotic, so will the plot develop the same as the original route? Based on this, Yunya wanted to give it a try. Anyway, he didn't need to pay anything. Although the dark fruit is very strong, he doesn't like it. He doesn't have a need for a devil fruit. He still has a devil fruit he snatched from Drought Jack in his hand, right in Nightblade's office. Oh, what kind of development is this? Is the man with Whitebeard fighting among himself? Seeing this scene, Huang Yuan also had a look of surprise on his face. What's the matter? Why is the man with Whitebeard fighting among himself? All the people around who saw this scene also froze in place. What's going on? But the people with the Whitebeards were the most shocked. They watched Sax die at the hands of their own people, and the astonishment on their faces was evident. Because of his loss of consciousness, Katakuri seized the opportunity to hit Marco with a punch that was entwined with the Overlord. Marco flew upside down, blood spurted out of his mouth, and even the pure gold in his hand came out. Was taken by Katakuri. Jaw's side was also blown away by the cracker punch, smashing through several walls. Regardless of his injuries, Marco rushed towards Tiki directly, and asked angrily, Tiki, what are you doing? What are you doing? Thief ha ha ha. Tiki pulled his hand from Seiki's body, wiped the blood on Seiki's clothes, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the dark fruit in one gulp, and then he looked at Marco haha laughing. Naturally, he killed Captain Sachi. Why do you do this? Don't you know that it is not allowed to do anything to your companions on the ship? Marco roared angrily, spread his wings, the blue flame repaired the injury, rushed out in the blink of an eye, slightly bent his right leg, and the blue flame boiled. It formed a huge fireball and kicked Tiki fiercely. Thief ha ha ha, let me try the power of this devil fruit. Tiki didn't explain, but grinned grinningly, with 5 fingers spread out, black mist enveloping his palm, and he pushed it out. Blocked in front of Marco's attack. When Marco's flames came into contact with the black mist, for some reason, all of them were suddenly absorbed into it. What? Marco was shocked. Why did his abilities suddenly disappear? Any devil fruit ability that touches the dark fruit will fail? The strength of Marco's blow was cut by more than half. Captain Marco, you're nothing more than that. Tiki grinned grimly, and grabbed Marco's soul with his right hand. The moment Tiki touched Marco, the boiling flames on Marco's body suddenly dissipated, revealing the body was removed, and the solace of the feet, which were originally like eagle claws, also returned to their original shape, and were firmly grasped by Tiki. The ferocious smile on Tiki's face did not weaken, and he grabbed Marco's right foot with his right hand and moved forward. Then the muscles of his left hand soared, covered with arms, and an elbow bombarded Marco's chest. Not good. Marco didn't know why his ability suddenly disappeared. His right foot was clamped by Tiki, and he couldn't dodge at all. Fortunately, the armed color can still be used, and his hands are crossed in front of his body, covered by the armed color. However, Marco still underestimated Tiki's attack. He vomited blood after being hit by this blow, and his figure flew out involuntarily, smashing everything along the way. This. Everyone who saw this scene gasped. Marco was knocked into the air? Or was it blown out by an unknown person? The pupils of Katakuri and other generals seeing Kizura and Xiao and Draco in the distance all constricted at this time. This guy was able to blow Marco out? They couldn't help looking at Yunya, recalling Yunya's words before. This guy is not weak, but an ambitious man. How did the Quincy know? Can you see through the essence of others at a glance? Is it a certain ability or a special knowledge color? They couldn't help but become more vigilant towards Yunya. It really showed me a good show. What kind of devil fruit did he eat just now? Black mist? Could this be my nemesis? Huang Yuan pouted, showing a terrified expression. Tiki, you actually did such a thing for a devil fruit. Dad won't let you go. Jaws got up, seeing this scene. His eyes were tearing, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at there was murderous intent in Tiki's eyes. In anger, he rushed towards Tiki, almost his whole body turned into diamonds, charging towards Tiki like a bull. Good time. Tiki tested the ability he had just acquired, and the black mist surged under his feet, covering a large area. The black mist under his feet was like an abyss. Every time Jaws took a step, he would feel that he was stepping in a deep mud pit, and his speed became slower. But he still gritted his teeth and rushed towards Tiki. Dark water. Tiki's palm was filled with black mist again, blocking Jaws' impact, and like Marco, after touching Blackbeard's palm, his fruit ability disappeared, and the force of his impact was also blocked. What was absorbed was average. Tiki's fist condensed the armed domineering, and also punched Jaws' chest. With a bang, like Marco, Jose was also directly blown away, with blood gushing from his mouth. Thief, ha ha ha, I will leave the Whitebeard pirates from now on. What's your name? Let's call it Blackbeard. Blackbeard pirates, I'm Blackbeard Tiki? Thief, ha ha ha. Black mist boiled over Tiki, his face kept grinning. He didn't know whether it was excitement or arrogance, feeling the power surging in his body, he laughed loudly. Then he looked at Yunya. Quincy, you are very good, do you have the same special sense of knowledge as the Red Earl? When I met the Red Earl last time, he also said the same thing to you, but those fools didn't believer? Thief, haha. Join my Blackbeard pirates? Let us rule the entire new world together. With your strength and my strength, even the 4 emperors cannot be our opponents. Thieves, ha ha ha. Blackbeard didn't know why it wasn't because he ate the dark fruit, but because he knocked 2 captains away one after another. His self-confidence exploded, and he actually wanted Yunya to join his force? Huh. Yunya scratched his ears, thinking he had heard wrong. Hey, you guy, are you too inflated? Do you think you can be so arrogant after eating a devil fruit? Let Whitebeard come over. Yunya sneered. Is this guy mentally ill? Want to join his pirate group yourself? Did he lose his Blackbeard, or he couldn't lift a knife? Since you're bloated, let me teach you a lesson instead of Whitebeard. Yunya has no reason to be used to idiots. With a flash of his figure, he rushed directly towards Blackbeard Tiki, and the thunder behind him surged, exploded, and erupted with terrifying power. I also want to try it out, you, the Dark World King Quencher? Since you refuse to accept, then I'll beat you to the ground. Blackbeard Tiki was very arrogant at this time, possessing the dark fruit. Any demon those with fruit abilities will not be his opponents. The Quincy is also a devil fruit capable user. Even if the Whitebeard that made him fear before stood in front of him, he still had the courage to fight. In simple terms, he swells. The 2 captains who used to be very strong in his opinion were all courageously knocked away by him. Not Liang Jingru, but Ainanguo, Shi Xiang. Yunya gathered strength in his fist, blasting out a shockwave in the air, and charged towards Blackbeard. Dark water. Highbeard was full of confidence, and wanted to repeat the old trick. Black mist surrounded his palm, and he slapped towards Yunya's attack. But the next moment, Highbeard felt a terrifying impact from his palm. He had no strength to resist, and was blown away by Yunya's punch. Highbeard only felt severe pain in his arm, and an Anguo's double pain made him scream. A big mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. The whole person was directly blown away by this force, and his body flew upside down, hitting the things behind him one after another, almost crossing the ship of Gulen Tizalo, and finally there was a boom, and the room made of gold crashed and collapsed before it could barely stop. That's it. Yunya chased after him in an instant, and he caught the breath of Blackbeard with his knowledge, and stood in the air, with his 5 fingers spread out, the power of Lei Yan condensed, and the shockwave of Lei Yan broke through the air attack. With a sound of boom, the power of thunder flame swept across violently, and Blackbeard was blown away again. 6 sticks of light prison. Yunya stretched out his hand, and the 6 rays of light fixed the Blackbeard in midair, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Just because you are a waste. Do you want me to join your pirate group? At this time, Blackbeard no longer had the arrogant and confident expression he had before, but only panic. What's going on with this guy? Too strong? And just now, why couldn't my dark water absorb his fruit ability? Isn't that one blow the ability of a devil fruit? Blackbeard's mentality was about to collapse. He somewhat underestimated Yunya's strength, and overestimated his own. You seem to be able to absorb other people's attacks? Then try this trick. Yunya bent his index finger and aimed at the Blackbeard who was fixed in midair, and the dark red light condensed between his fingers. False flash. With a sound of buzz, a dark red beam of energy shot out from Yunya's fingers, like a long rainbow penetrating everything, sweeping in all directions with terrifying power. When the energy beam passed by, everything turned into nothingness, and even the air seemed to be distorted. However, just when Yunya's blow was about to penetrate Blackbeard, a roar came from a distance. Quincy, you dare to attack my people? Air shock. Accompanied by the sound, there was a cracking sound of click, and then, a terrifying shock force swept across all directions, and rushed over in a mighty way. This shock force collided with Yunya's virtual flash. Boom! In an instant, 2 horrific attacks collided, and a thunderous bang resounded through the sky. The cloudy sky once again suffered disaster and was directly dispersed by the shock wave. Blackbeard was also hit by this impact, and spit out blood again. The 6 sticks of light that imprisoned his body were shattered, and his whole body fell like a meteor, penetrating through Gulen Tizalo's deck. Whitebeard showed anger on his face, and rushed towards this side. When some crew members went to report the situation here, Whitebeard sensed something was wrong and directly drove the Moby Dick closer. As soon as he arrived, Whitebeard saw the scene where Quincy attacked Tiki. Faced with this situation, without saying a word, he directly shattered the atmosphere with a punch, and the power of terrifying shock swept across, collided with Yunya's virtual flash. Whitebeard, it seems that not only your brain is broken, but your eyes are also bad. Yunya was not angry, and Whitebeard's arrival was also in his expectation, but he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, just to save you Blackbeard. What do you mean? Baybeard narrowed his eyes and looked at Yunya, then sensed the surroundings with knowledge, and explored the situation in the starting field. Yellow Ape, CP0, Quincy. Several powerful auras were immediately sensed by Whitebeard's knowledge. The aura of the two of Marcoja's was still there, but he did not perceive Satch's aura. He had a bad premonition in his heart, and when he turned his head, he found Satch's body lying in the distance. Seki. Whitebeard walked to Seki's body, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy, his killing intent surged, and a terrifying domineering arrogance directly swept across the entire Gulan Tejuelo. Who did it? Whitebeard's eyes first looked at Yunya, and then turned to Huang Yuan and An Xiao. Oh, a very important person has come. But let me explain first, I didn't do anything. Huang Yuan raised his hand as a sign of surrender, indicating that he didn't do it himself, and you Whitebeard don't come to me? On the other hand, An Xiao just looked at the Whitebeard, and his eyes were still locked on Yunya. Today, the Quincy must die here, otherwise he will not be able to explain to the world government. CP0 is nice to say, it is the guardian of the celestial dragons, with a high position and authority, and can even mobilize naval operations. But their power was bestowed by the Tianlong people, and their guards were weak, so their master died. Even if he is CP0, he will be held accountable by Saint Roswald's family. It's about his own life, and only by arresting or killing the culprit can he survive. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Let's see how strong the strongest man in the world is. After hearing what Baybeard said, Yunya snorted and rushed out. Thunder exploded behind him, and his speed soared. As for Whitebeard's Zhen fruit, Yunya wanted to experience it a long time ago. At the same time, I also want to see if the combat power of a single identity has reached the strongest. How does it compare with Whitebeard? Arriving in front of Whitebeard as if teleporting, Yunya extended his right fist and slammed it out. Humph. Whitebeard's eyes became colder, his right fist gathered a circle of light, and he punched out with the same punch. Crack! The atmosphere shattered directly, and the two fists collided in the air. The domineering colors intertwine and collide, and the black thunders shine. Then there was a loud bang, and a terrifying energy erupted centered on the two of them. The entire Gulan Tizalo was trembling, and the gold cast deck was shattered like tofu. Can it attack the body? It's no wonder that even Kaido and Big Mom didn't dare to take on Whitebeard's attack. Feeling the power of shock transmitted from his fist, Yunya narrowed his eyes suddenly. His right arm was shaking non-stop at this moment, and the terrifying power of shock was continuously rushing towards his body. It surged, as if it was going to shock one's internal organs. Come again? Shi Xiang. Yunya yelled, and punched out again. The fierce fist wind condenses the air to form a shock wave, which hits like a bamboo. Empty shock. Whitebeard's attack went straight, like a force falling 10 times, and collided with Yunya again. Crack and boom, the atmosphere shattered again, like a glass lens. The terrifying shock force collided with the air column. The movement was more violent than before, and Gulan Tejuelo actually started to sway from side to side, and the terrifying wind blew around, cutting everything like a sharp knife. Within a distance of 100 meters, everything was swept away, like a typhoon passing through. Whitebeard stood in front of Sachi's body, received all of Yunya's attacks, and was surprised by the strength of the Quincy in his heart. He couldn't suppress the opponent with 2 punches. This is Lien Kaido and Charlotte Lingling can't do anything? Empty shock. Baybeard yelled again, kicked out his right foot, Yunyan's halo appeared, and kicked Yunyi's waist. Duan Kong. Yunya's face changed slightly, but he reacted quickly, and Duan Kong stood in front of him. With a click sound, not only the atmosphere shattered, but even Yunyi's space was shattered. Duan Kong's performance in this world is to condense into a wall of air. Even the atmosphere will be shattered by the Whitebeard. Naturally Duan Kong can't hold it. The force of the shock hit Yunyi and came out through his body, causing Yunyi to groan. His internal organs were injured, and when he was about to be blown away, the palm of Yunyi condensed the power of thunder flame, and the thunder flame blasted out. Boom, boom, 2 explosions sounded, the ground shattered, and 2 figures rushed out in opposite directions. Yunyi flew upside down, piercing through several rooms one after another, almost flying out of Gulan Tejuelo, but Yunyi turned over, stepped on the air, relieved several times, and barely stopped. The Whitebeard over there was also hit by Yunya's attack, and his body flew upside down involuntarily. He also crashed through several walls, stabilized his figure, and both of Baybeard's feet fell to the ground. His right naginata inserted into the floor, and slid out. The distance of 100 meters is barely enough to stop. Tisk, the power of the shock is really hard to catch. Yunya wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became serious. The power of this guy's shock is really terrifying. In terms of explosion, Kaido and Big Mom are really not Whitebeard opponent. Just a simple fight, his internal organs have been injured by the shock force. Although the problem is not big, but through this, it can be proved that Whitebeard's attack strength is indeed stronger than that of Kaido Charlotte Lingling. Whitebeard is a typical one-force drop 10 meeting, definitely the pinnacle of single-player destructive power in the pirate world. Yunya had to admit this. The Zhen fruit has been developed to the climax by Whitebeard. It is no longer limited to all kinds of fancy moves. Every hit will burst out the strongest power of the Zhen fruit. It should be the person who has developed the fruit of this world to its peak. In addition, Whitebeard is an out-and-out monster. The combination of the two made Whitebeard the title of the strongest man in the world. It was Whitebeard who made the Zhen fruit, not the Zhen fruit that made Whitebeard. In the original book, Blackbeard ate the Zhen fruit, but he still doesn't have the absolute dominance of Whitebeard. Whitebeard in his heyday fought against Blackbeard who had double fruits in his heyday, but Whitebeard still has a better chance of winning? Whitebeard actually has two attack methods. One is to blast out the power of the shock with his fist, triggering the air shock. The other is to awaken the fruit, to apply the power of shock to all directions, so that the entire space is controlled by his power of shock. That is, in the original book, the trick that tilted the waters near the Navy headquarters. As far as pure attack power is concerned, the BA High teamed up by Charlotte Lingling and Kaido is slightly stronger than Whitebeard's attack. But the shortcomings of Whitebeard are also very obvious, that is, the speed and ability to resist blows are obviously not as strong as Kaido and Charlotte Lingling. In terms of domineering, the gap is not very big, they are all high-level domineering. Overall, Whitebeard's attack is indeed the most destructive attack in the world. Even if he is not as strong as he was when he was young, it is still due to the weakness of his body. Even the Whitebeard appeared. The auction this time really attracted a lot of big shots. An inexplicable look flashed across the face of Durag, who was watching the battle from the sidelines. This most heinous criminal cannot be ignored. Boss, what should we do now? Do you want to retreat? Kurla also looked at the field and asked Drago. The purpose of the Revolutionary Army this time can be said to have completely failed. Although some celestial dragons arrived at Gulen Tizalo, they were killed by the Quincy. It feels like they just came here to make a soy sauce. At this time, Sabo finally arrived here, and came straight towards Drago. Boss, what's the situation now? Hey, Kurla, are you there too? Kurla gave Sabo a blank look, and said angrily, you just saw me. Sabo scratched his head in embarrassment. Just now I only saw the leader from the side. Humph. Kurla expressed her dissatisfaction with this reason. Drago looked at the field without explaining too much, and said calmly, leave first, I still have something to do. As he said that, Drago disappeared in a flash, and he was heading in the direction where Tizalo was blown away. The Revolutionary Army also took a fancy to Tizalo's wealth. With enough funds, they can develop faster. If he could win over Tizalo or control Tizalo, it would not be a waste of time. Sabo and Kurla looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and headed towards the port without hesitation. Sabo was a little helpless. He planned to come here to test some of the training during this period of time, but in the end he just came here for soy sauce, and he didn't even have a chance to make a move. Before leaving, Kurla glanced at the direction of Yunya, and muttered in her heart, you are so strong, but you are a guy with a bad personality. But I hope you can survive. Sabo asked Kurla while walking. Kurla also told what happened just now, which shocked Sabo again and again. She didn't expect such a big thing to happen here, but it's a pity that she didn't see it with her own eyes. Yunya stood in the air, looking in the direction of Whitebeard, narrowing his eyes slightly, wanting to rush out again. Just a brief fight, and it is not possible to find out the strength of Whitebeard, and it will take another fight to know. But at this time, there was only a flash of light, and the golden laser pierced through the air to kill Yunya. Immediately afterwards, the yellow ape turned into a golden light followed closely behind. Hey, don't ignore us. Quincy Master, I'm on guard against you. Yunya stopped, smiled coldly, caught the attack with knowledge, grabbed the thunder spear with 5 fingers and threw it out. Boom! The thunder collided with the light beam, roared and exploded, the laser and thunder shot out, and the landing caused a small explosion. Lanjiao nail shooter. And Xiao on the other side also shot, and the thick spiral Lanjiao stabbed Yunya from the other side. Yunya dodged a little bit at his feet, however, countless dense light bullets came oncoming. It is Huang Yuan's 8-foot Kainguyu, Yataka mirror. Several light mirrors condensed, and the yellow ape turned into golden light, shuttled through the border, and after a few twists and turns, he followed the 8-foot Kainguyu and killed towards Yunya. At the same time, An Xiao split into 2, and the twins also came to kill one on the left and the other on the right. 3-on-1, do you want to talk about martial arts? Yunya frowned slightly. At this time, fighting against the strong one after another is also exhausting. Although his physique has made great progress, he can't stand the exhaustion. Duan Kong blocked the dense light bullets, Yunya dashed out, and punched An Xiao, Shi Xiang. This time, you are bound to die here. 6 forms profound art, round spear. An Xiao avoided Yunya's attack with both bodies, and approached Yunya from left to right. Tian Kanjayun sword. Behind him, the yellow ape slashed down with a lightsaber in his hand. Let you all experience an even more violent attack. With the enemy on his back, Yunya didn't panic at all. The thunder on his body dissipated, replaced by violent flames rising up. Instant coax explosive flame warriors? This is another state of instant coaxing brought to Yunya after the instant coaxing proficiency reaches 100. The improvement of Yunya's physical fitness brought by the 2 kinds of instant coaxing is almost the same, but the attack situation will undergo some changes. If it is said that Shunyeo Thunder God's battle form brought Yunyi unparalleled speed and attack power, then what Beiyin Wushuan brought to Yunyi was the most explosive and violent attack. 2-color Kankwo pendant. Just as lightning-type instant coaxing can enhance the ability of lightning attacks, fire attribute instant coaxing can also increase the ability of fire-type attacks. 2 flames, 1 white and 1 orange-red, swirled crazily in Yunya's palm, and a covering fire curtain enveloped An Xiao, and then he turned around. When the flames burst, Yunya punched Huang Yuan with a punch, like a nuclear explosion. Boom boom boom. There were 2 loud bangs, the flames boiled and raged in midair, and the shock waves scattered like a tsunami, enveloping the high temperature. The smoke and dust scattered, the flames were dazzling, billowing black smoke rose into the sky, the violent explosion seemed to distort the air, and the positive and negative ions collided, forming streaks of lightning. 3 figures fell from high altitude and from different directions, smashing Gulen Tizalo into 3 huge potholes, but soon the 3 of them violently broke out again, fighting fiercely together, roaring endlessly. The battle between the 3 was violent, and the entire Gulen Tizalo began to collapse. Since we have got the things, let's get out of here first. On the other side, Katakuri held pure gold in his hand and looked at the 3 people who were fighting fiercely, not intending to get involved in this fight. Instead, he greeted his own people and left here. The rest of the people looked at each other and chose to leave without any intention of staying any longer. Without their own mother in charge, their confidence is also insufficient. If the man with the white beard attacks them again, none of them will be able to stop the white beard. Now that the goal has been achieved, it would be a bit dangerous to continue to stay here. On the other side, Baybeard was also wearing paint on his body at this time, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Facing Yunya's attack just now, he was also injured. But it's not a big deal, seeing the 3 of them fighting. Whitebeard frowned. At this time, Marco and Jaws also sensed their father's aura, and rushed over here. Father, are you alright? Marco just landed, wanting to use his ability to heal Whitebeard. I'm fine. What happened here just now? Whitebeard reached out to stop him. Although he was injured a little, it was not serious. He looked at Marco and asked what happened here. Father, Satch. Marco took a deep breath, with killing intent flashing across his face, and told Whitebeard what happened just now. Tiki. Whitebeard clenched his fists, and boundless anger flashed across his face. Killing the companions on the ship is a big taboo on his ship. Jaws said with killing intent, that guy Tikai is definitely not as simple as he looks on the surface, he just hit me so hard. Although the devil fruit disappeared for some reason when Jaws attacked just now, but he is a person with strange power and a strong physique, not everyone can blow him out. It can be seen from this that when they were on board, the guy with the black beard had been hiding his clumsiness. Thief, ha ha ha, Dad, this era doesn't belong to you anymore? Now you can't even suppress Quincy? You are old? Let me take your place from now on. Over there, Blackbeard appeared again, the smile on his face was crazy and wanton, and the black mist billowed on his body. Tikai. Seeing Blackbeard's appearance, Whitebeard couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He punched the air, the atmosphere shattered, and a shocking force rushed out. Dark water. Blackbeard grinned grinningly, his 5 fingers once again surged with black mist, and grabbed it forward. For the attack of devil fruit, his dark fruit can absorb it. It's just that he was a lot more cautious. Just now, for some reason, he couldn't absorb the Quincy's attack. Could it be that the attack just now by the Quincy ooze caused that kind of destructive power just by relying on physical skills? Blackbeard thought with narrowed eyes. Whitebeard's oscillating power was boundless and struck Blackbeard. However, when it touched Blackbeard's right hand, it had no effect and was absorbed. However, Blackbeard still snorted, and stepped back a few steps, but instead of being frustrated, his face showed excitement. Sure enough, as long as you have this devil fruit, even with Dad's shocking power, he still can't pose a threat to himself. Blackbeard looked at Whitebeard, his eyes full of fighting intent. Father, in front of my dark fruit, any capable person will be restrained by me. Dark A cup ointment. Blackbeard grinned, squatted down, and pressed the ground with his right hand. Following his movements, a black mist spread out from his palm, covering an area of hundreds of meters. Within the area, it was as if a black hole had been opened, and nothing could escape the shackles of the black hole, and began to sink slowly. Liberation. Blackbeard's expression was cold, and the black mist was like a tornado, vomiting out all the things absorbed just now. A large number of building debris, gold nuggets, and corpses were all released by him, and smashed in the direction of Whitebeard and others. Huh. Seeing that his attack was easily neutralized by Blackbeard, Whitebeard had a look of surprise on his face, but the killing intent was still boiling. Can it absorb a devil fruit attack? What a terrifying ability. Could it be that fruit? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. However, how many times can you block it? Father, we are here to help you. Marco and Jose wanted to make a move together, but it was stopped by Whitebeard. Don't make a move. Father. Marco said anxiously. Tiki, you made a mistake that you shouldn't have made. Whitebeard waved his hand to stop Marco and the others from moving. His eyes were cold, and he punched Blackbeard from a distance. He almost used his full strength for this blow. For the lax discipline of his own crew, Blackbeard did such a thing. Whitebeard wanted to kill Blackbeard with his own hands, and let him kneel in front of Sachi's body to repent. The terrifying concussion force was stronger than before, blasting everything into the air, unabated, and charged towards Blackbeard. Thief, ha ha ha, if you want to blame it, blame Captain Sarge. If he didn't want to eat that fruit, I still don't plan to shoot him. Blackbeard laughed loudly, repeating the same trick, but this time he underestimated Whitebeard's attack. As soon as he touched it, although he used the dark fruit to absorb a large part of the impact, the power of this shock has already exceeded the upper limit of what he can absorb at this time. After all, Blackbeard has just eaten the dark fruit, and the development has not been in place, but he can barely use it. The force of the shock acted on him, and Blackbeard spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew upside down like a ball, knocking down a large building. Whitebeard rushed forward, holding the naginata high, with a lingering circle of light, and slashed towards Tikai below. There was a sound of click, and as soon as Tikai got up, he was directly chopped off by Whitebeard's knife again. Blood spurted out of the air again and flew backwards. Damn it, I still underestimated the strength of my father. I must get this fruit. Now is not the time to confront the old man. Blackbeard stood up again, and there was pain all over his body. If it weren't for the special nature of the dark fruit, the bones in his body would probably be broken. The Whitebeard over there attacked again, and punched out again with such force. Blackbeard was shocked and quickly avoided. With a loud bang, the place where Blackbeard was standing just now exploded, and the terrifying shock wave hit Blackbeard, causing him to roll a few times. It was my mistake not to see your ambition. Today, I will completely erase your mistake, and let you kneel in front of Sachi's corpse to repent. Whitebeard was still angry, and both feet stepped on Blackbeard's arm, holding Blackbeard's head with his right hand. The aperture floated, and his eyes were full of tyranny. A look of horror flashed across Blackbeard's face. His heart was terrified to the extreme. His hands were clamped and he couldn't move, and he felt the oppression of Whitebeard at close range, and then he realized that the gap between him and Whitebeard was like a gap. Even if he ate it, he could eat it. The dark fruit that restrains the devil fruit? Stop it, Dad, stop it. I'm your son. I killed Captain Sachi, but it was an accident, not my intention. Under the crisis, Blackbeard showed grief on his face, and the lie was opened. Come. Hearing this, Whitebeard hesitated a little, and the hand that was holding Blackbeard's head loosened. But at this moment, Blackbeard seized the opportunity. The dark fruit ability was activated, and a quagmire appeared on the ground, sinking the bodies of Blackbeard and Whitebeard. The center of gravity was out of balance, and Whitebeard moved subconsciously to stabilize his figure. Freeing his hands, Blackbeard's right hand lingered in the black mist, clasped the big hand that was holding his head, activated the power, the light circle on Whitebeard's fist disappeared, and at the same time, his right leg was pulled out like a whip, making Whitebeard stagger. The opportunity was fleeting. Blackbeard clenched his fist with his left hand, his muscles swelled, his armed collar covered it, and he punched Whitebeard's chest. With a bang sound, at close range, Whitebeard had no time to dodge, he was hit squarely, his right hand was released, and his figure also took a few steps backwards. But what a wealth of experience Whitebeard has in fighting. He forcibly stabilized his figure, his fist flashed a halo, and he punched down. With a boom, Blackbeard spurted blood and flew backwards for hundreds of meters, drawing a long trace on the ground before stopping. Blackbeard struggled to get up, tearing pain could be heard all over his body, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the injury was serious, and there was a look of lingering fear on his face. If he hadn't broken free from Whitebeard's big hand just now, his head would have been shocked. If he did, he might lose his life. Father, admit it, you are already old, and you are no longer the strongest man you feared back then. You already have the kindness of a woman. You are no longer worthy of my awe. My Blackbeard Tiki, I will surpass you and become the master of the new era. Thief haha. After breaking free, Blackbeard laughed wildly again, his ambition clearly revealed. At this time, he is an unscrupulous careerist, full of cruelty and bloodthirsty. Breath. Then, goodbye, Dad. When we meet again, I will replace you and become the new 4 emperors. After finishing speaking, Blackbeard glanced at Whitebeard and the 3 of them fighting together. The fog dispersed, engulfing everything around it. His figure also disappeared due to the cover of the black mist. The successive blows made Blackbeard know that he was still far from the peak level. If you continue to stay here, you may die. You can't run away. Tiki. Whitebeard was extremely furious, and once again punched far away, and the terrifying shock swept all directions, causing the black mist to turmoil. The punch hit again, and Blackbeard let out a muffled groan, with blood gushing out of his mouth. He endured the injury, not daring to stay, and left here under the cover of the black mist. The black mist dissipated, and there was no trace of Blackbeard at this time. Whitebeard was extremely angry, and his eyes were bloodshot. Father. Marco and Jaws both came to Whitebeard's side, and they were very worried when they saw Whitebeard in a rage. It was the first time they saw Whitebeard showing such an expression, which made them a little worried. I'm fine. Whitebeard took a deep breath. His face was still cold, but he suppressed the anger in his heart. Father, it's all my fault, Sachi. Marco's face flashed with self-blame. If he hadn't proposed to come here to snatch the pure gold, perhaps such a thing would not have happened. Looking at the dead body of Seiki, Jaws, a big man, also showed grief on his face. It's not your fault. Tikai has been hiding for so long. He must be planning something. Even if he didn't do it this time, he will do it someday in the future. It can only be blamed that he didn't see the true face of Tikai clearly, which led to such a thing. Whitebeard's eyes were cold, and at this moment he understood what the Red Earl had warned him before. It turned out that the person was talking about Tiki. It's a pity that he didn't think so much at the time. This is what caused the current situation. Whitebeard blamed himself immensely in his heart. If he had found out earlier, it would have been better, and it would not have led to such an ending. Bai looked at Yunyi and the others who were still fighting over there, and Baybeard took a deep breath and said, let's go, get out of here first, we'll deal with Tikai's matter later. Carefully taking away Sage's body, Whitebeard and his party also chose to leave. On the other side, Tizalo was clutching his chest, blood was overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely gloomy, as he walked towards the room where he had met Bucky before. He's here for Bucky. He knew from the battle just now that he was no match for the Quincy at all. So, he came to ask Bucky for help? Bucky is in an alliance with him, so he is not stupid to use such a force of battle. But halfway through, he bumped into Bucky and his group. Alas, Tizalo, why are you here? After seeing Tizalo, Bucky, who wanted to evacuate, stammered with a guilty conscience. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Bucky wanted to run away a long time ago. He also knew what happened at the venue. Not only did Quincy appear, but people from the Navy, CP0, Big Mom Pirates, and Whitebeard Pirates also appeared. With this kind of lineup, he was going to die in the past, so he already planned to retreat. It's very dangerous to stay here any longer. Not only did it not get any benefits this time, but it also took a lot of things into it. He provided the Momo fruit, and other precious treasures. Even if he has money now, he still feels very distressed. The things were snatched by that group of people, and he didn't dare to go there to get them back, who knew if he would be beaten to death by them. So, before leaving, seeing Tizalo's dazzling collection of treasures, he also thought a little bit carefully. Tizalo looked at Baki and his group who were packing gold, silver, and treasures in large and small packages, looking like they wanted to evacuate, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Thousands of Taoism, what do you mean? Bucky is so thick-skinned, suppressed his guilty conscience, came to Tizalo's side, put his arms around his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Isn't this worried about you? I still want to go to support you." That's what he said, but Bucky didn't think so in his heart. Don't come early, don't come late, just wait for the time when you have searched the treasure and want to retreat. He also bumped into himself. So embarrassing, isn't it? Tizalo didn't speak, but stared at the backpack behind him, his face gradually turned cold. This one? I'm just worried about being stolen by thieves, so I'll keep it for you first. Bucky threw down the package behind his back, swearing that he didn't believe it. He also fooled his subordinates just now. I think you think the situation is wrong, you want to leave here. Tetsalo still looked gloomy, and looked at Bucky coldly. How is this possible? Do I look like that kind of person? I'm Shishibukai, I'm a crew member on Roger's ship. How could I do such a thing? Bucky showed dissatisfaction on his face, as if he was against Tezo Luo questioned his behavior and was very upset. I'm Bucky, Shishibukai. Roger was once on the crew of the ship. How could such a thing be done? Don't forget, you are now an ally with me. Because of you, my loss is not small. The things you auctioned were also taken away by others. Tizalo stared at Bucky coldly. If it wasn't for Bucky find him and propose an auction, why is he here now? His loss this time is not small, and the loss is still increasing as time goes by. Although the problem was not with Bucky, he was also very annoyed when he saw that Bucky seemed to want to sneak away. None of the pirates can be trusted. Aren't I going to help you here? As an ally, I naturally won't sit idly by. Besides, no one in this world can snatch my things from Bucky. Having said that, Bucky could only bite the bullet and hold on. Down. He himself knows best how his Kaiwahe's power came about. If he shrinks back at this time, it is very likely that the forces that have worked so hard will be disbanded. The disbandment of the power is not the point, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's for nothing. The point is, if those who were deceived by themselves knew the truth of the matter, I will die a miserable death. Redheads can't keep their own? Seeing this, Bucky's younger brothers showed excitement on their faces. Is Mr. Bucky finally going to make a move? Is this man finally going to act? The legendary pirate, Bucky-sama is about to attack. Tizalo snorted coldly, and said, now that Quincy killed the celestial dragon, it happened on my boat. If Quincy is not left here, even I may be implicated. So, Quincy must die here. Moreover, Quincy is also the chief culprit of this disturbance. If it wasn't for him, your things wouldn't be taken away by others. Tianlong people won't reason with you, and they won't scruple about anything when they go crazy. Now Tizalo's situation is similar to that of Xiao. If he can't handle this matter well, he won't have to continue to operate this entertainment city. It is even possible that he will be wanted, which is not what he wants. However, it is still necessary to stop the three who are still fighting. If they are allowed to continue fighting, without the help of Tianlonggran, his entertainment city will probably be destroyed. Gulan Tejuelo is his lifeblood, so it is naturally impossible to let it be destroyed. At this time, a beautiful woman with a slender figure ran over and came to Tizalo's side to report, my lord, Gulan Tizalo's power system has been destroyed and stopped. Also, if they fight on, the whole ship will probably be destroyed. Since you are planning to make a move, let's stop them together. Tetsalo looked at Bucky. His younger brother was looking at him with adoring eyes. Bucky's mouth twitched. He could only bite the bullet, waved his big hand and said domineeringly, then go and say the strength of the Quincy? I don't know if he and Barrett how does it compare. It's over. What should I do? What to do? Bucky seemed extremely domineering, but he was extremely terrified in his heart. Tears were about to come down, and his legs were trembling slightly when he walked. Here, Drago came to the position where Tizalo was knocked into the air just now, but he didn't find any trace of Tizalo. Knowledge swept across the surrounding area, and there was no sign of anyone in the vicinity. The battle had been going on for a while, and many of them realized something was wrong the moment the Quincy appeared, and left here directly. The more courageous pirates in the back were also because the aftermath of the battle was too terrifying. They couldn't bear the aftermath alone, and naturally they couldn't stay any longer. At this time, there are not many people who still have the courage to stay in Gulen Tizalo. Drago continued to follow the trail, and after walking a certain distance, his pace suddenly stopped and his brows frowned. A figure appeared in front of him. It was a man wearing a worn-out kimono, holding a staff knife, and with his eyes closed. Before Drago could speak, the blind man in front of him looked at Drago with only the whites of his eyes, and said slowly, "Your Excellency should be the leader of the Revolutionary Army, right? Who are you?" The knowledgeable perception reminded Drago that the blind man in front of him was not simple, so he did not dare to be careless. The next smile is just a blind person. This person is none other than Fujitora Uxiao, who was recruited into the navy in the original book. Smile. Drago narrowed his eyes slightly. He had never heard of this name before, looked at Fujitora and said, "Your Excellency is waiting for me here. Is there something for you? When I was traveling around the world, I often heard about your revolutionary army. I am very interested in your ideas." Fujitora looked at Darag and said sincerely, "You are the leader of the revolutionary army. I think you know, will your ideas really come true one day? Everyone in the world is equal, and there is no distinction between high and low." Seeing Fujitora's serious expression, Drago pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know." Fujitora was very surprised by Drago's answer. "You don't know?" Drago said, "I don't know what changes I have made in the future. I just follow my inner choice to move forward, but one thing is certain, the current world is already sick. Ill." Fujitora whispered. "This world is like a jungle ecology. The weak are preyed on by the strong, and the weak can only be slaughtered. The strong are nobles, and the weak are commoners and slaves." Drago didn't notice Fujitora's malice, and said slowly, "No matter where all countries are like this, the nobles are rich in resources, the common people are struggling, the nobles are born to be nobles, and the slaves are born to be slaves. Everyone is free, but because of their different origins, they have different endings. Isn't this world sick?" Drago looked at Fujitora and said calmly. Hearing this, Fujitora exhaled and said, "A person once told me something similar to you. He said that the world is deformed, with a deformed order and a deformed society. That person also said that the cause of all this, the source, is the world's noble Tianlong people. Do you also think so? A deformed world?" Drago whispered a few words, and looked at Fujitora. "The Tianlong people represent the nobles, who are as high as the gods in the sky, control the world government, and control the entire world. It is reasonable to say that they are the root of the evil in this world. The person who can say such words has a deep understanding of the world. Is he some kind of big shot? The purpose of their revolutionary army is to overthrow the entire world government, and above the world government are the celestial dragons who claim to be gods. As long as the celestial dragons are still there, this deformed order will never disappear. Therefore, Tianlong people are the source of evil in this world, and in a sense, it is true. The great man is true, but his actions are different from yours. Maybe he doesn't have such a great goal as yours." Fujitora nodded slightly, but he said to himself, not denying the world government is a crime source. After pondering for a while, Fujitora said, "He once said that the navy is the only passable order in the world, but according to my understanding, not all the navy is just, even worse than pirates. I don't deny that there are righteous men in the navy, but the world government weighs on their heads. As subordinates, they can only obey orders in many cases. A person with a heart." Drago talked about the facts, and did not deny the justice of the navy. But now the navy has changed. What is justice? Many people don't understand anymore. They are just some numb people who can only obey orders. That's why Drago resolutely defected from the navy and found another way. However, Drago is a little curious about the people in Fujitora's mouth, and he can see through the essence of this world. If possible, he should have a common topic with their revolutionary army. So Drago asked curiously, "Can you tell me, who is the person you are talking about?" "I'm not a talkative person." Fujitora shook his head slightly, but didn't say anything, and looked at Drago. "Your Excellency, I have an unfeeling request. Can I join you for a while? I want to get closer. I understand your philosophy from a distance." Hearing this, Drago was a little surprised. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Our organization will naturally not reject talents with ideas, but joining us is a very dangerous act, and now the world government has been looking for them. We are in danger right now." Fujitora smiled slightly. "Since I'm already mentally prepared, then naturally I won't regret it. You are welcome to join, just smile." Drago showed a rare smile, very happy to have an extra powerful colleague. Although he still doesn't know Fujitora's true strength, but from the perception given to him by his knowledge, Fujitora will not be weaker than the commanders of several military regions. Fujitora also showed a faint smile as a response. After what Yunyi said to him, he did have plans to join the navy. However, through investigation later, he found that the behavior of some navies was even more disgusting than that of pirates. Later, by chance, he also learned about the organization of the Revolutionary Army. After some investigation, he found that the concept of the Revolutionary Army was very unique, and he had been searching for traces of the Revolutionary Army. But the Revolutionary Army was well hidden. He searched hard for a long time, but he couldn't find the specific location of the Revolutionary Army. "It's just that I didn't expect to meet the leader of the Revolutionary Army today by chance. Only then did the conversation above occur. On the surface of the sea, there are warships coming. After Huang Yuan, the Warring States period also mobilized its troops in the New World. Although the deployment of the Navy's combat power in the New World is not strong, it is not impossible. As long as the branch base is not stationed within the territory of those big forces, it will be fine. After the order of the Warring States period, a branch base closest to Gulan Tejuelo also quickly moved into action. After only half a day of sailing, he finally approached Gulan Tejuelo. On the warship, Lieutenant Admiral Stoloberg and Hua Shaoshan were wearing naval justice cloaks. They were standing on the bow of the ship together, looking at Gulan Tejuelo, who was much bigger than the warship. It is cloudy and sunny. One of them is the base chief stationed in the New World branch, and the other is chasing a group of pirates into the New World. But at this time, they were all captured by the Warring States period and went to Gulan Tejuelo together. At this time, a major general ran over to report, "Sir, now above Gulan Tejuelo, General Huang Yuan is fighting against the Quincy Division." "Well, I see." Hua Shaoshan nodded, then waved his hand, "Go forward." Both are lieutenant generals, but Hua Shaoshan is a veteran lieutenant general, and he has the right to call the shots. Yes. The Navy nodded and drove the warships closer. On the other side, Blackbeard Tiki, who was running away, bumped into Baki Tetsalo and others who were going to the venue. As soon as he saw Blackbeard, Bucky immediately remembered who it was, and pointed at Blackbeard and said loudly, "You guy, aren't you the monster who hasn't slept for a few days on Whitebeard's boat? Why are you here? Is Whitebeard even here?" Seeing the appearance of Blackbeard, Bucky showed an unnatural look on his face. It's not that he's afraid of Blackbeard, but he's afraid of the Whitebeard behind Blackbeard. He hasn't forgotten that just now he uttered wild words at his subordinates. Now that Blackbeard is here, is it possible that Whitebeard is also here? He didn't know what happened in the venue, just now he was busy searching for Tezalo's treasure. It's just that I know that the Quincy has robbed the things they auctioned. He didn't know anything about what happened next. So Bucky was terrified by his guess. Going out now, would he meet Whitebeard? Not good, big bad? Damn it. Blackbeard was clutching his chest at this moment. Whitebeard had caused him serious trauma just now. When he saw Bucky and the others, he thought they were chasing soldiers. Without saying a word, he started directly. The black mist boiled on his body, and the black mist condensed in his left hand, and a suction force acted on Bucky, pulling him over. Ai, the figure involuntarily rushed towards the Blackbeard, and Bucky panicked. However, half of the ability was used, and Blackbeard affected the injury, spit out a big mouthful of blood, and the dark fruit ability disappeared. Losing traction, Bucky rolled a few times like a ground gourd, and finally knocked over a raised gold nugget, and a big bump grew on his head. It hurts? It hurts. Because of the rolling, the special bomb hidden under his feet also rolled out, and just happened to roll to the feet of Blackbeard. Boom! The small red bomb exploded suddenly with a loud roar. Although the bomb is small, its power is indeed astonishing. The terrifying heat wave swept Blackbeard into it with boundless impact. The injured Blackbeard didn't have any resistance at all. He was blown away by the explosion and vomited blood again. The injury was already serious, but this time it was even worse. Blackbeard is really miserable. Why are you guys attacking me all of a sudden? Bucky got up suddenly, a little out of breath. He has a bad habit, that is, when he gets out of breath, he doesn't care who the other party is, and yells at him when he should. But the next moment, Bucky saw the scene where Blackbeard was blown away. He was taken aback, thinking it was the hands of the younger brothers, and immediately put his hips on his hips and laughed, very proud. "Now you know how powerful Mr. Bucky is. Come on. The damned clown. After I recover, I will definitely kill you." During the upside-down flight, Blackbeard was short of breath, staring at Bucky, his face soaring with murderous intent. He remembered this clown and Quincy, and he will definitely come back with revenge in the future, but he didn't dare to stay, and while the smoke was still there, Blackbeard fled to another direction. "Bah, Captain Bucky has made a move. Have you seen how it was shot? It knocked down the enemy in one fell swoop. Run!" Just knocked the Whitebeard away with one blow. The younger brothers who saw this scene all stared wide-eyed, and they didn't know how Lord Bucky made the move. The man in front of them was beaten until he vomited blood. Then the bomb exploded, blowing up the guy who attacked Mr. Bucky directly. Lord Bucky is a god? But before they could think too much, a golden light suddenly pierced through and landed near the crowd. With a bang sound, the explosion exploded again, sending the people here flying upside down. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the golden light condensed into a yellow ape. At this time, Huang Yuan's face was extremely gloomy. He wiped off the blood from his mouth, and whispered, "This guy, Quincy, is really a lunatic." After Yunyi broke out with explosive flame Wushuan, his attack power increased linearly. When he met Yunyi, who was already weak in physical skills, he was basically suppressed and beaten. In terms of speed, this is the first time Huang Yuan met someone who could keep up with him. When he met Quincy for the first time, he discovered that Quincy was very fast, and if he was not careful at that time, he might also suffer a disadvantage. After confronting the Quincy master this time, he realized that his speed had increased again. Even under the short-distance burst, in terms of speed, he fell into a disadvantage, unable to exert the true power of the sparkling fruit at all. All in all, he fought this battle a bit aggrieved, feeling a little restrained. Bucky was also hit by the aftermath of the explosion and rolled several times. When he got up, he saw that it was Kizaru, and immediately became angry. Relying on Kaiwahei's name, he yelled at Huang Yuan, "Kizawa, how dare you attack my people? I am Kaiwukai, do something to Kaiwahei? What does your navy mean?" I'm sorry. Seeing that it was Bucky from Shishibukai, the corners of Kizaru's mouth twitched. And not only that, in his knowledge-colored perception, just ahead, there are two guys who are not weak. What happened this time? Why did the big figures appear one after another? Just apologize? Let me tell you, if I don't give me a satisfactory answer, I won't let it go. The clown Bucky was aggressive and refused to let it go. In fact, it's not that Bucky is so stubborn, but he knows that because of Kaiwahei's name, the Admiral of the Navy, Kizaru, would not take action against him, so he dared to act so arrogantly. Another reason is that he doesn't want to fight with some Quincy over there, how dangerous it is. Isn't it good to chatter with Huang Yuan here? Let's talk about this later. Huang Yuan ignored Bucky. He was not surprised that Bucky was here. After all, Bucky and Tizalo held this auction together. Instead, his gaze was placed elsewhere. Guess who he saw? The most vicious criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Durag. Why is this guy here? Huang Yuan had a toothache for a while. What is it all about? I have abused Blackbeard several times. Blackbeard is really miserable. I saw that many readers didn't like Blackbeard, but he will be used in the later plot, so I won't kill him now. Please forgive me, Bao. Hey, why are people from the Revolutionary Army appearing here? Could it be that what happened this time has something to do with you? Huang Yuan looked at the two people ahead. His tone was still out of tune, but his eyes were extraordinarily serious. Why did the Revolutionary Army appear here? Could it be for the Tianlong people? Who is the other person? Come together with Durag. Could it be a cadre of the Revolutionary Army? The unfamiliar face, the yellow ape did not recognize it. Then, is there a possibility that the Quincy Division's move is connected with the Revolutionary Army? Is there another secret behind the death of Tianlong Gren? If that's the case, it's troublesome. Thinking of this, Huang Yuan felt dizzy for a while. Marshal of the Warring States period will really find someone to do. Long time no see, Kizaru. Drago and Fujitora also saw Kizaru and Bakesetsalo and other people here. After Fujitora joined the Revolutionary Army, he wanted to leave, and he didn't want to trouble Tizalo. He was already very satisfied with a powerful colleague. It's just that Drago never thought that he would meet the yellow ape here and run into him. This is really... He also didn't want to confront the Admiral here, it wouldn't do any good. At this stage, their Revolutionary Army still focuses on development and avoids fighting with people as much as possible. Durag, don't be sloppy. Do you know what it means to attack the Tianlong people? Is your Revolutionary Army planning to go to war with the world government? Huang Yuan said with a deep tone. The actions of the Revolutionary Army were very purposeful, and he did not believe that Drago would appear here for no reason. The Quincy hadn't solved it yet, and another big enemy came in. If possible, he didn't want to face Drago here. He still knows a little about Drago. After all, he used to be in the Navy, so he knows more or less. Being so feared by the world government is not only because of Durag's dangerous thoughts, but also because of his strength. Before Drago left the Navy, he was also a top lieutenant general, and his strength was not much worse than the three of them. It's just that Drago suddenly defected from the Navy and formed the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, the current general may have the name of Drago. Even if I say no, you probably won't believe it. Drago said lightly, I don't want to conflict with you here, so just pretend you didn't see me. That's a good suggestion, but if you turn a blind eye to a guy like you, if the Warring States Marshal finds out, he might scold me. Huang Yuan spread his hands and said, then there is no other way. Drago shook his head with a look of helplessness on his face. The threat of the Revolutionary Army is greater than that of the pirates. If the Navy encounters it, there is no reason to let it go. Huang Yuan is a general, so naturally it is impossible to let him go. Huang Yuan put on a state of alert, displayed his sense of knowledge to the extreme, and became vigilant. In this case, let me come down and try the strength of the Admiral. Fujitora suddenly stood up at this time, looked at Kizaru and smiled slightly. Just joining the Revolutionary Army, Fujitora also needs to show his strength. It was regarded as a nomination certificate, and through this action, Drago knew that he was not someone who was placed in the Revolutionary Army by other forces. The stick knife was unsheathed, and an inexplicable force spread from Fujitora's body, and then, round after round of gravity rings rushed towards the sky. Meteorites fall from the sky. Fujitora smiled lightly, and returned the staff knife to its sheath with a clang in his hand. At this moment, all the domineering people seemed to have noticed something, and the next moment they looked up at the sky. I saw a fireball falling from the sky. Meteorite. Are you kidding? Why are meteorites falling at this time? All Bucky's younger brothers stared blankly at the sky, with terrified expressions on their faces. What kind of ability is this? Looking at the meteorite in the sky, the yellow monkey's face flashed with surprise, and his eyes were on Fujitora, guessing that Fujitora's identity still has the ability. Can actually summon meteorites? Meteorite? Was that force just now gravitational? Drago was also taken aback. He didn't expect that this smile could be summoned. With such strength, this time it really recruited a powerful boost for the Revolutionary Army? Oh, I forgot, I'm on a boat at this time. Fujitora suddenly slapped his head, looked at all the people present, and showed an embarrassed expression. Please intercept it together, otherwise, you will die. Oh. Fujitora used his ability subconsciously, and he wouldn't do it if there were civilians around. But in his knowledgeable perception, the people staying here at this time are either pirates or villains, and without thinking too much, he directly used his ability to pull down a meteorite. But now that I think about it, I realize that I am not on an island at this time, but on a ship. AI, everyone opened their mouths wide. What do you mean by that? Cooperating with this meteorite, even you can't control it? Everyone panicked. On the other side, the battle between Yunya and Xiao has also ended. The battle between the two plowed the area directly. The Dark Owl fought with his life, every attack was with all his strength, but Yunya's hard power was a little bit stronger, and in the end, Yunya won in the end. At this time, Yunya pinched Xiao's head with his right hand, lifted him up, and smiled coldly. It's over, CP0. Xiao was dying at this time, as if he was about to die, but his eyes were already fixed on Yunya, showing a ferocious smile. The world government will not let you go? I will wait for you below, the Quincy Master. Then let them come to me. Yunya laughed non-committally. This time it should be your body, right? Then, just die. As Yunya's voice fell, the palm of his hand was hot, and with a roar, Xiao's head was directly crushed by Yunya. So far, the chief of CP0, Dark Owl, is completely dead. Phew, it seems that it is still a bit difficult to deal with two general-level combat forces together. Listening to the voice from the system, Yunya let out a breath, but he did not relax, and there was still a yellow ape that had not been resolved. Confused, he searched for the yellow ape with his knowledge, but where is that guy, the yellow ape, gone now? He shouldn't have escaped, right? Before Yunya could think about it, the knowledgeable caller suddenly noticed something, and the whistling sound came from high above, causing Yunya to look up. Meteorite? Could it be that guy Fujitora? Is he also on top of Gulen Tejuelo? Seeing the meteorite falling from the sky, Yunya showed surprise on his face. In this world, the only one who can use the ability of meteorites is Fujitora's gravity fruit, right? Or is it the superior fruit of the gravity fruit? The gravity fruit? It's really a random ability. Yunya pouted and said, feeling the power and influence transmitted from the meteorite at that moment, he was also very speechless. This is not land. I can't stand such a toss. Although Gulen Tejuelo is extremely huge, after several rounds of battles, the hull of the ship has already begun to collapse. This is a battle of the world's top fighters. Even small islands may be destroyed, let alone just a ship up. At this time, the keel of Gulen Tejuelo's hull was almost broken, and seawater had already seeped in from the bottom. If it bears the impact of another meteorite, it will probably become the last straw that overwhelms the camel, causing Gulen Tejuelo to collapse directly. But Yunya didn't care, it was just a meteorite, and it didn't pose too much threat to him. Even if Gulen Tejuelo exploded, he could still use Shenpo to walk in the air. As long as he still has physical strength, Yunya will not fall, and he is not a devil fruit user, so it doesn't matter if he falls into the water. Yunya's gaze was also looking there, and the color of knowledge spread over. I saw a few strong men over there making shots at the same time. Several of them are capable users, and if Gulen Tejuelo is destroyed, it will be quite troublesome for them to lose their foothold. At this moment, they acted in unison. Laser. Huang Yuan pointed out, and the laser bombarded towards the sky. Dragon Claw Feng Lan. Drago made a dragon claw with his right hand, and a whirlwind circled in his palm and shot towards the sky. Gravity Knife Tiger. Fujitora also made a kendo opening move, sweeping towards the sky. You guys, are you trying to destroy my boat? Golden God's punishment. Tezuelo was impatient, the fruit awakened, streams of golden water flowed around his body, and then the golden water condensed into a fist, bombed directly towards the sky. Boom boom boom. The attacks of several people collided with a meteorite falling from the sky, roaring and trembling, and a shock wave almost swept across the entire Gulen Tejuelo. The huge meteorite was directly destroyed by these attacks, turning into pieces and falling from the sky. Boom boom boom. Several larger fragments fell on the boat, smashing huge potholes one after another, and some fell on the surface of the sea, and immediately the water exploded and the waves were rough. It looks like it's blocked. The rattan knotweed knife returned to its sheath, and heaved a sigh of relief. You blind man, what is your background? Kisame looked at Fujitora seriously. Fujitora rubbed his head and chuckled. I'm just an ordinary blind man who just joined the Revolutionary Army. Hearing Fujitora's words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Can one be called an ordinary person who can easily summon such a large meteorite? Then what are they? Ants? Are you really a member of the Revolutionary Army? Are you the commander of the new world of the Revolutionary Army? Huang Yuan felt that the one who could possess such strength must be one of the commanders of the Revolutionary Army. The several commanders of the Revolutionary Army and their navy have information, and they are not the people in front of them. Their navy also has intelligence that the Revolutionary Army seems to be marching into the new world. Could this guy in front of him be the commander of the Revolutionary Army in the new world? I just joined the Revolutionary Army just now. Fujitora smiled and explained. But Huang Yuan didn't believe that a person with such strength was just an ordinary cotter. At this time, Yunya suddenly fell from the sky and landed on a high ground, looking down at everyone below. Hey, are you all there? Hearing the sound, everyone's eyes were on the past. After seeing that it was the Quincy Master, all of them showed serious expressions on their faces. Yunya appeared here, but Xiao was not there, and Huang Yuan had a bad feeling in his heart, and his face suddenly sank. Quincy, why did you appear here? Where is Xiao? What do you think? Yunya laughed. Huang Yuan's face was gloomy. He didn't expect Xiao to be killed by Yunya after he left for a while. This is too fast. It's been a long time, Your Excellency Quincy. Fujitora sensed Yunya's breath with only the whites of his eyes looking at Yunya, showing a smile. When he saw Fujitora, Yunya knew that the meteorite just now was caused by Fujitora. Seeing him standing with Drago, surprise flashed in his eyes, and he nodded slightly. Oh, yes you? What, you joined the Revolutionary Army? Fujitora said, after listening to Your Excellency's words before, I also felt something in my heart. I traveled to many places and heard a lot of things. In the end, I was moved by the idea of the Revolutionary Army. Is the big man Yuxiao mentioned the Quincy master? Hearing what Fujitora said, a look of surprise flashed across Drago's face. People's hearts will change with time. Who knows if the Revolutionary Army will succeed in the future? Will it be another world government? The brave slaughtered the dragon, and finally the brave lost their goals and were corrupted by power. New evil dragons, this kind of thing is not uncommon. Yunya laughed. But at this stage, the concept of the Revolutionary Army is indeed good. Yunya showed a meaningful smile. Let's develop well. We may have the possibility of cooperation in the future. After all, I and the world government are in dire straits. People's hearts will change with time. Will the brave become a dragon? Hearing Yunya's words, Durag narrowed his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Fujitora was also taken aback. He didn't expect it to be so long ago, and shook his head. Who can say for sure about the future? According to your words, at least the current world government is the source of chaos. Thinking about the future before taking action, it's too ambitious. That's right, so, try to get the world government into trouble. They won't show mercy to the enemy. Yunya smiled and didn't continue this topic. It is a false proposition in itself, and different situations will happen no matter how you choose. Whether it's good or bad, I can't see it now. Turning Yunyi's eyes to Huang Yuan, he sneered, and said, Huang Yuan, are you still fighting? If you are alone, you are not my opponent. Huang Yuan was silent and did not speak. But at this moment, another group of people rushed over here. It's naval support. Naval support headed by Stoloberg and Huashaishan arrived here. General Huang Yuan. Huashaishan and Stoloberg came to Huang Yuan's side, wary of everyone around them. Quincy Division, Revolutionary Army, Kaiwohei, Golden Emperor, what kind of lineup is this? Didn't the Marshal of the Warring States say that the only enemy is the Quincy? It's you. Huang Yuan was quite happy to see the naval support, but seeing that there were only 2 lieutenant generals, the corners of his mouth twitched. The lieutenant general's combat strength has not reached the peak of the world. Under the current situation, he cannot control the situation of the battle. Marshal of the Warring States period, you are cheating me. Huang Yuan complained in his heart. If only he could run away. If he couldn't beat him, he would be punished by the world government at worst, but it is impossible to be dismissed from his position. I am still that general. But now that there are a few drag oil bottles, if there is a real fight, he will be in a bit of a dilemma. To fight or to go. This is a problem. Oh, is there any backup for the Navy? Seeing the Navy rushing over, Yunya showed an inexplicable smile on his face. It seems that your Navy is not going to let it go this time. Yellow Ape. Yunya was very surprised that Huang Yuan appeared here, and he didn't expect that the Navy would need other people to help. This was indeed beyond Yunya's expectations. But with only 2 lieutenant generals, don't you look down on me too much. Yunya glanced at the Navy present and just sneered, especially when he looked at Stoloberg. His eyes flashed coldly. In the past, Stoloberry secretly used his position as lieutenant general to send Nightblade to the most dangerous G7 branch base. If it were another major general, in the dangerous area of the G7 branch base, the chance of death would be very high. It is conceivable what Stoloberry's calculations are. If you secretly attack yourself, you are the enemy. Yunya would not be merciful to the enemy, but because there was no chance later, he didn't make a move. Due to Yaren's identity as a navy, it is difficult to take action. Although he is incompatible with the Hawks, but there is no legitimate reason, and the impact of the action will not be good. On the other hand, the Quincy has been staying in the New World and has not found too many opportunities. But more importantly, Yunya didn't care much about the small role of Stoloberg. After all, he couldn't make waves. Of course, this does not mean that Yunya has forgotten about it, and if there is a chance to do something, Yunya will not be merciful. After saying that, Yunya didn't say anything else, and directly started. The power of the lightning flame in the palm of his hand condensed, and a thick shock wave of lightning flame rushed towards Stoloberry. Huang Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he dodged to block in front of him. With a flash of golden light in his right hand, a lightsaber suddenly appeared, and he slashed forward, cutting Yunya's attack in half. Thunder and lightning surged from behind, forming a Taiko Guyo in an instant, and Yunya rushed out as if teleporting, and punched Huang Yuan. Can you stop me? Huang Yuan? Shi Xiang. Slash from the sky. Huang Yuan's eyes became colder. He held the sword in both hands, made a kendo move, and slashed violently towards Yunyi. Boom! The fists and swords collided with each other. A wave of air hit the surroundings, and the laser beams were blasted and fell into the ground, causing an explosion. After the two hit, they separated at the same time, and then rushed out again, fighting together. Your strength is getting weaker and weaker. Huang Yuan, where is the strength just now? Is it awakened? Use it. Otherwise, none of you will want to go back today. Yunya laughed like a madman, punching one after another, fist bombarded out. Thunder and lightning raged violently, beating Huang Yuan back steadily. The speed of Yunyi in Shunyeo Thunder God's battle form is faster than that of Huang Yuan at a short distance. Huang Yuan's extreme speed depends on his reaction nerves, that is, knowledge, but Yunya's speed is so fast that it is difficult to catch even knowledge, which is why Huang Yuan is at a disadvantage when fighting Yunya. Cut. Huang Yuan cut. Golden light suddenly burst out from his body. Several golden lights struck Yunya's fist, resisting Yunya's attack for a moment. Taking this opportunity, Huang Yuan held his right hand, and a lightsaber appeared, slashed directly at Yunya's face. Duan Kong. Yunya yelled coldly, and with a wave of his finger, Duan Kong blocked Huang Yuan's slash and at the same time drew out his right leg. Huang Yuan dodges, turning around and slashing down. The 5 fingers of Yunya's right hand condensed the armed color, and clawed it out. He held Huang Yuan's lightsaber in his hand. Violent thunder surged, and collided with the lightsaber. Bloodstains. The blood was evaporated by the high heat of the lightsaber before it sputtered out. But Yunyi didn't care. I said, if you don't work hard, you will die here. Yunya grinned grinningly, clenched his left hand and blasted out. The terrifying high pressure compressed the air into a column, and hit the yellow ape's forehead directly. It's not good. Huang Yuan secretly yelled that it was not good. His body turned into golden light and dissipated, trying to use elementalization to escape. But how could Yunya let Huang Yuan get his wish? With a widening of his eyes, the terrifying domineering cover pressed down, impacting Huang Yuan's mind, causing him to be in a trance for a moment. With a punch, this punch directly hit Huang Yuan's head. With a bang sound, Huang Yuan's head seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, and he immediately vomited blood. He flew upside down and hit the ground. Although it was extremely painful, the yellow ape was not completely unconscious, and his body turned into a golden light, using elementalization to remove most of the impact. Boom! The golden light fell, causing a big explosion immediately. The golden deck shattered directly, and the cracks spread in all directions. The confrontation between Yunya and Huang Yuan only took place in a few seconds, and only then did the people nearby react. On the Navy's side, Stroberg and Hua Shaoshan did not hesitate at all, and stepped on the moon to kill Yunyi. Lanjiao broken. Hua Shaoshan arched his right leg, and swept out a huge wind blade. After all, he was also an elite lieutenant general in the Navy. Hua Shaoshan's blow was still very strong. Usually, a reward of more than 100 million Baileys was offered. Pirates would feel threatened, and land-footed through the air to kill Yunya. Double knife cross-cutting. Stroberg followed closely behind, with both knives out of their sheaths, and slashed in the direction of Yunyi with a cross-cutting strike, which crisscrossed and rotated like a broken bamboo. Does the lieutenant general dare to step into our battlefield? Yunya sensed the attack, and said coldly, pointing with his right hand. A broken air formed, blocking both attacks. A little below the feet, Yunya rushed out in the form of an afterimage, and came to Strawberry in an instant, watching him indifferently. The violent lightning wrapped around his right arm to form a magnetic force, which affected the 2 knives in Strawberry's hands, affecting at the same time as his movement. He punched out. Yunya's speed was already extremely fast, and Stroberg's normal attack might not be able to avoid it, let alone Yunya used magnetic force to influence Stroberg's actions. This blow, Stroberg simply cannot avoid. Damn it. Sensing Yunya's killing intent, Stroberg's face changed drastically. Although he knew that Quincy was very strong, he didn't expect it to be this strong. Also, why are you staring at me? Don't fight the stronger Lieutenant General Hua Shaoshan? However, time did not give Strawberg to think too much. The crisis hit and the desire to survive was full. Stroberg made a defensive posture in a short time, covering his whole body with armed colors, and crossed his hands to protect his chest. Front, block of iron. There are 3 pirate laws. 1. Don't have confidence in the iron block. 2. Don't give the person who owns the blood lock a little time to breathe. 3. Didn't figure it out. But one thing to say, Stroberg made the above mistake. That is to use the iron block defense. Especially when the strength is not as good as the enemy. There was no surprise at all. When Yunyi's punch fell, Strawberg's armed force was useless at all, and his armed force was disintegrated in an instant before Yunya's offensive, like paper paste. With a boom sound, Yunyi punched heavily, and Strawberg spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His arms were broken, and his chest was directly collapsed by this punch. Yunya didn't hold back from this blow. If a general came over, he would vomit 3 liters of blood, not to mention mere Strawberry. Stroberg flew upside down like a broken sack. His eyes turned white and he completely lost consciousness during the upside-down flight. Although he is a small person, it can be regarded as a settlement of a grievance. For the Navy, Yunya has no ill feeling, and he is also a member of the Navy, but it is for those who have a heart of justice, such as Strawberry, who is small-minded and has offended him. Won't keep it. Go to hell. A sneer sneered at the corner of Yunya's mouth. He spread his 5 fingers, the power of thunder flames condensed, and a thunder flame blast directly penetrated Strawberry's inverted body. With a bang, Strawberg was killed directly. Damn it. Hua Shaoshan's face over there was extremely gloomy. Seeing a colleague being directly killed, he was extremely angry. Although the hawks and doves are at odds with each other because of their different ideas in the Navy, but if there is a common enemy, they will also work together. After one blow, Yunya turned around, opened his right hand and swept out a large curtain of flames, and charged toward the Huasheo mountain on the other side in a covering manner. From the attack, it can be seen that Yunyi is still very measured in attacking Huasheishan. Huasheishan is a typical navy with a heart of justice. Like Yurin, he is a dovish general, so Yunyi will not strike hard. However, this blow also repelled Huasheishan. The lieutenant general is no longer a big threat to the current Yunya. In addition to the two general candidates, Garp, Yaren is also counted. The Quincy Master. The knowledgeable color sensed the disappearance of a voice, and a golden light shot up from the pit, turning into the figure of the yellow ape. At this time, Huang Yuan's face was extremely gloomy, his expression had never been more serious, and even a murderous intent permeated his body, without the salty fish temperament before. Endless light field. Without any more nonsense, Huang Yuan opened his hands, and endless light elements spread from his body, covering the entire area. Night wheel cannon. Huang Yuan clenched his fist towards Yunyi, and with a buzz sound, the golden light behind him was like a laser cannon, and began to bombard Yunyi indiscriminately. Each golden laser beam is several meters thick and dense like rain, and the terrifying power is also revealed at this moment. Boom boom boom. Yunya's face darkened slightly, and his body was moving around. Even if he avoided it, the golden light would explode when he avoided it. It doesn't matter if it's one or two, but this dense light rain is as dense as a barrage, and it's a range attack. Even at the speed of Yunyi, it will be affected by the shock wave. One couldn't dodge, and was directly hit by a golden light. With a bang sound, Yunya was swept up by the explosion and flew out backwards. Over there, the yellow ape turned into a spot of light and dissipated. The next moment, he appeared strangely behind Yunya. The lightsaber in his hand instantly swelled and became tens of meters in size, and he slashed towards Yunya with a sword, 10 fists and swords. The strong wind came from behind, and the knowledgeable color had already caught the attack coming. Yunya remained calm in the face of danger, stepped on the air in a blink of an eye, dodged the attack with a dodge, came to the top of Huang Yuan's head, and spread the thunder pillar with 5 fingers to strike down. However, the moment the attack was about to hit Huang Yuan's figure dissipated again, and appeared above Yunya's head, slashing down with the lightsaber again. Yunya's face changed slightly, he turned around, put his hands together, and caught Huang Yuan's sword with his bare hands. However, his heart was slightly depressed. Why he couldn't catch the movement trajectory of the yellow ape, it seemed to disappear out of thin air, and then directly condensed and formed on top of his head to attack. There are light elements all around. Can he switch positions at will through light elements? Alternative and efficient Yada mirror? Yunyi guessed in his heart, spreading his knowledge around, trying to capture more information. Beam kick. Huang Yuan's face was as indifferent as ice, and when the lightsaber dissipated, his figure disappeared again, this time appearing behind Yunya. His right leg was tense, and the soles of his feet were shining, directly hitting Yunya's waist. Is that really the case? Yunya's knowledgeable perception of Huang Yuan's way of moving was exactly as he had guessed. All around are the light elements awakened by the yellow ape, and he can move within this range. Duan Kong had already cast it when Huang Yuan's attack was about to hit him. With a sound of boom, when Huang Yuan attacked, a shock erupted suddenly, shattering Yunya's space, and Yunya was directly blasted out. However, with the air-breaking defense, most of the strength was removed, and the shunpo barely stopped the figure. Laser. Huang Yuan continued to attack, and the golden laser blasted towards Yunya who was flying upside down from all directions. Duan Kong. Yunya sensed the danger while flying backwards, and used Duan Kong again to block most of the lasers. However, there are still other lasers attacking from directions that Duan Kong can't resist. Cut. Yunya snorted coldly, the power of thunder and lightning erupted violently on his body, and the shadows of 5 thunder dragons could be seen faintly. The 5 dragons will be destroyed. Roar! The giant dragon roared and roared, the sound shook the space, and the thunder dragon swept across, breaking all the lasers directly. The thunder dragon surged against the wind, reaching a height of 100 meters in an instant. It was fierce and mighty. Since it can't be avoided, let's compare to see whose attack range is bigger. Boom 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 boom. The laser was swept, directly shattered, and exploded, impacting in all directions, falling into the hull and sea surface, setting off a huge explosion shock wave. Boom. Finally, the thunder dragon swept again and exploded directly, sweeping away all the surrounding light elements. Faced with such a large-scale attack, the yellow ape hidden in it was also hit, and its body crashed into the hull, causing Gulen. Tizalo was in turmoil. Yunyi used his big moves one after another, exhausting his physical strength, and even the night blade in the Navy headquarters was affected. Yurin found a reason to go back to his office, stay different, and stop all physical exertion. The thunder dragon dispersed, and the surrounding light elements were swept away. Yunya was also panting heavily at this time. It's been a long time since such a big consumption. Even when fighting Kaido and Charlotte Lingling on Skull Island, the consumption was not so high. It's not that Huang Yuan's strength is stronger than Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, but that Yunyi's successive battles this time, with his big moves, consume a lot of energy. Injury is inevitable, but it's not that serious, it's just that the physical exertion is huge. It can't be delayed anymore, it must be resolved quickly. Yunyi's eyes were indifferent, and the next moment he rushed out, towards the landing point of the yellow ape. The color of knowledge and knowledge was displayed to the extreme, and suddenly, Yunye's eyes flashed, as if he had discovered something. He turned his body around, turned a corner and killed to another place. His fists were armed, entwined with domineering colors, thunder and lightning swept across, and he punched terrifyingly. Blast out at the empty place in front of you. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Huang Yuan's body suddenly appeared in front of Yunye's attack. Huh. Huang Yuan was stunned, his face suddenly changed, the danger was approaching, so close, even with his speed, he couldn't avoid it. Boom! In astonishment, Huang Yuan was hit straight by Yunye's punch, and the domineering look entwined and impacted his mind. The huge force struck, making Huang Yuan spurt out a big mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards rapidly. 6 light prisons. Yunye took a deep breath, and the 6 beams directly nailed the flying yellow ape in the air. Yunye rushed out and punched him down again. Boom! Huang Yuan flew upside down again, his chest collapsed, and he spit out blood. Thunder flame explosion. With 5 fingers spread out, the power of thunder flame condenses into a shape and strikes out, hitting the unsuspecting yellow ape. The boom exploded, and the yellow ape vomited blood again and flew backwards. Under successive blows, he was also seriously injured. Huashaishan was in the direction where the yellow ape was flying upside down just now. His face changed, he shaved, and used his moon steps to catch the yellow ape. At this time, Huang Yuan's figure flew upside down like a shell, and the force it carried was extremely terrifying, shaking Huashaishan until he vomited blood. But Huashaishan didn't let go, but grabbed Huang Yuan's body tightly, resisting the force shock. The two fell from the sky and smashed into a corner of Gulan Tejuelo, directly smashing the building in that corner. The smoke and dust cleared, and the yellow ape spit out blood again with a wow, and his breath weakened. General Huang Yuan, are you okay? Huashaishan held his chest, feeling tightness in his chest, and blood was overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Get out of here first. Huang Yuan took a deep breath, fixed his eyes on Yunyi, and said to Huashaishan and the navy soldiers behind him. Suffering the blow just now, Huang Yuan was also seriously injured and couldn't fight anymore. If you don't retreat, you will probably have to explain here. Yes. Huashaishan did not hesitate, and took one last look at Yunyi, with a look of shock on his face. With an order, he led the yellow ape and all the navy back directly. Yunyi stood high above the sky, gasping for breath, watching Hai's movements with cold eyes. He did not choose to continue to do it. At this time, he was also very tired, and he had already cancelled the instant coaxing to reduce physical exertion. That was just now. Did you predict the future? Yunyi murmured to himself, his eyes flickering slightly. The reason why I was able to predict where the yellow ape would appear one step ahead of time just now was because in my knowledgeable perception, a picture of the yellow ape appearing there appeared in my mind. Then, with the advantage of being the first mover, Huang Yuan was severely injured in one fell swoop. Otherwise, relying on Huang Yuan's strange body skills after awakening, it is very likely that he will need to spend a little more effort to win. Even the general is defeated. This is the strength of the Quincy Master. In the past, it was just hearsay, but now that I have seen it, I know the power of the top powerhouse in the sea. I don't know how Quincy compares to Whitebeard. They just exchanged a move just now, and they couldn't see anything, but with the combat power displayed by Quincy now, even Whitebeard should not be his opponent. Everyone who was still staying in Gulan Tejuelo swallowed their saliva at this moment, not daring to make a sound, for fear of being noticed by the Quincy. The combat power of the Quincy Master is too terrifying. Several masters have been defeated by him one after another. Who dares to speak out at this time? Now in their hearts, the old Whitebeard is probably no match for the Quincy. Bucky, who saw this scene together, couldn't help swallowing. Tejuelo, this guy, actually asked him to deal with such a monster? Even the resurrection of Captain Roger may not be able to do the Quincy, right? It's just too scary. Yunyi landed on a high ground, gasped for a few breaths, and gradually recovered some of his physical strength. He looked coldly at Bucky and Tejuelo below, with a malicious smile on his face. Then, what should I do? Let's settle it with you, Tejuelo, Bucky. Tejuelo looked gloomy, reckoning? He didn't settle accounts with you, but your Quincy still wants to settle accounts with me? But at this moment, Tejuelo didn't dare to say anything. After seeing the strength of the Quincy, he felt that it was better for him to remain silent. Gudu. But Bucky was stared at by Yunye's ferocious eyes, but his face showed a terrified expression. He swallowed, and settled the account. What account? He didn't know that he had offended the Quincy? On the other hand, the Quincy made trouble at his auction, so he should settle the score with the Quincy, right? It's just that he didn't dare. And, obviously I have hidden behind other people as much as possible. Why is Quincy still staring at me? Baccarat, who was being pulled by Bucky, began to change his face, and whispered to Bucky, Master Bucky, are you not going to make a move? I can bless you with my luck, so that you may be able to deal with me, Master. Huh? Can your ability be used by others? Bucky was stunned when he heard what Bacala said. He knew Bacala's ability. It was very scary. It could take away other people's luck, and let yourself be lucky. Yes, Mr. Bucky, but doing so will consume a lot of energy, and I will not be able to use the ability for a period of time. Because of this, Lord Tejuelo did not let me use this ability. Baccarat said in a low voice. It's not that her ability can't bless others with the luck she snatched, but the after effects of doing so are very serious. And there will be a period of gap in ability, which is not allowed by Tejuelo. After all, Bacala is his right-hand man to make money, and can bring him innumerable wealth in the casino every day. Tizalo was able to make his wealth reach this kind of commitment in just a dozen years, and Baccarat played a big role in it. Lucky fruit is definitely one of the most precious fruit abilities in the sea. Quickly, bless me with this ability. Bucky's face brightened when he heard that, if he had such a perverted ability bless, he might be able to run away from here. That's right, running away, not defeating the Quincy. Even though the current Quincy looks very weak, Bucky doesn't think he can beat the Quincy. Bacala didn't hesitate, and directly transferred all the clouds accumulated during this period to Bucky. She always felt that Bucky was a strong man, although he was a little out of tune, but after all, his reputation was there, and no one would doubt his strength. Definitely the top powerhouse in the sea. Using the ability, he transferred his own luck to Bucky. Bacala's originally rosy face suddenly turned pale, with some wrinkles, and even the tips of her hair turned yellow, making her look 10 years older. But just when she transferred her luck to Bucky, Bacala was surprised to find that the luck on Bucky seemed to be bigger than her lucky fruit ability. What's happening here? Before Baccarat could think about it, a huge fatigue hit her, making her unable to hold on any longer, and she was about to fall on Bucky when she raised her head. But just at this moment, a gust of wind hit, deflecting Baccarat's fallen figure a little. Instead of falling on Bucky, he fell to the ground with a bang. Huh? That's it? It's gone. Bucky looked puzzled. Has Baccarat's fruit ability really been used? Has your luck really increased? I don't feel it. Yunya didn't see Baki and Bacala's small movements. In front of them, a big man with a height of 3 meters blocked Yunya's vision. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Yunya snorted coldly. Aren't you talking? Then don't blame me for doing it. Qian Liang Dao Hua, why don't you make a move? Tezuelo looked at Bucky, his face became extremely gloomy. Does this guy still want to hide? Now you and I are allies? If they don't act again, they are likely to be finished this time. I. Bucky faltered when he heard someone call his name. Seeing Bucky speaking, the younger brother at the side also gave up his seat. Bucky's eyes met Yunya's. Seeing Yunya's playful eyes, Bucky's scalp tingled, but he couldn't be cowardly in front of his younger brother, so he could only bite the bullet and say, Quincy, don't bully me too much. Who do you think I am? I'm Shishibukai Senryo Baki. Oh, do you think Shibuhei's name can scare me? Yunya said teasingly, took a step forward, his murderous intent soared, and said with a sneer, Bucky the clown, the courier company you run, but you have been robbing me for business. Do you think I will let you go because of your Kaiwuhei name? There is such a thing. Bucky was taken aback. He didn't even know that his express company had a business conflict with the forces of Quincy. Although he is the person in power, he didn't pay attention to what his company did at all. I didn't expect to have a conflict with the Quincy. If I had known earlier, I would not have started such a broken company. Yunya continued to move forward, feeling full of oppression. I heard that you used to be a member of the Roger Pirates, had friendship with the 4 Emperors' red hair, and was once tied with Barrett. I am very curious about your strength. It's not like this. Bucky waved his hands again and again, his face was full of tears, but when Yunya came close, his eyes suddenly showed light. Sneak attack, Bucky bomb. He kicked it out, and suddenly a mechanism popped open on the sole of his shoe, which was where Bucky's bomb was originally placed. But he didn't know that just now, the Bucky bomb he had hidden in the bottom of his shoe had been used up while rolling, and it hit Blackbeard. Run. Bucky turned around and ran after finishing this, without even looking out of the corner of his eye, as if something was chasing him behind. He really wanted to run. His purpose was to use the Bucky bomb to sneak attack the Quincy division, and then take advantage of the chaos caused by the explosion so that he could leave here. Bucky's younger brothers didn't know why, but they still listened to their captain's words and retreated at the same time. And Tizalo has a gloomy face. What is this clown doing? Void kicked out, and then? What's next? Why is there no response? What are you running? Damn it! Tezuelo cursed inwardly, thinking that all pirates are the same, and now that the situation is wrong, he wants to run away. Bucky could run, but he, the man at the helm of Gurren Tizalo, couldn't. But when he was cursing inwardly, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Yunya's serious expression, and he looked up at the sky. What is the Quincy focusing on? Heaven. Tezuelo raised his head in doubt, and saw several light spots in the sky from far to near at an unknown time. As it got closer and closer, everyone could clearly see the appearance of these light spots. It was 3 meteorites that fell from the sky. It is exactly the same as the method used by the Revolutionary Army just now. There are even 2 more than just now. At this moment, after seeing clearly what was falling from the sky, everyone opened their mouths wide and looked at Bucky, with expressions of shock on their faces. Is this the true strength of Master Bucky? It's too strong. There are 2 more than the Revolutionary Army. Lord Bucky, the Eternal God. Bucky's younger brothers fell into an orgasm as if they had taken medicine. They all looked at Bucky with red faces and thick necks, panting heavily. Lord Bucky did not disappoint them. At this time, Tizalo also opened his mouth wide, but immediately became angry. Bucky, is this guy planning to let Gulen Tizalo sink directly here? He also felt that these 3 meteorites were shot by Bucky, otherwise there would be such a coincidence. Bucky just made a movement, and then he yelled and ran. Anyone would think that this was caused by Bucky's shot? Looking at the 3 meteorites that fell, Tizalo was annoyed, but he didn't dare to stay where he was. The group of the Revolutionary Army who had already left also looked up to that side. Sabo and Kurla stared blankly at the sky, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Drago also looked at Fujitora and asked, "Smile, did you use your ability just now?" At this time, Fujitora also looked confused, scratched his head and said, "Those 3 meteorites were not cast from below." "Really? Who would that be?" Drago whispered slightly, lost in thought. Kurla asked curiously, "Uncle Yuxiao, can your ability summon meteorites?" Fujitora smiled slightly, "What I eat next is the fruit of gravity. Being able to pull down meteorites in space is not a summoning." Space. Sabo looked inexplicable, and then seemed to think of something. His face was shocked. "Knowledge." Fujitora touched his chin, nodded and said, "Well, use the color of knowledge to perceive." After hearing this, both Sabo and Kara twitched their mouths, and said the most pretentious words in the most plain words. Why didn't it explode? Bucky, who had already run some distance away, suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He didn't hear the sound of the explosion. He turned his head and looked over, and was shocked by the scene in front of him. The younger brothers shouted, "Long live Mr. Bucky," but Bucky himself can't figure it out. What's going on? This is... Compared to the shock of the others, Yunya was quite calm, but at this time he was also slightly surprised. Why a meteorite suddenly fell down at this time? Fujitora? No, it can't be Fujitora. Fujitora and Arag have left just now, and Fujitora has no reason to make a move. The only possibility is that 3 meteorites really happened to fall here at this time, and the target happened to be me. Coincide. Is this the Overlord's luck? Yunya whispered. Suddenly, Yunya seemed to think of something, and looked at Bakara who fell to the side and fell into a coma. In his memory, there seemed to be an ability user who ate the lucky fruit on Tezuolo's boat. It can improve your own luck and make the enemy unlucky. Could it be that this fruit ability can not only improve one's own luck, but also improve the luck of others? At this time, Bakala was unconscious on the ground. Her originally pretty face was a little pale, and there were a few more wrinkles. She looked like Charlotte Lingling when she overused her fruit ability. In other words, these meteorites may really be the product of the joint efforts of Bakara and Baki. Thinking of this, even with Yunyi's heart, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Overlord luck plus lucky fruit, even if a few 4 emperors add up, they may not be able to pose a threat to Bucky. This is the real son of destiny? What Wang Luffy, compared to Bucky, is simply weak? Bucky and Usopp in One Piece, Dakian in Reaper, King in One Punch, Satan in Dragon Ball, if these people can get together, they will absolutely kill gods and Buddhas? It's useless when Jesus comes. Tuko returned to Tuko. Yunyi also became dignified at this time. The 3 meteorites are not easy to block. In the whole body period, it may be easily resolved. But now, 9 out of 10 of my physical strength is consumed, and it is very difficult to destroy all 3 meteorites. Moreover, the 3 meteorites still hit from 3 different angles, which meant that Yunyi needed 3 hits to destroy all the meteorites. Let me see, in this world, is luck stronger, or strength trumps everything? Yunya laughed. At this moment, it seemed that what he was facing was not 3 meteorites, but the world. Somewhere in the rules. Or maybe it's fate? Is it true that strength can overwhelm everything, or is fate superior? With a sound of buzz, thunder boiled on Yunyi's body, outlining the taiko drum and guyu, and a terrifying aura swept around him centered on him. The largest round of lightning explosion. False flash. Sunset. 3 attacks blasted out one after another, rushing towards the 3 meteorites. Boom 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 boom. 3 loud bangs resounded through the air, like 3 rounds of suns shining, emitting scorching light. With the sound of Kaka, the meteorite that fell directly from high altitude shattered like glass, and was directly pierced and exploded by Yunya's attack. Countless meteorite fragments were thrown around like rain. It's just that this rain is made up of stones of different sizes. This scene shocked everyone once again. The originally cheerful voice stopped abruptly, and fell into silence, only the sound of gravel falling. This time, boundless fear spread in their hearts. Those 3 meteorites, which they thought were unstoppable, were actually smashed to pieces. In the case that there was only 1 meteorite just now, several masters shot at the same time to directly destroy the meteorite. Quincy destroyed 3 by himself? Are such people really human like them? At this moment, everyone's fighting spirit dissipated. Originally, Lord Bucky was able to defeat the Quincy, but now they don't think so. Yes, Lord Bucky is indeed powerful and can summon 3 meteorites to attack, but the Quincy on the opposite side is even more powerful. It is an existence so powerful that they can hardly look up to. Seeing that Bucky had the same wide-eyed look as they did, they would definitely doubt Lord Bucky's strength in the past. But now, they didn't show disappointment. It's not that Mr. Bucky is not strong, but that Quincy is too strong. Some younger brothers even comforted Bucky in turn. Master Bucky, although you are very powerful, the opponent is not human at all. Don't be discouraged. We will find the place later. Let's forget it this time. That's right, Mr. Bucky. Facing such a monster, we have very little chance of winning. Let's wait until later. Hearing the safety of the younger brothers, Bucky nodded a little bit blindly. Yes. Although he couldn't understand what his little brother was saying, he could hear one thing clearly. Forget it first? Doesn't that mean you can confess yourself? Thinking of this, Bucky lay down on the ground and hammered the ground. Tears couldn't stop pouring out. It's great, it's great, it's great not to have to fight. Seeing Bucky's appearance, Bucky's younger brothers turned their heads away, as if they couldn't bear to see this scene. Also, if a big man like Lord Bucky admits failure, he will definitely feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Many people sobbed secretly, blaming themselves very much in their hearts. If people like themselves could be stronger, then they would be able to help Lord Bucky even more. They secretly decided in their hearts that after this crisis is over, if they can still survive, they must train themselves well, become stronger, and then help Lord Bucky. Ahem. Not to mention others, Yunya was also very uncomfortable at this time. Because of the impact, he also coughed a few times. His body seemed to be hollowed out, and his physical strength was close to drying up, but he still lifted his spirits. His face was still so domineering, and he looked down at Tizalo and Bucky with a sneer. Is there any other way? If so, let's show it together. Hearing Yunya's words, Bucky was shocked, and immediately got up from the ground, rolled several times and climbed to a place not far from Yunya, and directly knelt down to Yunya, with his upper body lying on the ground. Quincy, my lord, we admit defeat. Please don't attack me. My subordinates offended you before. I apologize to you on behalf of my younger brothers. We can pay any compensation you need. If it wasn't for his little brother who kept supporting him, Bucky would have done this long ago. Just keep your head down. It's not a big deal. He doesn't lack such things as morality, and he can throw it away as soon as he needs it, without feeling like it's a waste. Over there, after seeing Bucky also kneeling, Tetsuo also had a cloudy expression, as if mourning his concubine. He thought for a moment, and finally took a deep breath, lowered his proud head, disheartened. Destroy the normal university. Man, I throw in the towel. Although money is very important to him, if he loses his life, he loses everything. If you leave your life behind, there may be a chance to make a comeback. On the surface of the sea, a small boat is sailing. Yunya was sitting on the boat, holding a devil fruit in his hand, bouncing like a basketball. This is one of Yunya's trophies this time, the Momo fruit of the former world destroyer Bundy Wald. Momo fruit. Yachi doesn't seem to have the fruit ability yet, but this ability matches Yachi very well. The strength of Yachi and Hawkins is also growing very fast. They should soon catch up with the 3 disaster generals, right? Yunya touched his chin and said softly. When Yachi and Hawkins were in Wangsu Hall, Yunya was always training them. At this time, the 2-color domineering of the 2 has also entered the room. Maybe it has not reached the level of the 3 disaster generals, but it is almost the same. At least it shouldn't be much inferior to the shameful snag who died in Yunya's hands. After the development of Wangsu Hall, its strength is getting stronger and stronger, and there are more and more masters emerging in it. Although the current overall strength is still not comparable to that of the 4 emperors, but with the existence of Quincy, no one dares to provoke it. The whole dark world needs to be rectified in the future? Those guys, have they still made such small tricks behind their backs? Let Yachi and Hawkins go there. Yunya start thinking about future development. When he was in Gulan Tejuelo, because of Yunyi's coercion, Tejuelo had no choice but to incorporate his power into Wangsu Palace. It's impossible not to bow your head. Yunya has already given a specific answer. If you don't agree, you will die. Tizalo still wanted to survive, although he felt extremely aggrieved. He could only bow his head. And Yunya also learned from Tizalo that during the battle on Skull Island, there were several Dark World kings who were secretly doing tricks behind their backs. Regarding this point, Yunya was actually not very surprised. Although those guys were very honest on the surface, if there was a chance to kill Yunya, they would definitely not be soft-hearted. It's okay if you don't know, but since you know, you can only attack them. Anyway, sooner or later. The unification of the Dark World has always been Yunya's goal. Take advantage of this time. Let's completely solve it. By the way, let Yachi and Hawkins go out to practice. Yunyi is going to attack the entire Dark World, and the unification of the Dark World is imperative. If you don't accept it, you can beat them until they are convinced. What is worth mentioning here is that before, Yunya did not choose to kill Bucky, but let him leave after making compensation. Bucky lost a lot this time. Not only did he lose a large amount of Bailey, but he also gave Yunya a part of his courier company's business. To put it bluntly, even if Yunyi doesn't do anything in the future, he can still get a steady stream of Baileys from Bucky. This amount is half of the income earned by Bucky's express company. But there is another point that Yunya's physical strength was almost exhausted at that time. If BAG summoned a few meteorites again as a coincidence, he really couldn't resist it. Moreover, perhaps Bucky may have some unexpected changes in the future world situation later on. After all, this guy seems to be the real son of destiny. The enmity between the 2 parties is not big, it's just a conflict of interest. It's good to negotiate, and each has a profit, so why fight and kill? A few days later, what happened to Gulan Tizalo was also passed on to the world through many channels. During this time, almost everyone was discussing this matter. What Quincy went to Gulan Tizalo to make trouble. During the auction, a celestial dragon died in the hands of the Quincy. The grievances between Blackbeard and Whitebeard, CP0 died in battle, the navy retreated, Gulan Tizolo announced that he has become a subordinate force of the palace of Wangsu, etc. These things are almost spreading in the new world. Auctioning the Tianlonggren and killing the Tianlonggren would surprise countless people when it happened to other people, but for some reason, it didn't surprise people too much when it happened to the Quincy. Everyone is used to it. Every time the Quincy is dispatched, if there is no big movement, others may find it strange. It was the fact that Gulen Tizalo was completely merged into Wangsu's palace that surprised countless people in the New World. The Golden Emperor with huge wealth has become the subordinate of the Quincy Master, and the strength of Wangsu Palace has once again increased. And what happened to Whitebeard is often mentioned by others. A crew member disregarded the iron law on Whitebeard's ship, and after killing a captain, he broke away from the Whitebeard pirates and called himself Blackbeard. Naturally, Whitebeard took some action and asked his forces to hunt down Blackbeard, but in order to avoid being hunted down, Blackbeard directly fled for the first half. Later, the impact of this incident came down. The Quincy's bounty has also increased again, from the original 2 billion to an astonishing 4.8 billion Baileys. Second only to Whitebeard's 5,046 million Baileys, it is the second highest reward amount in the world now. When this reward was announced, countless people were shocked. However, it is also understandable that this time the Quincy's behavior was too bad. Not only did he kill the Tianlong people, but he also auctioned them off as slaves. This is a slap in the face of all the Tianlong people. All Tianlong people can't bear it. But at this stage, the world government has no choice but to increase his bounty. Maybe there will be some action in the future. Here, Yunya returned to the headquarters of Wangsu Palace. Call Yachi directly, hand over the Momo fruit, and say, "This is the Momo fruit, which is the ability of Bondi Wald, the former world destroyer. You don't have the ability now, so I will give you this fruit." "Yes, my lord." Yachi didn't refuse, and took the Momo fruit. Yunya also added that Hawkins in exchange, and said to the two standing under the throne, "Next, I will give you a task." The two listened attentively. Yunya continued, "Go to the territory of other Dark World kings and tell them that the Dark World is about to usher in changes, and all the forces of the Dark Kings will be merged into Wangsu Palace to complete the unification. From now on, my order is absolute. If you disagree, leave it to you to deal with. You go to the other kings. Doflamingo's side is special. It's the Shishibukai under the world government. It will be more troublesome if you do it, and you may not be his opponent. It's my lord, we will take care of this matter." Yachi and Hawkins looked at each other, and then saluted Yunya. "Go down." Yunya waved his hand. Yes. The two nodded, and after another salute, they retreated, and began to gather the personnel under his banner, and started the action to regain the power of the King of the Dark World. The two split into two groups. Yachi went to the area where Feld was, and Hawkins went to the area where Kaibatson was. Both of them are arrogant people, they are used to being kings, so forget about Quincy, they think they can't beat them, but you are too confident, Quincy, right? Actually only let two subordinates come over, do you look down on them? Now that the two sides have completely torn their faces, they can only kill people and run away. As long as the person is still there is still a chance to make a comeback. The battle between the two sides is imminent. After a great battle, Kibson and Feld underestimated Yachi and Hawkins at this time, and were directly pressed and beaten. In the end, they could only completely surrender and admit defeat under the threat of their lives, announcing that they had become Wangsu, the forces under the palace. After finishing Kibson and Feld, Yachi and Hawkins went to the area where Morgans was located, but when they arrived, they saw that the place was completely empty. Morgans, who controls many intelligence networks, also sensed the danger immediately when he discovered Wangsu Palace's actions, so he directly evacuated his forces and went to a small empty island that had been prepared before. Above, Morgans had always distrusted the Quincy, and he had already prepared a counterattack. As soon as he realized that the situation was wrong, he slipped away with oil on his feet, and gave up the power turf he had been operating for a long time. Ling Yeki and Hawkins rushed to nothing. This action of Wangsu Palace was naturally noticed by countless people. Is this intended to unify the entire Dark World? This kind of feat seems to be the first time in the Dark World, right? I remember that there seemed to be rumors before that some people wanted to unify the entire Dark World, but they were stopped by the world government. The world government just set such a high reward for Quincy, and Quincy did such a thing. Did he do it on purpose for the world government to see? The Quincy is too strong. However, there is one thing to say, Morgans runs really fast. Aren't Quincy planning to touch Doflamingo? He is also the king of the Dark World. After all, Doflamingo is one of the 7 martial seas, and the world government stands behind him. Even the Quincy will be more or less scrupulous. Regarding Wangsu Palace's action this time, people in New World began to discuss it, and observe the subsequent changes. Unsurprisingly, the rewards for the members of the Wangsu Palace have also increased this time. And in Wangsu Palace, there is also an extra title to match the captain with Whitebeard, Big Mother's General Star, 3 Disasters of Beasts, and Red-Haired Cotters. This title is 10 Blades. 10 Blades, this title will only be granted with the approval of the Quincy Master. In Wangsu Palace, 10 Blades is regarded as the highest honor, a title that countless people dream of. At this time, in Wangsu Palace, excluding Quincy himself, the rewards from high to low are 10 Blades Golden Emperor Tizero, with a bounty of 763 million Baileys, 10 Blades Scarecrow Hawkins, with a bounty of 630 million Baileys, 10 Blades, Black Rose Knight 7, with a reward of 570,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 Baileys, 10 Blades Felder, a reward of 513,000 Baileys, 10 blades Kibsun, a reward of 502,000 baileys. Alan, a combatant of the Black Rose Killer organization, is offering a bounty of 295 million baileys, as well as Feld and Kibsun's 2 deputies. The bounty was 230 million baileys and 190 million baileys. After that, there were several members who offered rewards of over 100 million yuan. What is certain is that now the total rewards of all the people in the Wangsu Palace have exceeded 8 billion baileys. It is an out-and-out big force. It is no weaker than the other four emperors. On the other side, Dressrosa. At this time, all the cotters of the Don Quixote family gathered together, each with an incomparably dignified expression. Doflamingo held the newspaper in his hand, and his expression became cloudy. The Quincy guy really made a big move. He almost brought the entire dark world under his command. What should we do now? Dover, we are the only ones left in the entire dark world. Tory Ball looked anxious and worried. Quincy's actions during this time also frightened them a lot. However, the Quincy Master didn't do anything to them later, which made them a little confused and didn't understand what the Quincy Master wanted to do. I don't know what he wants to do. Doflamingo looked very solemn, and he couldn't understand the fact that the Quincy hadn't shot him. Is it really because he is in alliance with him that he didn't do anything to him? No, it's impossible. The Quincy can't be that kind of soft-hearted person. Just like now, in the entire dark world, either death or surrender, the Quincy did not hold back at all. He eliminated all the hidden dangers that stood in front of him one by one. If he wants to complete the unification of the Dark World, he, the King of the Dark World, must be the goal of the Quincy Master. It's also impossible to be caused by Kaiwahe's identity. It is impossible for Quincy to be afraid of the world government, and even if something happens to Kaiwahe, the world government will not respond. So, what is the reason? Doflamingo was puzzled. The only explanation is that the reason why he has not been liquidated by the Quincy now is that he is still useful to him. What is the difference between me and other kings, the identity of Tianlong people? Doflamingo seemed to have thought of something. Speaking of the difference between myself and other kings of the Dark World, that is, I used to be a celestial dragon. The relationship between the world government and the Quincy is at stake. And the world government has always been extremely mysterious. The most likely thing is that Quincy wants to get some secrets of the world government from himself, so that he can prepare for dealing with the world government in the future. I was able to become Chihuahua because I used my previous identity and the secrets I knew about the world government to force the world government to bow its head. Others only know that they hijacked Tian Shangjin and forced the world government to bow their heads to become Chihuahua, but it cannot be ruled out that Quincy knows secrets that some people don't know. The more Doflamingo thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was not small. The origin of Quincy is very mysterious. As for the name of Tipaz Yeksa mentioned by Quincy, Doflamingo has searched for so long, but there is still no trace. I just know that the Quincy was in Bahai for the first time, and then there is no useful information. It's like someone who appeared out of thin air. I have dealt with him several times. Strength, intelligence, strategy, all aspects are at a disadvantage. Especially when we met for the first time, I was completely manipulated by Quincy, forced to have no choice but to agree to ally with him against Umit. It's just that the strength and influence of the Quincy Master have become stronger and stronger, and now it is a monster with a bounty of 4.8 billion. But Doflamingo will never forget that Quincy is definitely an extremely treacherous guy. After hearing what Doflamingo said, everyone present fell silent. Especially Diamante. He was the first to come into contact with Quincy, and he deeply knew the horror of Quincy, and he was also the one who feared the most in his heart at this time. Moreover, this fear, as the strength of the Quincy Master becomes stronger and stronger, it also becomes bigger and bigger. New World, Cake Island. Quincy's new bounty offer and Wangsu Palace's actions are almost the biggest events during this period. As long as they are in the New World, there is no one who doesn't know about it. Charlotte Lingling was also reading with a newspaper in her hand at this time. The more she looked at her, the more ugly her face became. In the end, she directly tore up the newspaper in her hand. Those bastards from the world government actually raised the bounty of Quincy higher than mine? Do you think Quincy is stronger than me? Damn it. Charlotte Lingling was very angry, with veins on her face jumping straight. He threw the torn newspaper in his hand to the ground. A domineering look swept across from the cake castle, forming dark clouds in the sky, lightning strikes, and roars. Charlotte Lingling was very upset that the old opponent of Quincy was pressing on top of her head. When they were in the Shuanghuang alliance, although the world government also increased their bounties, they only reached 4.6 billion and 4.3 billion baileys. Charlotte Lingling was already very angry when she knew that her bounty was lower than Kaido. Now Quincy has come from behind and surpassed her, making her feel that the world government is looking down on her. Why are the bounties of these two people higher than hers? Is the world government looking down on her? Charlotte Lingling actually think that Quincy and Kaido are more threatening than her? The cotters of the Big Mom pirates around did not speak. They did not understand Charlotte Lingling's mood at this time. There is nothing to dispute about the level of bounty. What is worth mentioning here is that because of the pure gold, Charlotte Lingling's life consumed due to excessive use of abilities is replenished a little. It has to be said that the effect of pure gold is still there. Although it cannot make people live forever, it can still repair injuries and restore vitality. Charlotte Lingling's expression became extremely cold, and then she looked down at Perospero. Bring Kaido's phone bug here. I want to contact him. Perospero wiped his sweat and handed over a small phone bug. Charlotte Lingling dialed, the phone rang a few times, connected, and Kaido's voice came, "Hello, Lingling, what's the matter? How are your preparations going?" Charlotte Lingling moved the phone bug closer and asked directly, "Oh lol, can't you wait, Lingling? It seems that the pure gold is really effective." Kaido's ferocious laugh came. Charlotte Lingling said with a cold face, "Stop talking nonsense, when will you act? I can't wait to take off the red-haired head." Kaido in Wano country showed a ferocious smile on his face, and said to the phone bug, "Anytime. That guy with red hair can't escape this time." During this period of time, the artificial devil fruit he entrusted to Doflamingo to make has also initially achieved results, and some of his subordinates have already eaten this artificial devil fruit and become devil fruit capable users. It is also accumulating strength. Well, then don't hesitate, let's do it directly after a while. Charlotte Lingling's face flashed cold, and she laughed. After announcing their alliance, the two did not act immediately, but were secretly planning something. And the target of their plan this time is none other than the red-haired pirates with the red history text in their hands. After setting the time, the two laughed at the same time. The domineering look stirred up the world, making the sky dark. The first half of the Great Voyage. Chambord Islands. One of the supernovas, the Spades pirates, landed on the Chambord Islands during this time period, and wanted to coat their ships here so that they could go to the New World. "Dias, how long will it take to leave?" Ace asked Dias, lying on the railing of the bowboard. Dias closed the book in his hand, looked at Ace and said, "We need to find an excellent coator, and it may take half a day. It's been a long time, it's too boring, let me go to the island first." After hearing this, Ace jumped up, and after saying something to Deus, he jumped off the boat and ran towards the island. "Oh, don't." Deus just wanted to stop him, but he realized that Ace had already run away, and his face turned black. "Don't you know how much you can cause trouble? I hope there won't be any big commotion. This place is very close to the headquarters of the Navy. If there is a commotion, the Navy will probably come over soon. It will definitely be my life to have a captain like you. The worst thing I've ever done." Deus couldn't help but touch his forehead, he felt so tired to be on such a boat. A crew member on the side was also lying on the railing, looking at the back of the departing Ace and laughing. "Ha ha ha, Deus, don't do this. Although the captain is a little messy, he is still very strong. As long as it is not a navy of the general level, there is nothing he can do." Dias said speechlessly, "That's why people are worried. If you really provoke the general, you will be in big trouble. It's not like you don't know the captain's ability to cause trouble." "Haha, yes, the captain is a troublemaker, and he can't stop at all. It's better to find the coator as soon as possible, and then get out of here quickly." Ace's companions laughed. For the Captain Ace, they are still very convinced. Not only is he powerful, but he is also very kind to people, but he is a little out of tune at ordinary times. Ignoring these things, he is indeed a good captain. Ace didn't know that his crew would arrange himself behind his back. He had landed on the Chambord Islands and wandered around. But as he walked, his eyes flashed, as if he had noticed something. His figure stopped. He sensed that someone was watching him. Who is it? Ace's face became serious, and he looked over. Over there, an old man with white hair wearing a worn-out cloak and worn-out slippers came over and said to Ace with a smile, "You're very knowledgeable? I didn't expect that you, who hadn't entered the new world, would have already have you learned the color of seeing and hearing." In the following period of time, Ace also awakened the armed domineering in the battle with the navy, and the color of knowledge and knowledge is also awakened at about the same time. Ace looked at the approaching person vigilantly, and asked warily, "Who are you?" The person who came was none other than Rayleigh. From the time the name Porgas d Ace appeared on the sea, Riley began to pay attention. Until Ace landed on the Chambord Islands, Rayleigh also chose to show up. In the original book, Raleigh also knew Ace, but he didn't want to go out to disturb Ace at the time, he just watched from a distance, and did not choose to meet Ace. But this time, because of what the Quincy said, Raleigh had the idea of meeting Ace. Wanting to meet the heirs of my dead friend is one, and the other is wanting to ask about the relationship between Ace and Quincy. This matter has troubled him for a long time. The origin of the Quincy is so mysterious that even Xiaoqi's intelligence network can't find out the specific identity of the Quincy. Until now, people in the world only know the title of Quincy, they don't even know the name of Quincy. Except for the false name Don Quixote knew. Perhaps, the Quincy is deliberately hiding his name. His name sure hides a secret? This was a guess in Raleigh's mind at the time. One thing to say, Rayleigh's guess is quite accurate. But the Quincy's name couldn't be Gold or something. Rayleigh has been with Roger for so long, and he knows Roger's life experience very well. He has no relatives or friends, so it is impossible for Roger to know any Quincy, and it is impossible for Quincy to be Roger's relative. The only explanation is that the Quincy is a family member or friend of Roger's wife. Judging from the fact that Quincy called Ace a little guy at the beginning, he regarded Ace as his junior, and he should be someone from Roger's wife. Could it be Roger's brother-in-law? There was a time when Riley speculated. But the age of the Quincy is too young, he looks only in his 20s. If it's Roger's wife's younger brother, his age doesn't quite match. Of course, there is also a possibility, that is, Luoji is an old cow who eats tender grass. He married a girl in her teens and 20s with a younger brother who was a few years old, and made her belly bigger. The integrity of the captain of the family, well, it is not impossible. But one thing is for sure, the Quincy must have known Ace, otherwise it would be impossible to know some of the information, and some of the information, even Roger did not tell him. So, this time after knowing that Ace appeared in the Chambord Islands, Rayleigh chose to appear. Rayleigh looked at Ace, and he could see the shadow of Roger when he was young from Ace. He smiled and waved his hand and said, "Don't be vigilant, I won't do anything to you." Ace is still vigilant. From his knowledgeable perception, he can clearly know that the thin old man in front of him is a very powerful person. Seeing Ace's vigilance, Raleigh shook his head and said, "You should have heard my name. My name is Sir Bez Raleigh." Hearing the name, Ace was taken aback, then frowned and said, "Rayleigh the Hades? That guy's deputy captain." Ace's reaction made Rayleigh a little confused. What's the situation? Seeing his father's former deputy captain, how could he have such an expression? On the contrary, he was even more vigilant than before. However, Rayleigh is also a smart person, so he quickly figured it out, just nodded and said, "It's me." A complex look flashed across Ace's face, and he said lightly, "So, Sir Raleigh, do you have anything to do with me?" "There is indeed something. Can you talk to me?" Raleigh said with a smile. Ace was silent for a moment, then nodded. The two of them didn't speak along the way, and walked towards the ripoff on the 13th island. Rayleigh pushed open the door of the bar, smiled at Xiaoqi who was smoking inside, and said, "Xiaoqi, can you bring us some wine? There is a guest who needs to be entertained." Seeing Xiaoqi, Ace nodded politely, "Hello, ma'am." Xiaoqi saw Ace following Rayleigh, and was slightly surprised for a moment, then nodded and said, "What a lovely little guest, wait a minute. Sit down." Rayleigh asked Ace to sit down. Ace sat at a bar, and Rayleigh sat next to him. Xiaoqi served 2 glasses of red wine, and did not leave, but just walked to the side and sat down. Ace didn't drink, but looked at Rayleigh and said, "Lord Rayleigh, what do you want me to do here?" Rayleigh pondered for a while, as if thinking about his words, and then said after a while ago, "I met Quincy, and Quincy mentioned you to me." Raleigh briefly described the situation at the time. The Quincy. Ace was a little surprised. He still knew the name of the Quincy. After all, he was a famous figure in the New World. However, from Rayleigh, he actually knew him, and it is very likely that after meeting someone with his mother, the surprise on his face became stronger. "I was brought to Fengch village by the old man Carp since I was a child, and even my mother only knew about it through photos." Ace shook his head slightly. "When I was born, my mother passed away. I was brought up by others, and I don't know any Quincy masters. This is strange." Raleigh was also lost in thought. The two exchanged briefly afterwards. Through communication, Ace also saw that Raleigh is a very easygoing elder, so he relaxed his vigilance a little. Here, Ace's expression changed, and then he looked at Rayleigh, and said solemnly, "Uncle Rayleigh, can you tell me what kind of person that guy is?" Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment, then showed a faint smile, and said as if lost in memory, Rayleigh tells Ace what he knows about Roger. Ace has been listening, slightly silent and did not speak. At the end, Rayleigh looked at Ace and said slowly, "I know you hate him and failed to protect your mother and son, but I can tell you for sure that he loves you mother and son very much, and he once mentioned you too." This thing revealed a look that I have never seen before, that tenderness is real, but he also has his own difficulties. Maybe he is aware of his mission. Mission? Is there any mission that is more important than family? Ace whispered, somewhat incomprehensible. He has only been out at sea for a long time now, and he still doesn't know much about these things. This time, Raleigh sighed softly. He didn't know how to answer this question. Maybe this is the fucking insanity of men. After a long time, Ace got up and smiled at Rayleigh and Xiaoqi. "Thank you for your hospitality. My boat should have been coated. I can't make my companions wait too long. I will visit you when I have time." After speaking, he performed a courtesy, turned and left. He is a good boy. He looks very similar to Roger, but he is much more polite than Roger, Xiaoqi said after taking a puff of smoke and exhaling white air. Raleigh looked at Ace's back, showing nostalgia. "Yeah, it's very similar to Roger when he was young. His reputation is not small now, if the Navy finds out that he is Roger's heir. That guy Garp is still very well protected, but he needs to walk the future road by himself. From his eyes, I can see the ambition to surpass his father's ambition, but this road is not easy. Is the Quincy related to this little guy? If so, he shouldn't be in any danger. Don't underestimate this little guy. For someone with Roger's bloodline, do you think the talent will be easy? He has mastered two-color domineering at a young age. Although he is still very immature, I don't think it will be long before he will be in the new the world breaks out." 2. After leaving island number 13, Ace looked back at the rip-off bar, and whispered in his mouth, "The Quincy? It seems that when we go to the new world, we need to go to the palace of Wangsu. Oh, and the red-haired one side, but let's take some time to pass." Knowing that the Quincy might have something to do with his mother through Rayleigh's words, Ace made up his mind that he had to go there. He also wanted to find out, what is the relationship between Quincy and his mother, and what is the relationship with himself? Thinking of this, Ace returned to his boat. All the crew members of Ace showed expressions of disbelief that his captain did not make trouble this time. "Is this the sun coming out from the west?" Deus saw that something was wrong with Ace's mood, and asked, "What happened, Ace?" Ace was startled, and then showed a faint smile. "It's just that I know something about that guy. It's not a big deal. Let's go to the new world." Seeing this, Dias didn't ask too much. Oh, are you going to the new world? But you can be sure. Can this thin bubble film allow us to cross into the bottom of the sea? I'm a little scared. Ha, you are so timid, there is a captain. Hey, what's the use of having a captain? Don't you have to rely on me as a navigator? That's right, except for eating and fighting, the captain hardly knows anything else. Ha, you dare to say this, aren't you afraid of being used by the captain to practice armed domineering? Everyone in the Spades pirates laughed. Set sail and go to the new world, the world that all pirates yearn for, and the world that all pirates are afraid of. It's not water, just pave the way. Naval Headquarters, Nightblade's office. Yunya was sitting in the office processing the documents, and the adjutant Tina next to him was reporting the information on the documents one by one. After finishing everything, Yunya let out a long breath, and collapsed on the chair, tired. Tina looked at Yunyi's appearance, and couldn't help curling her lips and said, "Can you stop showing such an expression? If people know that the legendary Lieutenant General Yeblade has this kind of virtue, I don't know how many people will be disappointed. There are so many things to deal with every day, so tiring. It's better to go out to perform tasks." Yunya said listlessly. "Others wish to fight here at the headquarters every day, but you are lucky, but want to go to a dangerous place." Tina lit a thin cigarette and exhaled. Yunya chuckled, expressing his disdain. As if she dared to think of something, Tina took out a letter from her bosom, handed it to Yunyi, and said, "By the way, here is a letter from you, from the P5 branch of Dongsik Island in the North Sea. It was sent by the base, it is your hometown." Hearing this, Yunyi cheered up, took the letter from Tina's hand, and opened it to read. After a long time, Yunya showed a smile. "I didn't expect this little girl, Xiaowa, to become a navy." "Xiaowa? Is that the younger sister you mentioned?" Tina asked curiously. "Yeah." Yunya nodded and said, "Although she said before that she wanted to be in the navy, I didn't expect to be so soon." After thinking about it, Yunya looked at Tina and said, "I may have to go back to Bihai in a while, and I'll leave it to you to handle it." Tina rolled a blank look at Yunya. "So you want to be the shopkeeper?" "It's been a long time since I went back, so I'll bring Xiaowa here and let teacher Zifa teach her. There's not much to learn in Bihai," Yunya said with a smile. Tina teased and said, "I didn't expect you to be a sister-in-law." Yunya's face darkened, and he was very speechless. "What are you talking about?" Tina covered her mouth and smiled softly. "Okay, you can go with peace of mind. I will leave this place to me. Then I'll leave it to you." Yunya gave Tina a thumbs up. Tina snorted lightly. "When you come back, why don't you treat me to a big meal?" "Well, next time I will." Yunya asked for leave from Zhongguo for a few days before heading to Bihai, North Sea, Dongsik Island. After sailing for a period of time, Yunyi also returned to his hometown, to the small village that had nothing to do with the world. The villagers were naturally very happy to see Yunya coming back. They didn't know what Yeren represented, they just knew that Yunya's rank at this time was Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General is already a very high position, it can be said that he is the top of the navy. However, in their eyes, Yunya was still that Yunya, and they didn't feel strange because of Yunya's elevated status. The old village head patted Yunya on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You are not bad, you have become a Lieutenant General now, and you are the pride of the whole village, but you must not be complacent. You are still young, and you may be able to improve. The general is very good, keep working hard." Yunya smiled and said, "This is not easy, village chief." The old village chief put on a serious face. "It's not easy, but you have to fight for it. Xiaowa also became a navy. You should take care of your little sister in the future." Here, after Xiaowa came back from Yunyi, she held Yunyi's arm and did not let go, looking at the old village head's determined face. "I will work hard, and I won't hold back, brother Yunyi." Yunyi touched Xiaowa's head. Xiaowa narrowed her eyes comfortably, like a kitten. Xiaowa was already 14 or 15 years old at this time. She looked pure and beautiful, and her figure was quite well formed. Her long, smooth hair was simply tied into a ponytail, and she wore a navy outfit, which added a touch of heroism. Yunya looked at the old village chief and said, "Village chief, I want to take Xiaowa to the headquarters, where Xiaowa's progress will be restricted." The old village chief smiled and waved his hands. "Go ahead, it's time for Xiaowa to see the world, and we can rest assured that you are by my side." Xiaowa looked up at Yunya in surprise. "Brother Yunya, do you want to take me to the headquarters?" "Yeah." Yunya nodded. "I want to teach you to teacher Zifa, he is very strong. Oh, by the way, I haven't given you a gift yet when you become a navy, so I'll give you this devil fruit." Yunya smiled and took out a devil fruit from the package she brought over and handed it to Xiaowa, exhorting said, "However, I don't know what kind of devil fruit this is. It should be of the animal family. It's up to you to decide whether to eat it or not." This fruit was snatched by Yunya from the 100 Beasts Pirates, but he didn't know what type of devil fruit it was. It stands to reason that being favored by the Beasts Pirates should be from the animal department. However, Yunyi didn't have a picture book in his hand, so he could only guess. Devil fruit. Xiaowa took the devil fruit that Yunyi handed over, with a curious look on her face. It has been a while since she joined the navy, and she naturally knew that there is such a magical fruit in this world, and if she eats it, she will have special abilities. In the P5 branch base, there are several devil fruit capable users, and she is also very envious, because after eating the devil fruit, the strength will be greatly improved. She had also imagined before that she could also have a devil fruit. It's just that now Yunyi actually gave her a devil fruit as a gift. This is worth 100 million Baileys, and brother Yunyi gave it to her without blinking an eye, which made her very moved. But she didn't refuse either. If she wanted to help brother Yunyi, she must improve her strength. It's just that she secretly made a decision in her heart. She must practice hard, and she can help Yunyi in the future. Hearing the devil fruit, the surrounding villagers also cast curious expressions. Is this a devil fruit? It does look very strange. The old village chief also looked at the devil fruit in Xiao's hand. Xiao, eat and see how it tastes. I heard that this kind of fruit costs 100 million Baileys per piece. Who can eat this kind of fruit every day? The surrounding villagers are discussing, full of curiosity. Let me eat and see. Xiao was also a little nervous in her heart. She took a bite and chewed a few times. Her face suddenly changed from an excited expression to a bitter one. Unpalatable? Too unpalatable? This is the worst thing Xiao has ever eaten. She doesn't know how to describe this smell. Still, she forced herself to swallow. Seeing Xiao's expression, Yunyi was overjoyed, and he didn't say that he only needed to eat a little bit. Seeing Xiao's bitter face eating the devil fruit little by little, he felt very happy. After Xiao finished eating, Yunyi opened his mouth at the right time and patted his head. Oh, yes, I remember that you only need to eat one bite of devil fruit, and you don't need to eat the rest. Xiao's eyes widened when she heard the words. She was very cute. Then she saw the smile on Yunyi's face. She knew that she had been cheated, and she had a resentful expression on her face. Brother Yunyi. Hey, Xiao, why do you have such an expression? Is it unpalatable? Such an expensive thing is unpalatable. The surrounding villagers were curious again. Xiao nodded heavily. It's unpalatable. It's the worst food I've ever eaten. Then he continued to look at Yunyi with resentment on his face. Quickly try to see what kind of ability it is. Yunyi smiled, and patted Xiao's head. Just as he patted it, two fluffy ears appeared on Xiao's head with a biosound, and there were electric arcs speeding, stirring left and right, as if vigilant about the surroundings. Xiao also noticed the changes in her body. Not only did she grow two furry ears, her pupils also turned into red vertical slits, a white tail appeared on her back, and her hands and feet became like cat's claws. Not only the limbs, but in the end Xiao's whole body turned into a white cat with flashing electric arcs, and the lines on her body were not tiger-like stripes, but blue electric lines like lightning. Is it really the Department of Animals, this form? Could it be the white tiger? But why is there a thunder element? Phantom beast species? It's no surprise that Yunyi is the animal type, and the animal type is basically the only one that can be attracted by the beast's pirates. But judging from the diffuse current, ordinary animal systems don't have such abilities. There is only one explanation, that is, this is an animal type phantom beast. With the preciousness of this devil fruit, it is no wonder that the people of the 100 Beasts pirates cherish it so much. Even if it is snatched by the navy, they will try to get it back. But why didn't it appear in the original book? Could it be that after this devil fruit is eaten by Kaido of beasts, it is reasonable to say that it cannot reach the level of 3 disasters, at least it will be at the level of flying 6 cells or real fighting. It is impossible for Yunyi to have no impression. The only possibility is that this person didn't make it to the beginning of the original work, so he was slapped. Yunyi guessed. It's not impossible. The battle in Pirate World is still very cruel. You can see that there are only 3 of the original 4 generals left. Nothing is impossible. The surrounding villagers were very surprised when they saw the changes in Xiao's body. It was the first time they saw someone turn into an animal. Because they were surprised, they also stepped back a little. Here, after Xiao turned into a thunder and lightning white tiger, she landed on all fours and let out a fierce tiger roar, meow. Then Hulialo whimpered a few times, shook his head, and changed back into a human form again, but there were still electric arcs beating on his body. It's a strange feeling. Xiao shook her little hand, feeling a particularly powerful force surging in her body. Following the traction of the inexplicable force, Xiao's body changed again, and a blue electric arc emerged from her body. With a sound of bio, the cat's ears reappeared, his hands and feet turned into cat's claws, and the white tail flicked lightly. Xiao's temperament has changed drastically, from a pure and lovely little girl to a heroic and very cute cat girl. The arc dissipated, and the original electric pattern also changed from light blue to black. It seems that the color should only change when using the lightning ability. It looks like it should be a phantom beast of the animal department. I'm lucky. Yunyi smiled and stroked Xiao's white cat ears. The more he touched it, the better it felt. Brother Yunyi, it's so itchy to be treated like this. Xiao lowered her head shyly. Her face was flushed, matching her current appearance. She looked very cute. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yunyi withdrew his evil hand and said with a smile, is this your human beast form? Well, there are 2 forms in total, one is this, and the other is the big cat form just now. Xiao nodded and said, once the animal system is eaten, it can have 2 forms, one is the beast form, and the other is the human beast form. At this time, Xiao is in human beast form. Phantom beasts are very special, and it is not impossible to have this type of ability. See Rubber Man for details. Wow, Xiao, you are so beautiful now. Why did it grow ears and a tail? It's amazing. The surrounding villagers gathered around again, looking at Xiao at this moment, chattering. Xiao laughed foolishly, and then said, everyone get out of the way, I want to experiment with a new ability. The surrounding villagers dispersed. Xiao took a deep breath, the electric lines on her body emitted a blue light, and with a bias sound on her fingertips, a stream of electricity shot out towards a big tree in front of her. With a bang, the electric current hit the big tree, directly piercing the big tree, and a transparent and dark hole appeared. Wow, can it still send out lightning? People around started talking again. Yunya said with a smile, okay, you just ate the devil fruit just now, and you're not familiar with it yet. Let's try to understand your abilities when you have a chance in the future. Xiao nodded when she heard the words, and changed back to her normal appearance, with a bright smile. Thank you, brother Yunyi, for the gift you gave me. Use this devil fruit of yours well, it will benefit you a lot. Yunya said with a smile. Xiao nodded heavily, yes. Later, in order to celebrate Yunyi's return, and Xiao ate the devil fruit, a grand banquet was held in the village. People from every household came. After eating and drinking enough, Yunyi took Xiao to bid farewell to other villagers the next day. The villagers told Yunyi Xiao to pay more attention. Even though Yunyi was already a high-ranking official in the navy at this time, in their eyes, he was still the little guy who needed their care. They are their juniors, so it is inevitable that they will chatter a few more words. Yunyi didn't reject this feeling, and nodded in response with a smile. After leaving the village, Yunya went to the P5 branch base and had a conversation with the head of the branch base. Seeing the arrival of the legendary Lieutenant Admiral Nightblade, all the navies at the P5 branch base were very excited. Especially the new recruits. This is the first time they know that Lieutenant General Yurin's hometown is here, and it used to be the navy of the P5 branch base. He told the head of the base about taking Xiao away. The head of the base has no reason to refuse, and even feels extremely proud. What an honor it is for Yurin to come from their P5 branch base. Now when other branch bases around see him, they all look at him with expressions of envy and hatred. After all, with such a big character, the navy will look at Yurin's face, and the support will be much more than other places. After a short chat, Yunya and Xiao set off for the navy headquarters. This time Yunya came here by himself, without any subordinates. With his strength, he can cross the sea even without a boat. But with Xiao here, Yunyi still asked for a small warship from the P5 branch base. This warship is specially made and much smaller than conventional warships. It is a type of ship for a single navy to travel, and it is a type suitable for one person to operate. Not long after, Yunya brought Xiao back to the navy headquarters and sent Xiao to the naval training camp. The current Xiao still doesn't have the physical fitness of a two-color domineering, so now stay in the ordinary training camp to get fit. When the time is right, Yunyi will let her directly enter the elite camp to receive Zifa's teaching. After a few days, Yunya took her to Zifa's side. Xiao was a little cautious and timid. She had never left Danzig Island, and the farthest place was to go to the town on the island. This was the first time she had come to such a far place. But with Yunya around, she wasn't too scared. Yunya patted Xiao on the head to tell her not to be nervous, and then rang Zifa's office. Come in. Zifa's voice came from inside. Yunyi pushed open the door and walked in with Xiao, and gave a military salute to Zifa who was sitting in front of the desk. Teacher Zifa. Teacher Zifa. Xiao followed suit. Seeing that it was Yunya, Zifa showed a smile. Yunya, you are back. Is this the sister you mentioned? She is really a cute little girl. I've been back for a few days, but I've been dealing with leftover matters these days, so I came here to talk to you at this time. Yunya smiled, pointed at Xiao and introduced, this is my sister, Xiao. Xiao called out Teacher Zifa again, then hid behind Yunyi and secretly looked at Zifa in front of her, her face full of curiosity. Zifa nodded towards Xiao, smiled, and then looked at Yunya, are you going to let Xiao enter the training camp for training? Yunya said, let her train in the new barracks for a while, and if she can enter the elite barracks then, she will have to trouble Teacher Zifa. Zifa laughed and said, you boy is really good at calling people. Haha, teacher, your teaching ability is better, didn't you train me? Yunya said with a smile. Zifa coughed lightly, and said helplessly, you kid is burying me. If anyone has your qualifications, even a pig can take off. Yunyi's talent is too strong, it seems that he didn't teach him much, he made it all by himself. At most, it's just a few instructions. Yunya smiled but didn't smile, and didn't speak. Zifa also realized the grammatical errors in his words, did he say he was a pig? His face turned black, get rolling. Watching the interaction between master and apprentice, Xiao blinked but did not speak. Yunyi laughed, and continued, by the way, teacher, Xiao is an ability user who ate animal phantom beasts. She should have good talent. If she is given a little time to grow, she may not be able to become a powerful navy, so that's why I asked you, teacher, to guide her personally. After all, teacher, you also know that I don't know how to teach people. Oh, is the animal a phantom beast? Zifa looked at Xiao curiously. I don't know if this fruit has appeared before, so I don't know its name. Yunya looked at Xiao and said, Xiao, show your ability to Teacher Zifa. Yeah. Xiao nodded, and then cast her ability. Blue arcs permeated her whole body. With the use of the fruit ability, Xiao's pupils turned red. A pair of white cat ears reappeared on the top of her head, and a tail appeared behind her. Both hands and feet also became the shape of cat's claws. Cat girl Xiao reappears. The cat ears on Xiao's head fluttered, and the original electric lines on the cat ears, hands, and tail also changed from black to blue, and flame-like plasma appeared on the tips of the ears, tail, and wrists of both hands. This is. Zifa thought for a long time, then shook his head and said, new devil fruits will appear in this world from time to time. No one knows the origin of devil fruits. It may be the same as your death fruit. The ability to appear for the first time. I'll ask Zhangguo at that time. He should be able to get the devil fruit illustration book from the Tianlong people. I'll see if there are any. If not, you can name them yourself. Zifa glanced at Xiao. He shook his head and smiled at the two. You brothers and sisters are really lucky. 2 phantom beasts appeared one after another. You must know that phantom beasts are even rarer than natural ones. Then trouble the teacher. Yunya nodded. If there is a devil fruit illustration, you can indeed know whether this is the ability that has appeared for the first time. The two had a brief conversation, and Xiao responded from time to time. Not long after, Yunya took Xiao out of Zifa's office and returned to the new barracks. After Yunya sent Xiao back to the new barracks, he gave some instructions and left. Not many people in the new barracks knew Xiao's identity. If they knew that Xiao was Lieutenant General Yuren's younger sister, the instructors or recruits of the new barracks would give Yunya some face and not treat Xiao like other recruits. Not only did this not help Xiao, but it would hinder Xiao's progress. The bureaucracy in the Navy is very serious. People with a little relationship will get along better than ordinary people. Many people come to the training camp to be gilded. This is what Xiao asked for herself. She didn't want others to treat her differently because of Yunya's relationship. She has to rely on her own strength and hard work to advance to the military rank and help Yunya. She doesn't want to be a vase. For Xiao to have such thoughts, Yunya was very pleased. With tenacity and determination, coupled with the teachings of Yunya and Zifa and the rarest phantom beast species, Xiao may not be able to become a top powerhouse like Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit Crane in the future. Many geniuses die before they grow up, but with Yunya, this result is impossible. If you dare to touch Xiao, even if the world government comes, it will be completely wiped out by Yunya. This is Yunya's first relative in this world. Whoever dares to touch her will end up just like those gangsters on Dongsik Island. New World, red-haired territory. Here today, a famous big man came. Wearing a windbreaker, eyes as sharp as an eagle, and a black knife like a cross on his back. If someone sees this person, they will definitely exclaim, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Joracle my hawk? The members of the red-haired group sat or stood, looking at the man with sharp eyes who was walking slowly. The members of the red-haired group who didn't know the truth all looked at this man with solemn expressions, and some even swallowed secretly, ready to fight. In the shadow, the red-haired grinned, you've been busy recently, this is the second time you've come to visit me? Is it itchy hands? Hawkeye said lightly as he walked, it's true that my hands are itchy. The situation in the new world is changing, and there are strong people like clouds, but there are no powerful swordsmen. Even the former great swordsman, the Golden Lion, died in the hands of the Navy. Yablade? That guy is indeed an out-and-out monster. The redhead thought of seeing the Nightblade fighting on Skull Island, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. He realized that he might not be able to do overnight blade. The #1 in the world has been sitting for a long time, which makes people feel a little lonely. Hawkeye sat not far in front of the red-haired one, and shook his head slightly. So, this time, you really came to fight with me. The red-haired laughed jokingly, and then said to his subordinates, your guest is here, let's serve wine. A younger brother brought up a jug of fine wine and filled a glass for Hawkeye. Hawkeye drank the wine in the glass, looked at the red hair and said, I think there might be someone who makes me feel addicted to my hands when I come here. The red-haired eyes flashed, are you here to help me? I just feel that the loss of a master with a sword will make people more lonely. Hawkeye said non-committally. Ha ha ha, I just like your character who is obviously warm-hearted, but always likes to pretend to be cold. The red-haired patted his legs and laughed. Hawkeye didn't show any expression on his face, he was still aloof and didn't speak, just drinking wine. A few days later, the Imperial War broke out. The four emperors, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, suddenly mobilized their troops and charged towards the red-haired territory. The 2 emperors and the generals suffered 3 disasters, and the 4 emperors almost dispatched a large number of high-end combat forces. Kaido and Charlotte Lingling knew that only a strong person can stand in front of the red hair, so this time, the people who came were the 2 most powerful people from the 4 emperors. Such a huge momentum is to annihilate the red-haired pirates in one fell swoop and snatch the red history text in his hand. As the 4 emperors, the red hair naturally noticed it early and prepared in advance. Now there is the addition of Hawkeye. Once the battle between the 2 sides broke out, it attracted the attention of the whole world. The scale is quite large. Kaido, Charlotte Lingling. Standing in front of an island, the red-haired gaze looked at the 2 emperors coming from the ferry on the sea, without the slightest fear on their faces. A terrifying overlord-like arrogance swept out. With a sound of buzz, the invisible aura seemed to be able to shake the entity, the entire sea was choppy, and the sky suddenly became gloomy and cloudy. Oh lol, you are even more domineering than before. However, you will surely die in this battle with red hair. Kaido also collided with him with a domineering look. Red hair, obediently hand over the red history text, so that you can save your life and escape. Charlotte Lingling also swept out with a domineering look. Boom! The collision of the 3 overlord colors caused the clouds in the sky to roll, the sea water to roll back, countless purple and black lightning burst, and the storm raged. Against the red-haired overlord's color, the double emperor's overlord's color has only a slight upper hand, which shows how strong the red-haired's overlord's color is. This is the domineering arrogance of the most domineering man in the world, the red-haired Shanks. Is this the overlord-like arrogance that can interfere with the color of knowledge? Katakuri felt the overlord-like arrogance with an extremely dignified face. He vaguely realized that his ability to predict the future was invalid at this moment. But this time, we won't lose. The cracker next to Katakuri also looked very dignified, but he was very confident. Two emperors attacking another emperor at the same time, there is no reason to lose. The three calamities on the other side also looked at where the red hair was, and they were not at all surprised that the red hair had such a powerful domineering look. It's not the first time they've felt it. With another boom, the three overlord colors in the hedge exploded at the same time, and the clouds in the sky were completely shattered at this moment, revealing the clear sky. Lingling, let's show Hungfa a little bit of power first. Kaido grinned with a sneer. That's exactly what I mean. Charlotte Lingling also laughed wildly. The two were left and right, their aura soared, and they waved their weapons at the same time. Ba high. The shockwave of sword energy that was enough to penetrate the entire island was blasted out from the hands of the two emperors, and it was mighty, as if it could directly destroy everything. Oh, is it a move that was performed on Skull Island before? The red-haired gaze became more solemn, the griffin was half out of its sheath in his hand, and the domineering look on his body began to boil. As expected of the joint efforts of the two emperors, Hawkeye, who did not know when he stood with the red hair, also narrowed his eyes. We can't let them underestimate us. This move was shattered by Quincy and Nightblade. The red hair said lightly, is there such a thing? Hawkeye's eyes flashed, and the sword power belonging to the great swordsman was also boiling, and his fighting spirit was soaring. He had planned to fight the Nightblade a long time ago. However, because of their identities, the two did not touch each other. Another point is that Nightblade is not a pure swordsman, but uses abilities more, but Hawkeye's idea of wanting to fight Nightblade is not without. Now I actually heard that Kaido and Charlotte Lingling used this move against Nightblade and Quincy. He also has the heart of competition. Then, let's try it out. Hawkeye said lightly, and swung his sword directly in the next moment. With a sound of buzz, the huge azure slash seemed to cut through everything, and rushed out through the air. At the level of Hawkeye, he no longer sticks to moves, every sword is his strongest slash. Haha, then I'll come too. Griffin unsheathed, the overlord's color wrapped around the blade, black and red lightning lingered around, and the red hair was also cut off with a sword. The slash that is not inferior to the eagle eye slash hits out. Boom. The three attacks collided in midair, like the tip of a needle pointing at a wheat on, sparks hitting the earth, the terrifying fluctuation centered on the attack and impacted in all directions, the sea water rolled back, and the wind howled. The entire island was crumbling at this moment, and the ground began to break. The attack belonging to the top powerhouse is enough to easily destroy a small island? The fluctuations spread, and the four of them were already fighting together. The sharp slash and the powerful impact collided, and the aftermath of horror was transmitted, and the ground collapsed inch by inch, setting off huge waves. Charlotte Lingling and Hawkeye fought together, and Black Knifeya and Napoleon collided with each other, and the sword energy scattered, cutting and shattering the ground. At this time, Charlotte Lingling's face was very ugly. She didn't expect Hawkeye to interject. Hawkeye, why did you appear here? It's just an itchy hand. Hawkeye didn't say much, a sharp look flashed in his eyes, and he slashed horizontally with his sword. Well, let's kill you who is in the way first. Ares turned into a shield to block the cut, and at the same time Charlotte Lingling chopped down with both hands holding the sword. Hawkeye didn't panic. Hideoya lifted the weight lightly in his hands, and drew back the knife to meet the attack. With a sound of clang, swords collided with swords, armed colors collided with armed colors, and overlord colors collided with sword power. With one blow, the two retreated at the same time. Over there, Kaido and Hungfa, the two old enemies, fought fiercely. You came and I attacked each other. It seems that you have been prepared for a long time, Hungfa. Kaido threw a thunderous gossip at Hungfa, but Hungfa raised his sword to block it. Hehe. Redhead sneered, kicked out his right leg, and collided with Kaido's dragon tail in the air. After the blow, the two retreated at the same time, and their legs drew long marks on the ground. On the other side, the three disaster generals also fought with the red-haired cotters. The red-hair pirates are an elite pirate group. Although their power is not as strong as the other four emperors, their cotters are all first-class experts. At this moment, Van Beckman displayed a very strong combat power, fighting against Katakuri and Smoothie alone. Of course, this is due to the fact that Katakuri's future prediction was affected under the influence of the red-haired domineering color. But from here, we can also see the power of Ben Beckman. Loggy Lu fought against Crackers, and the two-punch to the flesh was also quite dynamic. The other cotters also fought with the three disaster generals, and they didn't fall into too many disadvantages in a short period of time. But after a long time, it showed signs of decline. Before this battle broke out, it had attracted the attention of countless people in New World. Countless spies from various forces, large and small, were watching around the island at this time. They did not get too far ahead, and the conflicts at the level of the four emperors were not something they could intervene in. Through the phone bug, the situation here was passed on. The appearance of Hawkeye really shocked everyone. No one thought that even Hawkeye, the Kaiwahei, would get involved in this battle. This is big news. Isn't Kaiwahea a force under the world government? To actually intervene in the battle between the 4 emperors, this simply refreshed everyone's understanding of the 7 martial seas. In order to deal with the impact of the follow-up of the 4 emperors' war, the Navy also dispatched troops to the New World early. It is related to the Red History text, and the world government has to pay attention to it. This time it was Admiral Akainu and several lieutenant generals who led the team to the New World, but they did not rashly intervene in this battle. The Navy wanted to benefit from it. Naturally, Whitebeard also paid attention, but he was only paying attention, and did not go there. As for Yunyi's Quincy, he also knew this information, but the recent affairs of the Dark World still need to be dealt with, so he didn't spare time to come over, so he stayed on the sidelines. Those criminals who escaped from the prison in Advance City were very concerned. Although Barrett, Redfield, and other single-player players have paid attention to it, they still wait and see what happens. But the Prison Breakers pirates are different. If they can, they want to get in. The goal of the Prison Breakers pirates is also one piece, to become the only king, and the 4 emperors are the biggest resistance on their heads. If they could, they definitely wanted to get rid of one of the 4 emperors so they could take over themselves. However, the successive blows also let the members of the Prison Breakers pirates know that the world is no longer the world they used to be, and the times have changed. Together, they are not the opponent of any 4 emperors. After being educated by the Empress, Caitlina also felt unwilling. She didn't expect the world to change so fast, and she couldn't even beat a Shishibukai, which made her very annoyed. After being recruited by the Prison Breakers pirates, she also wanted to take revenge, but she never found a chance, and the rest of the Jailbreakers pirates did not agree to offend Shishibukai at this time. The Prison Breakers pirates are said to be pirates, not to mention an alliance group, just holding together to keep warm. There is no absolute talker at all, and no one is convinced. It seems to be a whole, but there are distinct factions inside. The Evil King, the Evil Wolf, Caitlina, and the 3 most powerful Jailbreakers all have different ideas. This time in the Battle of the 4 Emperors, they have the same opinion, that is to see if they can take advantage of the chaos to drag one of the 4 emperors into the water so that they can take the position. However, with the appearance of Hawkeye, their idea has also come to nothing. They are not able to get involved in a battlefield of that level. Under everyone's attention, this battle was fought all day and all night, almost destroyed the entire island. This island is not the base camp of Red Hair, it's just an island on the outskirts. It is the first line of defense, similar to the sea area of Charlotte Lingling's kingdom. If you want to enter Cake Island, you need to go through a series of defense lines before you can step in. The Red Hair is not stupid, and he will not put the battle location in his base camp. Red Hair, Hawkeye, Kaido, and Charlotte Lingling fought fiercely on the battlefield, and half of the island's collapse was caused by them. With the passage of time, the red-haired side also showed its defeat. Although the members of the red-haired group were all elites, they did not have an advantage in numbers after all. Seeing that it was time to decide the winner from the Cotter's side of the battlefield first, another new force suddenly entered the battlefield and joined the red-haired side. This is Ben Beckman's backhand. As the vice-captain, he knew the domineering look of his own captain the most. Weaker people couldn't stand in front of the red hair at all. Therefore, this time they only assembled Cotters to deal with the battle. Kaido and Charlotte Lingling naturally know the strength of the red-haired overlord, so the ones who come are also the strongest among the strong. This battle, it can be said that it is a duel between the top combat forces of the Imperial level. However, with the passage of time, the domineering look of the red hair has gradually weakened, and the sense of oppression is not so strong. Even Katakuri's knowledgeable color and future can be displayed, which greatly increased the pressure on Ben Beckman. Without the influence of red-haired domineering color, then, other people can also use their abilities. The war Kaido and Big Mom launched this time can be said to be a sneak attack, and the idea is to catch the red-haired pirates by surprise. However, long before when the 2 emperors announced their alliance, Ben Beckman and the red-haired 2 had already foreseen that there would be a battle in the future, so they had already planned in secret. With the addition of the new force, the Cotters of the Red Hair Pirates managed to stabilize the situation, but only to stabilize the situation. The following battle lasted for a day, and the entire island fell apart directly, and the battle came to an end. Kaido, Red Hair, Charlotte Lingling, and Hawkeye were all injured. This time, Hawkeye also showed his strength. Although he fell into a slight disadvantage when fighting Charlotte Lingling, Hawkeye definitely has the fighting power of the 4 emperors. Later, the red-haired pirates retreated and withdrew from the island, but Kaido and Charlotte Lingling also failed to achieve their desired goals. It can be said that the red-haired pirates were defeated in this battle, but the Double Emperor Alliance did not win, neither completely defeated the red-haired pirates, nor snatched the red history text. The result of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. I thought that the red hair side was in danger, but I didn't expect this to be the result. Everyone knows that Kaido and Charlotte Lingling went to the red history text in the red hair's hand. Although Hungfa lost this battle, Shuang Huang didn't get what he wanted. Who loses and who wins? It's really hard to say. The battle came to an end, all members of the Red Hair Pirates retreated to the base camp, and Kaido and Charlotte Lingling's forces also chose to leave. On the Navy side, Akainu acted in a more staunch style. He even ignored Sengoku's order to retreat and led the Navy to attack Kaido and Charlotte Lingling. Although the strengths of Kaido and Charlotte Lingling were not in their heyday, they were not discouraged when faced with only Akainu and the rest of the navy. The two sides just got up in a certain sea area. The navy lost a large number of people, and the desperate charge also caused a lot of losses to Kaido and Charlotte Lingling. Among them, Seeing Keligio was directly killed by the Red Dog, and the Red Dog fought against the Double Emperor alone, which was also seriously injured. The two sides fought for a long time, each suffered a lot of losses, and finally nothing happened. A day later, the incident was spread all over the world through newsbirds, leaving countless people dumbfounded. 4 emperors broke out in a war, and the Beast Pirates teamed up with the Big Mom Pirates to attack the red-haired territory. The world's #1 swordsman in Kaiwohei, Hawkeye, teamed up with Red Hair to fight against Kaido and Charlotte Lingling. The two sides fought on Splash Island for 3 days, and although the Red Hair retreated in the end, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling did not gain the upper hand. After that, the navy took advantage of the victory to pursue the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, and fought in a sea area. Both sides suffered losses, and finally retreated separately. During the period, General Zink was killed in battle, and the rest of the generals were injured in 3 disasters. Even the 4 Emperor Kaido and Charlotte Lingling could not be avoided, and the navy was even more tragic. Almost none of them survived. Almost everyone was injured. The people who died in this battle include General Star Cracker with a bounty of 800 million Baileys, Flying 6 Cell Koryo with a bounty of 600 million Baileys, Vice Admiral Jinlib, and the Minister of Big Mom Pirates. Charlotte Deifuku, Beast Pirates really beat Ario. This is the brief summary of the incident. As the news spread, people in the world were shocked by it. Such a big event happened in the New World. However, many people are very puzzled. The Quincy didn't participate in this matter? What a surprise! Everyone in the world is now paying attention to the changes in the situation in the New World after this battle. Whitebeard Sea Area, on the Moby Dick. At this time Whitebeard looked at the newspaper and couldn't help laughing. Gulala, Kaido, and Charlotte Lingling can't take down a red-haired man. Marco on the side also said, Hawkeye and Red Hair, weren't the two enemies before? There was a battle that shocked the world, did they show affection? Shishibukai blatantly intervenes in the Battle of the Pirates, now it's interesting. Josie also said. Palace of Wangsu. Yunyi also knew about this at this time, and with a twitch of his mouth, he secretly said, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling returned without success this time, but were beaten up by the navy instead. This is really interesting. Did the Zinkrak also die in this battle? In this way, Charlotte Lingling's power will drop a bit, and maybe the Vinsmoke family's side will start to move. Yunya thought. The Vinsmoke family has always been a force under Yunya, but no one in the world knows about it. It has been developing in the North Sea. The current Vinsmoke family is stronger than it was in the original book. After being educated by Yunyi, the children of Vinsmoke Gage not only recovered their emotions, but also learned the two-color domineering. Cooperating with them to transform people's physique, the 4 sons of Vinsmoke at this time are also very strong in strength. If such a force appeared in the New World, it should be valued by Charlotte Lingling. Therefore, Yunyi also planned to make the people of the Vinsmoke family move. At the beginning, Yunyi asked Vinsmoke to submit to him, but it was just a thought at the time. After becoming hostile to Big Mom's pirates later, he thought that if the world develops according to the original plot, the Vinsmoke family might be able to serve as a link to make Big Mom the part where the pirates completely collapsed. But it doesn't look too late now. Thinking of this, Yunya picked up the phone bug and called the Vinsmoke family. Behind, the residence of the Vinsmoke family. The phone bug in Jiaji's arms suddenly rang, and after a while, his face suddenly changed. The family that had gathered together to eat happily also stopped their movements because of the sound of bolo bolo. Reiju looked at her father curiously, and asked softly, Father, what's wrong with you? The other 3 sons also restrained their smiles and looked at their father. Geiji's expression made them realize something. Jiaji waved his hand to signal them not to speak, and then picked up the phone. Hello, this is Jiaji, is it an adult? Well, it's me. Yunya's voice came from the phone bug. Hearing this figure, the expressions of several people present were shocked, and they looked at the phone bug in Jiaji's hand. Any orders? Gage said cautiously. Yunya didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, I need you to leave, come to the New World after a while, and then try to contact the Big Mom Pirates. Big Mom Pirates. Jiaji showed surprise on his face. Big Mom Pirates and Quincy are incompatible. Is this going to attack Big Mom Pirates? Yunya said lightly. Alright sir, let's go to the New World after preparing here. Jiaji didn't dare to ask more questions, but just nodded. Yunyi motioned for gather, then hung up the phone. After Yunya hung up the phone bug, Jiaji also breathed a sigh of relief. The Quincy put too much pressure on him, even though it was just a call, he didn't dare to relax. Reiju on the side asked curiously, Father, are you an adult? The other 3 also cast their gazes. They could already tell from what they said just now, and their faces showed excitement. They are tired of staying here in Bahai, and want to go to a wider world to see? Well, my lord wants us to go to the New World and contact the Big Mom Pirates. It seems that my lord wants to do something to the members of the Big Mom Pirates. Geiji exhaled. Finally, I don't have to stay here in Bahai. I'm going to the New World. The New World is rumored to be a pirate's nightmare. I don't know how strong the pirates are inside. Recently, I have been seeing information about adults. The New World seems to be in turmoil. It just so happens that we can go there and flex our muscles. The three sons of Vinsmoke spoke excitedly, as if they saw the scene where they went to the New World to flex their muscles. But Reiju became a little worried. Father, will it be dangerous to contact Big Mom pirates? Reiju has also heard of the name of the 4 emperors of the New World, but it is not something their Vinsmoke family can compete with. This is an order from your lord. Even if it is dangerous, you must go there. Jiaji also had a look of worry on his face, but he did not dare to disobey Yunye's order. Although the strength of his own family has been strengthened, Jiaji is still very afraid of the Quincy. I don't think I can resist the orders of the Quincy. Moreover, at this time, he is also very convinced of the Quincy master, and has no second thoughts. The worry is that the Big Mom pirates will attack them. After all, it is very dangerous to contact a 4 emperors force rashly. This is the Navy headquarters. Because of Akainu's reckless actions, which caused a large number of casualties in the Navy, Akainu was also severely reprimanded by Sengoku. However, Akainu has been competent as an admiral for a long time, and with his meritorious service, coupled with his status as an admiral of the Navy, the Warring States period will find him a little monthly salary at most, which is irrelevant to Akainu. The position of general is very stable. What's more, the Red Dog is also credited this time, and he also killed several important cadres of the 4 emperor pirates. The Navy has clear rewards and punishments, and the influence on Akainu is almost negligible, and even the faint prestige in the Navy has increased a bit. After all, this is also the reputation of the Navy. In this regard, the Warring States period was angry, but it was only slightly punished. In this battle, the momentum of the Navy was displayed. Seeing this, the Warring States period also sent more troops to the New World. Sengoku wanted to establish a naval branch base in Dressrosa, the first stop of a certain route in the New World, but was rejected by Doflamingo. He does not have the right to interfere with the Kaiwohei forces. Helpless, Warring States can only choose another position. The presence of more troops in the Navy means that if something important happens in the New World, it will have more time to react. Warring States is not without ambition. First half, Alabasta. Alabasta is an ancient country with a huge area. It started a long time ago, and this is the residence of the Nefertali family. The Nefertali family used to be one of the Tianlong people, but for some unknown reason, this family did not live in the Holy Land of Marijoa, but the whole family migrated here, established a kingdom, and continued to this day. But recently, something important has happened in the kingdom of Alabasta. For unknown reasons, Nefertali Cobra, the king of the Farnefertali royal family, secretly transported something called dancing powder, which was strictly prohibited by the world government, back to the royal city. Although dancing powder is powerful, it costs a lot every time it is used. The rain did not appear out of thin air, but was caused by the dancing powder plundering the rain from other areas. After the civilians of the Nefertali kingdom learned about this, they were also furious. They did not expect that their own kingdom would actually use this method to allow the royal family to enjoy the nourishment of the rain without regard to the ecology of other areas. This is forcing them to death? But what the Nefertali royal family did before was not someone who would do such a thing. There are still many civilians who choose to believe in the Nefertali royal family. But what happened later broke their illusion. King Nefertali Cobra actually attacked those civilians who went to protest. The image of the royal family was suddenly shattered, countless civilians were extremely angry, and under the guidance of someone with a heart, countless civilians gathered together and formed a rebel army, and so, the civil strife started. What others don't know is that the person who manipulated all this behind the scenes is not someone else, but Crocodile, who they hailed as a hero and one of the Shishibukai under the world government. In the kingdom of Alabasta, an underground room. In the dim room, Crocodile smoked a cigar leisurely, looked at a slim woman in a black leather jacket and a black top hat, and said coldly, "Nicole Robin, you should have found that. Where is the thing?" This woman with a slender figure is none other than the archaeologist of the future protagonist group, Nicole Robin, son of the devil. At this time, Robin was calm and elegant, with a bookish air, and said calmly, "Boss, give me a little more time. I don't know where Nefertali's royal family will be." Crocodile had an inexplicable smile on his face, looked at Nicole Robin threateningly, rubbed the golden hook of his left hand with his right hand, and kept his cigar in his mouth. The situation in the new world has changed a lot now. If you don't speed up, it's a bit difficult. The country is already in chaos, and all resistance has disappeared. If you still can't find something, you should know what the consequences will be. Even he can't understand the situation in the new world now. If he hasn't found the whereabouts of the legendary Pluto, it will not be so easy to compete with those people for the position of One Piece. Crocodile is an ambitious but forbearing person. He won't stay in the first half forever. He needs to have the strength to absolutely suppress everything to crush all opponents and snatch the throne of One Piece. A look of embarrassment flashed across Nicole Robin's face. She lowered her head slightly to hide her gaze, and she said slowly, "Since it's the boss's order, I will naturally go all out." Crocodile still stared at Nicole Robin, exhaled smoke, and said with a smile, "You are a talent I value very much. I hope you will not let me down." Under the brim of the hat, Nicole Robin's eyes flashed solemnly, but when he looked up, all expressions turned into a smile. "I will work hard." After speaking, Nicole Robin nodded to Crocodile, turned and left. But when she turned around, her hands clenched a little. Seeing the back of Nicole Robin leaving, Crocodile showed a sneer on his face, and whispered, "I hope you are more sensible, otherwise don't blame me for destroying flowers." From the beginning to the end, Crocodile never believed in Nicole Robin, and invited her to join him only because Nicole Robin was useful. Apart from her, no one in this world can understand those words. After leaving Crocodile's sight, Nicole Robin was also quietly relieved, and said to herself, "It seems that I can't stay here for long." Crocodile has never trusted her, and she has never trusted her. At present, this place is just her safe haven. Nicole Robin has been used to escape, betrayal and other things since she was a child. She is extremely wary of everyone, and no one really melts her heart. In this world, there is no real place for her to belong. She is a poor person who can only hide in a dark corner and cannot see the light. It is different from the time in the original work, because the frequent movements of Crocodile's Baroque studio also revealed a little bit of lies. Someone has found a clue by touching the clues. At this time, Neferutali Waiwei had joined the Baroque studio anonymously, and found some clues from some clues. The person who led this country into chaos was actually their country's hero, Crocodile, one of the 7 martial seas. He is also the boss behind the scenes of the Baroque studio. This result shocked Weiwei, but at the same time, she was also very powerless. Facing such a big man like Kaiwohei, Weiwei felt desperate in her heart, but she still had a glimmer of hope. Weiwei is also a smart person. After learning the news, she immediately passed the news secretly through her identity as a princess, attracted the attention of various forces. The Navy also received the news, and secretly ruled out spies to investigate. There are many masters in the Navy who are proficient in this way. Through the exploration of clues, they discovered a terrible secret. Crocodile, one of the Shishibukai, secretly formed a force called the Baroque Studio, and the base camp of this force is in Alabasta. There are even gossip reports that the survivor of O'Hara, Nicole Robin, known as the Son of the Devil, was also discovered and appeared in Alabasta. Nicole Robin didn't even know how she was discovered, but her face was very ugly at this time. After being discovered, it meant that she had to continue to flee. However, Nicole Robin is a little scruples. If she runs away at this time, she will definitely offend Crocodile. After all, she hasn't found what Crocodile wants. Navy headquarters. Warring States here also received a report from the Navy, and at this time they looked at the documents in their hands with frowning. After thinking for a long time, he called Yunya. Without any nonsense, Jean Guo said directly, "Lieutenant General Yaren, there may be some unknown secrets in the turmoil in the kingdom of Alabasta. I hope you go and check it out." Alabasta. Yunya asked in surprise, "Isn't Alabasta the territory of Crocodile? If I remember correctly, Crocodile stayed in Alabasta to get Pluto. But now the Navy found a trace of clues? With Crocodile's behavior, the Navy actually found clues? Is it because of the butterfly effect after my own appearance? Well, after all, the Kingdom of Alabasta is also one of the member countries of the world government. If there is any accident, it may cause unnecessary consequences." Warring States said slowly, and the Devil's son Nicole Robin is also suspected of appearing in the after leaving Alabasta. The world government has asked for an immediate investigation, and if the news is true, she must be apprehended. After all, Alabasta is a descendant of the 20 kings who once formed the world government, and it also enjoys a very high status among the allies of the world government. Yunya nodded, "Then I'll go there. If something like this really happens, the Navy can't just sit back and watch. Then I'll leave it to you." Jean Guo nodded and said, he was relieved to hand it over to Yaren. If there is a coup d'état in Alabasta, and Shishibukai is behind it, the strength of the Night Blade is enough to suppress Crocodile. On the other side, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army also received information about Alabasta, but they were not concerned about Alabasta itself, but Nicole Robin. The idea of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the tyranny of the world government and realize a world where everyone is equal. They also need to know what happened in the blank 100 years, which is one of the big cards used to overthrow the world government. The blank 100-year history is inscribed in the historical text, but Nicole Robin can understand the text on the historical text after the whole world. In order to understand the information recorded in the historical text, the importance of Nicole Robin to their Revolutionary Army is self-evident. The Revolutionary Army had already started searching for Nicole Robin long before, but there was no trace of it. Nicole Robin was hidden too deeply, but at this time, it was reported that Nicole Robin was in Alabasta. Durag looked at the information in his hand, looked at Bello Betty who was smoking a thin cigarette, and said, "Bello Betty, go to Alabasta. I don't need to say more about the importance of Nicole Robin. If we can recruit her into the Revolutionary Army, it will be of great help to us." After Bello Betty took a puff of smoke, her red lips parted slightly. "I know, but it should be difficult for someone who has experienced her experience to trust us." Drago said, "Whether she joins us or not, we must ensure her safety." "I know," Bello Betty replied. Kurla on the side raised her hand. "Sister Betty, let me go with you." "Little Kurla, do you want to join me too?" Bello Betty looked at Kurla. Kurla pursed her lips and said, "Nicole Robin has been on the run since she was a child. She must have suffered unimaginable pain. If possible, I want her to join us." Kurla was a slave to the Draconians as a child, and because of this encounter, she has empathy for having a similarly miserable childhood. For the poor, she will reach out to help. "Hee hee, let's go together then," Bello Betty said with a smile. Kurla looked at Drago, hoping, Chief, can I go there? Drago thought for a while, nodded and said, okay then, Kurla, you can go with me too. As women, they may be able to communicate better, which is why Durag let Bello Betty go instead of other cotters. Women are generally sympathetic, and should communicate better with each other than with the opposite sex. However, Durag doesn't think that Nicole Robin will join them. This time, the purpose is more to protect Nicole Robin. It's okay if they can recruit them into the Revolutionary Army. Take the life of Nicole Robin. This is the only person in this world who can read the main text of history. Its importance is self-evident. If the world government finds out about Nicole Robin's whereabouts, it will definitely kill Nicole Robin without hesitation. She is too dangerous. It is very likely to shake the dominance of the world government. In this regard, it is impossible for the world government to let Nicole Robin go. Hearing what Drago said, Kurla showed a bright smile on her face. Sabo, who was standing next to Kurla, said with a smile, Kurla, be careful, don't be caught by the Navy. No. Kurla was very dissatisfied with Sabo's distrust, and snorted softly. It's not too late, let's go. Bello Betty crushed the cigarette, waved to Kurla, and walked outside. Then let's go. Kurla waved to everyone, followed closely behind Bello Betty. After a period of voyage, Yunya has come to the kingdom of Akabastan at this time. Looking at this kingdom full of desert sand, Yunya felt a little bit emotional. The environment here is really harsh. Compared with the tip of the iceberg seen in the original book, Yunya saw it with his own eyes, and realized that this country is really vast, and even with Yunya's current knowledge, it is impossible to cover the whole country. The entire pirate world is vaster than Blue Star's previous life. It is no wonder that the world government only rules the world in name, and cannot achieve complete dictatorship. Not only are there reasons why the big pirates in the new world make them afraid, one of the reasons is that this world is too big, and there is extraordinary power. The power that personal power can exert in this world is no less than the threat of nuclear bombs. Yunya just sighed with emotion and didn't think much about it. Yunya came here alone on this trip. Compared with acting with other people, Yunya felt that he was more free and at ease alone. And this time it wasn't a large-scale attack. The task Yunya received was just to check the authenticity of the matter. Too many navies are easy to be discovered by others. Join the naval spies here and get more information from them. It is roughly the same as in the original work of the previous life, but the time is advanced a few years. It is likely that Crocodile has a sense of crisis and quickened his movements because the world has changed too much. You stay put for now, I'll go and have a look at other places by myself. Yunya ordered, and disappeared in a flash. Yes, Lieutenant Admiral Yurin. Obviously Yunya had already left, but the Navy still saluted respectfully. In the Navy, Yunya is still very popular. Although he is not the 4th general, his reputation is not inferior to other generals. At this time, Yunya also simply made a disguise, replaced the Navy uniform on his body, and put on noble clothes. Yunya has a handsome appearance, a slender figure, a calm face, and a warm smile. After wearing noble clothes, he does not feel disobedient, but has an aristocratic temperament. Anyone who saw Yunya like this would not associate him with the 4th general of the Navy. After all, one is the powerful Vice Admiral Yaren, and the other is a young nobleman who seems powerless. Places such as casinos and bars are places to collect intelligence, and they are also the places where breakthroughs are most likely to be found. Although Yunya knew that Crocodile was playing tricks behind this, but Yunya only knew it, and didn't know where Crocodile's lair was. When he watched anime in his previous life, he wasn't so detailed. No matter how big a city is, it is not so easy to find hidden people. Therefore, Yunya planned to come over to these places for a while. Pushing open the door of a casino, Yunya walked in with gentle steps. The casino was full of people at this time, and it was extremely lively. There were voices of price increase, shouting, and cursing, as well as the screams of those who played too much, bet on one of their own arms, and then were chopped off with a knife because they lost. Yunya didn't seem to be affected, and went straight to a seat and sat down. Naturally, there are casino staff inside the casino, and when they saw the aristocratic costumes on Yunya, their eyes lit up immediately, and the big fat sheep came. He likes this kind of young master from a rich family the most. This kind of person is generally very rich in his hands, and he is stupid enough, as long as he moves a little, he can squeeze out his money. Of course, the idea quickly fell through. With Yunya's eyesight and perception, the actions and feet of these people could not deceive Yunya's eyes at all. Soon, the table in front of Yunya was already full of chips. In other words, Yunya earned at least tens of millions of Baileys. This amount can be said to be a huge sum of money in this poor place. Didn't you see that the banker's forehead was full of sweat at this time? This is a hard stubble. However, they are not regular casinos. The staff of several casinos looked at each other when they saw this, and when they looked down, someone had already started chasing people away. Soon, the surrounding area was empty. A few sturdy men surrounded Yunya with weapons in their hands. They all stared at Yunya with sneering looks and ferocious faces. Yunya yawned, spreading his knowledge, but in his perception, there was no one worth noting. Isn't it here? Yunya shook his head slightly, his domineering aura dissipated, and directly stunned everyone here. After doing this, Yunya got up and left. Although Crocodile's lair was not found, those who can open a casino here are definitely inseparable from Crocodile's side. Perhaps it is the power under his power. Although Yunya almost forgot, but he still remembered that there was a casino under Crocodile's banner. As long as he looked for it one by one, he would always find it. But Yunya thought again, would this be too troublesome? Why not go directly to the royal city of Alabasta? Anyway, what Crocodile wants is in the underground of Wangchang, and he will show up sooner or later. Thinking of this, when Yunya moved his feet and wanted to rush out, he realized that someone was watching him. No, it shouldn't be peeping, but looking at him. Yunya's keen sense of knowledge made him discover it immediately. In a flash, he disappeared like a teleportation, and came to the location of the person who had glanced at him before. There are two people here, who were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Yunya. Yunya looked, the two people were a man and a woman. Oh, there was also a duck. The man was wearing decent clothes, with blonde hair curled up, not tall, and he was looking at Yunya warily. The woman has long blue hair, which she tied into a ponytail with a headband. She looks very heroic, and her face is also solemn at this time. Yunya immediately recognized the identities of the two opposite people, the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, Nefertari Waiwei, and the captain of the kingdom of Alabasta, Akainu. However, the image of Princess Waiwei is awkward no matter how you look at it. It should be a disguise. Anyway, if Yunya hadn't read the original work of One Piece, she would never have imagined that such a woman would be the princess of a country. It's not at all like the noble, elegant, dignified, and temperamental Waiwei in my impression. Sorry, let me confirm your identities. Yunya tapped his fingertips, and white thunder shot out, breaking the hair tie tied on top of Waiwei's head. The blue hair fluttered with the wind and then fell down. Although the hair was still a little messy, after Princess Waiwei put down her hair at this time, her appearance has improved by more than one level. Anyway, she looks much more pleasing to the eye. It is true that hairstyles can change a person's appearance. The current Waiwei is completely different from the previous Waiwei. No wonder others didn't recognize Waiwei at all. Suddenly, both Waiwei and Ikaram's expressions changed, and Ikaram even stood in front of Waiwei to protect him. He looked at Yunya with an unprecedented serious expression. Who the hell are you? It seems right. Yunya looked at the two of them and said with a smile, you should be Akainu, the chief guard of the kingdom of Alabasta, and Nefertari Waiwei, the princess of the kingdom, right? Hearing Yunya's words, the faces of the two changed again, and their identities were actually exposed. At this time, they were being hunted down by people from Baroque Studio. It wasn't because their identities were exposed, but after they knew that Crocodile was behind the scenes, they left the Baroque Studio and hurried back to Alabasta. If you leave the organization without permission, you will be hunted down as a defector. And in order to prevent their secrets from being revealed, Baroque Studio also needs to kill people. Now their identities are traitors, and behind them, there are also members of Baroque Studio chasing them down. Obviously, they regarded Yunya as one of those who chased them down, and not only that, their identities were exposed. Being a royal princess is of great importance to a country. Perhaps the appearance of Waiwei can temporarily stabilize the collapse of the kingdom. Therefore, as long as they are discovered, then, they are destined to have only two endings, either to die or to be imprisoned. The current Waiwei is the hope of this country, and it is impossible for Ikaram to let Waiwei die here. Thinking of this, Akainu suddenly took out a cannon from his hair, aimed at Yunya, and shouted at Waiwei, Waiwei, run, this is probably the enemy. Waiwei gritted her teeth, knowing what Ikaram wanted to do. She was very entangled in her heart at this time, but she didn't choose to run away. Firstly, she didn't want Ikaram to sacrifice herself, and secondly, she knew it from the man's actions just now, but she just crossed a distance of several hundred meters in an instant. At this speed, she and others have no possibility of escaping. Don't be nervous, although I don't know what happened to you, but I am not your enemy. Yunya's armed collar was covered with his right hand, and he directly grabbed the shell that was bombarded by Yunya. The shell was firmly pinched by Yunya, and Yunya's the figure didn't retreat a bit. This scene changed the faces of both of them greatly. Someone actually caught the shell with bare hands? Are you kidding me? Yunya threw the cannonball casually, and said with a smile, I am Vice Admiral Yaran, and I received news that the riots in this country may be related to Crocodile, one of the 7 Marshalseas, and I came here to investigate. Yunya's words surprised Waiwei and Ikaram in front of them. They were slightly relieved to hear that it was the Navy, but they did not let their guard down completely. Vice Admiral? Nightblade? Only then did they come to their senses. Lieutenant General Nightblade? The legendary 4th General? Hiss. Both of them gasped, looking at Yunya's face. They faintly matched each other. Lieutenant General Nightblade really? However, the two still didn't fully believe it. After all, there is a coder in the Baroque Studio who can pretend to be someone else. As if seeing what the other party was thinking, Yunya smiled slightly. Yin Xian pulled out of the sheath, waved lightly, and with a chi sound, a terrifying slash with a length of 1,000 meters burst out of the air, bringing the desert in front of him to the ground. It was directly divided into 2 halves, and a gully of unknown length suddenly appeared, and the bottom was so dark that the bottom could not be seen. One sword can change the world? This. The two were stunned when they saw this scene. When had they seen such a scene? Just a light sword strike caused such a big commotion? Is that human being? The movement here was naturally noticed by the people in the city, and they also stared dumbfounded, with their mouths wide open, their faces full of disbelief. What exactly is causing this? Natural disaster? Or people? In the distance, Belo Betty and Kurla, the Revolutionary Army cadres who had already arrived in Alabasta, also saw this scene. Belo Betty's face became extremely serious, and he whispered, "The slash of the great swordsman? Who is it? The one who can cause this scene is definitely the famous swordsman in the sea? Who exactly?" Belo Betty took a deep breath, feeling that this time the action might have an unexpected change. Kurla opened her mouth wide. "Very cute, Sister Betty, do you think this is caused by humans? It should have been cut out by someone with a sword." Belo Betty said in a deep voice, "Little Kurla, it seems that we have to move faster." Okay. Kurla recovered and nodded. Belo Betty clamped Kurla's waist, moved towards the royal city of Alabasta. Are you the 4th General Lieutenant General Nightblade?" Ikaram was unable to speak at this moment. The desert was divided by a single sword, and he was dumbfounded by the extremely shocking scene, but it also confirmed Yunya's identity. The members of the Baroque studio are powerful, but none of them can possess such strength. Yunya put his sword back and stood, not showing the slightest expression for the big commotion he caused, but shook his head slightly. "There is no so-called 4th General in the Navy, but Nightblade is indeed my title." Wai Wei recovered from the shock, as if she had grasped the savior. A look of hope flashed across her face. "Then Lieutenant General Nightblade, are you here to help us?" If it was the legendary Lieutenant General Nightblade, their country might be able to get rid of that demon crocodile? After knowing that her enemy was Crocodile, one of the 7 martial seas, Wai Wei felt desperate for a while. But for the sake of her own country, she overcame it. If the matter is true, and Kaiwahe Crocodile is really secretly stealing the country, I will take action. Yunya said lightly. "Then, please tell me the specific reason." Wai Wei briefly told what she knew, and then looked at Yunya cautiously, for fear that he would refuse. "Well, I know the specific situation, but I still have to go over to investigate. You all come with me. If something happens to the princess of a country, I will be punished." Yunya showed a warm smile. "Okay, Lieutenant General Nightblade." Wei Wei nodded. She had no reason to refuse. With Yunya's help, maybe their country's crisis can be easily resolved this time? Yunya smiled, and the group headed towards Albina, the capital of the kingdom. Their location at this time is in the port city of Alabasta, a city called Rape Blossom. It will take some time to drive to the royal city of Albina. The kingdom of Alabasta is rich in many strange animals, and these animals can be used as means of transportation. Yunyi and the others met 2 big lizards, and Wai Wei and Ikaram were taken aback. This beast is not easy to mess with among them. However, Yunya just glanced over, causing the 2 ferocious beasts to tremble and crawl down, looking at Yunya with fear in their humanized eyes. "I don't understand why this human being has such a terrible sense of oppression." The inner madness reminded them that this person should not be provoked. "I just got a mount." Yunya jumped on the back of one of the lizards, calling Wei Wei and Ikaram to come up. Okay. Both of them were a little confused. They were also very shocked that Yunya subdued the ferocious beast in their eyes with just one look. However, he had already seen part of Yunya's strength before, and he was only shocked for a while before recovering, and the 2 of them stepped on the back of the big lizard. "Go forward." Yunya touched the back of the big lizard with his feet to make it move forward. The big lizard didn't dare to disobey the order of the terrifying human above it, moved its limbs, and moved towards Albina. Rainy land. This is the base camp of Crocodile. In the dim room at this time, Crocodile's face was ugly. Through the information of his subordinates, he knew the news that had spread recently. And he also knew that 2 members left the Baroque studio. After thinking about it for a while, it is not difficult to guess that it was these 2 members who revealed the news. But why was his identity discovered? The world only knows that there is a Baroque studio in Alabasta, but they certainly don't know that the person behind this force is Crocodile. What exactly went wrong? Looking at the photos of the 2 people who betrayed him handed over by his subordinates, when he saw Wai Wei, he recognized it at first sight. Is it actually the princess of the Nefertari royal family and the captain of the guard? They should have suspected me a long time ago. Did you join the Baroque studio to search for evidence? Crocodile whispered, with a sneer on his face. In this case, it can only completely destroy this country. Crocodile picked up another piece of information, which was the information that Nicole Robin had been discovered. But the whereabouts of that guy Nicole Robin has also been discovered? Could it be that she made up the fake news? No, it's impossible. She is like a street mouse now. How could she do such a stupid thing? Could it be that people from the world government discovered the whereabouts of Nicole Robin? No, she must find that thing as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Navy knows that they are planning Hades, they will probably attack themselves. The expression on Crocodile's face became uncertain. Then he decided to go to Alba, and Nicole Robin had to be sped up. At this time, Nicole Robin had already gone to Albina because of Crocodile's order. However, several days have passed, and there is still no news from Nicole Robin. Crocodile even began to suspect in his heart that Nicole Robin had found the news of the historical text, but he just didn't report it. Nicole Robin didn't trust him, and Crocodile was self-aware. The reason why he can stay under his command safely is because Crocodile gave Nicole Robin a safe haven. If this safe haven can't protect her from wind and rain, maybe Nicole Robin will betray him in the next moment. In order to prevent this from happening, Crocodile needs to keep an eye on Nicole Robin in order to prevent her from running away. Although a bug is installed on her body and can be located at a short distance, it will fail if it exceeds a certain distance. It would be difficult for him to let Nicole Robin run away. In this world, only Nicole Robin can understand the text of history. Thinking of this, Crocodile summoned all the members of the Baroque studio to Albina. Without hesitation, he went directly to where Nicole Robin was. On the other side, the royal city of Albina. At this time, the original King Cobra had been imprisoned by the people of the Baroque studio, and had been interrogated. But Cobra didn't let go of his death, even after being tortured inhumanly. This damn old guy has a really hard mouth. Bora, the thorn fruit ability user codenamed Miss Two Fingers, at this time a thorn deep in the finger pierced into Cobra's left arm and stirred vigorously. Because of the pain, Cobra was sweating profusely all over, but he still gritted his teeth and did not speak. The cold bald man beside him, Das Bonus, codenamed Mr. One, stood with his arms folded, his eyes closed, and he was asleep, as if he had no interest in anything. Hey, Mr. One, don't you want to help me too? Seeing that Cobra didn't speak, Paula also lost interest, and turned to look at Das Bonus, who was dozing off at the side. I'm only in charge of fighting, and I don't care about the rest. Das Bonus opened his eyes and glanced at Paula, and said lightly, TCH, what a boring man. Paula pouted, and looked at Nicole Robin who was reading a book aside. Hey, Vice President, haven't you found it yet? Nicole Robin flipped through the book and said with a slight smile, it's coming soon. In fact, Nicole Robin has roughly determined where the historical text is located through the Royal Library at this time, but she doesn't want to say it. The two people in front of them said they came to help her, rather they came to monitor her. Now Nicole Robin is procrastinating. But she also knew that when Crocodile came here, if she hadn't found anything, then her life might be in danger. So at this time, she was already preparing to escape from here. It's not easy for her to get away just by being stared at. The two people in front of me are very powerful, especially Mr. One. As the vice president, she still knows the details of the members in the Baroque studio. Cobra on the side pursed his lips and remained silent, but his heart was very dignified. Did you come here for the underground historical text? Crocodile. Then he looked at Nicole Robin out of the corner of his eye. He seemed to have seen this face there before. After thinking about it carefully, his face changed slightly. Nicole Robin, son of the devil, said, these two people actually want to join forces. Looking for the secrets of historical texts? It's bad now. It seemed that the gap reached Cobra's gaze. Nicole Robin turned her head and smiled at him, then continued to flip through the book. Catlia. This is the base camp of the rebel army. At this time, all the rebellions here gathered together. The leader Kosha stood on a high position and looked down, and said in a passionate tone, now the royal family has no regard for the life and death of our civilians. An explanation. Our purpose is not to overthrow the royal family, but to survive. What the royal family is doing is forcing us to die. We need to resist and we can't let this country continue. The rebels below listened, all of them looked solemn, their eyes full of fighting spirit, and then cheered. Ula. We need an explanation. If the royal family can't do it, then let us run the country ourselves. Seeing the passionate expressions of all the people below, Kosha's eyes flashed. He drew out his sword and pointed at the area where the royal city of Albina was located, and said loudly, let's go to Albina. Yes, let's go. All the rebels cheered and began to move towards Albina. Yunyi's rush here finally arrived at Albina. Going back to her home again, Wai Wei was a little lost looking at the slightly dilapidated Wang Cheng, but soon she cheered up and said to Yunyi, Master Yuren, this is Albina. My father was here before I left. It has already been controlled by the people in the Baroque studio, and there is a person who can pretend to be my father, and now there may be danger in the palace. Since there is danger, let's eliminate the danger directly. Yunya laughed. At this time, his knowledge had been spread, and he felt a lot of breath. Although Yunyi's knowledge is not as clear as that of the Revolutionary Army Cotter Crow, who can clearly detect the gap between the enemy and our strength, but he can more or less judge the specific strength. In a word, no one can beat it. Wai Wei was taken aback for a moment, and then said, but Crocodile. The danger is for her and Ikaram. For the man in front of him, except for Crocodile, it seems that there is indeed no one who can catch his eyes. Although she had seen Yunya's attack, splitting the desert with a light sword, but the opponent was Kaiwahei Crocodile after all, and Wai Wei was still a little worried about this demon who single-handedly controlled their country. After all, Wai Wei is just a teenage girl, with too little knowledge. Kaiwahei's name is enough to overwhelm her. She couldn't judge whether Shishibukai and the Vice Admiral were stronger or weaker. Ikaram also looked at Yunyi with some concern, not because they didn't trust Yunyi's strength, but because this was Crocodile's stronghold after all, and with Crocodile's Kaiwahei's name, it was normal to have some concerns. Don't worry, Crocodile is not in Albina at this time. Even if he is, it won't pose too much threat to me. Yunya saw the worry in the hearts of the two of them, and just smiled. It is true that Crocodile's strength is very strong, and he even had a tie with Pluto Rayleigh, but it is not too difficult for Yunyi. Although the expressiveness of the original work is very hip, it is only weakened because it appeared too early. Crocodile will not be too color domineering? Yunya felt that this was impossible. Domineering is one of the powers leading to the peak that Mr. Kai said, and only domineering can surpass everything. From this point, it is not difficult to see that domineering is definitely a very important force in the world of pirates. Without domineering, it is impossible to reach the peak. Even the yellow ape, a natural ability user who was said to be too dependent on the devil fruit by Zifa, can have two-color domineering, which is enough to prove the status of domineering in this world. You may not be a capable person, but domineering must be learned. Moreover, domineering is also a way to counteract the ability users of the natural system, otherwise they can only find the weakness of the ability users themselves, which is too fatal in battle. Therefore, Crocodile can live in the top level of the sea, and the two-color domineering cultivation base will definitely not be weak. Let's go, Yunya said, and headed towards Wangchang. At this time, the entire royal city has been controlled by the members of the Baroque studio, and Feng Qiliai has also retreated under the order all soldiers cannot step into the royal palace when he transformed into Cobra. Those more influential ministers or chief guards, Bell who ate the bird fruit, and Jaka who ate the dog fruit were also imprisoned at this time. They are all animals, and they realized that this Cobra is a fake, and the real Cobra would not do that kind of thing that hurt civilians. Then when he went to investigate, he was defeated by the people from the Baroque studio and imprisoned. At this time, almost all the members of the Wangchang Palace were members of the Baroque studio, and there were no outsiders. Yunyi and his party did not hide their whereabouts. As soon as they arrived near the palace of the king's city, Wai Wei was recognized by the patrolling soldiers. Wai Wei's popularity among the soldiers was still very high. A group of soldiers rushed over and asked where Princess Wai Wei had been during this time. Wai Wei dealt with them one by one. Yunya smiled and said, Wai Wei, Ikaram, you guys just stay here, I'll go to the palace to have a look. Before Wai Wei could answer, Yunya disappeared in a flash. Ikaram's wife, Tilagotan, also received the news at this time. As the logistics foreman, she actually more or less sensed something was wrong in the palace, but she didn't have any force, so she chose to lie dormant. Later, the palace did not allow anyone to enter, so she became even more suspicious. After hearing the news about Wai Wei and her husband, she hurried over, took them to a hidden room, and asked nervously, Princess Wai Wei, Ikaram, are you all right? It's okay. Wai Wei and Ikaram shook their heads. Tilagodan didn't know about Wai Wei and Ikaram's intrusion into the Baroque studio. She thought they were just going out to do errands, so she told about the changes in the royal city during this period. She said worriedly, now the palace is it may have been occupied by others. Bell and Jaka went to investigate, but there has been no news. It may have been. After Bell and Jaka sneaked into the palace secretly, there was no news. The worries in Tilagotan's heart became even stronger. Fortunately, Wai Wei and her husband are back now.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.